Their fateful encounter takes an astonishing turn when Qin Fan discovers that Su Hongyue is pregnant with quintuplets. Thus begins their cohabitation. A year later, she is pregnant again, this time with sextuplets. Qin Fan realizes that his system has upgraded, doubling all rewards and enhancing his mastery over alchemy, talismans, formations, and artifacts. 3 years pass, and Su Hongyue is again expecting this time. Septuplets. The system undergoes yet another upgrade, making cultivation as effortless as drinking water, allowing him to effortlessly cultivate into a nascent soul. 3 centuries later, the Lan Yue Sect faces annihilation. In the original narrative, Su Hongyue succumbs to darkness during this crisis. However, this time, Qin Fan intervenes, effortlessly dispatching the enemy's formidable expert with a mere finger, leaving everyone in shock. The saintess is not only married, but also born numerous children, and the prowess of her husband is astonishing. Hot so hot. This feels so cool, MMM. Before Qin Fan could comprehend his situation, his lips were sealed by another. A curvaceous figure pressed against him, and despite his efforts to push her away, he lacked the strength. What the hell? I was merely bathing in the river, and now I've been abducted and forcefully kissed. I didn't even discern whether the captor was male or female. Though it sounds feminine, it could still be a cross-dresser. As he struggled against her, he felt a chill run down his spine. Summoning all his strength, he managed to hold her head and push her face away. Gazing at her, he intended to scold, "Do not covet my body. I am a man unattainable by you." However, upon beholding her exquisite visage, he was rendered speechless. Long, lavender hair cascaded around features that seemed divinely sculpted, her luminous skin glowing radiantly, and her bangs adding an innocent charm to her beauty. Even the most renowned actresses would pale in comparison to this enchanting maiden. Could she be a cross-dresser? He recalled that in his previous world, some cross-dressers could be even more stunning than women when made up. Just then the girl nestled against his chest, her displeasure evident as she pouted, "Hot, hot ice, let me cool down." Qin Fan felt her overwhelming softness, igniting a fire within him. She is indeed a female. What a fortuitous encounter for me, Qin Fan, just after my arrival in this realm. Yet, why does her face seem so familiar? Suddenly, a realization struck him like thunder, and he stared in disbelief at the stunning beauty before him. Am I in an animated series? Oh my heavens! This is the formidable villainess, Su Hongyue, from the recently binge-watched animated series Invincible Supreme, in her innocent, untainted form. Here I am, face-to-face with a character who appears to have been poisoned in some indescribable manner. Should I push her away or not? He knew that this Su Hongyue was not only an empress, but also a ruthless villainess. While she was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman across all animations, her name instilled terror in the hearts of many. Ding! A medium has been detected. Congratulations on activating the system. This system is known as the nanny system. Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the voice in his mind, but elation soon followed. A system, the essential tool for any transmigrator. Huzzah! But why a nanny system? I'm still a lifelong bachelor. Where would a child come from? System, does this body possess a child? Host, you currently have no child, but does that not mean one is not imminent? With the system's words, Qin Fan understood. If conditions were lacking, he would create them. Just then, Su Hongyue, unwilling to let go of her meal, tightened her embrace around him, capturing his arms and holding him against a tree as she sealed his lips once more. A wall slam? For the sake of the system, I shall endure. He would never admit that he was captivated by the youthful Su Hongyue's allure. That night, beneath the starlit sky of the celestial forest, Qin Fan, a lifelong bachelor, finally ascended to manhood. To his astonishment, he had claimed Su Hongyue's first blood. He prepared to take control of the situation, moving from passive to active. Just as he was about to act, a pair of delicate hands forcibly held his shoulder, followed by Su Hongyue's dissatisfied murmur, "Do not move." Qin Fan was left exasperated. In this position, if word got out, his friends would surely mock him. Where's my manly vigor? My masculine authority? What a vexing predicament. A day and night later, a piercing female scream echoed through the celestial forest, followed by Qin Fan's even sharper cries, "Ah, you wicked sorceress. I have yet to experience romance. How can you treat me this way? How can you tarnish my purity?" Qin Fan lamented, clutching the garment barely covering his lower half, casting an anguished gaze at the now furious Su Hongyue. He trembled, resembling a wronged bride, deeply shaken by the night's encounter. While indulging in the Empress was thrilling, the aftermath required skillful maneuvering, lest he find himself in dire straits. Fortunately, as a homebody who reveled in television and animations, his acting skills were commendable. You. I. Su Hongyue glared at Qin Fan, indignant. This shameless man had taken everything from her and then accused her of ruining his chastity. This was also her first taste of blood. Fury coursed through her veins. Qin Fan pointed at the bruises adorning his arms and legs, accusingly stating, "Look at how forcefully you treated me last night. Here, these are all your marks. You were so vigorous these bruises will take days to heal. If anyone sees these, how can I marry and have children? Who would want to wed me after you've ruined my innocence? You are utterly despicable. You are tyrannical. You are the one who forced yourself upon me. Day and night, you have tormented me. You are nothing short of a villainous empress. What shall we do now? Unless you compensate me properly, I will not let this matter rest. Do not think that just because you are stronger, you can take what is mine. Do not presume that your beauty grants you immunity from the consequences of your actions. I tell you, I am face blind to me. You are no different from any other girl." Before Su Hongyue could respond, she witnessed the man before her incessantly berating her, causing her face to flush with anger and embarrassment as she covered her ears and squatted down. She struggled to remember the events of the previous day. A month ago, she had come to the celestial forest to train, and 5 days ago, she had encountered a dual-headed serpent, battling it for 4 days and nights before finally slaying it. However, at the last moment, the serpent released a lethal toxic mist. Though she used a treasure to shield herself, she still fell victim to its effects. This poison had an aphrodisiac quality, and she recalled sitting by the lake, preparing to spend 3 days and nights detoxifying, when she suddenly sensed someone emerging from the water, a remarkably handsome young man under the moonlight. After that, her memory faded. Frustration coursed through her as she tugged at her hair. Her precious first experience had slipped away without her recollection. What a loss! She looked up at the man, who continued to enumerate her crimes. He was extraordinarily handsome, indeed her ideal type. No wonder she had lost her composure last night. She gazed skyward, lamenting that it was all the moon's fault. Chapter 2. The Empress and her quintuplets. Qin Fan gazed at the Qin bag in his hand, the very item Su Hongyue had tossed to him before her departure. She had claimed it was a form of compensation, inquired about his name, and cautioned him against divulging the events of the previous night before soaring away on her sword. Weighing the Qin bag in his hand, Qin Fan wiped the fine sweat from his brow and plopped down on the grassy patch where he had shared tender moments with Su Hongyue. Exhaling heavily. My acting skills could truly earn me an Oscar. I managed to deceive the naive version of Su Hongyue. Otherwise, given that I had taken her blood, she would have undoubtedly sought to silence me permanently. Not only had I survived, but I had also gained quite a bit. Let me see what treasures lie within the Qin bag. However, having just traversed into this world, despite having watched the enchanting animated series, he was still oblivious to the techniques of channeling energy into his body or utilizing spiritual consciousness to inspect the contents of the Qin bag. Fortunately, he had a system that he promptly queried the system in his mind. Am I a transmigrator or a reincarnator? He noticed that this body bore an uncanny resemblance to his original form, even down to a small black mole on the back of his hand, identical in size and color. Host, you are a transmigrator. Oh, splendid. I shall not betray myself then. Do I possess any other identities in this world? Yes. Would the host like to receive the information now? Proceed. This world into which Qin Fan had crossed was known as the Songyuan continent, divided into the southern region, central state, northern plains, and western region. That he resided in the southern region, where his identity was that of the legitimate grandson of the Qin family in Danfeng town, a branch of the main lineage. This realm was one of cultivation, with levels classified as Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation of God, further details to be provided later. Currently, he was at the 3rd level of Qi refining. Akin to a minor character with no screen time in the animated series, Invincible Supreme. To his astonishment, he had begun his journey by entangling with the formidable villainess, Empress Su Hongyue. How exhilarating! After assimilating the details of his new identity, The system seamlessly integrated the cultivation information into his being. An hour later, Qin Fan opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with brilliance. He had acquired the ability to cultivate, even though he was merely at the initial stage of qi refining. He could now embark on the path of immortality. Elated, he opened the Qin Fan bag given to him by Su Hongyue, channeling his spiritual consciousness within it. To his delight, he discovered 50 medium-grade spirit stones and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. A windfall indeed. This compensation was most welcome, especially since he currently possessed only 5 low-grade spirit stones, leaving him financially constrained. In contrast, Su Hongyue's compensation was indeed a significant sum. The perks of sleeping with a wealthy woman. What is that? Qin Fan pulled out a piece of ice blue fabric from the corner of the Qin Fan bag. Upon touching it, he felt its exquisite texture, undoubtedly woven from silkworm silk. Unfolding it, his eyes lit up. This was a belly band. Su Hongyue's belly band. If she gifted me this, she shall never reclaim it. After safely stowing away the Empress's exclusive belly band, Qin Fan immediately set off in the opposite direction of Su Hongyue's departure. Just then, Su Hongyue, who was soaring away on her sword, suddenly halted midair, her expression turning peculiar. Did I inadvertently leave my intimate garment in that man's Qin Fan bag? 10 minutes later, Su Hongyue reappeared at the spot where Qin Fan had just vacated. She intended to retrieve her personal item, but was interrupted by a vibration from the communication token at her waist. Upon checking, she furrowed her exquisite brows and cast a glance in the direction Qin Fan had taken before hastily flying off on her sword in another direction. Qin Fan hastily escaped the starry forest, finally stopping at a small town 5,000 kilometers away. After checking into an inn, he gulped down several cups of water before exhaling deeply, feeling utterly relaxed. He had been running for 3 days and nights. The thrill of sleeping with the Empress was exhilarating, yet it made him vulnerable. Innkeeper, please prepare a room for me. Tonight, he intended to rest well. Although his current body was a cultivator capable of fasting for 10 days or even half a month, Qin Fan still relished the taste of grains and cereals. After enjoying a hearty meal and wiping his mouth, he retired to the lavish upper room prepared by the innkeeper. As soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep slumber in the midst of the night. However, he sensed something amiss and immediately awoke, a testament to a cultivator's vigilance. Upon waking, he noticed the window was ajar, and silver moonlight spilled into the room. A lithe figure, sword in hand and arms crossed, stood by the window, gazing at him. Su Hongyue. Qin Fan jolted upright, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Had she returned to eliminate him after realizing the truth? Despite fleeing for 3 days and nights, she had still found him. Curse this unprincipled, martial-dominant cultivation world. I must relieve myself. As he spoke, Qin Fan slipped out of bed and headed for the door, only to find Su Hongyue blocking his exit with her sword. I am pregnant. The 4 words slipped from her crimson lips. Ding. Congratulations, host. You are now a father. Due to your remarkable fertility, 5 fertilized eggs have successfully implanted. Congratulations on your quintuplets. Special reward. Cultivation 1,000 points. Comprehension attempts 3. Cultivation is being delivered now. Delivery successful. Qin Fan instantly felt a warm sensation enveloping him, a surge of power coursing through his body. System interface. Host. Qin Fan. Realm. Qi refining 5th layer. Spiritual root. 4 spiritual roots. Comprehension attempts 3. Offspring 0. 5 pending offspring. This fatherhood system is impressive. The babies haven't even arrived, and I am already receiving rewards. However, quintuplets. Su Hongyue is carrying 5 at once? My reproductive prowess is astounding. I have managed to make the future Empress bear my quintuplets. No wonder the fatherhood system chose me. It has discerning taste. At once, Qin Fan turned to Su Hongyue and said, I understand, and you are here to inform me that you intend to take responsibility for this? I have no objections. Su Hongyue regarded him with a strange look and queried, How did you know I was having quintuplets? When she discovered her own pregnancy, she had been taken aback. Upon introspecting, she found 5 living entities within her womb, initially startling her into thinking she had been collectively possessed. It was only after perusing texts in the library that she realized she was pregnant. And with quintuplets at that. For cultivators, conception was 100 times more challenging than for mortals, and they typically sought to attain immortality, often eschewing familial ties. Many cultivators remained without partners even into old age. She had originally been devoted to her path of cultivation, yet unexpectedly found herself entangled with a man, resulting in quintuplets. As the holy maiden of the Lan Yue Sect, her spouse should be the holy son of the sect, who had yet to be chosen. And now, she was already pregnant. If the elders of her sect learned of this, Qin Fan, an ordinary cultivator, would undoubtedly face a grim fate. Chapter 3. Living with the Empress. Qin Fan retorted, "Is that really so difficult?" Su Hongyue remained silent. Even the most skilled physician could not discern her condition at this early stage. This Qin Fan, whom she had merely informed of her pregnancy, somehow knew she was carrying quintuplets. He was rather impressive. She relaxed her arms and sat down in a nearby chair. Not sensing any murderous intent from her, Qin Fan did not flee but instead took a seat across from her. Su Hongyue spoke. "My pregnancy must remain a secret. I have already informed the sect that I am on a year-long training excursion." Qin Fan nodded. Su Hongyue scrutinized Qin Fan, noting that his cultivation had advanced from the 3rd layer of qi refining to the 5th layer within 3 days. She felt a twinge of surprise. With Qin Fan's average 4 spiritual roots, it would typically take years to achieve such a breakthrough in the qi refining stage. Yet he had accomplished it in a mere 3 days? Quite remarkable. "I need you to care for me during my pregnancy and after the birth, without letting anyone else know about it," Su Hongyue instructed. Upon learning of her quintuplets, her first thought had been to terminate the pregnancy, a task easily achievable for someone of her golden core stage. All she needed to do was channel energy to her womb and shatter those 5 tiny lives without alerting anyone. However, as her energy reached her womb, she sensed a wave of joy emanating from the 5 nascent lives, as if they were aware of their mother's presence. This made it difficult for her to proceed with her initial plan. After much rational deliberation, she decided to keep the 5 little ones, fearing that if she were to eliminate them, they might become a source of inner turmoil, preventing her from ascending to true immortality. Understood. Qin Fan readily agreed. He was acutely aware of Su Hongyue's status. If word got out that she had become pregnant by an ordinary man, it would surely cause a stir in the cultivation world, and he had a 99.999 chance of being obliterated by his future father-in-law. Until he achieved invincibility, it was best to stay cautious. Although he lacked experience in caring for pregnant women and infants, he had the system at his disposal. Seeing Qin Fan's prompt agreement, Su Hongyue relaxed her shoulders and poured herself a cup of tea, taking a sip. Ding. Detection of host gaining a modicum of goodwill from the mother of his children. Special reward. Super chef skill. Su Hongyue took Qin Fan to a market at the border of the southern region in central state, known as Qinzhufang. There, Qin Fan procured spiritual chickens, ducks, geese, fish, as well as spiritual rice, wheat, and other grains, along with some clothing, toothbrushes, pots, and pans, essential daily items. He placed all the living creatures into the spirit beast bag provided by Su Hongyue, while the grains and other items went into the Qian bag. After completing his purchases, Su Hongyue regarded Qin Fan with a peculiar expression, stating, "I have been fasting for many years. A few good fasting pills will suffice. There is no need to buy these ingredients." Qin Fan replied, "Now that you are pregnant, you cannot survive on fasting pills alone, and they lack flavor. Just wait until your husband prepares something delicious for you, with the super chef skill awarded by the system. Even ordinary ingredients could be transformed into exquisite dishes. Moreover, these were spiritual rice and meat from the cultivation world, surely far superior to anything he had encountered in modern times. He was eager to showcase his culinary prowess. Given that Su Hongyue was carrying quintuplets, she needed to provide nutrition for 6 individuals. He was determined to ensure she ate heartily during her pregnancy. Su Hongyue did not press the matter further, merely casting another strange glance at Qin Fan. This man, was he not afraid of death? How dare he claim to be her husband? Just days ago, he had been terrified of her. Now, he was brazenly taking liberties. Yet, he was indeed the father of her 5 children, so perhaps he could be considered her husband. Su Hongyue chose a clearing in a nearby mountain to set up their home. From the Qian bag, she produced a 2-courtyard compound. Then, she established a series of illusions, along with offensive and defensive formations, surrounding the area within a kilometer. This was a remote region, inhabited by cultivators of relatively low levels. During her visit to Qinzhufang, she had scanned the area with her spiritual sense and found that the most powerful cultivator present was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. As she was in the mid-stage of golden core, she could easily suppress this area, ensuring her safety. The formation she set up would create a fog that would disorient intruders, leading them back to the starting point. Once she completed the formations and returned, She caught a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Following the scent, she found Qin Fan standing before a large iron pot, stir-frying vegetables over a roaring flame. Upon noticing her return, he smiled and said, "The dishes will be ready soon. You should go rest in the house for a while. Dinner will be served shortly." Su Hongyue did not head to the main room but instead approached the pot. Inspecting the meat within, "What are you cooking?" "Stir-fried beef. Do you like it spicy?" Qin Fan asked, unsure of her preferences regarding spiced in the original text. The author did not detail Su Hongyue's daily habits or even her dining experiences. The only scenes depicted her in grandiose settings, presiding over the myriad clans or engaging in epic battles against formidable foes. Though her appearances were few, she was undeniably one of the most captivating characters, drawing attention away from the main protagonists. Many male fans would even chant, "Bibi Dong, tonight I will stay with Su Hongyue. Tell Medusa, tonight I will be with Su Hongyue. Inform the fierce emperor next door. Tonight I shall engage in profound discussions with Su Hongyue." Qin Fan was among this legion of devoted admirers. It was evident just how popular Su Hongyue was and how vast her legion of admirers had grown. Su Hongyue paused for a moment before responding. "Add a little spice." Having fasted for years, she had almost forgotten the taste of worldly food. Qin Fan smiled. "Good. It seems you enjoy spicy food. I do as well. So we can prepare just one dish." He then began washing the chili peppers he had purchased, swiftly chopping them and tossing them into the iron pot, stirring with fluid motions. Su Hongyue watched with narrowed eyes. This man appeared quite charming while cooking. Moreover, the stir-fried beef was awakening her taste buds, igniting a desire to taste it. She found herself anticipating this meal. When it was time to eat, Qin Fan prepared 3 dishes and a soup: black chicken stew with red dates and mushrooms, stir-fried beef, sautéed seasonal vegetables, and one additional dish covered with a lid, concealing its contents. Su Hongyue looked over and inquired, "What is that dish?" Qin Fan grinned, lifting the lid to reveal a heart-shaped cake adorned with cream. A delightful gesture. "What is this?" Su Hongyue asked, having never encountered such a dish. "Its cake. Today marks the auspicious occasion of our cohabitation. Let us celebrate with a cake." Qin Fan beamed. In the modern world, he would require a mixer to whip egg whites and cream, but in the cultivation realm, he could achieve the same result manually with remarkable speed. His hands worked like lightning, effortlessly whipping the egg whites to perfection in mere seconds. Chapter 4. The Empress's surprising pregnancy. Su Hongyue stared at the cake, then back at Qin Fan. "Should I taste it first?" Qin Fan chuckled, offering the cake to her lips. After a moment of hesitation, she took a bite. The cake was soft and fluffy, sweet with a hint of creaminess, yet not overly rich. It was her first experience with such a delicacy. "How is it?" Qin Fan asked as Su Hongyue nodded. "It's acceptable." Hearing this, Qin Fan laughed, taking a bite for himself. "Delicious. The super chef's skill is truly remarkable. The texture surpassed that of 5-star hotel pastries." Su Hongyue observed Qin Fan using the same spoon she had just used to scoop the cake, her face flushing slightly, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Qin Fan remained oblivious, setting down the spoon and saying, "Let us start with the dishes." He then picked up his chopsticks, placing a piece of beef into Su Hongyue's bowl. After a moment of hesitation, she finally grasped the chopsticks, sampling the dish. To her astonishment, it was exceptionally delicious. She was utterly amazed at how good it tasted. How could Qin Fan possibly cook such delicious dishes? Initially, she found it astonishing that he could cook at all, but now, the delectable flavors he produced seemed almost magical. However, she did not reveal her astonishment. After sampling a few bites, Su Hongyue's expression gradually brightened, and a subtle joy glimmered in her eyes, her body slowly relaxing. Having fasted for years, she had long lost her desire for food. This was the first time in a long while that she had tasted something so delightful. Witnessing her expression, Qin Fan, understanding her delight, continued to serve her more dishes, urging her to eat heartily. "I can serve myself," Su Hongyue replied somewhat awkwardly, yet she opened her mouth to savor the beef. Her eating pace was neither hurried nor slow, and their meal lasted over 10 minutes. Finally, when Qin Fan set down his chopsticks, she followed suit. Observing her elegant and composed manner while eating, along with her regal aura, Qin Fan couldn't help but stare in admiration. Truly, she was an empress, a stunning beauty whose every gesture exuded nobility. "Are you full?" Qin Fan withdrew his gaze, looking at Su Hongyue with concern. "Yes," she replied softly. Suddenly, her brows knitted slightly, and she said to Qin Fan, "I'm heading back to my room," before vanishing without a trace. Although Qin Fan had witnessed Su Hongyue's ability to disappear on several occasions, he still felt a twinge of envy each time that as someone at the Qi refinement stage. He simply could not match her speed. If only he possessed such swiftness, he could invade anyone's private quarters. What about the Empress? He shook his head, rising to clear the dishes. But then again, was it truly a crime? After all, I have shared a bed with the Empress, the one and only man. Meanwhile, Su Hongyue returned to her chamber, sitting cross-legged on her bed. Gradually, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. After a short while, she opened her eyes, revealing a struggle within her beautiful gaze. How could this be? My body is rejecting the little ones. Just moments after finishing her meal, a wave of warmth surged through her abdomen, prompting her to inspect within. She discovered that her body was rejecting 5 tiny beings, no larger than fingernails, residing in her womb. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator, her body had long shed any impurities. Now, with 5 living entities in her uterus, her body instinctively interpreted them as parasites it sought to expel. It was akin to purging toxins. She had suppressed her cultivation to the Qi refinement first layer to prevent her body from further rejecting these 5 tiny beings. Her long, curled eyelashes drooped slightly in contemplation. Cultivators typically find it exceedingly difficult to conceive. And the higher their cultivation, the more challenging it becomes, let alone carrying quintuplets. To prevent her body from rejecting the 5 little ones, she would need to suppress her cultivation for the entire 10-month gestation period. With this thought, the struggle in her eyes deepened. Initially, she had decided to keep these 5 beings to avoid future heart demons upon ascending to true immortality. However, now, the idea of suppressing her cultivation for 10 months was difficult for her. A peak cultivator, who sought a path of longevity through martial arts. To keep them or not? Stepping to the window, she saw Qin Fan washing dishes in the courtyard. He was merely an ordinary cultivator. And the children she carried might not even possess spiritual roots. They could be mere mortals. 10 months would be but a fleeting moment in her long life, which could span 1,000 or even 10,000 years. So, she thought, perhaps this could serve as a well-deserved respite amidst her 15 years of fervent cultivation. Since she was already pregnant, it was a fateful bond between mother and child. Moreover, this experience, this ordinary life, might further hone her mindset, solidifying her resolve during the trials of heart demons. With this newfound perspective, Su Hongyue approached Qin Fan in the courtyard, candidly informing him of her cultivation's reduction to the Qi refinement first layer, advising him to exercise caution when going out. She withheld the true reason for her cultivation drop, her desire to keep the 5 little ones. Qin Fan was taken aback, but soon used his spiritual sense to assess her. Indeed, he discovered that Su Hongyue's cultivation had truly diminished to the Qi refinement first layer. For reasons unknown, a sense of relief and even gratitude washed over him. Grateful that Su Hongyue was no longer more powerful than himself, he even entertained the thought that perhaps he could now act with impunity towards her. However, he quickly dismissed these absurd notions that a cultivator's capabilities were vast, even at the Qi refinement first layer. Su Hongyue was not someone he could easily challenge. He was curious, though, about why her cultivation had suddenly fallen to this level. Unable to unravel the mystery, he nodded at her. "All right, I will." Su Hongyue nodded and returned to her room. As Qin Fan watched her leave, he suddenly realized that with her cultivation now at the Qi refinement first layer, her daily life would differ greatly from when she was a formidable golden core cultivator. She would need a shower, and after meals, she would require a proper facility to relieve herself. This necessitated a well-equipped bathroom. Conveniently, he was also at the Qi refinement 5th layer and had similar needs. He needed to construct a bathroom. Su Hongyue's courtyard did not come with one, and considering her pregnancy, as her belly grew, using a squat toilet would become impractical. A proper toilet was essential. Qin Fan swiftly devised a plan in his mind. Chapter 5. Beginning artisan of tools. Once he had made up his mind, he ventured to the nearby bamboo grove known as Qingzhu Feng, which was abundant with bamboo. After cutting enough bamboo, he chose a nearby spot for the future bathroom, starting the groundwork and laying down pipes. Once that was accomplished, he began to construct the bamboo structure, reinforcing the walls and roof beams. After finishing, he inspected his work, nodding in satisfaction. Following the completion of the small structure, he also discovered a spring nearby while cutting bamboo and decided to channel that water into the bathroom, ensuring a source of water for cooking and washing. After completing everything, Qin Fan went to check on Su Hongyue as she rested. She opened her eyes and asked, "What's going on?" "I'm heading to the night market to buy some tools. I'll be back soon." He replied that I've set up a formation within a kilometer around our house. "Take this jade token. It will allow you to enter and exit freely," Su Hongyue said, handing him a jade token. This token not only permitted free passage through the formation, but also offered protection. Qin Fan discreetly wandered around the night market at Qingjufang, looking for a toilet but only finding wooden buckets or chamber pots. After all, only mortals and qi refinement cultivators would require such items, resulting in a limited selection. After searching without success, he was about to leave when he noticed a stall selling books. Approaching, he inquired, "Do you have any books on tool crafting?" Yes. Take a look at this one, Principles of Tool Crafting for Beginners. It covers the basics of crafting," the vendor eagerly replied, presenting the book and pointing out its contents. Though it was a beginner-esque guide, it encompassed a wealth of knowledge. The vendor's gaze was filled with anticipation, hoping Qin Fan would purchase it. After perusing, Qin Fan confirmed it was indeed a foundational text on crafting, detailing how to cultivate true fire and create simple magical tools, along with introductions to basic crafting materials. However, he was not a craftsman, and thus the book would serve him little purpose. Suddenly, he recalled the insight rewards the system had previously granted him. He immediately asked the system, "Can I use the insight rewards to comprehend this book?" "System, this is merely a foundational crafting guide. Thus, you can certainly gain profound understanding from it." With that assurance, Qin Fan wasted no time inquiring about the price of the book. The vendor wiped his hands and replied, "This book usually costs 12 low-grade spirit stones, but since I feel a connection with you, I'll sell it for just 10. The vendor thought to himself that if someone wasn't a craftsman or lacked talent, buying the book would be pointless. This area was remote and impoverished, so actual craftsmen rarely visited, leaving the vendor with a book that had sat unsold for decades. After seeing a potential buyer, he quickly lowered the price by 2 stones. Though Qin Fan had traversed dimensions, the memories of the original Qin Fan informed him that a beginner's crafting book typically valued 1 medium-grade spirit stone, so he was pleasantly surprised to find it for just 10 low-grade stones. He promptly purchased it without hesitation. Upon returning home, he informed Su Hongyue and retreated to his room. There, he requested the system to explain the insight reward. Host, the insight reward allows you to enter a state of deep comprehension, enhancing your understanding and perception. Regardless of what secret you wish to grasp, you can quickly master it. Each insight session lasts for half an hour, during which your comprehension is extraordinary. Qin Fan couldn't help but feel exhilarated. This insight effect was incredible. Without delay, he instructed the system, "Activate an insight session." Ding! Insight activated. Immediately, Qin Fan focused intently on Principles of Tool Crafting for Beginners, immersing himself in its contents. What had previously seemed obscure and complex now appeared clear as day. Half an hour later, Qin Fan emerged from his state of insight, having fully absorbed the book and mastered all the crafting methods within. More importantly, he had cultivated the true fire characteristic of a craftsman during this brief period. As crafting required fire, artisans would cultivate true fire within their bodies for convenience in crafting. Qin Fan gazed at the red flames emanating from his palm, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Having the system was truly enjoyable. Any other craftsman, no matter how talented, would never achieve true fire cultivation within half an hour. The fastest among them would require at least 5 or 6 years. Even then, only those with top-tier talent. System panel, host, Qin Fan realm, Qi refinement 5th layer spiritual roots, 4 insight sessions, 2 descendants, 0, 5 pinning descendants, crafting proficiency, beginner artisan, 1/500,000. Seeing the newly added crafting proficiency on the system panel, Qin Fan was overjoyed. He had spent just 10 low-grade spirit stones on Principles of Tool Crafting for Beginners and, after 1 insight session, not only did he cultivate true fire, but he also became a beginner artisan. How exhilarating! However, the figure following beginner artisan indicated a staggering 500,000, meaning he would require that much experience to advance to an intermediate artisan? It seemed so. Having grasped the fundamentals of crafting, he decided to construct a toilet. He returned to Qingjufang, gathering all the necessary materials and metals for crafting the toilet before heading back. Once home, he eagerly laid out the materials and began crafting the toilet. After more than an hour, he successfully completed his creation. Looking at the finished toilet, a smile spread across Qin Fan's face. He hadn't expected to produce such a thing. The toilet he crafted bore no distinction from modern ones, made of high-quality materials that felt smooth and comfortable to the touch, with a particularly bright glaze. He placed the completed toilet in the bathroom, ensuring it was clean with a cleansing technique. Gazing at the immaculate toilet, Qin Fan felt elated. He had never imagined he could create such an item. After crafting the toilet, he checked his system panel and found that his crafting proficiency had increased to Beginner Artisan 101,500,000. Crafting one toilet had granted him 100 points of crafting experience. This meant that the more tools he crafted, the more experience he would gain. Chapter 6. Is it hot? It won't be for long. With this thought in mind, Qin Fan went out to gather some soil, preparing to craft more tiles. Not only would this enhance his experience points, but it would also allow him to add more features to the bamboo house. Now, Qin Fan could perfectly regulate the temperature during crafting, keeping it below 1,000 degrees without compromising quality. Moreover, his dexterous fingers had reached an exceptional level of skill in ceramic crafting. Over 2 days, Qin Fan produced ceramic bowls for washing vegetables, bathroom sinks, and even crafted a bathroom cabinet and showerhead, resolving the water supply issue. He then considered Su Hongyue's pregnancy. While her belly was still small and she could stand while showering, once it grew larger, standing would become inconvenient. A bathtub would be ideal, allowing her to bathe comfortably. He decided to craft a bathtub as well. After completing all these tasks, the entire abode resembled a modern bathroom. Furthermore, since all the materials were sourced from the realm of cultivation and crafted by Qin Fan's true fire, the handmade creations were far more exquisite than modern bathrooms and incredibly spacious, capable of accommodating 3 individuals bathing simultaneously. As he admired his handiwork, a satisfied smile graced Qin Fan's face. Additionally, his crafting experience had risen to 892, bringing him a step closer to becoming an intermediate artisan. Noticing Qin Fan's busyness over the past 2 days, Su Hongyue approached him and, seeing the toilet in the bamboo house, curiously asked, "Why is there a well inside the house? Aren't wells typically outside? And why are there so many peculiar items here that I've never seen before?" "That's not a well. It's a toilet that I crafted," Qin Fan explained with a smile. Su Hongyue, though maintaining a composed exterior, felt a sense of surprise. He could craft tools. He was an artisan. That was something she hadn't anticipated. Yet, she wondered what purpose he had in crafting these toilets and other unusual items. Nevertheless, they appeared quite appealing. Qin Fan continued to explain the bathroom's features to Su Hongyue. "This toilet is simply for sitting when you need to relieve yourself. This is a showerhead. You just turn on this switch to use it, and it even allows you to adjust the water temperature. This is a bathroom cabinet for convenience when washing up. And the large one is a bathtub for soaking. You are at the Qi refinement first layer now. You might not notice much at first, but soon you'll find these things useful." Su Hongyue felt a surge of astonishment at his words. He had been crafting all these items for her over the past 2 days. For some reason, a warm sensation flowed through her heart. The things Qin Fan created were not only beautiful but also quite modern. Although she was the saintess of the Lan Yue Sect and the daughter of its leader, she had never felt a strong desire for material comforts. Her only need was a space conducive to cultivation, rich in spiritual energy. She had once traveled through the courts of mortals, yet she had never encountered lavatories as extravagant and pleasing to the eye as these. "This man is indeed remarkable." She pondered her current cultivation level, merely at the first layer of Qi refining, and realized that she would indeed need to utilize these items. Thus, she inquired of Qin Fan about the usage of each item. Qin Fan was more than willing to explain. By noon, Qin Fan discovered that even cultivators could feel the heat. He raised his hand to wipe the fine sweat from his brow. It was sweltering. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he felt hot, would Su Hongyue also feel the heat? It was the peak of summer after all. That it seemed he needed to procure an air conditioning unit to ensure the comfort of the mother of his child. Now that he could refine tools, he would certainly not skimp on comfort for her or himself. The next day, he visited the marketplace at Qingzhou Fong once more. In his past life, he had been a recluse, fascinated by scientific knowledge, especially how air conditioning was made. He possessed theoretical knowledge, and had even conducted some research. He understood that the primary components required were an evaporator with an expansion valve, and a condenser with a compressor. As long as he could find materials such as copper, iron, and steel, he could forge an air conditioning unit. Upon arriving at Qingzhou Fong, Qin Fan went to a stall that sold metal materials. Since this was a gathering place for cultivators, the demand for base materials like copper, iron, and steel was low. Consequently, He only spent a low-grade spirit stone to acquire a large quantity of materials. After purchasing the materials, Qin Fan returned home, selected a vacant area, and began crafting the air conditioning components. Given the multitude of parts required for the air conditioners, and his intention to create 5 units for Su Hongyue's boudoir, his own room, the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, he toiled for 3 consecutive days before completing them. To his astonishment, his refining skill had increased to 21,000 points. It appeared that crafting more intricate items yielded greater experience. At this rate, in a few months, he would ascend to the rank of intermediate tool refiner. The artifacts he produced then would be far more effective and powerful. Most importantly, this would also serve as a symbol of his status. Now that Su Hongyue was carrying his child, his system had also become bound to her. He had already begun to regard her as his wife. However, in a world where martial prowess was paramount, his status needed to align with his intentions to marry Su Hongyue. He recalled that in the original narrative, Su Hongyue had remained single. The author had mentioned that a saint from the demonic sect had pursued her, only to be left crippled by her hand, which deterred anyone else from pursuing her. By the time Su Hongyue made her entrance in the original story, she was already a renowned empress. After refining the air conditioners, Qin Fan first installed the units in his room, kitchen, bathroom, and living room, before knocking on the door to Su Hongyue's boudoir. When she opened the door, he saw a thin sheen of sweat on her exquisite face. Her cheeks flushed from the heat, and she was fanning herself with a folding fan. He smiled and said, "It's quite hot, isn't it?" It won't be for long. Su Hongyue hadn't anticipated that suppressing her cultivation to the first layer of qi refining would reveal many minor details. The shower, toilet, and wash basin in the bathroom Qin Fan had prepared were all very convenient and hygienic. However, the pressing issue was that she had begun to feel the heat. Last night, she had struggled to sleep, tossing and turning, opening the window, and moving her bed next to it just to find rest. Hearing Qin Fan's words, she felt a flicker of confusion. It won't be hot soon? Will the temperature drop today? She remained silent as she observed Qin Fan using spiritual energy to summon a square object. "What is this?" she inquired. Qin Fan explained with a smile, "You may call it an air conditioner. It can convert the hot air in the room into cool air, thus achieving a cooling effect, allowing you to no longer fear the heat." Upon hearing this, Su Hongyue looked at Qin Fan with astonishment. She had never imagined such a technique existed. Initially, she thought he could only forge ordinary ceramic basins, yet he was capable of crafting such an invention. Is this truly possible? Su Hongyue had never encountered such a device. Perhaps it was because she had been a qi refining practitioner since birth, and by the age of 3, she was already at the mid-stage of qi refining, accustomed to the sweltering heat, hence had never seen such a thing. "Certainly, you'll understand once you experience it. I've installed them in the other rooms," Qin Fan assured her. He entered the room, noticing Su Hongyue had moved her bed to the window. He realized she must have been hot last night. Using his spiritual power, he repositioned the bed back to its original place, then affixed the air conditioner to a wall, carefully selecting the location to avoid directing the airflow towards the bed, thereby preventing her from catching a chill during the cooler nights. Following this, Qin Fan took Su Hongyue to inspect the other 4 installed air conditioners, leading her to the location of the electric gathering array in the house. For the air conditioners to function, they required electricity. However, the electricity in the cultivation world differed from modern electricity. Here, one only needed to inscribe an electric gathering array to convert the air into electrical energy for use. After spending an hour, Qin Fan powered up all 5 air conditioners. The moment he activated them, Su Hongyue felt a refreshing breeze blowing from the outlet. The temperature around the outlet immediately dropped, leaving her in awe. Especially after 10 minutes, the temperature in her boudoir had dropped to a pleasant level, not too hot, nor too cold. She looked at Qin Fan with a hint of surprise. This man is truly remarkable. She had never seen a tool refiner create such practical items for daily life. It seemed he had learned this skill specifically to ensure her comfort. Unfortunately, he was cursed with a force spirit root, a so-called pseudo-spirit root constitution, which meant that no matter how diligent he was in his cultivation, he would never reach the golden core stage, remaining forever at the foundation establishment level. Moreover, her connection with him was limited to the duration of her pregnancy. Her parents and the elders would never allow her to be with him. They might even send someone to assassinate Qin Fan to eliminate the ticking bomb that could tarnish her status as the saintess of the Lan Yue Sect. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she felt a flicker of determination and asked, "Qin Fan, I don't possess any refining secrets, but I do have a sword technique you might wish to comprehend. Would you like to learn it? This was not a secret technique from her sect. Such techniques could not be disclosed. Instead, she had discovered this sword technique in a secret realm. She hoped that during their year together, Qin Fan could enhance his self-protection skills. Ignoring the fact that a pregnancy only required 10 months, plus a month for recovery, she was solely focused on spending a year with Qin Fan. Of course, Qin Fan replied immediately. The sword technique given by the future empress was certainly no ordinary skill. He had to cultivate it. A few days earlier, when he purchased Introduction to Tool Refining, he had seen the other books sold by the stall owner, most of which were rather mundane, so he had refrained from buying them. The transmission of knowledge was crucial. The secret arts from various sects would never be disclosed to outsiders. If someone outside managed to cultivate a sect's secret technique, they would undoubtedly be hunted down by that sect. Therefore, Su Hongyue granting him a sword technique found in a secret realm was perfectly suited to his current needs. Su Hongyue took out the sword technique and handed it to Qin Fan, saying, "Take a look at it. If you encounter any parts you don't understand, feel free to come to me." This sword technique was exceedingly powerful. As a mid-stage golden core practitioner, she had reached the 5th layer. "All right," Qin Fan said, taking the sword technique back to his room. The cover bore no inscriptions, yet it exuded an ancient aura. When he opened it, he was astounded to see 5 large characters written inside. Great Yin Sword Technique? Goodness, this was the Great Yin Sword Technique. Wasn't this one of the most formidable skills of Empress Su Hongyue? Great Yin Sword. Slaying immortals? In the original story, Empress Su Hongyue had annihilated 2 great powers of the immortal sects solely with this technique. Its power was indeed terrifying. While watching the animated series, the display screen had nearly frozen whenever this technique was executed due to its stunning effects. A personal sword could transform into countless blades, even summoning swords from a 100-mile radius to form a magnificent river of swords, delivering a dazzling and catastrophic strike. He never imagined that this skill was something Su Hongyue had found in a secret realm. Indeed, treasures resided within secret realms. What amazed him even more was that Su Hongyue had directly given him such a crucial sword technique to comprehend. Clearly, even the Empress could not resist his charm. Without further delay, Qin Fan decided to use the system for a moment of enlightenment, beginning to comprehend the Great Yin Sword Technique. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and a sharp, grayish-white sword light flickered within his black pupils, instantly obliterating a tree outside the window. Terrifying. Qin Fan gasped. He had merely exited his cultivation state, and with a single glance, he wielded such immense power. Truly, it was the Great Yin Sword Technique. To his delight, the entire Great Yin Sword Technique was divided into 10 layers, and under the effect of the enlightenment, he comprehended all 10 layers. However, as he was presently only at the 5th layer of Qi refining, he could only cultivate the 1st layer of this sword technique for now. Once his cultivation improved, he would effortlessly master the entire technique. Hearing the commotion, Su Hongyue rushed to the spot where the tree had been shattered and turned to gaze at Qin Fan's room, their eyes meeting through the window. Qin Fan stepped outside, apologizing. "I'm sorry to have startled you. I just comprehended the 1st layer of the sword technique, and I lost control for a moment, which led to the destruction of this tree." Su Hongyue was astounded. "You comprehended the 1st layer? It's only been a short while. You must know that when I was at the mid-stage of Golden Core, I took 5 days to fully grasp the 1st layer. How could Qin Fan, with his mixed spirit root constitution and only at the 5th layer of Qi refining, comprehend the 1st layer in such a brief time? This was truly shocking." Chapter 8. New Methods of Earning Money. Without further ado, Qin Fan drew a sword and began to practice. Su Hongyue watched in awe. He had indeed mastered the 1st layer of the Great Yin Sword Technique. However, a hint of regret crossed her beautiful eyes. It was a pity that Qin Fan was burdened with a 4 spirit root constitution. Had he possessed a single spirit root, his innate understanding could have propelled him to the pinnacle of martial arts, surpassing even her. Yet, the nature of spirit roots was predetermined by fate and could not be changed. What a pity for Qin Fan's extraordinary comprehension. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. Qin Fan spent his days cooking and caring for Su Hongyue, cultivating, refining tools, and making weekly grocery runs. He refrained from purchasing refining materials, instead using the readily available earth as his base material, crafting numerous blue stone bricks, bowls, and dishes, thus gaining refining experience for free, as dirt was costless. During these 2 months, Each visit to the marketplace revealed familiar faces had vanished, replaced by new ones. Fellow cultivators spoke of others who had ventured out on adventures and never returned, indicating they had perished. Additionally, there were reports of bandits lurking nearby, preying on others. Fortunately, he remained discreet. Even when buying groceries, he exercised extreme caution, being a mid-stage Qi refining practitioner and living alone outside the marketplace. The bandits would speculate whether he had hidden trump cards. However, as the weeks passed, last week, 2 or 3 bandits became impatient and trailed him. Yet, upon reaching the boundary of the illusion array surrounding his home, they could pursue no further. Following that incident, no bandits dared to tail him again, perhaps realizing that the advanced illusion array surrounding his home hinted at a powerful protector behind him. Such an array was not something an ordinary cultivator could establish. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant and intensified his cultivation efforts. Aside from cooking and caring for Su Hongyue, he devoted all his time to honing his skills, mastering the martial techniques he once knew. He had also perfected the first layer of the Great Yin Sword technique. His refining experience had surged to 350,000 points, leaving him just 150,000 points shy of advancing to an intermediate tool refiner. However, he faced a small dilemma. Qin Fan glanced at the 20 low-grade spirit stones scattered within his Qinquan bag. Frowning slightly, the expenditure was truly alarming. With Su Hongyue pregnant with quintuplets, each grocery run required the finest spirit rice, the best spirit meat, and various spirit fruits. Su Hongyue's consumption had increased significantly with the growing demands of the 5 little ones. As a result, in just 2 months, he had depleted his stock of 50 mid-grade spirit stones and over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones down to a mere 20. This could not continue. Weekly shopping now cost around 100 low-grade spirit stones, and the expenses would only escalate. He needed to devise a way to earn more spirit stones quickly. He couldn't rely solely on his dwindling resources. And those 20 low-grade spirit stones wouldn't even cover the next grocery run. With this thought in mind, Qin Fan resolved to visit the marketplace that evening to explore opportunities for profit through crafting artifacts. By doing so, he could not only earn spirit stones but also enhance his refining skills. Although Su Hongyue likely possessed ample spirit stones, as a man, he couldn't solely depend on her resources. Despite the allure of such a life, as he prepared to step out for the marketplace that afternoon, Su Hongyue called out to him. "Are you going shopping?" she asked, reaching for some spirit stones. She estimated that Qin Fan's supply of spirit stones must be dwindling. However, before she could present the stones, Qin Fan shook his head, smiling. "Not today. I've learned to refine tools, and I wish to earn some money through this skill. I'm going to check the market for the prices of artifacts." Upon hearing this, Su Hongyue reconsidered and did not present the spirit stones. Instead, she retrieved another talisman pouch, handing it to Qin Fan. "Take this pouch with you, be careful on your way, and stay safe." Although she had suppressed her cultivation for the sake of the child, she could still exert her mid-stage golden core power 3 times in times of danger. They had been living here for 2 months now, and during this time, Qin Fan had spent considerable spirit stones, making it likely that some bandits had taken notice. She did not want anything to happen to him. Qin Fan accepted the small pouch from Su Hongyue, nodding, "Thank you. You should also be careful at home." Su Hongyue nodded slightly. Qin Fan glanced at her abdomen before turning and stepping outside. Within the protective array of their home, he opened the talisman pouch Su Hongyue had just given him and discovered 3 shimmering golden talismans within, each a high-quality talisman. With his 5th layer of Qi refining power, he could fully unleash the power of these talismans. However, he could only use a maximum of 2 consecutively before exhausting his spiritual energy. These 3 talismans included an offensive lightning talisman, a defensive protection talisman, and an illusion-making mesmerizing talisman. With these 3 talismans, he could escape even from formidable foundation establishment practitioners. Su Hongyue had shown considerable care this time. It seemed her heart, as an empress, was gradually being won over by him. Qin Fan placed the 3 talismans back into the pouch, stowed it in his Qinquan bag, and concealed the bag in the most secretive part of his clothing, his undergarments. Before hastening toward the marketplace, in the span of an incense stick, he arrived at the busiest street of the marketplace. Akin to a modern-day plaza bustling with cultivators setting up stalls, Qingjufang was a foundation establishment marketplace, primarily frequented by Qi refining practitioners and mortals, with foundation establishment experts overseeing the area. Due to its unique geographical location at the intersection of the southern region and the central plains, trade here is particularly vibrant. The marketplace is a gathering place for cultivators in the Qi refining stage and ordinary folk. While those with foundational prowess and affluent Qi refiners tend to frequent higher-end shops, where the goods are not only more expensive, but also of superior quality. When Qin Fan noticed his friend Chun, who had previously sold him a book, packing up his stall, he approached him with curiosity and asked, "Chun, are you closing up? Where are you off to?" "It's you, Qin. The book I recommended last time was useful, right?" Chun Jing replied with a smile. "Quite satisfactory," Qin Fan responded, then inquired, "Why are you closing so early?" Although he had advanced to a junior artifact craftsman by utilizing the introductory tome on crafting, he felt it prudent to remain low-key in this perilous world of cultivation until he acquired stronger abilities. "I'm tidying up. I plan to be away for a while," Chen Jing remarked, noticing that Qin Fan, a mid-stage Qi refiner, had bought a book that had languished unsold for decades. He felt inclined to converse further. "Leaving? I thought your business was thriving," Qin Fan probed, sensing deeper implications in Chen's words as he discreetly slipped a low-grade spirit stone into Chen's hand. Chun Jing, recognizing Qin Fan's subtlety, glanced around and cast a sound barrier around them before lowering his voice. "I just received news from the City Lord's mansion. A powerful cave has been discovered 1,000 kilometers away. Soon, a multitude of cultivators will flock here. This is a golden opportunity. I must rush to the big city and stock up on goods to sell, aiming for a prosperous year ahead. After all, one might not open shop for 30 years. Chapter 9. The Cave of the Powerful, is that so? Qin Fan exclaimed, astonished. Chun Jing nodded with a hint of superiority. The City Lord's mansion hasn't released this information yet, but you'll hear it soon. Qin Fan clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the information. If this news proved true, it could herald a profitable venture for him. It seemed he could no longer afford to waste time on cultivation. He needed to devote all his energy to crafting. He aimed to rapidly elevate his crafting skills to the intermediate level before the influx of treasure-seeking cultivators arrived, hoping to sell a batch of medium-grade artifacts and earn a handsome profit. After all, each expedition to the cave would significantly increase the demand for artifacts, as the act of fighting and looting would consume the spiritual energy within them, potentially shattering the artifacts as well. Noticing Chen Jing still had some books left unpacked, Qin Fan asked, "Chen, are you selling these books as a bundle?" He observed that the books were primarily related to agriculture, teaching how to cultivate spirit rice, grow spirit vegetables, and rear low-level spirit beasts. With a lack of spirit stones at home, and given Su Hongyue's formation covering a radius of 1,000 meters, he planned to plant some crops and raise spirit livestock. In due course, they could achieve self-sufficiency in rice, vegetables, and even spirit beast meat. After all, homegrown produce and raised livestock would undoubtedly be healthier and more organic. Additionally, he noticed several geographical records and leisurely reads among the books, which would surely alleviate the boredom of Su Hongyue, who could not meditate or cultivate due to her suppressed cultivation. Chen Jing surveyed the pile of books and, feeling somewhat lazy to pack them up, said, "These 20 books, a flat price of 1 low-grade spirit stone." Recognizing this as an exceptional bargain, Qin Fan promptly purchased them. After securing the books, he declared, "I won't delay you any further. I'll take my leave." Chun Jing did not insist on his stay. All right. Afterward, Qin Fan wandered around the nearby stalls selling artifacts. He approached a stall with decent business, waiting for a lull in customers before asking, "Boss, how do you price these artifacts?" The proprietor, a sturdy man in his 40s, appeared honest and straightforward. Upon hearing Qin Fan's inquiry, he did not inflate the prices but replied candidly, "Friend, each artifact here is of the finest quality. We have various price points. Which type are you interested in?" He then displayed an array of weapons, including long swords, flying daggers, bows, and more. Qin Fan observed that most were low-grade artifacts, manageable by novice artifact craftsmen. It made sense, given that the clientele here primarily consisted of less affluent Qi refiners and ordinary folk, making it unwise to sell medium-grade artifacts, which might attract unwanted attention from bandits. Qin Fan inquired about the prices. The vendor, noticing Qin Fan was a mid-stage Qi refiner and a potential customer, enthusiastically introduced, "This spear is just 10 low-grade spirit stones. This flying dagger has a bit more power, priced at 20 low-grade spirit stones. And this dagger." After a thorough introduction, the most expensive item, a near medium-grade artifact, was priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Fan stroked his chin, indicating he wished to compare prices further. He visited several other stalls to gauge the market price for low-grade artifacts, ultimately understanding that while they were inexpensive, selling them in volume would yield substantial profits, enough to cover his and Su Hongyue's daily expenses. He arrived at a stall selling spirit rice, from which he could also observe the artifact stalls across the street to ascertain which items were selling well. Previously, he had not considered the prospect of selling artifacts for profit, as he had always hurriedly visited the market to procure necessities before swiftly departing without drawing too much attention. "Friend, would you like to buy some spirit rice? This is the freshly harvested bamboo tube spirit rice, just in, and it tastes better than ordinary spirit rice," the vendor exclaimed cheerfully, having noted how Qin Fan previously purchased large quantities of spirit rice from other stalls. Seeing Qin Fan approach, she eagerly began her pitch, presenting a bamboo tube filled with rice. Upon inspecting the contents, Qin Fan noted that the rice was not white, but a vibrant emerald green. And even before tasting it, he was captivated by the fragrant blend of bamboo leaves and rice. While leisurely discussing the bamboo tube rice with the vendor, he discreetly observed the artifact stalls to gather more information. To stall for time, he feigned skepticism regarding the rice's taste, prompting the vendor to offer to cook a pot right there. "Friend, once you taste this Feiyu spirit rice, I guarantee you'll never look at the previous spirit rice you bought the same way." Feiyu spirit rice was the elegant name for bamboo tube rice. The vendor swiftly retrieved pots and utensils from beneath the table, beginning to prepare the meal. While awaiting the rice's completion, Qin Fan noticed a disheveled cultivator approaching the artifact stall. "Boss, can you repair my longsword?" The vendor immediately examined the sword and replied with a smile, "No problem. Did you just battle a formidable demon?" "The wear is quite severe." "Yes," the man sighed in response. The artifact vendor continued, "Your sword is quite damaged. It will take at least a day to repair. Can you wait?" "I can," the cultivator replied, finding a spot nearby to meditate and cultivate. Qin Fan noted this exchange, realizing that artifact craftsmen could not only earn income from selling artifacts, but also from repairing them. When the Feiyu spirit rice was ready, the vendor eagerly encouraged Qin Fan to taste it. After sampling a spoonful, Qin Fan was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite flavor, a delightful harmony of bamboo leaf aroma and a unique sweetness, perfectly cooked, not too hard, nor too soft. He imagined that if he were to prepare a pot of braised meat ate treasure rice, he would undoubtedly tantalize his taste buds. After inquiring about the price, he found the Feiyu spirit rice to be slightly more expensive than the rice he had previously purchased, but still within his budget. He decided to buy a quantity equivalent to one low-grade spirit stone, totaling 16 pounds. After settling the payment, he cheerfully asked the vendor, "Friend, who should I contact to set up a stall here?" In modern times, one must seek a designated administrator to pay for a stall in a public square, and surely there existed similar rules in this cultivation world, given the safety of the marketplace. It was likely maintained by higher-level cultivators ensuring order that you've come to the right person, my friend, and I'm just about to pack up myself. I'll take you to meet the managing steward, the vendor replied with a friendly smile. Chapter 10. Securing a stall, the vendor led Qin Fan to a large willow tree, where they found a steward smoking a pipe, whom the vendor introduced to Qin Fan. During their walk, Qin Fan inquired about the stall rental prices and the steward's temperament. He learned that the steward, a ninth-layer Qi refiner dispatched from the outer enforcement team of the Lan Yue Sect, managed the Qingzhou market area. Aside from being somewhat greedy, he had a decent disposition. The stall rental price was one low-grade spirit stone per month, with a minimum lease of 1 month. Qin Fan paid one low-grade spirit stone for a month's rental, and then produced a dust-clearing talisman, handing it to the steward. The steward scrutinized Qin Fan for a moment before rising and coldly stating, "Come, choose a spot." "All right," Qin Fan replied with a smile. Although he was currently a mid-stage Qi refiner, he still felt a significant gap compared to a ninth-layer cultivator. Some cultivators with poor aptitude might never break through to the ninth layer in their lifetime. The street where the stalls were located was called Watergate Street, lined with lights every 10 meters. The prime locations for setting up stalls had already been taken. Qin Fan initially had his eye on a spot that sold books, but the steward informed him that it was already rented. Thus, he continued searching for a suitable location. Eventually, he spotted a spacious area, albeit somewhat distant from the street entrance, where foot traffic was likely less frequent. However, this stall was 5 times larger than others. Offering 50 square meters of space, quite ample, he contemplated that crafting required time. While he had previously made everyday items like toilets and bathtubs without much delay, crafting artifacts would take several days. As he currently lacked a steady clientele, and was unknown in the Qingzhou market. It would be unrealistic to expect immediate sales upon completing an artifact. Therefore, he planned to not only sell artifacts, but also offer the everyday items he had crafted to gain experience, such as bowls, plates, bricks, toilets, and bathtubs. He had become quite proficient at making these, capable of producing a large batch in a single day, perfectly catering to the low-tier cultivators and ordinary folk who frequented the market. As for the issue of foot traffic, he had his strategies. "Steward, I'll take this spot," Qin Fan declared. After the vendor introduced Qin Fan to the steward, he departed. The steward, seeing Qin Fan's choice, recalled the talisman he had been given and cautioned, "Few people come this way." "That's all right. It's spacious enough," Qin Fan reassured him with a smile. "Very well," the steward conceded, allowing Qin Fan to set up the stall the following day, promising to inscribe protective wards to deter troublemakers. After bidding farewell to the steward, Qin Fan prepared to return home. Just then, the vendor called out to him, having finished packing up. "Qin, I made a good profit today selling Feiyu spirit rice. Would you care to join me for some leisure?" "Leisure?" Qin Fan questioned, puzzled. "Just a bit of fun. It's still early, and there's nothing pressing at home," the vendor suggested, leaning closer to whisper, "Have you heard of Miaoying House?" "Miaoying House? That's a paradise for men." Qin Fan recalled reading about it in the original novel Invincible Supreme, where the mere appearance of its women caused fans to rise in unison, leading to an unprecedented spike in tissue usage. "I have matters to attend to at home. You go enjoy yourself," Qin Fan declined. "Are you truly not going? The women there are truly otherworldly," the vendor persisted, knowing he would benefit from bringing in a newcomer. Qin Fan shook his head with a smile. "I can't. I have a wife and children waiting for me at home." He was a family man and had no intention of gallivanting about. "But if you don't mention it, how would your wife ever know? And if she finds out, so what? Are you afraid of her?" the vendor whispered. Qin Fan remained resolute in his refusal and earnestly advised, "Though Miaoying House may be a place of ultimate pleasure, the women there practice alluring arts. You must tread carefully." With that, he patted the vendor's shoulder and quickly departed. But it's Miaoying House," Qin Fan mused, recalling the enchanting women from the original animated series. Each one was a stunning beauty, seductively captivating. He imagined being surrounded by the lovely women of Miaoying House, being served wine, which stirred his heart. Regrettably, his pockets were empty as a refreshing summer breeze swept by. Qin Fan slapped his forehead, reprimanding himself. "What am I thinking? I already have the Empress Su Hongyue. Why would I entertain thoughts of others?" The myriad women of Miaoying House could not compare to the exquisite Su Hongyue. It must be said that after experiencing Su Hongyue's unparalleled beauty, Qin Fan's standards had risen significantly. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, he hurried toward the stalls selling crafting materials. Half an hour later, having visited 5 stalls, Qin Fan finally gathered all the necessary materials. "Qin, here you go, a total of 16 spirit stones." The vendor beamed as he handed over the crafting materials. Qin Fan accepted them and, after counting out the 16 spirit stones, sighed as he felt the weight of his last remaining stone. "These crafting materials are exorbitantly priced. I've spent nearly all my funds on just 5 sets of artifact materials." It was clear that earning money was now a pressing matter. He could no longer afford to waste time. Noticing Qin Fan's modest purchase, the vendor chuckled and remarked, "I see you intend to craft some weapons. However, not many succeed on their first try. I've seen many fail multiple times before achieving success. Some without talent may need dozens of attempts just to succeed once. You may find this amount of materials insufficient. While professions like artifact crafting, talisman making, alchemy, and formation crafting may appear to be mere support roles, they are, in truth, insatiable money pits, primarily due to the high costs of materials and the inherent failure rates. I'll give it a try first. If it's not enough, I'll get more." Qin Fan replied it wasn't that he didn't wish to buy more. He simply lacked the funds. Fortunately, despite being a novice artifact craftsman, he had no issues with failure. He succeeded on the first attempt every time. This was due to the insight he gained while studying introductory artifact crafting, where he fully comprehended the basics of low-grade crafting. Otherwise, had he been like others, purchasing materials for only 5 artifacts would have left him in dire straits. Chapter 11. Understanding the inscription. Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, the vendor realized he was dealing with a financially strapped cultivator and chose not to press further, turning to check his stock. Qin Fan understood he had been silently judged but felt no offense. In the contemporary society, there are always those who judge others by their status, and even more so in this ruthless world of cultivation. Anger will only invite calamity upon oneself. Therefore, Qin Fan quickly adjusted his mindset and turned to leave. Upon returning home, he took out the books he had just purchased, intending to select a few to send to Su Hongyue. What is this book? Qin Fan discovered a particularly thick volume among them. Upon opening it, he realized it was a foundational guide on engraving runes that seemed that the expenditure on this low-grade spirit stone was indeed worthwhile. Once he grasped the method of rune engraving and inscribed the runes on magical tools, it would not only enhance their power, but also unlock additional functionalities that in turn, the magical tools he crafted could fetch a higher price. With this thought in mind, Qin Fan immediately activated the system to enter a state of epiphany and began to comprehend the contents of the book. Half an hour later, Qin Fan awakened from his enlightenment. By this time, he had thoroughly read the book Introduction to Runes and mastered the fundamental techniques for inscribing runes onto magical tools. He had even learned the patterns for 5 basic runes: Ice-breaking rune, Whirlwind rune, Flame rune, Lightning rune, and Water wave rune. Engraving these runes onto a magical tool would augment its inherent power, significantly increasing its lethality. However, most ordinary refiners cannot inscribe runes on magical tools, for a single misstep could ruin the tool. Moreover, rune engraving also requires a certain level of comprehension, akin to refining. Without innate talent, no amount of diligence will suffice. Even for those with exceptional comprehension, learning to engrave runes is not an overnight endeavor. It would typically take at least 4 to 5 years of intensive study, often at the cost of damaging numerous magical tools before achieving any results. Yet, Qin Fan had accomplished this in merely half an hour. Truly, the system's reward of enlightenment was remarkable. Putting away the book Introduction to Runes, Qin Fan picked up the other books he had chosen for Su Hongyue and walked to her chamber, gently knocking on the door. In a moment, Su Hongyue opened the door, and a cool breeze wafted out. She was clad in a thin silk garment, appearing even more graceful and enchanting, pleasing Qin Fan's eyes. Living with such an empress was indeed a delight. Qin Fan smiled and offered the books, saying, "I feared you might be bored at home, so I brought you some books to pass the time." Su Hongyue's gaze fell on the books, and she stepped aside, allowing Qin Fan to enter. He placed the books on the desk by the window. After he left, Su Hongyue approached the desk and casually picked up a volume titled Ancestral Secrets. The title was quite intriguing, prompting her to select this book among many. During these days, she had been unable to meditate and cultivate, for any attempt to do so would only accumulate spiritual energy within her, which she could not contain. Initially, she had occupied her time reflecting on recent events over the past couple of years. She felt something was amiss regarding her encounter with the ice and fire dual-headed python of the Midyuan stage in the Starry Forest, as she had always been cautious and never sought to provoke beasts beyond her capability, only venturing to challenge those at the early Yuan stage. If not for her father providing her with a life-saving magical tool, she might have perished in that encounter. After pondering for over a month, she found no answers. She decided to wait until after giving birth and returning to the sect to discuss the matter in detail with her father. Thus, when Qin Fan was home, she found it tolerable. However, once he left, a sense of emptiness enveloped her, leaving her somewhat bored. Coincidentally, with the arrival of the books, she resolved to read to alleviate her ennui. Her slender fingers, as delicate as jade, opened the pages of Ancestral Secrets. The book was richly illustrated, and upon reaching the first page, her fair complexion blushed deeply, and she quickly snapped the book shut, biting her lip in indignation as she scolded Qin Fan. She had initially thought he sincerely intended to send her some engaging reading material, only to discover it was such a book. How infuriating! Just as she was about to discard it, she felt a strange warmth surge within her, as if ignited by an unseen flame. What was happening? She hurriedly set the book down and returned to her bed to meditate. As she attempted to calm herself, she recognized this fiery sensation. It was the same feeling she had experienced after being poisoned by the ice and fire dual-headed python. However, that fire had vanished after spending the night with Qin Fan. Why had it suddenly re-emerged? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Quickly suppressing the flame, she decided to verify her suspicions. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she opened Ancestral Secrets once more. After flipping through 2 pages, the fire that she had just suppressed flared up again, even more intensely than before. She hastily closed the book and focused on calming herself. Upon stabilizing her breath, she opened her eyes. This poison. I had not expelled it. It has been lurking within me all along. The moment I think of such matters, it reignites like a spark meeting kindling. Was the ice and fire dual-headed python connected to Qin Fan? Did he deliberately lead her to encounter that mid-yuaning beast, allowing her to be poisoned, only to appear afterward as if fate had intertwined their paths? With this thought, Su Hongyue shook her head. Qin Fan's abilities and talents were not sufficient for such a scheme. Then why had he given her ancestral secrets? As she exited her room, she spotted Qin Fan preparing to refine tools in the courtyard. Noticing her presence, he turned and smiled. Su Hongyue observed Qin Fan for 10 minutes, but discerned nothing of significance and returned to her chamber. Meanwhile, Qin Fan realized that crafting true magical tools was significantly more challenging than refining mundane items like toilets and bathtubs. However, it was not beyond his capabilities. It merely required more energy, time, and focus. To expedite the process of crafting magical tools for sale, he reduced his sleep from 8 hours to 6, thus gaining 2 additional hours for refining. 2 days later, Qin Fan finally succeeded in crafting a knife, achieving it on the first attempt without failure. The knife measured 4 feet in length and 1.5 feet in width. Seeing the completed weapon, Qin Fan nodded in satisfaction. This knife, entirely black, bore intricate patterns that emitted waves of spiritual energy, appearing quite impressive. Though not classified as a top-tier magical tool, it was certainly many times stronger than an ordinary one. Chapter 12. The boss and his sister-in-law fled. Qin Fan mused to himself. This knife's power should rival that of other beginner-level magical tools. After securing the knife, he continued practicing rune engraving, intending to inscribe the ice-breaking rune and the whirlwind rune onto the blade to enhance its potency. He practiced engraving runes on the ground, and to his surprise, he succeeded on the first try. However, to be cautious, he refrained from immediately inscribing runes on the newly crafted knife. After all, failure in rune engraving could ruin the knife he had labored over for 2 days. That represented a significant investment of spirit stones. After successfully practicing the ice-breaking rune and whirlwind rune 20 times on the ground, he took a deep breath and retrieved the crafted black gold knife, focusing all his spirit energy. He meticulously inscribed the ice-breaking rune onto the knife. As soon as he began, he encountered considerable resistance. Indeed, inscribing runes onto a magical tool proved significantly more challenging than engraving them onto the ground. After a stick of incense burned, he completed the final stroke of the ice-breaking rune, and to his delight, the rune activated, radiating a soft blue glow. Wiping the sweat from his brow, joy spread across his face. Success on the first attempt. Truly, I, Qin Fan, am a master craftsman. Having patted himself on the back, Qin Fan proceeded to inscribe the whirlwind rune onto the black gold knife. Ultimately, the whirlwind rune was perfectly engraved onto the blade. As Qin Fan gazed at the dazzling black gold knife in his hand, he decided to test its power. He ventured outdoors to a rocky forest, gathered all his spirit energy, and swung the knife with full force. Bang! 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 It was as if he had detonated a bomb in the stone forest, causing rocks to shatter and dust to scatter, creating a crater in the center of the forest. Impressive. Following this, Qin Fan also tested the activation of the ice-breaking rune and whirlwind rune, both yielding excellent results. Haha, this knife will surely fetch a good price, at least 3 middle-grade spirit stones. Noticing that the day was still young, Qin Fan collected some soil and wood to craft a loudspeaker, a steel tent, and 3 rows of large shelves. By placing a spirit stone inside the loudspeaker, it functioned akin to a modern electric speaker, continuously broadcasting advertisements. The steel tent was intended for use at his stall. If no customers arrived, he could utilize it for various tasks, ensuring privacy. The shelves would serve to display products while selling. Upon completing these items, Qin Fan's crafting experience soared to 400,000. A significant portion of this increase stemmed from crafting the black gold knife, which contributed a solid 50,000 points. The loudspeaker, tent, and shelves only added a mere 20 points to his experience. When he had crafted the toilet for the first time, he gained 100 experience points. But after repeated crafting, the experience yield for a single toilet dropped to just 10 points. Crafting magical tools was indeed much more rewarding. However, crafting magical tools required funds for raw materials, and currently, he possessed only 1 spirit stone. He would need to head to Qingjufeng to sell his wares for profit. Qin Fan took along the previously crafted porcelain dishes, toilet, and bathtub, as well as the 3 items he had made today, informing Su Hongyue before heading straight to the market. Upon arriving at his stall, Qin Fan noticed that the area was warded, ensuring the safety of his business. Additionally, he found that his ward had an extra layer of defense compared to others. Although this layer was not substantial, having more protection was always advantageous. It seemed that Manager Fan had provided extra precautions. Indeed, no matter the world, courtesy is never unwelcome. Qin Fan arranged all his items on the shelves, placing a spirit crystal into the loudspeaker. As the loudspeaker began its announcement, the voice boomed, "Fellow cultivators, don't miss out. The porcelain factory has closed down, and the owner has fled with his sister-in-law. Dishes, bathtubs, and more are on sale at rock-bottom prices." The announcement echoed repeatedly, creating a stir on the bustling Shuimin Street, drawing the attention of everyone, including stall owners. Some were intrigued by the gossip, others by the novelty, and some by their immediate needs. Most vendors in this area were low-tier cultivators, but they maintained their pride, rarely stooping to shout like commoners. Who would have thought that Qin Fan would suddenly appear with such a proclamation? Of course, the focus was on the fact that the porcelain factory had closed down, and the owner had fled with his sister-in-law. This gossip, regardless of the era or whether among mortals or cultivators, has always been a topic of interest. However, since it was Qin Fan's first time setting up a stall, no one recognized him, so they hesitated to approach, watching from a distance, uncertain if it was a trap. Once Qin Fan finished setting up, he sat down on the ground nearby to eat that moment. Two elegantly dressed and beautiful women strolled into Shuimin Street. Both women were mortals, yet they walked with confidence, unbothered by their surroundings. They each had secured husbands at the mid-chi refining stage, which gave them a sense of assurance. Xiaofeng, "The wooden bathtub I bought last time was flimsy and broke," complained the woman in the green dress to her companion in the crimson dress. The woman in the crimson dress giggled. "Xiaoqing, how many bathtubs have you bought by now? Have any of them lasted more than half a month? Are you practicing your technique in there?" Xiaoqing playfully nudged her friend, her eyes sparkling. "It's not my fault. My husband just loves to connect with me in the bathtub." Hearing this, the woman in the crimson dress feigned exasperation and retorted, "My husband enjoys connecting with me in the kitchen, and every time, he breaks countless dishes." Sigh. Realizing that her friend was onto her intentions of showing off, Xiaoqing giggled and stopped her display. Suddenly, they heard the loudspeaker's announcement about bathtubs and dishes. Bathtubs? Dishes? The two women exchanged glances. "Let us go take a look." They approached Qin Fan's stall, and Xiaoqing immediately locked her eyes on the bathtub, which measured an impressive 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. She pointed at it, asking, "Fellow cultivator, what is this? It's so large. It seems like a bed." "This is not a bed. It is a bathtub that I crafted myself. You can bathe in it," Qin Fan explained. Xiaoqing was astonished at seeing a bathtub that felt cool to the touch and looked exquisite. In this hot weather, bathing in this should be quite refreshing, but I wonder if it's sturdy. Chapter 13. 3 people can bathe together. Is it sturdy? Xiaoqing inquired. Qin Fan smiled reassuringly. Absolutely sturdy. He invited both women to jump inside. While Xiaoqing had previously been showing off her affections, her bathtub had indeed broken, necessitating a new purchase. The bathtub before her was a fresh design she had never encountered before, appearing far more luxurious than any she had previously used. Most importantly, it was spacious enough for 3 people to bathe together without issue. Without hesitation, she pulled Xiaofeng into the bathtub with her. Observing that both women were mortals, Qin Fan had no concerns about them bouncing around inside. His crafted bathtub would withstand their antics. Indeed, the 2 women jumped around for quite some time, and the bathtub remained steady without any sign of instability or damage. Xiaoqing was highly satisfied, but then she considered an essential aspect and asked Qin Fan, "Is it waterproof?" "For bathing, that is a must. That is a given." Qin Fan replied with a smile. He then had the 2 women exit and poured a bucket of free water he had collected on the way to the market into the bathtub. Using his spiritual power, he lifted the bathtub and shook it side to side, demonstrating that not a single drop of water leaked out. The bathtub's interior was exceptionally smooth, creating a unique beauty as the water rippled. Additionally, the bathtub had a special feature. Placing a spirit crystal in designated spots would release bubbles with a massage effect, and the water inside would retain its warmth, ensuring it didn't cool down from prolonged bathing. As he spoke, Qin Fan placed a spirit crystal and pressed a button on the bathtub, causing 8 spots to emit bubbles, creating a delightful visual display. Xiaoqing was thoroughly impressed. Feigning indifference, she then asked, "How much is it?" Qin Fan set the bathtub down, smiling as he replied, "It costs only 50 spirit crystals." Since these were ordinary household items, the prices were low, and they were all priced in spirit crystals. 100 spirit crystals equated to a low-grade spirit stone. Upon hearing this, Shaoqing quickly fished out 50 spirit crystals from her possession and handed them to Qin Fan, saying with a grin, "I'll take this." Eager not to miss out on the purchase, she placed the bathtub into her small spatial pouch. Although Xiaofeng admired the bathtub, being dependent on her husband, she refrained from spending money unnecessarily, merely glancing at the bathtub before turning her attention to the shelves displaying dishes. Qin Fan crafted an array of exquisite dishes, featuring both traditional porcelain and contemporary dazzling porcelain styles. Among the porcelain selections, he chose the most classic blue and white porcelain and palace porcelain, maintaining a harmonious design throughout. The dazzling porcelain styles included the trendy and vibrant cool-colored porcelain, characterized by vivid hues and diverse shapes, such as heart-shaped plates, flower-shaped dishes, beer mugs, fish-shaped plates, and bear-shaped plates. Indeed, when Xiao Feng laid eyes on these tableware items, her eyes sparkled with delight, unable to look away. They were simply stunning, so novel and unique, especially the heart-shaped dishes and bowls that captivated her. Furthermore, there was a plethora of colors to choose from: quartz pink, cherry blossom pink, cherry red, azure green, mint green, violet, sky blue, and goose yellow, each shade beautifully blended and undeniably sophisticated. "Boss, how much are these porcelain items?" she inquired, feeling incredibly fortunate to have stumbled upon such a chic and high-end stall. Qin Fan noticed her admiration and was well aware that women tended to gravitate towards such items, especially since they were immensely popular in modern times. Moreover, the finished products he personally crafted were even more exquisite than those from his future. That he smiled and remarked, "Each item has a price tag affixed to its base, so feel free to choose at your leisure." Xiao Feng eagerly picked up a pink heart bowl and examined the price at the bottom, which read 5 spirit crystals. The price was indeed steep. Ordinary dishes could be purchased with mere mortal silver, while 1,000 taels of gold could only be exchanged for a single spirit crystal. That it was evident that these dishes were truly expensive. "My dear friend," Qin Fan continued, "all the bowls and dishes I sell possess thermal insulation properties, ensuring the food remains at an appropriate temperature for consumption. You need not worry about your meal cooling off in winter. After all, these items were forged using genuine fire, making them incomparable to ordinary goods." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng hesitated no longer and selected her favorites. However, due to the exorbitant prices, despite her interest in numerous dishes, she ultimately settled on just one low-grade spirit stone bowl. As she prepared to leave, she cast a longing glance at the dishes she had not purchased, silently vowing, "Next time, I'll save up to take you home." While Shaoqing and Xiao Feng were purchasing bathtubs and tableware, many onlookers, predominantly women, congregated around them. A significant number were deterred by the high prices, while a few with a bit of extra funds mustered the courage to buy some items. Observing the increasing crowd of female cultivators drawn to the bathtubs and dishes, Qin Fan couldn't help but chuckle resignedly. It seemed that, regardless of the era, women's money was easier to earn. By the end of the day, aside from the sword that remained unsold, Qin Fan had sold out all the bowls, dishes, and bathtubs he had brought. There were even female cultivators intrigued by the novelty of his selling horn, wishing to purchase it for home use, but Qin Fan declined. Such items were competitors. If other stall owners discovered the mechanics of the horn, they might each procure one to endlessly broadcast advertisements, thus diminishing his advantage. After tidying up his stall, Qin Fan meticulously calculated his earnings for the day, having made a profit of 20 low-grade spirit stones. Though the prices of the bowls and bathtubs were modest, they accumulated significantly. One could not help but admire the formidable purchasing power of women. With the stall cleaned up and the sun still setting, Qin Fan ventured to procure some easy-to-grow spirit vegetable seeds and a few young rabbits, which could later provide meat. The vendor assured him that the spirit vegetable seeds could be harvested within a week. Upon returning home, Qin Fan intended to share his day's accomplishments with Su Hongyue, only to find her absent. After searching, he discovered her not far from the house, diligently cultivating the land and transforming the vacant plot into fields. At that moment, the sun was setting, and Su Hongyue stood amid the neatly tilled earth, captivating Qin Fan with a vision of pastoral beauty reminiscent of the idyllic sunset. "Wife," he couldn't help but call out. Chapter 14. The ancestral manuscript. Su Hongyue turned to see Qin Fan approaching, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her exquisite face, flushed from her labor, resembled a tempting red apple. Unable to resist, Qin Fan swiftly pressed a kiss to her cheek, leaving her momentarily stunned. At that moment, his strength surpassed hers, and she was caught off guard by his unexpected affection. Had it been in the past, when Su Hongyue was at the mid-stage of her golden core cultivation, such an advance would have been impossible. "Forgive me, you were just too beautiful. I couldn't help myself," Qin Fan confessed, surprised by his own boldness, feeling a mix of luck and mischief at her diminished cultivation level. To divert her attention from the kiss, Qin Fan smiled and inquired about her efforts in the fields. "Did you till all this land?" "What else could it be?" she replied, somewhat irritated. The audacious kiss had ignited a flicker of desire within her, compelling her to suppress her impulses. Qin Fan chuckled sheepishly and remarked, "What inspired you to cultivate the fields?" He couldn't help but admire her meticulous work. Each plot was uniformly sized and arranged, a testament to her attention to detail. Indeed, having a diligent wife at home is a blessing. Turning away to avoid his gaze, fearing she might lose control of her desires, Su Hongyue replied coolly, "I browsed through the book you brought yesterday, which mentioned that jade spirit rice can be replanted using the bamboo tubes from which it was consumed. I've planted the tubes from the jade spirit rice we've eaten over the past few days in these 2 plots. Also, when you visit the market next time, remember to buy some spirit vegetable seeds. We can grow some together." She found that engaging in tasks helped distract her from wandering thoughts and allowed her to experience a different life outside of cultivation. "I just happened to buy spirit vegetable seeds today," Qin Fan replied, "and I also acquired a batch of young rabbits to raise at home. However, dear wife, given your condition, it would be unwise to engage in such laborious tasks. Let's leave it for next time. This is nothing. I can cast a few spells to manage it without exerting myself. Besides, staying busy keeps boredom at bay." Since reading the ancestral manuscript, her mind occasionally drifted to the images from the pages, leading to distracting thoughts. To combat this, she decided to immerse herself in work, particularly after noticing the agricultural books Qin Fan had brought. Qin Fan considered her words and recognized the validity of her perspective. Cultivators experience pregnancy differently than ordinary people, and given that Su Hongyue was already 2 months along, her pregnancy was stable. Engaging in light tasks might even alleviate her fatigue. Chapter 15. Daily exchanges. He nodded, retrieving the spirit vegetable seeds he had purchased that day to show Su Hongyue. "This is my first time buying. I'm uncertain if you'll enjoy these vegetables. They are quick growing, and the vendor mentioned we could harvest them in a week." As he released the young rabbits from their pouch, they immediately bounded around the yard, their energetic movements bringing life to the space. Su Hongyue observed the 40 or so rabbits, their lively presence filling the atmosphere with vitality. However, she was aware that these spirit beasts were not inexpensive, and wondered if Qin Fan was running low on spirit stones. Without answering him directly, she countered, "How much did these rabbits cost?" "Not much. Just 10 low-grade spirit stones," Qin Fan replied with a smile. "They'll eat the grass we have in abundance here, making their upkeep virtually cost-free. A mature rabbit's meat fetches 5 low-grade spirit stones." He continued to explain how he had earned 20 low-grade spirit stones that day through his sales. Su Hongyue listened intently as Qin Fan detailed his expenditures on crafting materials and stall fees, never displaying impatience. She calculated that he indeed made a profit, then asked, "Did you sell the items you crafted previously?" "Yes, and they sold like hotcakes. Everything I took to the market today was sold out," Qin Fan replied with pride. "Sold out?" Su Hongyue exclaimed in surprise. She had initially believed that the daily necessities he crafted would not attract any buyers. Yet he had managed to sell them and earn spirit stones. After all, frugal cultivators often preferred to purchase cheap items from the mortal realm rather than spend spirit stones on such goods. Indeed, Qin Fan affirmed with a smile. "What about the sword you were working on over the past couple of days? Did you sell it?" Qin Fan shook his head. "Would you like to see it?" He retrieved the black gold sword and presented it to Su Hongyue. Upon examining the sword, she was slightly taken aback to find 2 inscriptions successfully etched onto its surface, which could be activated with a mere flicker of spiritual energy. "Did you inscribe these?" she asked, astonished. "Yes," Qin Fan replied. "I found a beginner's book on inscriptions among the materials I bought, and after a brief study, I decided to give it a try when I crafted this sword. To my surprise, it worked perfectly on the first attempt." Su Hongyue was momentarily stunned. Although she had no expertise in crafting, she knew that inscribing a magical item typically required the skill of a specialized inscription master. The fact that Qin Fan not only succeeded but did so on his first attempt left her utterly impressed. It was worth noting that her own primary magical tool, the pure sword, had faced 2 failed attempts before the inscription was successfully completed on the 3rd try. However, her magical tool was of superior quality, and inscribing even the simplest of inscriptions was far more challenging compared to ordinary items. She had never anticipated that Qin Fan possessed not only a deeper understanding of swordsmanship than her own, but also a natural talent for inscriptions. He truly is remarkable, she mused, pondering whether he was genuinely just a 5th-level Qi cultivator with 4 spirit roots. She utilized a secret technique to assess him again, confirming the truth of her observations before retracting the technique. Though Qin Fan's potential might be slightly lacking, his path in crafting and inscriptions was promising. Given his talent for inscriptions, it seemed likely that he could break through to the foundation establishment stage and live for 200 to 300 years without issue. Indeed, you should pursue the path of an inscription master with diligence, Su Hongyue encouraged, handing the black gold sword back to Qin Fan as she suggested it was time to head home. Upon returning, Su Hongyue went directly to her chamber, not engaging in further conversation with Qin Fan, as she needed to suppress the fiery sensations that had recently surged within her. Qin Fan, as usual, entered the kitchen he had repaired to prepare dinner. During the meal, Su Hongyue had returned to her usual demeanor. Typically, they shared meals in silence, but today, Qin Fan recalled the young rabbits he had brought home and initiated a conversation, asking, "How should we care for the 40 rabbits? Should I craft a cage for them?" Having no prior experience with livestock, he understood that cages were generally used for raising chickens, ducks, rabbits, and cows. "We don't need a cage. The area we've enclosed is spacious enough for them to roam freely. This will ensure the quality of their meat is firmer," Su Hongyue explained. She then presented him with the book she had consulted on raising spirit beasts, which outlined methods for managing these animals and assured him that they wouldn't stray too far and become difficult to locate. As Qin Fan perused the book, he found the instructions to be quite similar to modern practices. For instance, when calling for chickens and ducks at dusk, farmers would shout a few times from the field to gather them back home. However, here, the method was even simpler, requiring only a small spell to draw the scattered rabbits together. Having experienced 3 moments of enlightenment, Qin Fan's cognitive abilities had evolved, allowing him to comprehend and understand the straightforward agricultural text with ease. As they dined, they exchanged thoughts on farming matters, creating a lighter and more relaxed atmosphere than usual, with a warm and gentle ambience enveloping the courtyard. After dinner, Qin Fan cleaned up and continued crafting magical items in the yard, while Su Hongyue observed him for a time before retreating to her chamber to meditate. It is often said that there is a certain charm to a man who is dedicated to his work, and as Su Hongyue meditated, images of Qin Fan diligently crafting magical items filled her mind, stirring her emotions. Eventually, she opened her eyes and approached the window, where she caught sight of Qin Fan, absorbed in his work, surrounded by a gentle white glow. Chapter 16. The strapping young man. After preparing the water, she undressed and stepped into the bathtub. Lying back, she savored the warmth of the water, closing her eyes as she gently caressed her belly, feeling the faint discomfort within. She had never envisioned nurturing life within her, having been solely focused on her cultivation. Yet now, she sensed a living presence, causing her heart to stir with excitement. Gradually relaxing her body, she embraced the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, she felt a gentle, undulating sensation, prompting her to furrow her brow and open her eyes. To her surprise, bubbles began to rise from beneath the water, creating a gentle current that lapped against her. The force was not overwhelming. Rather, it was just right, reminiscent of Qin Fan's description of the bathtub's massage function, which could be activated with the press of a button. Turning her head, she realized that, in her state of relaxation, she had inadvertently pressed the button. After adjusting to the bubbling bath, she closed her eyes again, reflecting on how well Qin Fan understood the art of relaxation, even crafting such an impressive bathtub. As her thoughts wandered, she found herself recalling the scene from the morning in the starry forest when she had seen Qin Fan with scratches on his arms and legs. The more she reflected, the more she recognized the inappropriateness of her thoughts. She attempted to suppress them, but perhaps due to having quelled her desires multiple times that day, the warm embrace of the bath became more challenging to resist. With a sigh, she closed her beautiful eyes once more, reaching for the shower head above the tub, turning on the warm water to cascade over her. Meanwhile, Qin Fan paused his crafting in the yard, stepping over to a nearby stone table to quench his thirst with a few sips of water. His gaze was drawn irresistibly to the lit bathroom, where he knew she was bathing. Just as he thought of this, memories of that day in the starry forest resurfaced, along with the image of Su Hongyue's alluring figure, eye in the twilight, on the ridge of the field. He stole a kiss from her, feeling the delicate and soft sensation at that moment. During these days, Su Hongyue had occasionally appeared in his dreams. After all, he was a young man brimming with vigor, and he had tasted the sweetness of intimacy once. In reality, there was a distance between him and Su Hongyue, but in his dreams, their connection was boundless. Just as he felt himself drifting away, Qin Fan quickly tapped his forehead. Was that something he could dare to think about? Immediately, he crossed his legs and sat down, preparing to practice the heart-purifying mantra. However, just as he settled his mind, he sensed a muffled sound emanating from the bathroom, a sound that belonged to Su Hongyue. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. In this modern era, he was quite the homebody, with many textbooks and discs on his computer. Thus, he naturally understood the implications of the sounds Su Hongyue made. It seemed they were both rushing towards the same destination. Qin Fan's gaze burned with intensity as he looked in the direction of the bathroom. In truth, he was both excited and anxious. He had not forgotten the speed at which Su Hongyue had taken him flying on her sword when they arrived at Qingzhou Fong, nor the ferocity with which she had slain a high-level monster with a single strike. Although Su Hongyue's cultivation had now fallen to the first layer of qi training, he was uncertain whether she could restore her golden core strength at will. For the sake of his own life, it was best to maintain restraint. Retracting his gaze, he resolved to find another place to refine his tools. Otherwise, continuing here would undoubtedly disturb his Tao heart. Yet, just as he finished organizing the materials for refining, a noise came from the direction of the bathroom. His wife was in trouble. It was time for him to rise as a valiant husband. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the bathroom, shedding his shirt as he ran. On such a hot day, a bit of bravado was only reasonable, right? Recklessly pushing open the bathroom door, Qin Fan declared, "Wife, is there a poisonous insect scaring you? I shall catch it for you at once." How dare they bully his wife? He would split even a worm in half. "Get out," Su Hongyue whispered. She had been focused on her task when suddenly, a flash before her eyes resembled a small white snake in the water, startling her into an involuntary exclamation. Upon a careful glance, she realized it was merely a bubble forming a snake-like shape. Little did she expect Qin Fan to burst in at that moment. Embarrassment and anger flooded her, especially as Qin Fan stood there bare-shouldered. An utterly tempting sight. "You're all right? Then I shall take my leave. If you need anything, just call for me, and I shall come at once." With that, Qin Fan did not leave immediately. Instead, he used his spiritual energy to scan the entire bathroom for any poisonous insects. When he caught sight of the scene beneath the bubbling water in the bathtub, he inhaled deeply before turning to leave. Later that night, as midnight approached, Qin Fan lay in bed, ready to drift into dreams, anticipating an extraordinary night ahead. Suddenly, he felt a weight pressing down on him and opened his eyes to find himself gazing into a pair of beautiful eyes illuminated by the soft moonlight. In those eyes, there was a mixture of madness and struggle. The owner of those captivating eyes was none other than Su Hongyue. As their eyes locked, the struggle within her gaze vanished entirely. Su Hongyue captured his lips with hers. The two qi training cultivators exchanged their Tao, and just when Qin Fan finally took control, Su Hongyue suddenly bit down on his shoulder. "No? Let me go." "Are you sure?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Su Hongyue kissed him again. Qin Fan felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, a woman's body often spoke more truthfully than her words. Just as they were about to indulge, the woman in his arms suddenly pushed him away and escaped through the window. Watching Su Hongyue flee, Qin Fan touched his lips, bemused. She had been so hesitant to run away after kissing him without a moment's pause. The Empress was becoming increasingly intriguing, revealing such a coy side. If she desired him so ardently, she should simply say so. Next time, he would feign sleep, allowing her to do as she wished. Although he hadn't truly entered the door this time, he would surely do so in the future. The following day, Qin Fan rose early, and when breakfast was ready, Su Hongyue still had not emerged. He called for her outside her room, but there was no response. However, he knew she was inside and awake. Remembering last night's events, he guessed she might be feeling shy. There had clearly been something off about her last night, but since she didn't speak of it, he refrained from asking, He wondered if she had been awakened to her desires after experiencing intimacy, unable to contain herself upon seeing a robust young man like him. After breakfast, Qin Fan noticed Su Hongyue still hadn't come out. He called out, "Wife, I've left some food for you on the stove. Kept warm. If you're hungry, go eat. I'm heading out to refine tools." With that, he took his materials and left. When he returned around noon, he discovered the food was gone and smiled as expected. This girl was too bashful to face him. What was there to be shy about? He had seen her body countless times. Lunch and dinner proceeded in the same silent agreement between them for 3 consecutive days. While passing through the fields, he saw that spiritual vegetable seeds had already been sown, indicating that Su Hongyue hadn't been cooped up in her room all along, which reassured him. Late at night, Qin Fan suddenly sensed something amiss. A figure appeared by the window. Gradually, the figure approached his bedside. This time, he kept his eyes closed, pretending to sleep, for he knew the visitor was Su Hongyue. Her unique fragrance was unmistakable to him. After 3 days without seeing her, he had to admit he missed her quite a bit. It seemed she too was unable to resist the urge. At midnight, he began to feign gentle snores, rubbed his face, and unintentionally pulled down the shoulder of his nightclothes, turning to continue his active sleep. Soon enough, he felt a cold little body wrapping around him. Had this girl just come from a cold bath? Why was she so cold and wet? He felt a bit concerned for his own well-being. After a moment, Qin Fan sat up, glanced at his own state, and then looked toward the direction in which Su Hongyue had fled through the window. Resolved to enter the door next time, he couldn't help but think Su Hongyue was acting a bit strangely. She hadn't been like this 2 months ago. Why was she so insatiable these past few days? He would need to ask her about it. If treating her condition required his body, he would agree without hesitation. The next day, Qin Fan rose early and successfully refined the 3rd magical weapon, the red flame sword. He began producing bathtubs, toilets, dishes, and other daily necessities in bulk. After lunch, he headed out to the market to set up a stall, keeping in mind the procurement tasks at hand. Given Su Hongyue's recent unusual behavior, he decided to add some cooling spiritual vegetables to his shopping list, such as cucumbers, eggplants, and bananas. Once Su Hongyue sensed that Qin Fan had left, she emerged from her room. Her exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue, her brows hinting at an enchanting allure, embodying both purity and grace. Then, her storage bag emitted a soft white glow as she retrieved a communication talisman, revealing a call from her friend, Qin Fan. After taking 5 seconds to compose herself, she answered the call. Yeah, I just returned to the sect and heard you went out to hone your skills. You're going to be away for a whole year? Where are you training? Why didn't you bring me along? Even though I'm in the mid-stage of the Golden Core, I can still help carry things and wield a sword." As her chatty friend rambled on, Su Hongyue had grown accustomed to tuning her out, her thoughts wandering elsewhere. For instance, she wondered about Qin Fan's safety, whether he was overthinking things, and if he might mistakenly believe she was a demoness. Hey, yeah, where did your mind wander off to? At least show some respect and pretend to agree with me. Have you finished? If so, I'm hanging up. Don't. Where exactly did you go? Don't think you can deceive Uncle Su and Aunt Su. And get away with it. You're acting a bit strange. What is strange about me? You're acting very strangely. Just tell me what you're doing, Qin Fan insisted, staring at the beautiful girl on the screen. When Su Hongyue remained silent, she escalated her tactics. If you don't tell me, I'll report to Uncle Su and Aunt Su that you're in love. Su Hongyue was speechless. Suddenly, she thought of Qin Fan's remarkable inscription talent. Moreover, knowing her friend's character, she realized Qin Fan could indeed follow through on such absurd threats. If her parents were led to believe she was infatuated, they might call her back. She glanced down at her slightly rounded belly. Knowing that would be impossible to hide, it would mean that Qin Fan would die. She didn't want Qin Fan to die. Find a quiet place where no one else is around. Activate the soundproof and defensive barriers, Su Hongyue instructed after coming to a realization. Though her friend could be unreliable at times, she was trustworthy when it came to keeping promises. Plus, with her current condition and her cultivation suppressed to the first layer of Qi training, it would be inconvenient for her to go out. Anything she needed that Qin Fan couldn't procure, she could have Qin Fan buy. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan grinned. I activated the soundproof and defensive barriers when I contacted you. So don't worry. Our conversation is secure. Go on, tell me what is going on. Now, her curiosity was piqued, and she felt a hint of anticipation, wondering if Su Hongyue truly had fallen for someone and done something outrageous. After all, Su Hongyue had always been the epitome of virtue. Su Hongyue positioned the communication talisman in front of her belly, revealing her slightly protruding abdomen. The sight left Chen Xianyue utterly stunned. What? Yeah, you've gained weight? After pondering for a while, she could only muster that one sentence. She recalled a time when she had indulged in spiritual beast meat, reaching 130 pounds, and how her belly would protrude even when wearing a dress. It was a chapter of her life she wished to forget. Now, seeing Su Hongyue, who had always been the picture of beauty, was also gaining weight. Suddenly, she felt a laugh bubbling up. Yeah, I thought something serious had happened. Turns out you've just put on some weight. I have experience in losing weight, so don't worry. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Your face hasn't changed at all. It looks the same as before. When she had gained weight, her face had developed 3 chins. Su Hongyue repositioned the talisman, saying, I'm 2 months pregnant. The revelation struck like lightning, leaving Chen Xianyue dumbfounded. What? Pregnant? She forced herself to suppress the scream that threatened to escape her lips. Chapter 18. Shock. Holy Maiden, you're expecting 5. Su Hongyue succinctly explained the circumstances surrounding her pregnancy to Chen Xianyue. Upon hearing the details, Chen Xianyue's expression turned complex, first shock, then joy, followed by intense conflict. The shock stemmed from the fact that the father of the child was merely a mid-stage Qi cultivator with a pseudo-spiritual root. This was utterly incompatible with Su Hongyue, who possessed the top-tier dual spiritual roots of thunder and fire, and had the potential for a spiritual body. Most importantly, as the holy maiden of the Lan Yue Sect, she could either remain unmarried or marry the holy son of the sect. With Qin Fan's mixed spiritual root, he was unworthy not only to be the holy son, but even to be his shoe-bearer. It was no wonder her friend wanted to hide away to nurture her pregnancy. If the members of the Lan Yue Sect learned of this, Qin Fan would be hunted down by the entire sect. The joy came from the unexpected news that Su Hongyue, already at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, was pregnant with quintuplets. This was blindingly astonishing to Chen Xianyue. She had never heard of a female cultivator conceiving quintuplets before. In fact, twins were a rarity. Most women were unable to conceive, and those who did usually gave birth before reaching foundation establishment. The difficulty of conceiving after foundation establishment was significantly higher, let alone at the Golden Core stage. The conflict arose from her desire for Su Hongyue to eliminate Qin Fan, fearing he would tarnish her reputation. After all, he was not only a low-tier male cultivator but also a stranger. Human hearts are the most difficult to gauge. Yet, she knew Su Hongyue had her own thoughts and was not one to heed others' advice. In fact, if she urged Su Hongyue to kill Qin Fan, it might backfire, prompting Su Hongyue to become even more attached to him. She had to meet the man who had gotten her friend into this predicament. Yeah, where are you right now? You can't go out, and I'm sure there are many things you need that you haven't bought. I'll help you get them and bring them to you. Chen Xianyue offered. Su Hongyue replied, First, help me find out what elixirs can completely eliminate the poison from the mid-stage ice-fire twin-headed python. For now, she wouldn't let Chen Xianyue meet Qin Fan, fearing her friend might harbor ill intentions toward him. She understood her friend well. Chen Xianyue was taken aback. You still haven't completely eliminated the poison from that twin-headed python. It was this damned poison that had allowed a lowly male cultivator to claim her friend's body, and now she was expected to bear his children. Why yes, Su Hongyue nodded. She then discussed the ice-fire twin-headed python with Chen Xianyue, providing various analyses and asking her to look into it. She also shared her suspicions about the creature, requesting that Chen Xianyue send someone to investigate secretly within the Lan Yue Sect. Finally, she instructed Chen Xianyue to attend an auction to bid on several high-level refining manuals, inscription scrolls, and inscription pens. If there were rare inscriptions, she should secure them without worrying about the price. Understood, Chen Xianyue noted, but then she hesitated and asked, Yeah, you don't refine tools or inscribe, so why do you need these items? Su Hongyue replied, I've recently developed an interest in refining and inscribing. Now, my little one is getting a bit restless. I need to sleep. I'm hanging up. With that, Su Hongyue ended the call. Naturally, she wouldn't disclose to Chen Xianyue that these items were meant specifically for Qin Fan. Otherwise, Chen Xianyue would never agree to help her purchase them. After hanging up, Chen Xianyue felt increasingly uneasy. She began pacing her room in frustration. Damn, this is so unfair. Yaya has always walked the righteous path, never strayed from the rules, and never committed any heinous acts. Why is this happening to her? Why must she be bound to a lowly male cultivator for life? Yeya is meant to achieve enlightenment and ascend. Damn it. This Qin Fan must be up to no good. He might be in league with the one who harmed Yeya. First letting her fall victim to the twin-headed python S-poison, and then using some secret method to make her pregnant with quintuplets. This is clearly an attempt to use children to bind Yeya. How despicable. How vile. Qin Fan, you better not let me catch you. After a flurry of curses, Lan Yue Sect finally removed the defensive and soundproof barriers, preparing to investigate the means to cure Su Hongyue's poisoning. Just then, her female sword attendant entered the room. Master, the new bathtub you requested is ready for you. This time, you will absolutely adore it. It is novel and unlike any bathtub previously seen in the realm of cultivation. Oh, with a flick of the sword attendant's hand, the bathtub materialized in the room. This bathtub is indeed the one sold by Qin Fan. Qin Fan, who is usually playful and fond of innovative items, found herself momentarily surprised by the sight of this white, uniquely designed bathtub, despite her current distraction due to Su Hongyue's matter. Master, this bathtub, known as AU Gang, was crafted by a renowned artifact smith. It not only maintains a constant temperature for bathing, but also provides a massage feature. Observed as the sword attendant filled the bathtub with a large bucket of water and activated it by pressing a button. 8 silver apparatuses at the bottom began to move, releasing a flurry of beautiful bubbles. Instantly, her sour mood lifted slightly. Chushu, you did well this time. Place this bathtub in my bathing room. I wish to soak immediately. Lan Yue declared. Understood, master. Before long, Lan Yue found herself enveloped in the warm water of the bathtub. How delightful! She pressed a button on the tub, and the bubbles created by the water began to gently massage her. She was taken aback, her body tensing momentarily. Gradually, as if surrendering to the sensation, she relaxed. This bathtub's functions are indeed remarkable, so soothing. Chushu had mentioned that turning the knob in this direction would increase the massage intensity, making the bubbles more vigorous. As she slowly twisted the knob, her exquisite face, only slightly less beautiful than Su Hongyue's, gradually flushed with a rosy hue amidst the mist. Finally, she turned the knob to its maximum setting. At that moment, with the strongest massage pressure, she gripped the bathtub tightly, biting her lip, her enchanting face reflecting an expression of endurance. Half an hour later, she gazed in astonishment at her reflection in the mirror, her features exuding irresistible charm. I merely took a bath, and the massage intensity was slightly heightened, yet it seems to have awakened my alluring physique. After composing herself, she called for Chushu. Upon seeing Lan Yue, Chushu was momentarily taken aback, but then, recalling something, immediately prostrated on the ground, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Miss! You have finally activated your alluring physique." Qin Fan waved her hand, saying, "Do not make a fuss. This bathtub is intriguing. Go and invite the artifact smith who crafted it to our Lan Yue Sect." Chapter 19. Qin Fan. Meanwhile, Qin Fan made his way to Qingzhou Square, where he coincidentally encountered Feng Hua, the one who had previously sold him jade spirit rice. Feng Daoist, Qin Fan greeted with a smile. Feng Hua, upon spotting Qin Fan, beamed with delight, though his legs trembled as he walked, appearing even more fatigued than a few days prior. Qin Daoist, you have come to the market quite early today. Yes, I plan to sell some items. Qin Fan replied. Seems you have been living quite lavishly lately. Feng Daoist, haha, indulging in the company of beautiful women. Isn't that what one calls living lavishly? I must tell you, the ladies at Miaoyin Pavilion are simply. Just having left the pavilion, he lamented that he would not have wished to leave if not for running out of money. Qin Fan raised his hand, saying, Hold on, Feng Daoist, I don't have the spirit stones to indulge in such high-end establishments. However, I have a profitable opportunity here. Would you be interested? Feng Hua's dull eyes brightened, and he clapped Qin Fan on the shoulder, saying, Come, Qin Daoist, let's discuss this. After a brief conversation, Qin Fan and Feng Hua parted ways, and he continued toward his stall at Watergate Street. Soon, he arrived at his designated spot. Before he could set up, a vendor selling spirit beast meat approached him with a smile. Qin Daoist, are you here to set up your stall? This is fresh tiger demon meat I've just slain. Take some to try. If you find it delicious, perhaps you can support my business next time. The vendor introduced himself as Feng Yuan, specializing in the trade of spirit beast meat. He assured Qin Fan that all his meat was healthy, non-toxic, and of superior quality. Accepting the tiger demon meat, Qin Fan smiled and replied, Thank you, Feng Daoist. This was the first vendor to offer him a welcoming gift since he began setting up shop here. It appeared that this particular vendor had recently rented a stall, as he had not seen this spirit beast meat vendor during his previous 2 months of shopping at Watergate Street. As for the quality of the meat, he would assess it after returning home. After Fang Yuan departed, the other vendors did not approach Qin Fan, but the vendor who had sold him crafting materials previously shook his head upon seeing Qin Fan set up. Internally, he thought, what a shame for a capable artifact smith to stray from legitimate craftsmanship and instead cater to frivolous whims, creating trinkets of no practical use. He has no future in the craft. As Qin Fan began to set up his stall, arranging his wares, he placed the black gold knife prominently at the front. Although selling dishes and such could yield some spirit crystals, the profit from selling magic artifacts was significantly higher. After positioning the artifacts, he proceeded to display bowls, the bathtub, and toilets. Before he could even begin advertising, a female customer rushed over, exclaiming, "Seller, you finally set up. I've come to the market every day just to buy a bathtub from you. This bathtub is 50 spirit crystals, right? Here are 50 spirit crystals. I'll take the bathtub." The woman spoke rapidly, hoisting the bathtub and dashing away, as if fearing she would miss her chance. Watching the retreating figure of the woman and the spirit crystals on his table, Qin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Women's money is indeed easy to earn. After securing the spirit crystals, his gaze returned to the black gold knife. Today, you too must help me earn some money. As Qin Fan set up, more and more female customers arrived to purchase bowls, toilets, or bathtubs, eventually crowding his stall. Some even began to quarrel over their preferred colors of dishes. Fortunately, there were magical barriers in place. And as soon as two individuals clashed, an invisible force separated them. Qin Fan smiled as he resolved these minor disputes. Once everything was sold out, the customers were reluctant to leave, eagerly inquiring when he would craft their desired styles of bowls and dishes, and when he would be back to set up again. Qin Fan took out a notebook and pen from his bag, announcing loudly, "Everyone, please don't rush. You will certainly be able to purchase what you desire. I am now accepting custom orders. You can register your request with me and pay a portion of the deposit. Next time I set up, I will prioritize your custom orders." The female customers instantly cheered. "All right, Boss Qin, I want. Boss Qin, I want." Each called out their desires. Qin Fan raised his hand, smiling broadly as he called out, "Everyone, please line up. One at a time for registration. No need to rush. I will make sure to register you all." The concept of lining up left the women, unaccustomed to such shopping etiquette, momentarily bewildered. However, under Qin Fan's guidance, a long queue quickly formed at the entrance of his stall, stretching almost to the end of Watergate Street, drawing much attention. Even the vendor who had previously sold crafting materials to Qin Fan could not help but feel envious. Yet, upon recalling the low prices of Qin Fan's items, he muttered bitterly, "What is there to show off about selling cheap goods? Why make such a fuss over customers lining up?" Many vendors on the same street shared similar feelings of envy. However, there were exceptions. The surge of customers attracted by Qin Fan's stall meant that many would also purchase daily necessities while waiting in line, much to the delight of those vendors. They wished for Qin Fan to keep the queue going as long as possible. Sitting beneath a banyan tree on a large millstone, Manager Fan observed the scene from afar, his gaze landing on Qin Fan, who was busy taking customer registrations. "This young man is quite interesting," he remarked, back at Qin Fan's stall. As he finished registering the customers and the crowd showed no signs of dispersing, a voice suddenly rang out. "This knife bears complete ice-breaking and whirlwind inscriptions. Qin boss, how much for this knife? I will buy it." The crowd turned to see Fang Hua, who had raised his voice. Before Qin Fan could respond, a stout figure rushed over, snatching the black gold knife from Fang Hua's grasp. Stating, "Qin Daoist, I will buy this knife. Name your price." Fang Hua's face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? I saw this knife first and asked for the price first. How can you just take it?" The stout male cultivator shot him a disdainful glance, responding, "Did you pay with spirit stones? You haven't bought it yet, so this knife is still for sale. Why shouldn't I be able to buy it? Don't say I'm bullying you. Qin boss, set a base price. Then, this gentleman and I will bid against each other. Whoever offers the highest price gets the knife. That should be fair enough." Chapter 20. An exorbitantly priced first-order magic artifact. Fang Hua raised his neck and shouted, "Let the bidding begin." Their loud voices attracted the attention of several male cultivators who had been idly watching the beautiful women nearby. Today, Qin Fan's stall was particularly crowded with female customers, and the sight of beautiful women drew many male cultivators over. They were not interested in the dishes and other items, but were keen on the magic artifacts. Seeing the two men engaged in a bidding war only heightened their excitement, as it allowed them to observe the beautiful women up close without reservation. Among them was a somewhat affluent male cultivator in green attire who, without even glancing at what Feng Hua and the stout cultivator were bidding on, shouted, just in time, "I need a magic artifact as well. Qin boss, set a base price. I want to join in the bidding." In the presence of beautiful women, some male cultivators would act extravagantly, even pretending to be wealthier than they were. Following this man's call, 7 or 8 others joined in, eager to participate in the bidding. The scene at Qin Fan's stall was lively. Qin Fan retrieved the black gold knife and showcased it to the crowd. Smiling as he announced, "This knife is called the black gold knife. Although it is merely a first-order magic artifact, I have inscribed it with ice-breaking and whirlwind inscriptions, along with a dust-proof inscription for regular maintenance. Allow me to demonstrate. Watch closely before deciding whether to bid with that." He produced a large trial stone he had prepared in advance. Channeling a freezing spell, he quickly covered the stone in ice. Holding the black gold knife, he infused it with spiritual energy, activating the ice-breaking inscription. With a single swing, a gust of grayish-white wind surged toward the frozen stone, accompanied by a whistling sound and an intense chill that enveloped the area. Those nearby immediately felt the temperature drop and hastily activated their protective barriers. With a resounding crack, the ice-covered stone shattered. Next, Qin Fan took another trial stone to test the whirlwind inscription. After the demonstration, he addressed the crowd. "This first-order black gold knife starts at an opening bid of 5 medium spirit stones. While a regular first-order magic artifact could be purchased for a few dozen lower spirit stones, this one, inscribed with 2 attack inscriptions, was significantly more valuable, far exceeding a mere doubling in price." As soon as Qin Fan finished speaking, Feng Hua raised his hand, calling out, "I bid 6. He felt a pang of anxiety, as he didn't possess that much money, but he maintained a defiant demeanor, glaring provocatively at the stout male cultivator. The stout cultivator smirked dismissively, then calmly raised his hand, saying, 8 medium spirit stones." The crowd gasped collectively. A single medium spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 lower spirit stones. For early-stage Qi refiners, possessing even 1 lower spirit stone was considered quite fortunate. The presence of medium spirit stones in this bidding war fascinated many early-stage Qi refiners and even mortals, who were thrilled to witness such extravagance. Although they couldn't afford to participate, they enjoyed watching the wealthy spend freely. Even several female cultivators cast admiring glances at Qin Fan. Their interest piqued. Initially, they regarded him as just an ordinary male cultivator skilled in crafting daily necessities. Despite his mid-stage Qi refining status, however, they now realized that he not only crafted artifacts, but also inscribed powerful runes upon them. A magic artifact inscribed with 2 runes could sell for several medium spirit stones. 10 medium spirit stones. A male cultivator in a white robe exclaimed. Point 11. The green-clad male immediately countered. Point 12. The white-robed cultivator continued. Point 13. The green-clad male gritted his teeth, adding, "My sister-in-law's Greytan's husband is an esteemed guest at the treasure pavilion." Qin Fan recognized that the green-clad cultivator was trying to leverage connections to intimidate others, though he felt the relationship was a bit far-fetched. Nevertheless, selling for 13 medium spirit stones had far surpassed his expectations. Not bad, not bad. The name Treasure Pavilion sounded familiar. He suddenly recalled that it was a place frequented by the original story's protagonist, Lan Yue, for purchasing and selling treasures. To his surprise, the Treasure Pavilion had already existed 500 years prior to his arrival. It was impressive that this shop had continuously collaborated with the protagonist throughout the narrative. Moreover, the identity of the individual behind the scenes remained a mystery even at the story's conclusion. As soon as the green-clad male made his proclamation, the white-robed male could only huff and retreat in silence. This surprised Qin Fan slightly. Who would have thought that such a tenuous connection could be wielded as leverage? He was reminded of his own wife, a mid-stage Golden Dan cultivator and the saintess of the Lan Yue Sect, destined to become the most formidable antagonist in the future. He stroked his chin, feeling an inexplicable sense of invincible confidence wash over him. Ultimately, the black gold knife was sold to the green-clad male cultivator for 13 medium spirit stones. Upon receiving the knife, he hurriedly took off. As if fearing someone would snatch it away, the white-robed male approached Qin Fan, handing him a communication talisman. Master Qin, this is my communication talisman. If you have more magic artifacts like this in the future, please contact me first that I will ensure you receive a satisfactory price. Qin Fan smiled and replied, There's no need to rush, my friend, that I still have 2 more magic artifacts, both inscribed with runes. You may take a look to see if you wish to purchase them. With a flick of his hand, the red flame sword and crescent halberd, which he had crafted over the past few days, appeared in his grasp. The 2 magic artifacts radiated a dazzling light due to the inscriptions, before the brilliance faded into calmness. Upon seeing the red flame sword, the white-robed male's eyes lit up. I bid 15 medium spirit stones for this sword. He then turned to the crowd, asking, Does anyone else wish to bid? The price of 15 medium spirit stones caused the onlookers to gasp in awe. Female cultivators gazed at Qin Fan with newfound desire, while several male cultivators scrutinized him with a hint of hostility. There were no further bids. The price had reached astronomical heights for Watergate Street. The first-tier magical artifacts can fetch such astonishing prices, leaving the stall owners and artifact refiners selling their wares envious, their eyes turning red with desire. They grit their teeth and resolve within themselves to learn inscription techniques. Even if it means impoverishing themselves, the competition is fierce. Chapter 21. Behind every successful man stands a powerful woman. In the end, the man in white robes purchased Qin Fan's crimson flame sword. Master Qin, my name is Bailey Yunlong. Let us keep in touch. After acquiring the sword, Bailey Yunlong was in high spirits and wished to befriend Qin Fan. Very well, Qin Fan replied with a smile. Bailey Yunlong. Isn't that the name of the most tragic antagonist in the original text? Upon this realization, Qin Fan's heart stirred with astonishment. What a coincidence to encounter the most unfortunate villain right here. Currently, Bailey Yunlong appeared significantly younger than when he first appeared in the original work that time. He was already the young master of the Wind Sword Sect, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, with both wife and daughter. However, the male protagonist Lan Yue possessed an overwhelming halo of destiny, attracting a plethora of stunning female cultivators, with a harem of 3,000 beauties. Among them, the most discussed pair was a mother and daughter. Both deeply infatuated with Lan Yue in a bid for favor, the daughter ultimately killed her mother. Upon learning of this, Bailey Yunlong was consumed with rage, pursuing Lan Yue for miles. But how could Bailey Yunlong, not being the destined child, compete with Lan Yue? In the end, he was obliterated by Lan Yue, his physical form shattered, with only his nascent soul escaping, leading him down a dark path of demonic cultivation to reclaim his body and seek revenge against the protagonist. He ultimately became the second greatest antagonist in the original work, second only to Lan Yue. But his fate was tragic, as he was transformed into a binding rope by Lan Yue, forced to witness the romantic entanglements between Lan Yue and his own daughter. In the end, he self-destructed his nascent soul, dissipating into nothingness. Truly the most tragic of villains, the strongest coupled with Lan Yue's hypocritical and double-standard actions, rendering him the only protagonist in the fantasy animation that incited the viewer's ire. Some viewers even showcased their writing talents, creating fanfiction that portrayed Lan Yue as the villain and Bailey Yunlong as the hero, allowing Bailey Yunlong to enact various forms of revenge against Lan Yue, garnering a wave of readers who exclaimed, "What a thrill!" He had read that fanfiction and knew that Bailey Yunlong, born of an uncherished concubine, had a mother who passed away early, leaving him with no support, and he was initially without any mutated spiritual roots, placing him in a position within the Wind Sword Sect that was even below that of an outer disciple. Now, observing Bailey Yunlong's cultivation level, he was at the same mid-stage chi refining realm as himself. It was hard to imagine that this fellow would later reverse his fortunes, mutate his spiritual roots, and cultivate unobstructed, eventually breaking through to the nascent soul realm and becoming the young master of the Wind Sword Sect 500 years later. This potential ally could be worth cultivating a friendship with. Moreover, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. After all, his own wife is the greatest antagonist in this story, a sworn enemy of Lan Yue. Bailey Daoist, may I ask if you are married? Qin Fan, recalling Bailey Yunlong's eventual tragic fate, couldn't help but express a concerned inquiry. Bailey Yunlong was taken aback, not expecting Qin Fan to pose such a question. Suddenly recalling something, he cast a peculiar glance at Qin Fan, then quickly took a couple of steps back, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Daoist Qin, I already have a fiancée. The day I establish my foundation will be the day we wed. That he wasn't attracted to men. Although this Taoist Qin was indeed exceptionally handsome, he had no interest in that. Qin Fan pretended to cough lightly to ease the awkwardness, saying, "Bailey Taoist, it seems your fiancée does not love you very much, as she insists on waiting until your foundation is established before agreeing to marry you." Bailey Yunlong was dumbfounded. He had never expected the newly acquainted Qin Fan to say such a thing. However, it seemed Qin Fan's words held some truth. He and Wang Yun had been childhood sweethearts and had pledged their engagement long ago, initially intending to marry last year. However, Wang Yun insisted on waiting until he succeeded in establishing his foundation, claiming it would allow for a more impressive wedding, but he hadn't thought much of it. But upon hearing Qin Fan's statement, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, he was certain Wang Yun loved him. He didn't want to discuss it further with Qin Fan, fearing that if the conversation continued, he might end up wanting to break up with Wang Yun. "Taoist Qin, I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave," Bailey Yunlong said, clasping his hands before hastily departing. Qin Fan watched Bailey Yunlong's retreating figure, shaking his head. He thought to himself that he should remind this cuckold king at some point in the future. After Bailey Yunlong left, other male cultivators inquired of Qin Fan whether there were any more magical artifacts inscribed with attack runes for sale. Ultimately, Qin Fan sold his third magical artifact, the half-moon halberd, for the price of 11 medium-grade spirit stones. While this price was not as high as the previous two artifacts, it far exceeded his earlier estimations. Today's profits were substantial, as he had sold 3 magical artifacts for a total of 39 medium-grade spirit stones. In addition to bowls, bathtubs, and the deposits received, culminating in a total of 39 medium-grade spirit stones and 32 low-grade spirit stones, he had made a fortune. With money in his pocket, he felt at ease. He exchanged knowing smiles with his friend Fong, who had been hired as a ruse. The outcome had been remarkably effective. However, he decided not to employ this tactic again, as he had noticed several cultivators in the crowd eyeing him as if he were a plump lamb to be slaughtered, intent on ambushing him. Recalling the high-grade talisman Su Hongyue had given him, his sense of security returned somewhat. He turned and entered the iron tent, taking out his Qianquan bag to store all the spirit stones he had earned today, hiding them securely in his undergarments. The Qingzhou workshop had prohibitions, and with the enforcement team from the Ying sect present, no bandit would dare rob within the marketplace. However, once outside Qingzhou workshop, those bandits who had fixated on him would undoubtedly strike. Before leaving Qingzhou workshop, he needed to procure some life-saving items. After some reflection, Qin Fan tidied up his belongings and prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, a stunning female cultivator from the adjacent stall approached him gracefully, her alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Taoist Qin, her voice was soft and seductive. Qin Fan felt his gaze gradually lose focus, his body stiffening. "Taoist Qin, since you have already closed your stall, would you care to join me for a cup of tea?" Just as Qin Fan was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly noticed the scene of enchanting women swirling around him shift. His mind clearing, and he became fully alert. He found that, at some point, the alluring female cultivator had reached him and was now clinging to his arm, her ample bosom pressing against him. He immediately pushed her away, stepping back a few paces and clasped his hands, saying, "Please do not jest with me. Taoist, I have a partner, and I must take my leave." With that, Qin Fan hurriedly departed, shaken. Although he had long understood that the world of cultivation was filled with all manner of cultivators, and he was aware that the female cultivators at the Miaoyin workshop practiced seductive techniques, he had witnessed such bewildering tactics in the original animation. However, experiencing it firsthand was genuinely shocking. At that moment, he had completely lost control over his body. Had it not been for the sudden coolness emanating from the high-grade talisman in his undergarments, which surged to his mind, he would have undoubtedly fallen prey to that enchanting female cultivator. What a close call. After walking a considerable distance, he quickly probed his Qianquan bag with his spiritual sense and noticed that the protective talisman within had dimmed slightly. It appeared that the protective talisman had autonomously shielded him from harm. Thankfully, he had a saintly wife backing him. Chapter 22. Too strong in that aspect. Need fire-quelling pills. Having been enchanted by the alluring female cultivator once, Qin Fan reevaluated the world of cultivation and himself. He realized that after selling all 3 magical artifacts, he had become somewhat carried away. He must remain humble and low-key. Both he and Su Hongyue were only at the qi refining stage and should avoid drawing too much attention to themselves, lest they attract unnecessary danger. Qin Fan swiftly adjusted his mindset, suppressing his aura, and promptly purchased the items on his shopping list. He then made his way to the Qinji Pavilion, a shop in Qingzhou workshops selling refining materials, pills, talismans, and magical artifacts. Previously, he had purchased refining materials at the street stall due to financial constraints. Now that he had money, he opted to buy from a reputable store, which would ensure better quality and professionalism. Additionally, transactions in a shop would attract less scrutiny, providing a safer environment. Upon arriving at Qinji Pavilion, Qin Fan first inspected refining materials. After inquiring about the prices, he purchased 10 sets of refining materials. Following his stall outing, he also acquired a week's worth of food supplies, preparing to set up his stall again in a week's time. Given the risks of being targeted by bandits each time he set up, he decided to be prudent. Young Master Qin. These 10 sets of refining materials total 1 medium-grade spirit stone, the attendant stated. This time, the quality of the refining materials was superior, as he intended to refine a first-tier medium-grade magical artifact. Previously, he had only managed to refine a first-tier low-grade artifact. Now, with his refining skill approaching 50,000, he was just a hair's breadth away from upgrading from a novice refiner to a first-tier medium-grade refiner capable of creating first-tier medium-grade artifacts. Qin Fan nodded. Good, now show me your talismans. Upon hearing this, the female attendant Su Yi's smile broadened. Certainly, young Master Qin. This way please. Su Yi led Qin Fan to the talisman section. How much for the diamond talisman? He inquired. The diamond talisman is a defensive talisman. When activated, it forms a protective barrier around the user. This is a first-tier high-grade talisman, in pristine condition, priced at 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Very well, I will take 2. Following this, Qin Fan procured several first-tier medium-grade and low-grade talismans focused on defense and speed enhancement. The medium-grade talismans were quite affordable, costing only 10 low-grade spirit stones each. After securing the talismans, he requested Su Yi to show him the inscription brushes. However, this time he did not intend to purchase. He merely wished to observe, as he could refine artifacts himself and had previously crafted his own brush, which had unfortunately broken after a few uses due to its crude construction. This time, however, he aimed to refine a first-tier high-grade artifact, necessitating a superior inscription brush. After examining a variety of brushes, Su Yi patiently answered all of Qin Fan's queries, detailing the characteristics of each brush. Qin Fan mentally noted this information and subsequently purchased materials specifically for crafting inscription brushes. Upon witnessing this, Su Yi looked at him with surprise. Could this young Master Qin not only refine artifacts but also inscribe runes? It was well known that inscribing runes on artifacts was significantly more challenging than refining them. Without talent, one could struggle to even begin. Moreover, it was an expensive endeavor, costing even more than refining artifacts. Unbeknownst to her, her attitude towards Qin Fan softened further. After selecting his items, Qin Fan asked Su Yi, Taoist, do you have any fire-quelling pills? Fire-quelling. Su Yi blinked in confusion. Qin Fan nodded. Yes, I mean pills that can help with excessive heat. Recently, Su Hongyue has been acting strangely. Earlier at Watergate Street, he had already purchased cooling ingredients, intending to prepare a nourishing dish for Su Hongyue to alleviate her heat. However, if he could find some pills, that would be even better, as dietary adjustments might not address the root cause that in the world of cultivation. Pills were known for their miraculous effects and could genuinely alleviate her condition. Su Yi understood. Her cheeks slightly flushed. She averted her gaze and bit her lip, saying, We do have those. I'll take young Master Qin to see them. Qin Fan felt somewhat embarrassed discussing such topics with a young woman. But for the sake of his wife, he was unperturbed. He followed Su Yi. Yes, they walked. Su Yi's gaze inadvertently wandered to Qin Fan's trousers. Ahem. Qin Fan naturally noticed this and coughed lightly. Su Yi's face turned even redder as she attempted to steer the conversation, asking, Young Master Qin, have you not married yet? Or else, why would you think of using pills to quell the heat? My wife is pregnant, Qin Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's mind began to race. Though she refrained from saying more, Taoist, these 5 types of pills all possess fire-quelling effects, priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones, 20 low-grade spirit stones, 1 medium-grade spirit stone, and 5 medium-grade spirit stones respectively. The more expensive the pill, the higher its purity and absence of side effects. Qin Fan's gaze settled on the brown pill priced at 5 medium-grade spirit stones, inquiring, I'll take this one. All right. This is the snowfall pill. I will prepare it for you right away, Su Yi said, her smile brightening. Qin Fan grinned and added, Since I've purchased so many items today, would it be possible for you to gift me a jar of spirit wine? That I will need to ask the shopkeeper. She replied hesitantly. Very well. As she departed, Su Yi returned with a jar of spirit monkey wine, smiling as she invited Qin Fan to visit often. Qin Fan placed the spirit wine into his storage bag and proceeded to Watergate Street. Upon arriving, he spotted Manager Fan sitting under a large willow tree from a distance. He walked over, greeting him. Manager Fan. Manager Fan opened his eyes and looked at Qin Fan with a wave of his hand. The spirit monkey wine appeared in his grasp. He smiled as he presented it to Manager Fan, saying, Manager Fan, you've taken great care of my stall. Otherwise, today's scene might have turned chaotic. This jar of wine is a token of my appreciation. Manager Fan regarded Qin Fan with a different expression as he accepted the wine, taking a sip before placing it on the nearby stone table. What brings you here? This young man is quite perceptive. Qin Fan smiled and said, Manager Fan, I noticed that there is a storefront behind my stall that is closed that I was wondering if it is available for rent. There are also street shops along Watergate Street. Though they are not as upscale as the Qianji Pavilion he visited earlier, they resemble the type of shops found near farmers' markets. Having established his reputation today, he believed that selling from an actual shop would be safer than operating a stall. Additionally, having a shop would allow him to set up regardless of weather conditions, as the world of cultivation is not exempt from rain, hail, or snow. Chapter 23. Qin Fan's Master Manager Fan replied, That matter isn't under my jurisdiction, but I can inquire for you. Thank you, Manager Fan, Qin Fan said gratefully, before finding a chair to sit beside Manager Fan and engage in casual conversation. That he informed him that he and his master had recently moved to Qingzhou Workshop and were unfamiliar with the local customs. Asking for guidance on any missteps, he subtly hinted that his master was a mid-stage golden core cultivator and was currently in seclusion, and that he was merely assisting his master in managing the shop. As expected, after hearing this, Manager Fan regarded Qin Fan with newfound respect. However, given that many cultivators boast about their prowess, Manager Fan didn't immediately accept Qin Fan's claims. Nevertheless, he was willing to converse more with Qin Fan. Finding the young man likable and agreeable, if he were not already at the Qi refining late stage and disinterested in first-tier low-grade artifacts, he would have participated in the auction for Qin Fan's artifacts. After chatting with Manager Fan for half an hour, Qin Fan decided not to disturb him further. He then made his way to Qinghe Lane, where he was to meet Feng Hua. Feng was already waiting, rubbing his hands together, accompanied by a stout man, the very individual who had competed with Feng earlier at Qin Fan's stall. Both men greeted Qin Fan with broad smiles as he approached. Daoist Qin, today has been a fruitful day, Feng Hua exclaimed cheerfully. Qin Fan responded with a smile. I owe much of this to your assistance. Daoist. That as he spoke, Qin Fan produced 3 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Feng Hua. This was the remaining payment for Feng Hua's services as an accomplice, having previously given him 1 low-grade spirit stone as a deposit. Upon receiving the stones, Feng Hua chuckled. Daoist Qin, this is too much. We agreed on a final payment of only 2 spirit stones. Are you not pleased with the extra? Qin Fan grinned and reached for the stones, but Feng Hua quickly stowed them in his pocket. Beaming, Daoist Qin, you are truly generous. Should such opportunities arise again, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will ensure everything is handled flawlessly. Feng Hua then introduced Qin Fan to a portly man. Daoist Qin, this is my friend, Lu Changhe. Qin Fan regarded Lu Changhe, who was at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, the same as himself. Lu Changhe smiled and greeted, Greetings, Daoist Qin. Qin Fan responded warmly, Greetings, Daoist Lu. You have yet to dine, I presume? Allow me to treat you today. Each time he ventured out, he prepared 3 meals, keeping them warm in a pot he had crafted, which served as a magical artifact. Su Hongyue could eat at her leisure whenever she desired, so he was not in a hurry to return. Moreover, he intended to stay here for at least 6 months and needed to find a group of assistants to help him craft dishes. Thus, fostering connections with other cultivators was advantageous. During their meal, Qin Fan mentioned his desire to recruit individuals with a foundational knowledge of artifact crafting to assist him in creating models for bowls, dishes, toilets, bathtubs, and the like. This was akin to outsourcing. He would retain the core technical expertise while the mass production would be contracted out, significantly saving time to focus on crafting magical artifacts and cultivation. Though the profit from such mundane items as dishes paled in comparison to inscribed magical artifacts, their production speed was rapid, and every little bit counted. Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, Lu Changhe blushed and said, Daoist Qin, I once studied artifact crafting under a master. May I meet your criteria? Feng Hua looked at Lu Changhe in surprise. Taoist Lu, you can craft artifacts? I had not heard of this before. Did you not purchase your magical artifacts? Lu Changhe's face turned crimson. I cannot produce high-demand artifacts with offensive or defensive capabilities, but I can manage everyday items that require lower standards, such as thermal insulation and dust resistance. Although he was in the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, being a loose cultivator, he was quite impoverished, seeing Qin Fan's lavishness at such a young age, merely 17 or 18 and already a master engraver. He understood that Qin Fan was bound for a promising future. Working for Qin Fan did not seem to degrade his status. At least it was safer than battling beasts for spirit stones. Feng Hua remained silent, yet he felt Lu Changhe was somewhat compromising the dignity of a cultivator. After all, he had not yet reached the point of working for peers. However, he reflected that as a loose cultivator, earning spirit stones was not shameful. He himself sought assistance for Qin Fan's performances. Nonetheless, he still believed he was of a higher caliber than Lu Changhe. Qin Fan smiled at Lu Changhe. I happen to have some clay here. Taoist Lu, why not try crafting a bowl or dish for us? With that, Qin Fan produced clay and gestured for Lu Changhe to replicate the bowl used for their meal. Lu Changhe began crafting immediately. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had fashioned an uncolored ceramic bowl. Observing the grayish-yellow bowl before him, Qin Fan examined it closely and tested its thermal insulation. It was quite satisfactory, with dimensions perfectly aligned. Taoist Lu, for every 10 of these bowls or dishes you create, I shall reward you with a spirit crystal. How does that sound? Lu Changhe was taken aback by this proposal. Unable to remain seated, his face lit up with excitement. Excellent. That was my first attempt at crafting a bowl. So I was a bit slow, but with practice, I can increase my speed, and I can batch process the clay, even though bowls must be made individually. In short, if I dedicate a day to crafting bowls and dishes, producing over 100 would pose no challenge at all. This means I could earn at least 10 spirit crystals in a day. In 10 days, I could earn a spirit stone. Feng Hua looked on, astonished, twisting his stiff neck to glance at Qin Fan, licking his lips. Taoist Qin, is it too late for me to learn artifact crafting now? After a pleasant conversation with Lu Changhe and Feng Hua, Qin Fan bid them farewell, agreeing to meet again soon. As the sky darkened, he gazed outside Qingzhou Square. Feeling a sense of security, he cast a first-tier low-grade wind speed talisman and dashed out of Qingzhou Square. The square was not far from his cave dwelling, typically a 30-minute walk for Qin Fan. With the acceleration talisman, he could cover the distance in merely 15 minutes. Just as he exited Qingzhou Square, 3 figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly pursuing his retreating form. There were 2 men and a woman. The woman was at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, while the 2 men were at the 7th layer. They had been observing Qin Fan for some time, having previously tracked him to the misty area. Cautiously, they had refrained from attacking him until today, when they deemed him ripe for ambush. We can easily eliminate him and flee Qingzhou Square, the female cultivator declared. The elder male cultivator chuckled. Does Fairy Tsai have her eye on this Taoist Qin? Fairy Tsai remained silent. The younger male cultivator chimed in. Brother Bao, Taoist Qin is indeed a rare beauty, and at the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, it is understandable that Fairy Tsai finds him appealing. Fear not, Fairy Tsai. I shall not mar his visage, allowing you to savor him undistracted, the man named Bao replied. But let us not be careless, Brother Dashan. According to our plan, we may delay killing this Qin Fan, but you must resolve him within half an hour. Otherwise, I shall take matters into my own hands. Fairy Tsai merely nodded, transforming into a streak of colorful light as she sped up. The trio extravagantly used wind speed talismans, catching up to Qin Fan in the woods. Taoist Qin, why the haste? Dashan bellowed, laughing heartily. The 3 surrounded Qin Fan from 3 directions. Qin Fan's gaze flickered. Indeed, it was they who had been watching him at the stall, the female cultivator of the same Qi level as him, and the 2 men, who felt slightly weaker than the manager, posed a significant threat. If he were an ordinary mid-stage Qi cultivator, being surrounded by such bandits would surely spell his doom. But he was the favorite of the Empress. Do you presume to seize from me? With a smile, Qin Fan leaped and tossed a modern explosive device he had crafted to the ground. Due to limited resources, this bomb was not particularly powerful, but it did its job. Upon detonation, the 3 bandits recoiled as dust and debris flew. Simultaneously, the trio noticed a fog enveloping the area, distinct from the smoke produced by the explosion. It was a mystical mist. Within the fog, Fairy Tsai saw the man she loathed most, who was provoking her with disdainful words, prompting her to draw her blade and charge at him. Various spells and magical artifacts erupted in chaos. "Brother Bao, Dashin, I will annihilate you," she shouted, her fury palpable at that moment. Qin Fan had leaped into a tree, surveying the chaotic battle below with astonishment. The illusion talisman provided by Su Hongyue proved formidable. The three had turned upon one another in a frenzy. Soon, Fairy was pierced through the chest by Bao's ghostly blade and fell lifeless. Dashin, manipulating his energy, launched 8 slender, green glowing needles at Bao, sealing off his vital points, including his heart. "You shall perish," he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood onto a black square ruler he wielded. The ruler ignited with crimson light, transforming into a lethal beam aimed at the poisoned Bao, delivering devastating force. Bao managed to activate a defensive talisman, but Dashin's strike was overwhelmingly powerful, sufficient to obliterate a late-stage Qi cultivator. The talisman shattered under the onslaught, and Bao was cleaved in two. As Dashin emerged from the fog, he was left dumbfounded by the gruesome scene. "Bao, Fairy, curse Qin Fan, I will tear you apart." Before he could finish, a thunderous boom erupted above him, and bolts of lightning enveloped him. Terrified, he quickly summoned a protective talisman and conjured a defense shield, but the fierce battle had drained his energy. The shield shattered under the force of the lightning, and he collapsed, spitting blood as he faced his impending doom. In the next moment, Dashin was struck by the lightning, leaving nothing but charred remnants in its wake. After confirming Dashin's demise, Qin Fan descended from the tree. Standing where Dashin had fallen, Daoist Qin, impressive skills, a voice remarked that it was Manager Fan, who landed a few meters away. Qin Fan smiled. "I owe it to the treasures bestowed upon me by my master. Otherwise, I might have perished today. Thank you, Manager Fan, for your protection." While conversing with Manager Fan on Watergate Street earlier, he had mentioned needing protective assistance for his return home, offering a high-grade indestructible talisman as payment. Manager Fan's eyes revealed a flicker of surprise, but Qin Fan pretended not to notice, hastily gathering the battlefield spoils, including Bao's and Fairy storage bags and artifacts. "This commotion is too loud. More loose cultivators will arrive shortly. We should leave," Qin Fan urged. After activating a mid-grade wind speed talisman, he dashed toward home. When he had initially exited Qingzhou Square, he had intentionally used a low-grade wind speed talisman to lure the bandits into pursuing him. Lacking battle experience, he saw this as an opportunity to hone his combat skills and psychological resilience against killing. The results were promising. Upon reaching the perimeter of the formation set by Su Hongyue, he paused and addressed Manager Fan, who had been covertly escorting him. "Manager Fan, I have arrived home. Thank you for your guidance." With that, Qin Fan wasted no time and entered the mist point 1 minute after he vanished. Manager Fan arrived at the spot where Qin Fan had stood. Manager Fan surveyed the white mist before him, hesitating to enter. After circling the mist, he sensed a powerful and terrifying consciousness sweeping over him, causing his face to pale as he turned and fled with utmost urgency. What was this wind speed talisman? He utilized every ounce of energy, even calling upon a group of semi-spiritual horses from his spirit beast pouch. Racing back to Qingzhou Square, once safely inside his residence, he sealed the door with a protective talisman and hid within the cave beneath his floor, finally catching his breath. That was close. Such powerful consciousness. Stronger than the foundation-building ancestors in the market, he thought, realizing Qin Fan had spoken the truth. His master was indeed a formidable golden core cultivator. How terrifying. I was not cautious enough today to have dared to investigate around a golden core's residence. Thankfully, they appeared to harbor no murderous intent. Otherwise, my life would have been extinguished like an ant. No wonder Qin Fan had confidence in seeking his protection. He truly had a powerful master behind him. Shocked by the events he witnessed today, the extraordinary illusion formation and the ease with which Qin Fan summoned thunder to obliterate a 7th-layer Qi cultivator, he momentarily contemplated the temptation to harm Qin Fan himself. Thank goodness I restrained myself. Had I lingered longer, I might have succumbed to the allure of killing him. That if I had done so, today would have marked my demise. How terrifying. I shall refrain from venturing out for the next week. By the way, I must diligently attend to the matters Qin Fan entrusted to me. Meanwhile, upon returning to his courtyard, Qin Fan found Su Hongyue seated in the garden, having not seen her for 3 days. He was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, upon entering the formation, he had cast a cleansing spell, erasing any traces of blood and soot from his person at your back late. "Have you had dinner?" he asked, smiling as he approached. Su Hongyue did not respond, merely glancing at him before retreating to her chamber. Qin Fan scratched his head, feeling her behavior was somewhat odd but thought little of it. He had no intention of informing her of the attempted ambush earlier. Wishing to spare her worry, once in his room, Qin Fan examined the spoils of his encounter: 2 storage bags and 5 magical artifacts. Upon opening the storage bags, he found only a few low-grade spirit stones, causing him to pout. No wonder they resorted to banditry. So impoverished, the 2 bags contained a mere 8 low-grade spirit stones, along with some low-quality medicinal pills and beast materials. Among the 5 magical artifacts, 2 defensive items were significantly damaged and nearly useless. However, as an artifact craftsman, he could disassemble and reforge these 2, requiring only some additional materials to sell them anew. This was the advantage of being a craftsman. Otherwise, ordinary cultivators would struggle to conceal their artifacts' origins. The other 3 artifacts, while somewhat damaged, remained serviceable. Notably, 1 black ruler was a first-tier high-grade artifact. He had seen similar items valued at 18 mid-grade spirit stones, with higher-quality versions fetching over 20. The black ruler bore a unique engraving, which would likely increase its value. Although Qin Fan could not decipher the engraving, it appeared formidable based on Dashin's prior use. He planned to study it thoroughly later. Aside from the ruler, the other 2 artifacts were first-tier mid-grade, lacking engravings, but still worth 6 or 7 mid-grade spirit stones. Overall, this haul was quite rewarding. It was no wonder bandits thrived. A single successful raid could sustain them for 3 years. The illusion and thunder talismans provided by Su Hongyue had been used once but remained intact, merely dimmed in glow. Now that Qin Fan possessed 4 storage bags, he resolved to organize and categorize his findings: a storage bag designated for purchasing daily vegetables, another for everyday necessities, a third for holding refining materials, and a 4th for containing finished magical tools and dishes. As he opened the storage bag gifted by Su Hongyue, preparing to retrieve its contents, he suddenly sensed something amiss. With a flicker of his consciousness, he extracted an additional item: an exquisite wooden brocade box. This item had not been present when he left Qingzhou Square. How could it have appeared so suddenly? Could it be that Su Hongyue placed it there? Upon opening the wooden box, he discovered a pill and a small jade vial within. As he uncorked the vial and caught a whiff, excitement surged through him, prompting him to seal it again. This was spiritual liquid. Though he had never witnessed it firsthand, he recognized its significance from the memories of the original owner and from the animated series he had watched. He could ascertain that the vial contained an entire bottle of spiritual liquid. Although it appeared to hold only about 15 ml, spiritual liquid was auctioned by the drop. The spiritual energy contained within it surpassed that of spirit stones by a considerable margin. With a single drop valued at several dozen mid-grade spirit stones to an entire bottle, Su Hongyue truly was a wealthy heiress. Such a generous gift. What kind of pill was this? He set the jade vial down and took a closer sniff of the pill. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through him. After taking a bite, a surge of vital energy spread throughout his limbs. He immediately sat cross-legged to refine it. This was a recovery pill. Not only did it possess extraordinary healing properties, but it also allowed for an instant replenishment of spiritual power. Just a single bite, and after refining it, he felt the spiritual power he had expended through talismans completely restored. It seemed this truly was a gift from Su Hongyue. Yet, why did she choose to bestow these items upon him in such a covert manner, slipping them into his storage bag? With this thought, Qin Fan chuckled to himself, realizing that the Empress had a somewhat shy side in her youth. Wait, why would she give him a recovery pill? Could she be aware of his encounter with the bandits in the woods? It seemed likely. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been waiting for him in the courtyard upon his return. Without uttering a word before leaving, he speculated that during that moment, she must have placed the recovery pill and spiritual liquid into his storage bag. However, he had kept the storage bag hidden within his underwear. That was rather. His thoughts drifted to Su Hongyue's delicate, fair hand. He felt a rush of blood to his face. Shaking his head, he prepared to test the effects of the spiritual liquid on his cultivation. As a practitioner with 4 spiritual roots of the lowest quality, his progress in absorbing spiritual energy was painfully slow. He had yet to feel close to breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. The following morning, Qin Fan felt a surge of immense spiritual power coursing through his meridians, causing his blood to boil. Opening his eyes, he was elated. he had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. The previous levels 4 and 5 had been achieved through system rewards, but this new level was the result of his own cultivation efforts, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. However, to his surprise, after absorbing some of the spiritual liquid, he found that he could no longer absorb anymore. It seemed he had reached a saturation point. Ceasing his absorption of the spiritual liquid, he looked at the remaining half bottle and returned it to his storage bag. He quickly sorted through his items and made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. In Su Hongyue's chamber, she detected an unstable fluctuation of magical energy emanating from Qin Fan's room. Had he broken through? A quick scan confirmed her suspicion. He had indeed reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Realizing this, she sent a message to Qin Fan, asking her to keep an eye on the secret methods for cultivating external spiritual bodies. For a practitioner to change their spiritual roots, it required either a mutation or secret techniques for enhancement. One of these methods involved spiritual bodies. A practitioner with 4 spiritual roots could absorb spiritual energy at a rate comparable to that of a dual root practitioner if they possessed a spiritual body. Spiritual bodies could be innate or acquired. She had awakened her innate spiritual body at birth. Moreover, spiritual bodies could be either manifest or latent. Having used secret methods to examine Qin Fan, she found that he did not possess a latent spiritual body. Thus, the only way to help him enhance his spiritual roots was to find the secret method for cultivating an acquired spiritual body that he could practice. Among his 4 spiritual roots, the main one was wood. Therefore, she would need to seek out the secret method for cultivating the acquired green wood spiritual body. Gradually, she became unaware of how she was unconsciously paving the way for Qin Fan. Meanwhile, Qin Fan received a notification from the system. Ding. Detected an increase in the female lead's affection for the host. Special reward. A set of body refining techniques, using humans as tools. Additionally, resources necessary for cultivating the first layer of this technique have been granted. Upon hearing the long-awaited voice of the system, he saw a storage bag materialize before him. This bag likely contained the resources the system had mentioned. Does the host wish to accept this technique now? Qin Fan replied. Accept. The name of the technique sounded somewhat familiar. Before he could ponder further, a torrent of complex and obscure text flooded his mind, each character seeming to be etched into his very blood, granting him profound understanding. Minutes later, he opened his eyes, his expression somewhat peculiar. It was indeed this technique. Using humans as tools was a ruthless method practiced by Su Hongyue after her dark transformation. The reason it was considered ruthless was that the technique involved refining a person as a magical tool. Cultivators naturally possess treasures within, and by honing their bodies to perfection, every part of them becomes formidable. Even a single strand of hair could topple a kingdom. Su Hongyue took it a step further, refining her limbs into the 4 legs of the devouring heaven demon cauldron, granting it immense power. Its might rivaled that of the celestial artifacts wielded by the protagonist, Lan Yue, in the original story. Yet, he recalled that Su Hongyue had only practiced a fragment of this ruthless technique. The system had rewarded him with the complete version. However, the nature of this technique was truly inhumane. The first layer required one to be placed within a furnace and refined using a specific combination of 81 herbs, needing to reach a breakthrough in body refinement before emerging from the furnace. Was it truly safe to endure the searing heat within? Su Hongyue was indeed a fierce individual. Contemplating how this seemingly innocent Su Hongyue would become so merciless in the future, Qin Fan felt a pang of sympathy. Taking a deep breath, he began to contemplate seriously. With his current spiritual root being a 4th-grade pseudo-spiritual root, such qualifications rendered him a mere cannon fodder in the realm of cultivation. Since altering his spiritual root was not an option, he would focus on body refinement. Reaching the first layer of body refinement would place him at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, comparable to the late stage. This illustrated the remarkable power of body refinement. Furthermore, with his current spiritual roots, foundation establishment was possible, but the hope of forming a golden core seemed slim. Without a golden core, his lifespan would be limited, capping at around 400 years. Now that Su Hongyue was already carrying his child, whose lifespan spanned 10,000 years, as a man, he could not allow his beloved to endure a lifetime of solitude. Thus, he must cultivate. This technique was essential. Qin Fan promptly retrieved the system's reward storage bag. Scanning its contents with his consciousness, he discovered an ancient dark green cauldron and the 81 herbs required for cultivating the first layer of the using humans as tools technique. After preparing breakfast, Qin Fan called Su Hongyue to join him. This time, She emerged. As they ate breakfast, Qin Fan broke the silence, stating, "The spiritual liquid you provided was excellent. I have broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement." Su Hongyue paused, her hand holding the bowl momentarily still, her lashes fluttering slightly, yet she remained silent. Aware of her shy nature, Qin Fan continued to recount the events of his visit to Qingzhou Square, detailing every little thing, including the incident with the female cultivator who nearly bewitched him, which he saved for last. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyue's beautiful eyes turned towards him. With a hint of exasperation, Qin Fan remarked, "Wife, would you consider stamping a mark for me? That way, others will know I have a partner and will think twice before harboring any thoughts about me. Being too handsome can be quite troublesome." Su Hongyue. Yet, it is indeed true that Qin Fan is extraordinarily handsome, a rare sight to behold. "Here, take this." Su Hongyue produced a fragrant pouch and tossed it to Qin Fan. Catching it, he brought it to his nose and inhaled. It bore her lovely scent, delightful and alluring. Noticing his reaction, Su Hongyue's lashes trembled, her flawless face flushed as she averted her gaze and lightly coughed, saying, "This pouch is specially crafted by me that if you wear it, it can protect you from toxins and charm techniques in critical moments." Qin Fan accepted the pouch, shifting to sit beside Su Hongyue, locking eyes with her and smiling. "Wife, this pouch is a token of our love. I shall wear it close to my heart day and night. You are truly wonderful to me. Now, come here for a kiss." With that, he embraced Su Hongyue. Caught off guard, she had no time to react before he cupped her face and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Release me," she exclaimed, her mind racing as the suppressed fire within her reignited. She wondered when her close friend would discover the antidote to this poison. She could have pushed him away, but for some reason, her body felt weak in his grasp, and she lacked the strength to resist. Deep within her heart was an urgent desire to hold Qin Fan tighter. Chapter 27. Reward for dual cultivation? "Then let us cultivate again." Noticing Su Hongyue's rising temperature, Qin Fan recalled something and produced a pill, saying, "Wife, this is a snowfall pill I purchased from Qianji Pavilion. Its primary effect is detoxification. You've seemed off these past few days. Are you poisoned?" Su Hongyue looked at the pill before her, momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qin Fan had been observant enough to notice her recent odd behavior and had even gone out of his way to buy her an antidote. A warm sensation flowed through her heart as she met his concerned gaze. She parted her lips. "The snowfall pill is of no use to me." She had already tried various antidotes she possessed, none of which worked. She needed a specially crafted remedy. "Then, would my antidote work for you?" Qin Fan inquired. Su Hongyue was taken aback. Without hesitation, Qin Fan leaned down and sealed her lips with his own. Indeed, she was poisoned, and it pertained to that aspect. Otherwise, she would not have climbed into his bed at such late hours on 2 occasions, only to flee at critical moments. She surely desired him, but was held back by her rationality. As her husband, he felt it his duty to help her during such pivotal times. Be proactive. Be her antidote. Su Hongyue's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at his handsome face, her expression gradually becoming hazy as her rationality began to wane. Qin Fan swept her into his arms and carried her into his room, drawing the mosquito net closed as he laid her upon him. "Wait, let's take a moment to discuss the profound truths we left unfinished. Qin Fan, don't hold back. Your husband has just leveled up and can handle your bold advances." The two figures began to explore the depths of their Tao beneath the mosquito net. Half an hour later, when Su Hongyue attempted to rise, Qin Fan grasped her hand, flipping her beneath him. Considering her pregnancy, he refrained from pressing down too hard, maintaining a level of control. "Wife, at this point, are you truly not going to take responsibility for me?" "I wanted," she stammered. Not aloud, Su Hongyue fought to maintain her composure. However, as Qin Fan drank from the spring water, her rationality shattered completely. Outside, the sun shone brightly. It was a fine day, not far from the house. A few rabbits grazed contentedly on the lush green grass, occasionally glancing up before returning to munching away. 18 noon. Qin Fan lay in bed. Detected that the host and the bound object have dual cultivated once. Special reward. 1 spiritual root quality point. System panel. Host. Qin Fan realm. 6th level of Qi refinement spiritual roots. 4 roots wood root. Low quality, 18100, water root. Low quality, 10100, fire root. Low quality, 6100, earth root. Low quality, 4100, available quality points. 1 offspring. 0, 5 potential offspring pending, refining skill. Junior refining master. 498,208 500,000. Qin Fan was taken aback to find that dual cultivating once with Su Hongyue had granted him a reward. This reward was quite favorable, providing a quality point for his spiritual roots. The attributes of his spiritual roots appeared on the list. Upon seeing the attributes of his spiritual roots, Qin Fan felt a sense of helplessness. His spiritual root quality was truly too low. The wood root was the most favorable among the four, yet he still required 82 points to reach the next upgrade. However, now with the system's rewards, there was a possibility for improvement. Indeed, the system could perform feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The plus signs next to each spiritual root likely indicated points to be allocated, akin to gaming mechanics. Currently, he had 1 point to distribute. Qin Fan allocated this point to his primary wood root. Wood root. Low quality, 19,100. If he were to dual cultivate with Su Hongyue again, could he earn additional quality points? With this thought, Qin Fan flipped over, pressing himself against the now awake but tightly closed-eyed Su Hongyue. Wife, let us play again. Su Hongyue immediately opened her eyes. No. Her voice was firm, yet upon meeting Qin Fan's smoldering gaze, it softened to a whisper. An hour later. Detected that the host and the bound object have dual cultivated once more. Detected a decrease in the bound object's affection for the host. Special reward. Minus 50,000 refining skill points. Refining skill. Junior refining master. 448,208 500,000. Qin Fan. Qin Fan. Is this truly a reward? This feels more like a punishment. It seems he had been a bit too vigorous earlier, causing discomfort to Su Hongyue. Softly, he addressed the figure beneath the silk quilt. Wife, I've exhausted you. Please rest here. I'll prepare lunch. With that, he rose, dressed, and exited the room. 10 minutes later, Su Hongyue peeled back the quilt, revealing her flushed cheeks, her delicate lips nibbling on her lower lip, her exquisite face displaying a charming pout. Bad guy. She then pulled the quilt back over her head, curling up like a cute little kitten in the bedding. Memories of the previous events flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to redden again. And unable to contain herself, she rolled around on the bed, looking utterly adorable. Soon, Qin Fan finished preparing lunch. However, when it came time to eat, Su Hongyue claimed she wasn't hungry and stayed in her room. Qin Fan understood that she was merely feeling shy. He chuckled to himself, realizing that while she had been bold in bed, she now hesitated to face him, and no matter. There would be plenty of time ahead. Qin Fan placed a portion of food back into the iron pot to keep warm, quickly finished his meal, and sought an empty room in the courtyard to begin body refining. That he retrieved the medicinal cauldron from his storage bag, placing it in the center of the room. Taking out the 81 herbs required for body refining, he added water according to the steps outlined in the using humans as tools technique, controlling the water temperature with true fire as he added the herbs. Once the mixture reached the right consistency, he shed his clothing and stepped into the cauldron. Upon entering, he couldn't help but grin. This water was scalding. The temperature had already surpassed 100 degrees. Bubbles gurgled and rose, the temperature continuously climbing. If he were a mere mortal, he would have already been scalded by the boiling water. Fortunately, he had reached the 6th level of Qi cultivation, his physical constitution far superior to that of an ordinary human, allowing him to endure the heat. The process of body refinement was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand, especially when employing the method of refining the body, using oneself as the vessel. As the temperature soared, his skin gradually split open from the boiling water, the medicinal liquid seeping into his body through the ruptured skin, mending his wounds. Damage and repair. This cycle repeated incessantly. Chapter 28. First level of body refinement. As the temperature continued to rise, Qin Fan felt himself becoming lightheaded, his entire being feeling detached. His consciousness gradually blurred, and his body yearned to leap from the cauldron. However, he could not afford to do so. If he jumped out, this round of body refinement would end in failure. The system had provided him with only one set of the 81 medicinal herbs. If he failed this time, he would have to search for them himself, many of which were exceedingly rare. This implied that if he did not succeed now, he might not have another opportunity for a long time. I cannot lose consciousness. I must succeed. Especially when he thought of Su Hongyue, who was pregnant, and the unborn children. He had to persevere. His throat parched from the searing heat. He disregarded everything and opened his mouth wide, lowering his head to gulp down the medicinal liquid that had been brewed in the cauldron. He then struggled to grasp a vibrant 8-leaf phoenix lotus that had not yet been consumed. Pulling it closer, he tore off a petal and chewed it slowly, savoring its essence before swallowing. In that instant, it felt as if countless divine lights flickered in his mouth, a tremendous vitality coursing down his throat and spreading throughout his body. The wounds previously inflicted by the boiling liquid were instantaneously healed, and the pain of torn flesh was soothed. After consuming a complete petal, his depleted vitality surged back with vigor. He had successfully endured the first hurdle, but now the second challenge awaited. Qin Fan withdrew a prepared dagger and pierced his left arm, blood gushing forth and staining the boiling liquid red. Instantly, the boiling liquid seeped into his wound, causing excruciating pain that tightened his brow and gritted his teeth. Damn! This method of body refinement using oneself as the vessel is truly beyond human capability. Yet, since he had begun, Qin Fan was not one to lack resolve. Gritting his teeth, he thought that enduring short pain was better than long suffering. He swiftly pierced his legs with the dagger, and then, using his spiritual energy, he drove the dagger through his left arm as well. His limbs were now all punctured. What a thrill! Qin Fan gasped and quickly consumed another lotus petal, or else he would truly bleed out. Days turned into night, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Su Hongyue occasionally came to the door of Qin Fan's refining room. The commotion from his body refinement was significant, with sounds resembling tsunamis and bursts of golden light emanating from within, surrounded by radiant mist and colorful fog. After observing for a while and confirming that Qin Fan was still alive, she would leave at this moment. Su Hongyue sat in her boudoir, receiving a video call from her best friend. Yeah, I have located Master Sidu Dan after explaining the situation to him. He is now in seclusion concocting the antidote. I believe it will be ready once he emerges. That Su Hongyue nodded, satisfied. Ever since she had slept with Qin Fan twice, she had not experienced any flare dash-ups. That it seemed that the toxic fire could be temporarily subdued through their intimate encounters. Yeah, I have a question. Your poison hasn't been completely cured. How have you been managing the flare-ups? Qin Shinner asked curiously. Su Hongyue hesitated, then diverted the topic. Have you found the items you were looking for? Yeah, don't change the subject. You haven't answered my question. You wouldn't what are you thinking? It can be suppressed. Oh, that's good. She had worried that Qin Fan might take advantage of Su Hongyue during her episodes of toxic fire. Fortunately, that was not the case. After all, her best friend had cultivated the Taishang Wuqing Ju since childhood, dedicating her life solely to the righteous path of immortality, showing little interest in matters of love. It was unexpected that she had been taken by an ordinary male cultivator like Qin Fan. However, once her friend gave birth, Qin Fan would simply be a fleeting memory in her long journey of cultivation. The two women continued to chat, with Qin Shinner informing Su Hongyue of a large auction taking place next month in Qinglong Immortal City, featuring rare inscriptions and advanced refining manuals. She planned to attend. As for the Lan Yue Sect, they had not uncovered anything yet, but Qin Shinner would continue to investigate discreetly. She also shared some lively happenings within the cultivation world, including the discovery of a powerful cave by the Ying Sect. Located at the junction of the Southern Domain and Central Continent. It had been uncovered by the Ying Sect, and the news had spread among the lower 7 sects, prompting them to send inner disciples to investigate. Su Hongyue listened intently, her gaze narrowing with a hint of intrigue. After the call ended, her expression darkened. The Qingzhou Square she currently resided in fell under the jurisdiction of the Ying Sect, precisely at the crossroads of the Southern Domain and Central Continent. She pondered how far the powerful cave was from Qingzhou Square and whether disciples from the Lan Yue Sect and Lu Changhe would make their way there. As she contemplated, her gaze drifted towards the place where Qin Fan was cultivating. His relentless efforts and the inhumane methods he employed for body refinement indicated his eagerness to enhance his strength. It had been 7 days, and he was still persevering. Such remarkable willpower was indeed rare. She imagined if she were in his position, enduring the furnace for 7 days, and shook her head. Cultivators excelled in magical techniques. Only those with inferior talents would resort to body refinement to bolster their combat abilities. Suddenly, she sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations outside Qin Fan's refining room dissipate. Returning to tranquility, she hurried to the courtyard. Inside, Qin Fan opened his eyes. The once scalding medicinal liquid felt like warm water to him now. His skin radiated with a celestial glow, bathing him in a sacred light. The previously untuned abdomen now revealed 6 solid abs. He struck out with a fist, unleashing a surge of qi that echoed through the air with a resounding crack. His vitality surged, now more robust than before the refinement, at least a fraction stronger. In this ruthless world of cultivation, each increment of vitality offered a greater chance of survival. The first level of body refinement was complete. His lifespan would also increase by 20 years. Excellent. Now, with a sixth level of qi cultivation and the first level of body refinement, as well as the first level of the Dian sword art, his combat prowess rivaled that of late-stage qi cultivators. Should he encounter the likes of Dashan again, he could confront them head-on without relying on the talismans bestowed upon him by Su Hongyue. He would be capable of overpowering them. With strength came confidence, and Qin Fan's mood lifted, suddenly recalling that he had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he had not prepared any meals for Su Hongyue. He quickly emerged from the cauldron. A cleansing spell washed over his body as he retrieved an elegant robe from his storage bag and changed into it. Upon exiting the room, he found Su Hongyue waiting outside. Chapter 29. Astonishment. Taoist Qin, you've reached the sixth level of qi cultivation. My wife, have you been starving? I'll prepare a meal right away. It's my fault for letting you go hungry. Qin Fan realized he had been rather negligent, having focused solely on his body refinement for the past 7 days. Su Hongyue was momentarily taken aback. She had expected him to announce his success in body refinement, but instead, he worried about her hunger. What a silly boy. Could she really be that starved? Yet, she hadn't cooked. For the past few days, she had been subsisting on fasting pills, after 2 months of enjoying Qin Fan's home-cooked meals. The fasting pills now tasted bland. Even with various flavors, they paled in comparison to Qin Fan's delectable dishes, and she found herself yearning for his cooking. Qin Fan hurried into the kitchen, washing rice, chopping vegetables, and stir-frying. Su Hongyue stood at the kitchen door, watching his movements. My wife, what have you been eating these days? Fasting pills. Next time I cultivate, I'll prepare several days' worth of meals for you. That sounds good, she replied, though she found it somewhat unrealistic, as her previous seclusions had lasted a year at a time. That I'll whip up some cucumber salad for you first. Qin Fan began stir-frying the ingredients. And before long, he drizzled the sauce over the crushed cucumbers and placed the dish on the stone table outside. Su Hongyue approached and sat down. Enjoy the cucumbers while I continue cooking. Qin Fan turned back to the kitchen to resume his preparations. Stealing a glance at him, Su Hongyue noticed he was not looking her way. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. After a week without Qin Fan's cooking, even a simple cucumber salad tasted exquisite, and her lips curled into a smile, radiating happiness. When Qin Fan returned with the stir-fried tiger meat, he saw that the plate of cucumbers was already empty. With a smear of sauce still on Su Hongyue's lips, noticing Qin Fan's approach, she said, I didn't eat breakfast, so I'm a bit hungry. That's why I finished it all. How delicious it was. Qin Fan, having discerned Su Hongyue's nature, chuckled as he placed the dish on the table and bent down to get closer to her. Su Hongyue instinctively recoiled, her cheeks flushing and lashes fluttering. What did he intend to do? Was he going to kiss her? Well, if that was the case, she would reciprocate. Just as she prepared to close her eyes, Qin Fan pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Looking up, she met his gaze, which conveyed a blend of affection and mild exasperation, causing her face to redden further. She realized her imagination had run wild when she saw that he had straightened up and returned to the kitchen without saying anything more. She secretly exhaled, biting her lip. He hadn't noticed her thoughts. Had he? Surely not. During their meal, Qin Fan inquired about the flavor of the tiger meat. This was gifted to him by Feng Yuan, who sold spirit beast meat at the market. Before processing the tiger meat, he had carefully inspected it and found its quality superior to the spirit beast meat he had previously purchased. After cooking, he had sampled it himself to ensure its safety before serving it to Su Hongyue. Given her condition, he was particularly attentive to the ingredients. Su Hongyue took a bite of the tiger meat, exclaiming, the spirit energy contained within is even purer, and the texture is remarkably fresh and elastic. Pleased with her response, Qin Fan smiled. Great, I'll be sure to buy from his stall next time. After finishing their meal, Qin Fan ventured outside to test his newfound explosive power following the first level of body refinement. After some trials amidst the rocky terrain, he was thoroughly satisfied. His explosive strength was impressive. Next time he engaged in dual cultivation with Hongyue, he would have to control his strength to avoid hurting her. Now that he had completed the first layer of body refinement, it was time to consider the second layer. This stage required the assistance of special elements such as wind, lightning, or earth flames. When he visited the market, he would inquire about nearby locations possessing such unique phenomena. Subsequently, Qin Fan gathered a considerable amount of kale and clay and returned to his courtyard to begin crafting bowls, dishes, toilets, and bathtubs, creating molds for each. This would facilitate the future refinement process for Lu Changhe. Since he was merely crafting molds, without the need for coloring and other intricate details, the task did not take long. And he soon completed them. With the molds ready, Qin Fan disguised himself and made his way to Lu Changhe's residence in the market. Upon seeing Qin Fan arrive, Lu Changhe was initially elated, then astonished, quickly clasping his hands and smiling. "Congratulations, Taoist Qin." On reaching the 6th level of Qi cultivation, having been stuck at the 5th level for 10 years without any sign of breaking through, he had been considering saving spirit stones to purchase the breakthrough pill, Binding Dan. However, it was quite expensive, and he had yet to save enough spirit stones. Fortunately, he could earn spirit stones by working for Qin Fan. For the past few days, he had been waiting for Qin Fan to approach him, fearing he might have lost interest. To his relief, Qin Fan had come. "Thank you." With a wave of his hand, Qin Fan conjured numerous bowls, dishes, toilets, and bathtubs into Lu Changhe's room. After discussing their collaboration, Qin Fan watched as Lu Changhe refined the prototypes, confirming their quality before paying a deposit and returning home. Back at his residence, Qin Fan prepared to begin his weapon forging. Forging skill, Junior Forge Master, 448208500000. He was merely a few thousand experience points away from advancing to the next level. The last time Dashin had used the set of weapons to ambush Leopard Brother, the 8 clever needles were rather effective. Unfortunately, after being struck by lightning, Leopard Brother was reduced to ashes, and that set of weapons was lost. I shall forge a new set. However, first, I will create weapons for sale, and once my forging skill upgrades, I will forge my own set of 8 clever needles. After upgrading, the quality of the forged weapons would improve. While crafting, Qin Fan noticed that his absorption of spiritual energy accelerated. Although he had only slightly enhanced his wood spiritual root attribute, the effect was still evident. Should the wood spiritual root advance to the next grade, the absorption of spiritual energy would be even more effective. It seems I need to find a splendid opportunity for another round of dual cultivation with my wife. As he contemplated dual cultivation, an idea for weapon forging struck him. An hour later, surveying the prototype of a lifelike doll in his hands, Qin Fan smiled. "Let us forge a few and see if there is a market for them. If successful, I can produce more in the future." The lifelike dolls crafted by a forge master are fully functional. Now that I am no longer a Navi boy, my experiences allow for intricate designs, including various transformations in size. I've even modeled the dolls' faces after the most renowned modern actresses, achieving a one-to-one resemblance. Chapter 30. Is this the taste of love? So sweet. After crafting 5 male and female dolls, Qin Fan took out the refining materials he had initially purchased and began forging swords. He had 2 sets of materials left from before. Initially, it would take him 2 days to forge a single blade or sword. But now he accomplished this in just 1 day. For 2 consecutive days, he forged 2 swords, the 7-star sword and the Breaking Cloud sword. Congratulations, host, for upgrading your forging skill. Forging skill, Intermediate Tier 1, 0120-0000. Seeing the translucent display screen visible only to him, Qin Fan burst into laughter. He had finally upgraded to an Intermediate Tier 1 Forge Master. For an ordinary person, it would take a decade or more of relentless effort to progress from a Junior Forge Master to an Intermediate Tier 1. An Intermediate Tier 1 Forge Master could forge Intermediate Tier 1 weapons, suitable for late-stage Qi cultivators. Additionally, powerful late-stage Qi cultivators could still manage to wield high Tier 1 weapons. Now that Qin Fan had completed the first level of body refinement, he could effortlessly wield Intermediate Tier 1 weapons. Previously, he had carried the Ice Light Sword, a low Tier 1 weapon brought from home. He had inscribed 3 runes on the sword, enhancing its power to rival that of an Intermediate Tier 1 weapon. While the spiritual energy required for its use was manageable for mid-stage Qi cultivators. This was why his 3 weapons had been sold at prices surpassing that of Intermediate Tier 1 weapons in the market. Due to the limitations faced by cultivators in the mid-stage of Qi refinement, wielding a mid-tier first-grade magical artifact remains a daunting challenge, consuming significant spiritual energy with each use. In contrast, a lower-tier first-grade magical artifact inscribed with runes proves far more advantageous, enhancing their combat capabilities. Qin Fan retrieved the refining materials purchased from the Thousand Machine Pavilion, determined to forge a set of 8 clever needles for himself. "Let us get to work," he declared. 3 days later, he gazed at the 8 clever needles he had painstakingly crafted, feeling immense satisfaction. This was indeed a mid-tier first-grade magical artifact, and it was time to inscribe runes upon it. Reflecting on the process of rune inscribing, Qin Fan recalled the unique inscriptions on the ink-black ruler. He took out the ruler, having spent his free time studying the runes etched upon it, and felt he had gleaned some insights. Let us give it a try. For his first attempt, he hesitated to inscribe directly on the 8 clever needles, fearing that a failure would render the artifact he had labored over for 3 days utterly worthless. Instead, he practiced on the ground, tracing the runes as they appeared on the ruler. The first attempt was not entirely smooth. By the final stroke, beads of sweat had formed on his brow. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and the completed rune on the ground shimmered with a pale blue light. The rune was a success. With confidence from this achievement, he decided to attempt inscribing on the lower-grade artifact. However, the first attempt resulted in failure, and so did the second. The 2 swords he had crafted over the last few days were now ruined, leaving Qin Fan feeling a pang of sorrow. Yet, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. His skill in rune inscribing had reached the lower tier of the first grade, and he was confident that the runes he had previously learned would succeed on a lower-grade artifact. The repeated failures while inscribing the ink ruler's runes indicated their formidable potency compared to those he had previously inscribed a day later, after discarding 2 lower-grade first-grade artifacts and 2 mid-grade first-grade artifacts. He finally succeeded in inscribing the ink ruler's runes onto his 8 clever needles. However, the inscriptions were not entirely complete, with 2 small areas missing some details. Nevertheless, Qin Fan felt a sense of fulfillment. At least he had succeeded. Next was the moment of testing their power. Under the scrutiny of a testing stone, the 8 clever needles outperformed mid-tier first-grade artifacts inscribed with frost-breaking, whirlwind, and ice-cold runes. Boasting at least a 30% increase in power, this was without the need for any sacrifice of his own spiritual energy. Most importantly, the 8 clever needles were small and belonged to the concealed weapon category, making them exceptionally difficult for enemies to guard against. As he stored the 8 clever needles, Qin Fan glanced at the pile of discarded artifacts on the ground and chuckled wryly. Indeed, a master craftsman was not something an ordinary household could afford. His innate talent for refining artifacts had led to this success, and he mused that had it been any other craftsman, the losses would have been far greater. Days swiftly passed, and soon it was time to procure living supplies. During breakfast, Qin Fan mentioned this to Su Hongyue, who nodded in agreement. After they finished eating, and he cleared the table, Su Hongyue waved her delicate hand, summoning 3 radiant magical artifacts onto the table. Qin Fan, as you venture out today, take these 3 artifacts with you. As a mid-stage craftsman, your ability to wield artifacts is limited. This Shintian shield is a high-tier second-grade defensive artifact capable of withstanding a full force strike from a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Given that you are currently at the first layer of body refinement and have practiced the Dying Sword technique, your spiritual power is comparable to that of a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, allowing you to use this shield just once. These are the Cloud Treading Boots, a lower-tier first-grade artifact that enhances speed. And this is a symbolic treasure, which contains the power of my magical artifacts. Using it will require a significant expenditure of your spiritual energy, so use it wisely. Following this, Su Hongyue produced a stack of talismans, most of which were defensive and auxiliary, such as illusion talismans, with only 1 first-grade offensive talisman. Since Qin Fan had only reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement, using second-grade offensive talismans would still prove taxing, and any misstep could lead to self-injury. Third-grade offensive talismans were even more perilous, as their residual power could obliterate foundation establishment cultivators, let alone those in the Qi refinement stage. Su Hongyue's collection of first- and second-grade artifacts and talismans was limited. After giving these to Qin Fan, she was left with only third-grade artifacts and talismans, as those were required by Golden Core cultivators. Thank you for your concern, my dear. Rest assured, I will return safely. Qin Fan smiled as he accepted the thoughtful gifts from Su Hongyue. A slight blush crept onto her cheeks, still unaccustomed to Qin Fan's sweet words. Yet, a hint of sweetness lingered in her heart. Was this the taste of love? It seemed quite delightful later that morning. Qin Fan arrived at the market, noticing a plethora of new faces, including many cultivators in the mid and late stages of Qi refinement. He recalled what the carpet vendor, Chen Jing, had told him about discovering a powerful cave dwelling 1,000 kilometers from Qingzhufang. It appeared that cultivators from afar had received the news and come rushing. Just as well, he had recently achieved the status of a mid-tier first-grade craftsman. Typically, the development of a powerful cave dwelling would last for several years, if not decades. At his stall, Qin Fan learned from other vendors that the stall fees had increased, rising from 1 low-grade spirit stone per month to 4. Furthermore, this increase was retroactive for the current month, meaning that if one did not pay, they could not continue to operate their stall. A notice had been circulated by Manager Fan. Qin Fan stroked his chin, realizing that Manager Fan had not sent him a notification via a message talisman. Upon arriving at his stall, he found that not only was it still intact, but additional layers of restrictions had been added. A smile crept across his face as he thought, Manager Fan certainly knows how to handle matters. In Chapter 31, Lu Changhe had been industriously crafting bowls, dishes, toilets, and bathtubs, for which Qin Fan settled a total of 2 low-grade spirit stones. With Lu Changhe's refined raw materials and Qin Fan's newfound status as a mid-tier first-grade craftsman, he quickly transformed all the raw materials into finished products within his iron tent. Subsequently, Qin Fan used message talismans to notify the customers who had placed orders for bowls and dishes to come collect their items. During this time, Manager Fan paid a visit, informing Qin Fan that the storefront matter could be resolved, but the rent had increased. The storefront Qin Fan had his eye on would now cost 200 low-grade spirit stones per year, and it was only available for long-term lease, not short-term. Manager Fan had exhausted his connections to secure this deal due to the recent publicity surrounding the powerful cave dwelling, which was expected to draw a surge of cultivators, both from sects and wandering practitioners. Qingzhufang would witness a lively atmosphere in the coming years. Once the foot traffic increased, naturally, the rental prices would rise. Recognizing this, Qin Fan said, "That works for me." Manager Fan, sensing hesitation, asked, "If you find the price steep, you just said it was acceptable?" Qin Fan nodded. 200 low-grade spirit stones is a mere trifle for me. As he spoke, he handed the spirit stones to Manager Fan, who felt overwhelmed by Qin Fan's generosity, reflecting on how rare it was to encounter someone so kind-hearted. Typically, disciples of Golden Core cultivators were quite arrogant, often disregarding those like him, a mere wandering cultivator. Yet, Qin Fan's approachable demeanor stood out. It was no wonder that despite having a low-quality spiritual root, he caught the eye of a Golden Core cultivator and was taken as a disciple. Manager Fan, realizing he had begun to address Qin Fan with respect, handed over the rental contract for the shop, which included the stall position. With a quiet chuckle, Qin Fan acknowledged Manager Fan's competence. After signing the lease, Manager Fan escorted Qin Fan to the back of the store, presenting him with a token to access the shop. This token functioned like a modern key, allowing entry to the store, which exuded an ancient charm with 2 levels and ample shelving. Qin Fan could immediately set it up for use. Additionally, the shop included a backyard with 2 side rooms, enabling him to operate a business in front while living behind. Renting this shop along with the stall for 200 spirit stones per year was a bargain in the current market, and it was clear that Manager Fan had put in considerable effort. Manager Fan, I see your sword hasn't been inscribed with runes yet. Would you like me to inscribe a couple for you? Qin Fan offered. Given that Su Hongyue was 3 months pregnant, they would be residing there for over 6 months, managing Watergate Street. Establishing good relations with Manager Fan was mutually beneficial, although he knew that Manager Fan's respect stemmed from his association with his master. Providing some benefits would ensure that others would genuinely assist him. Manager Fan was taken aback and replied, Qin Daoist, my flowing light sword is a mid-tier first-grade artifact. This implied that inscribing runes on it would be more challenging than the lower-grade artifacts Qin Fan had previously sold. Well, I'm now a mid-tier first-grade craftsman, Qin Fan stated. Manager Fan was astonished and quickly congratulated him, amazed that someone so young, barely 17 or 18, had achieved such a rank. He handed his flowing light sword to Qin Fan, expressing his gratitude and curiosity about the cost of rune inscribing. In the market, rune masters were common, as the 4 arts of cultivation, elixirs, formations, artifacts, and talismans, made talismans the most accessible path. However, rune masters were rare, as they inscribed runes directly onto artifacts, a skill typically possessed by artifact masters as well. The complexity of inscribing runes onto artifacts highlighted the significance of Qin Fan's accomplishment. Manager Fan. Discussing money over such a trivial matter feels disheartening. Please wait for a moment while I head upstairs. Before long, Qin Fan returned and handed the flowing light sword back to Manager Fan. The latter was utterly stunned. Is it done already? And you didn't fail even once. He had braced himself to purchase another mid-grade artifact, yet Qin Fan had succeeded in a single attempt, inscribing not one, but two runes, Frostbreaking and Whirlwind. Manager Fan took a deep breath, showering Qin Fan with compliments. Before leaving, he mentioned that he had some influence in Qingzhou Fang and that Qin Fan could reach out to him for assistance in the future. After bidding farewell to Manager Fan, customers who had placed deposits arrived in succession to collect their items. Among them was a strikingly beautiful female cultivator who spotted the lifelike male dolls Qin Fan had displayed on the last shelf. These dolls were modeled after modern high-profile male celebrities. "Qin boss, how much for this?" she inquired. Qin Fan smiled and replied, "1 low-grade spirit stone each." "Isn't that a bit steep?" the alluring female cultivator exclaimed. Taken aback, "Qin boss, this is just an ordinary doll, right? You can't just raise the prices because your shop is getting bigger and busier." Qin Fan explained the functionalities of the lifelike male dolls via sound transmission, causing the female cultivator's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "What a ridiculous item. I would never buy such a thing," she declared, yet her actions betrayed her words as she hastily produced a low-grade spirit stone, placed it in Qin Fan's hand, and quickly swept the chosen doll into her storage bag before darting away. Qin Fan chuckled helplessly, realizing that the dolls he crafted would likely perform well in the market. In Chapter 32, shortly after, a group of stunning female cultivators entered the store, and the 4 lifelike male dolls sold out quickly. Those who missed out asked Qin Fan when he would have more in stock, expressing that while functionality was secondary, aesthetics were paramount. "You can place a deposit for a reservation," Qin Fan replied with a smile, fully grasping the implications behind the female cultivators' words. "One particularly enchanting female cultivator whispered to Qin Fan, "Since you allow reservations, can I request a custom order? I'm willing to pay a premium." "What kind of customization do you have in mind?" Qin Fan queried. "Naturally, I mean functionality, something robust, around 20 centimeters in length." "And as for the appearance," Qin Fan interjected, "I can accommodate other aspects, but the appearance is off limits. I worry about infringing on someone else's privacy, and if a Nascent Soul cultivator were to discover I had created a likeness of them, I would surely be hunted down." "All right, then I'll have you choose a cold and ruthless look for me. That should suffice, right? I want it to be unique, not resembling anyone else, and I'm flexible on the price." "That can be arranged." This sounded like a private custom order to Qin Fan. 1 mid-grade spirit stone, that he realized this price was genuinely high, but if he priced it lower, the wealthy customers might assume it was of inferior quality. By setting a high price, combined with the uniqueness factor, affluent customers would perceive it as valuable and be more inclined to purchase, as expected. The beautiful female cultivator frowned at the quoted price, but, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement and paid a deposit of 30 low-grade spirit stones. She playfully added, "Qin boss, please make sure to put your heart into this creation. If I'm satisfied, I'll return for more custom orders and refer others to you." Qin Fan smiled and assured her, "Of course." After seeing off the customer, he looked at the 30 spirit stones in his hand, marveling at how, regardless of the world, it was always easy to earn money from women. Once labeled as a luxury item, the profit soared. A mid-grade spirit stone could buy 2 lower-grade artifacts. What a delight. With the surge in foot traffic at the market, despite his stall being located at the far end of Watergate Street, the influx of customers, especially female patrons, captured the attention of many wandering cultivators. Female cultivators from outside began entering Qin Fan's shop, and upon entering, they quickly recognized it as a treasure trove. Each woman who walked in left with several items in hand. Qin Fan was busily tending to his customers. The joy of earning spirit stones had not faded from Qin Fan's lips, causing envy among the stall owners nearby, whose eyes turned red with jealousy. Qin Daoist certainly knows how to conduct business. Just look. While others merely set up stalls, he can thrive for an entire year without one. Now, he has even rented a shop. Their tone was laced with bitterness. Inside, only female cultivators entered, allowing them to engage closely with these beautiful women while also earning spirit stones. "I am not envious at all. My teeth are practically rotting from the sourness of it all." At noon, a short male cultivator in the mid-stage of chi refinement entered Qin Fan's shop. After browsing through the store, he spotted a lifelike female doll displayed on the last shelf, a new product. 1 low-grade spirit stone each? How expensive! Then he noticed a jade slip nearby inscribed with the words, "Function Introduction." He picked up the slip and pressed it to his forehead. Instantly, a description of the doll's features flooded his mind, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He quickly set the slip down. This jade slip was a makeshift creation by Qin Fan, designed to ease customers' readings and alleviate their discomfort while also ensuring their privacy. With a reddened face, the short male cultivator chose an exquisite lifelike female doll, called Qin Fan over, and hastily paid him a low-grade spirit stone before stowing the doll in his spatial bag. He then hurriedly exited the shop, head down. After leaving Watergate Street, he turned and entered a courtyard, proceeding to one of the rooms. Sitting there was a stunning female cultivator, known as the Emerald Fairy, who exuded a formidable aura, adorned in a radiant green robe, a perfected late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. On the cusp of foundation establishment, Master, I bought a new product from Qin Fan shop, the short male cultivator said respectfully, lowering his head. Show it to me, the Emerald Fairy replied, her voice melodious like celestial music. The short male cultivator felt his face grow warm, biting his lip as he murmured, this new product is rather unconventional. He hesitated to reveal it, fearing it would be seen as a desecration of his master's dignity. Oh? Do present it, I am quite curious about what unconventional creation Qin Fan has produced. Reluctantly, the short male cultivator retrieved the doll from his spatial bag, nervously explaining its functions to the female cultivator. Afterward, he knelt on the ground, prostrating himself in anger, exclaiming, Master, Qin Fan is truly not a respectable craftsman. He strays into depravity. How could he produce such a disgraceful item? He dares to call himself a craftsman. It is a disgrace to our craft. The Emerald Fairy remained silent, her interest piqued as she waved her hand, causing the doll to materialize before her. After examining it, she discovered its key selling point and was about to scan its internal structure with her divine sense when, suddenly, a loud crash resounded. The previously intact doll shattered into countless pieces. The short male cultivator, believing the Emerald Fairy had become enraged, trembled as he remained prostrated on the floor. With a cleansing gesture, she removed the debris from her hands, returning to her seat with a smile. This is quite intriguing. It appears he has placed prohibitions in crucial locations. Even with my strength, I cannot forcibly breach this restriction. A mere touch, and the doll is obliterated. He clearly wishes to deny others any chance of imitation. Meanwhile, business was thriving for Qin Fan. Before nightfall, nearly all items in the shop had been sold. Leaving only a few plates and 4 lifelike dolls, he prepared to close, having tidied up. Just then, a beautiful female cultivator from the adjacent stall sauntered over, her graceful movements revealing her fair, porcelain-like legs. An enticing sight. Congratulations, Qin Daoist, on opening a shop. Might you have time to visit my home for some tea? I have just received some exquisite spiritual tea. Its flavor particularly delightful. Friend Hua, I have no interest in other spiritual tea. I have a partner. Saying this, Qin Fan showcased the fragrant pouch gifted to him by Su Hongyue, tied at his waist. Hua Daoist glanced at it with a smile. Having a partner does not preclude you from enjoying tea at my home. Do you not appreciate the joys of a life with multiple wives? The alluring fragrance enveloped Hua Daoist, emanating an enchanting aura with every gesture. Qin Fan felt invigorated by the scent from the pouch, yet replied, I am devoted to my wife, and I would prefer if you refrain from teasing me in the future. With a polite bow, he hastily departed. After completing his errands, Qin Fan noticed that Hua Daoist's stall had already been dismantled before he made his way to Feng Yuan's stall, the vendor who previously gifted him demon tiger meat. Today, he intended to purchase meat from Feng Yuan. Upon seeing Qin Fan, Feng Yuan greeted him warmly. Qin Daoist, how did you find the demon tiger meat I sent last time? What would you like today? Today, all spiritual beast meat priced under 100 spirit stones at your stall is offered at a discount of 20, Feng Yuan announced. Qin Fan replied, your spiritual beast meat is indeed of excellent quality and freshness. What do you have available? Preferably live options. Live animals could be kept for a few days, ensuring a fresh supply of meat. Feng Yuan produced a spiritual beast bag, handing it to Qin Fan. This contains live creatures. Please take a look. Upon inspecting the bag, Qin Fan recalled that pregnant women should consume chicken, fish, beef, and lamb. Inside, he found several small live spiritual beasts, including spiritual chickens and a pond of spiritual fish. Though there were no cows or sheep, he selected 7 8 treasures chickens and 7 dragonfish, all chosen with his divine sense. After finalizing his choices, he also purchased over 10 pounds of beef and lamb. Feng Yuan calculated the total, Smiling, Qin Daoist, that comes to 130 low-grade spirit stones. With the discount, it's 110 spirit stones. Hearing Feng Yuan's pricing, Qin Fan reflected that good products often come at a higher cost. The prices at Feng Yuan's stall were 20 above those at others, but with the discount, it was not excessively expensive. He had the means now and wished to ensure his pregnant wife received the finest nourishment. After settling the bill, Feng Yuan presented him with a small bag of red eggs, saying, "This is a gift. Qin Fan accepted the bag, discovering it filled with red eggs reminiscent of those served at modern banquets, though these were from spiritual hens, slightly larger and glossier than contemporary eggs. Feng Yuan continued with a grin, "This morning, my wife gave birth to a chubby boy with medium-grade spiritual roots. Every customer today receives a gift to bring good fortune to my son." Hoping for a smooth path ahead. Amazed, Qin Fan quickly offered his congratulations. He couldn't help but think of the pregnant Su Hongyue. In just over 6 months, he too would become a father. He pondered how many boys and girls they might have, and whether they would possess spiritual roots. The anticipation grew within him as he witnessed the paternal joy radiating from Feng Yuan's face. After purchasing the spiritual beast meat, Qin Fan visited the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion to buy 20 sets of crafting materials. Exiting, he heard a voice from behind, "Qin boss." Turning, he saw the short male cultivator who had purchased the lifelike doll earlier. Approaching with a smile, "Qin Daoist, I have a significant business proposition I would like to discuss. Would you be able to join me at the nearby tea house?" Of course. They made their way to a private room near the window in the tea house. The short male cultivator introduced himself as Wenshi, also a craftsman affiliated with the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion. Our Spiritual Treasure Pavilion has branches across major markets in the southern region, with our headquarters in the Qinglong Immortal City. We have a history spanning thousands of years, with a trustworthy reputation and many returning customers. And then, Qin Fan leisurely sipped his spiritual tea. Wenshi grinned, "Your fortune has arrived. The young master of the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion has taken notice of your crafting talent and wishes to recruit you as a craftsman. You would split the profits 50-50 on any magical tools you design and produce that we will provide all the necessary materials free of charge. Additionally, you can purchase magical tools at extremely low prices using points accumulated through your work. And you would receive a monthly salary of 10 medium-grade spirit stones. With enough points, you could eventually be promoted from Qingzhou Square to our headquarters in Qinglong Immortal City, where the cultivation speed is significantly faster due to the presence of a third-tier spiritual vein." Wenshi's enticing proposal stirred envy within him, as he pondered why his master would value someone like Qin Fan, who merely crafted daily necessities and items deemed slightly indecent. Qin Fan, after considering the tempting terms, narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The Spiritual Treasure Pavilion had not been mentioned in the original narrative. He wondered if it had ceased to exist by the time the male protagonist appeared 500 years later, or if the author simply chose not to include it. The terms presented by Wenshi were undeniably appealing, catering perfectly to a homebuddy's desires. All he needed to do was craft items, and he would receive a fair share of the profits. After all, in the modern world, traffic was king. Authors signing contracts might appear to receive 50, but often only received a mere 10 of the profits. In crafting, he would know precisely how many magical tools he had produced, eliminating any doubt regarding the fairness of a 50-50 split. However, he deemed it wise to approach this unexpected windfall with caution. Thus, he smiled and replied, "I will consider it." Wenshi nodded, "Very well." He clapped his hands and soon, the door to the private room swung open, revealing 10 beautiful female cultivators, each distinct yet equally stunning. They entered in a line, each radiating beauty that rivaled the women of the Miaoying Pavilion. Some were cute and playful, others appeared aloof like snow-capped mountains, while others were charming and gentle. "Qin Daoist, choose whichever you fancy," Wenshi said with a smile, secretly hoping that Qin Fan, having created such lifelike dolls, would also appreciate the real thing. After all, real women could engage in a variety of postures and techniques. Gazing at the 10 enchanting women, Qin Fan recognized their extraordinary beauty. Any one of them could easily become a star in the modern world. Yet, having met Su Hongyue, his standards had risen significantly, leaving him largely unfazed. Smiling at Wenshi, he replied, "I have matters to attend to. Perhaps we can discuss this another time. I shall forego this fortune." With that, Qin Fan stood, cupped his hands in farewell, and swiftly exited. As he left the tea house, he sighed inwardly, realizing that whether in the modern world or the realm of cultivation, Social engagements often came with a full-service package. Nevertheless, he had no intention of becoming a craftsman for the spiritual treasure pavilion. Firstly, while the conditions appeared attractive, he could not guarantee that his unique creations, bathtubs, toilets, lifelike dolls, would not be replicated once the pavilion grasped their principles. Once they understood the mechanics, they would likely discard him. Secondly, with his system, his inscription and crafting abilities advanced far more rapidly than average. And with Su Hongyue to care for, he had many secrets to protect. If the spiritual treasure pavilion discovered these, it would be akin to placing his neck beneath the knife of a butcher, waiting to be slaughtered. He refrained from outright rejecting when sure to maintain a semblance of respect and to allow himself time to investigate the pavilion further. No one could predict whether a direct refusal might provoke retaliation, leading to unforeseen consequences. Caution was prudent. After leaving the tea house, he did not return home immediately but chose to stroll around. The Qingzhou Square Market was sizable, with 3 main thoroughfares, and despite visiting for over 3 months, he had yet to explore it all. Upon reaching the 3rd thoroughfare, he spotted the sign of the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion in the distance. The sign was smaller than that of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, and fewer cultivators entered or exited. Only a few sporadic visitors could be seen. It seemed the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion was struggling for attention and had set its sights on him. Realizing this, Qin Fan decided not to waste any more time pondering it. Time passed quickly, and after a week, he returned to the market to open his shop. Wen Shi approached him immediately, inquiring about his decision. Qin Fan smiled and replied, after some thought, I prefer to continue my small business ventures. I appreciate the young master's kind offer. Wen Shi's smile immediately froze at this response. Qin Daoist, have you truly thought this through? The Spiritual Treasure Pavilion has the support of the Fall Stand Master. Should you join us, even with your low-grade spiritual roots, if you contribute significantly, we can secure a Foundation Establishment Pill for you, increasing your chances of success. The Foundation Establishment Pill could assist cultivators in reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, significantly improving the odds of successful foundation establishment. This pill was highly coveted among both rogue cultivators and within cultivation families, often leading to fierce competition during auctions. If a rogue cultivator obtained one, they would typically establish their foundation in secrecy, lest they attract disaster. Wen Shi believed his words would be enough to sway Qin Fan to join the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion. However, to his surprise, Qin Fan shook his head. Friend Wen, to be honest, I merely wish to earn a modest living without attracting too much attention. With my low-grade roots, I have never dared to aspire to foundation establishment, so I must decline. Such a large temptation must surely conceal something sinister. Qin Fan thought. To leap into such a trap would be foolish. You? Wen Shi's forehead twitched with anger, realizing that negotiations had broken down. He no longer feigned politeness, sneering, what a short-sighted, cowardly craftsman you are. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Qin Fan maintained his composure outwardly, but inwardly he thought, just wait until I grow stronger. You'll regret crossing me. In the afternoon, Manager Fan entered, accompanied by a young woman who kept her head down. Qin Daoist, this is Song Qiaoji, the daughter of a friend of mine. Her father perished while seeking treasures in a powerful being's cave, and she urgently needs a job to support herself. You think she meets your hiring criteria? Since Qin Fan planned to visit the market only once a week, and with Lu Changhe working diligently to earn spirit stones, he needed an assistant to help manage the growing inventory of bowls, toilets, bathtubs, and other items. Qin Fan sought out Manager Fan, expressing his desire to recruit a female shop assistant and requesting that Manager Fan keep an eye out for suitable candidates. He specified his preferences. The ideal assistant should be charming and obedient, preferably without family ties, and ideally, she should be a female cultivator at the initial stage of Qi refining with a spiritual root. This would facilitate management and mitigate any potential complications, while also instilling a sense of deterrence among customers due to her cultivation level. Qin Fan gazed at the girl before him. Activating his spiritual eye, he discerned that she possessed a low-grade spiritual root and was at the 2nd layer of Qi refining. Lifting his gaze, Qin Fan spoke. The girl, who had been looking down, trembled slightly at the sound of his voice, then raised her head to meet his gaze with a hint of trepidation. Upon recognizing Qin Fan, her youthful, beautiful eyes widened momentarily before she quickly lowered her gaze to her shoelaces. The girl appeared to be around 13, with delicate features that hinted at her potential beauty. Manager Fan had certain standards regarding appearance, and Song Qiaoji's looks met those expectations. She will receive a monthly salary of 2 low-grade spiritual stones. Manager Fan, have you informed her? Qin Fan inquired. Manager Fan smiled and nodded. Indeed. Qin Fan acknowledged this with a nod, and Manager Fan turned to Song Qiaoji, speaking sternly. From today onward, you will work for Taoist Qin. You must serve him diligently, do you understand? Stay alert and avoid mistakes. I understand, Uncle Fan. Song Qiaoji replied eagerly, nodding her head. Manager Fan, satisfied, exchanged a smile with Qin Fan before departing. Qin Fan allowed Song Qiaoji to explore the shop and familiarize herself with the environment, subsequently guiding her through the products and explaining their price tags and placements. Chapter 35. Friends in the sect. Song Qiaoji was attentive, jotting down key points Qin Fan shared. He was pleased with her diligence. When customers arrived, Qin Fan directed her to greet them, observing from the side. Initially, Song Qiaoji was quite shy, but gradually, she relaxed, her smile becoming more genuine, even mimicking Qin Fan's instructions. When a customer entered, she bent at a 45-degree angle, cheerfully calling out, "Welcome to our Moon Pavilion." Moon Pavilion was the name Qin Fan had chosen for his shop, incorporating the character for Moon from Su Hongyue's name. Satisfied with Song Qiaoji's progress, Qin Fan entrusted her with the shop while he ventured out to procure daily necessities. He was finally able to take a step back. With Su Hongyue nearly 4 months pregnant, the demand for quality nutrition was increasing. Qin Fan aimed to purchase the finest spiritual meat, fruits, and grains. The spiritual vegetables he had planted from seeds bought at the market, under Su Hongyue's careful tending, had matured and were ready for harvest. They grew rapidly, allowing for continual reaping, with any surplus being fed to the rabbits. After securing the spiritual meat and other items, Qin Fan made a trip to Qinji Pavilion to purchase pills suitable for pregnant women. Upon exiting Qinji Pavilion, he sent a message to Su Hongyue, akin to a modern text. He sent her a list of the day's purchases and inquired, "Wife, is there anything else you wish to buy?" Although they had discussed the shopping list prior to his departure, he thought it prudent to check in, as she might have suddenly remembered something. Su Hongyue replied, "Pick up some chili peppers and seeds. I've developed a taste for spicy food lately." Understood, Qin Fan responded, amused by her preference, noting that a girl was likely on the way. He anticipated the arrival of their little daughter. As they chatted about daily matters, Qin Fan procured various spiritual peppers and their seeds. Just as he exited the shop, an unfamiliar voice called out, "Qin Fan." He turned to see a familiar figure, initially shocked to see him, who quickly suppressed his excitement and rushed over, delivering an enthusiastic punch to his shoulder. "Qin Fan, it really is you." Qin Fan studied the young man before him, pondering who he might be. "I thought I was seeing things for a moment. I can't believe it's really you. You've changed so much." The young man clearly had much to say, but considering their public surroundings, he refrained from voicing his curiosity, wary of attracting unwanted trouble. As Qin Fan examined the young man, he finally recognized him from the original's memories. This was his childhood friend, affectionately known as Wang Fatty in their village. They had first met when they were 5 years old, during a visit from a celestial being who assessed spiritual roots for potential selection. Wang Fatty was chosen for his superior spiritual root, while the original missed out due to being away in the mountains. Wang Fatty would return to the village annually, always treating Qin Fan kindly, and upon learning that Qin Fan also possessed a spiritual root, he taught him some basic cultivation techniques, due to strict prohibitions against sharing sect techniques, which could lead to dire consequences. The foundational methods were the only ones available for dissemination. Now, Wang Fatty, at 16 years of age and at the 6th layer of Qi refining, had made a name for himself in the sect. However, upon seeing Qin Fan, he was astonished to realize that Qin Fan had also reached the 6th layer. Just 9 months prior, during the new year, Qin Fan had only been at the 3rd layer. The rapidity of Qin Fan's progress startled him. "Wang, my friend," Qin Fan greeted with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Fatty's expression soured momentarily. It felt too formal. They had always called each other by their childhood nicknames. "You used to call me Wang Fatty. Why the distance, Fatty?" Qin Fan teased. And Wang Fatty's mood brightened as he threw an arm around Qin Fan's shoulder, grinning. "Now that's more like it. Are you free? Shall we find a place to chat?" "Certainly." Qin Fan recognized the pure and sincere friendship that existed between Wang Fatty and the original. They chose a discreet tavern and settled into a private room. Once inside, Wang Fatty cast a soundproofing spell, layering it 5 times before stopping. "Congratulations, Qin Fan. It seems you've encountered a great opportunity this past year, breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refining." "Indeed," Qin Fan nodded. "Wang Fatty, relieved to hear that Qin Fan's breakthrough was due to genuine opportunity rather than something else, began sharing various anecdotes from his experiences in the sect. Qin Fan interjected occasionally, while Wang Fati became increasingly animated, occasionally pausing to sip his drink. I've been stuck at the 6th layer for 3 years now, with no signs of advancing to the later stage. I heard there's a powerful cave nearby, and the sect has sent inner disciples to explore it. I came to see if I might find a chance myself. Wang Fati expressed, a mix of frustration and excitement in his tone. Chapter 36. Astonishment. Qin Fan, what else do you keep hidden? The Qi refining stages are divided into the initial, middle, and later phases. Cultivators at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers are considered in the initial stage, while those at the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers are in the middle stage. Progressing from the 1st to the 2nd layer typically presents no significant challenges, and the gap between the 1st and 3rd layers is not considerable. However, transitioning from the 3rd to the 4th layer marks a minor breakthrough, with 4th layer cultivators being significantly stronger in both spiritual power and available techniques. Without fortunate circumstances or innate comprehension, many cultivators may find themselves permanently stuck at the 3rd layer. The same applies to breaking through from the 6th to the 7th layer. Many cultivators with inferior qualifications opt to use breakthrough pills, like the Bai Ningdan, to assist their advancement. Although this method appears to provide a higher chance of success, it can lead to complications during foundational establishment. Wang Fati, with his superior spiritual root, has the potential to forge a golden core, hence his desire to break through on his own. He then turned to Qin Fan. Smiling, I never expected to run into you here. It's fortuitous, really, that I've invited some friends. Would you care to join us in treasure hunting? This mention of treasure hunting reminded Qin Fan of Song Qiaoji, whose father had perished during the recent expedition to the powerful cave. Being a friend of Manager Fan, he assumed her father was a cultivator in the later stage of Qi refining. The recent news of fatalities among cultivators in that cave only heightened his concerns about its dangers. Qin Fan shook his head. I won't be joining you. Wang Fati was taken aback. Didn't you come here seeking opportunity? He assumed Qin Fan's presence in Qingzhou Fong was to pursue the chance presented by the cave, only to be surprised at his disinterest. I didn't. I opened a small shop here to earn some spiritual stones that I only recently learned about the cave's existence. Qin Fan clarified. Wang Fati contemplated this for a moment before nodding. That's for the best. While the chances of finding opportunities are high, the dangers are equally significant. I know for a fact that the 7 lower sects have dispatched inner disciples, and even the 5 upper sects have sent outer disciples. Even though you've reached the 6th layer, you still lack experience in combat and techniques. Safety is paramount. While cultivators should strive against others and fate, living is the most important thing. Only by surviving can one continue to compete. Moreover, should I find any opportunities during my search, I can share them with you. Despite being of the same cultivation level, sect disciples possess greater resources and means than scattered cultivators. The quest for treasures is invariably a matter of life and death. For Qin Fan, it was indeed too perilous. At that moment, Wang Fati's messaging talisman vibrated. He took it out and smiled at Qin Fan. My friend is currently in Qingzhou Fong as well. Should I invite him here to join our discussion? Sure. Although Qin Fan had no intention of adventuring into the cave, networking with sect members was advantageous for expanding his connections for Moon Pavilion. With the increasing traffic in Qingzhou Fong, many alchemy and talisman shops had sprung up, leading to fierce price wars. Although his 5 crafted magical tools had sold out, his production speed was improving. Before long, there was a knock at the private room door. Wang Fati opened it to reveal a refined young man dressed in elegant robes. Upon seeing Qin Fan, the newcomer exhibited a hint of surprise. Qin boss, Bai Li, my friend, Qin Fan exclaimed, astonished to discover that Wang Fati's acquaintance was Bai Li Yunlong, the very same who had purchased the crimson flame sword from him. Do you two know each other? Wang Fati asked, bewildered. Bai Li Yunlong produced the crimson flame sword. Addressing Wang Fati, didn't I mention in my letter that I found a wonderful sword here in Qingzhou Fong? This sword was sold to me by Taoist Qin. Wang Fati gazed at Qin Fan with astonishment. He nearly blurted out, Qin Fan, you can forge artifacts? But managed to restrain himself. After only 9 months apart, he felt as if he had missed out on a fortune. In his correspondence with Bai Li Yunlong, he had learned about the sword inscribed with 2 attack inscriptions, which made it exceptionally effective for slaying beasts or engaging in duels. Its practicality surpassed that of middle-grade artifacts. He had planned to acquire a similarly inscribed artifact upon arriving in Qingzhou Fong. Yet, He was utterly unprepared to discover that the sword Bai Li Yunlong had purchased was from Qin Fan. This revelation meant that Qin Fan not only had the ability to craft low-grade artifacts, but also inscribe them with practical attack inscriptions. This was truly astonishing. Was this the same Qin Fan who had emerged from the Stone Village? It seemed that in just 9 months, Qin Fan had encountered a monumental opportunity. However, with outsiders present, Wang Fati refrained from probing further, mindful of not bringing trouble to Qin Fan. Qin Fan, you rascal. I didn't expect you to finally inscribe artifacts. You should have shared such good news with me. Were you trying to surprise me? Qin Fan chuckled inwardly at Wang Fati's astute observations. Their friendship was evidently deep-rooted, as he cleverly concealed the fact that Qin Fan had suddenly acquired artifact crafting skills and the ability to inscribe them. Furthermore, he had not pressed for details regarding Qin Fan's abrupt leap from the 3rd to the 6th layer of qi refining. Wang Fati genuinely regarded him as a friend. Nevertheless, this incident prompted Qin Fan to reconsider. Until he grew stronger, it would be prudent to keep his rapid progress a secret from anyone familiar with the original. After all, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize the implications of a low-grade spiritual root cultivator. Without prior crafting experience, suddenly advancing to the 6th layer and mastering artifact crafting and inscription. Such a scenario would undoubtedly attract dangerous attention, as the world of cultivation was rife with individuals willing to kill for treasure. Chapter 37. This gossip is intense. As Qin Fan and Bai Li Yunlong were acquainted, the three quickly settled in, sharing drinks and conversation. After a few rounds, Bai Li Yunlong's face flushed slightly. He began by boasting about his intentions in the cave, expressing his desire to achieve great success and secure his foundation to marry his fiancée, Wang Yun. He concluded by mentioning that Wang Yun had been at the 6th layer of qi refining for several years without breaking through to the 7th, and had recently messaged him asking for a bottle of Bai Ning Dan. Qin Fan regarded Bai Li Yunlong with interest, pondering the young man's aspirations. It seemed he had quite the ambition. His fiancée was demanding he establish his foundation before she would marry him. Did he not consider the implications of her expectations? Did he truly believe Wang Yun loved him? Additionally, was it necessary for him to request Bai Li Yunlong to purchase the Bai Ning Dan? Surely, the Wang family could afford the 10 or so middle-grade spiritual stones it cost. Wang Yun, in her later actions for the male protagonist, shamelessly allows herself to be cuckolded by Bai Li Yunlong and even competes for her daughter's affection. It becomes evident that she is treating Bai Li Yunlong merely as a financial resource. This foolish lad seems to revel in his predicament. Qin Fan took a sip of wine. Wang Fati furrowed his brow and said to Bai Li Yunlong, "My friend Bai Li, it's not that I do not wish to assist you, but I too am currently in a tight spot and can only lend you a mere 100 low-grade spirit stones." Bai Li Yunlong raised his glass in gratitude, thanking Wang Fati. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Qin Fan, repeatedly wanting to ask him for some spirit stones, yet he could not bring himself to voice the request. Qin Fan understood the unspoken plea in Bai Li Yunlong's eyes and inwardly sighed, pondering how this cuckold could be so enamored with Wang Yun. Qin Fan chuckled and shared an anecdote. There's a vendor in Shui Min Street whose wife has been unfaithful to him. What's more, do you know what else that scoundrel has done? The others, intrigued by the gossip, particularly regarding infidelity, quickly focused their attention on him. Wang Fati inquired, "What else did he do?" Qin Fan looked at Bai Li Yunlong, who felt an unsettling sensation. He thought, "Why does Qin Fan always look at me with such strange eyes?" Qin Fan continued, revealing the shocking twist. Not only did that scoundrel seduce the vendor's wife, but he also took away his 18-year-old daughter. Wang Fati exclaimed, "What? That scoundrel deserves to be killed immediately. Such shamelessness is beyond comprehension." Bai Li Yunlong, equally incensed, declared, "If it were me, I would have certainly killed that scoundrel on the spot, along with the vendor's wife and daughter. It is utterly revolting." Qin Fan observed Bai Li Yunlong with a smile, while the latter felt 1,000 times more uneasy. Why does Qin Dao's smile seem so off? Qin Fan withdrew his gaze and continued, "However, that scoundrel is younger and more powerful than the vendor. Although both are at the same level of cultivation, the scoundrel possesses numerous hidden strengths, making the vendor no match for him. And you may not know this, but when the vendor's wife and daughter learned that their affair was exposed, they joined forces to kill the vendor when he attempted to confront the scoundrel." Wang Fati and Bai Li Yunlong were left speechless. Qin Fan added, "The most explosive part is that after killing the vendor, the mother and daughter fought over the scoundrel's affections, and ultimately, the daughter killed her mother. Isn't that outrageous?" Wang Fati exclaimed, "Goodness, this is simply absurd. Women can be terrifying. Thankfully, I am devoted to my path and have no interest in women." Qin Fan smiled at Bai Li Yunlong, who felt a million times more anxious, hastily gulping down several drinks to quell his unease. Then, he forced a smile and said, "Not all women are like that vendor's wife. Such occurrences are truly rare and can be considered one of the 12 peculiarities of our southern region." Qin Fan chuckled. "It's merely a humorous tale, my friend Bai Li. Do not take it to heart. The scoundrel is young, handsome, and wealthy, which is why the vendor's wife and daughter were so enchanted." Bai Li Yunlong felt a renewed sense of dread. Why do I feel that Qin Daoist is subtly implying something about me? And why did his tone emphasize the last part? Does he know something? Could it be that Wang Yun has betrayed me? Impossible. He shook his head vigorously and stood up, saying to Qin Fan and Wang Fati, "My friends, I suddenly remember I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, Bai Li Yunlong hurriedly departed, fearing that lingering any longer would lead him to entertain unsavory thoughts about Wang Yun, betraying the trust she had shown in waiting for him all these years. Wang Yun had been his childhood friend. She had turned down other suitors for him and had never looked down on him despite her superior cultivation. She even encouraged him to establish his foundation through marriage. She loved him dearly, and those flirtatious women could never compare to Wang Yun. After hearing Qin Daoist's tale, he couldn't help but associate it with Wang Yun. Feeling utterly guilty, he resolved to gather spirit stones quickly to purchase a Bai Ning Dan for Wang Yun. After Bai Li Yunlong left, Wang Fati inquired about Qin Fan's skills in artifact refinement. "So, you are now a mid-grade first-tier artifact refiner." Wang Fati expressed his astonishment. "Indeed, I have encountered a significant opportunity. My master is a golden core cultivator," Qin Fan revealed. Although Wang Fati treated the original body as a close friend, he was still not the same person. It remained uncertain how Wang Fati would react when he eventually realized this. In this ruthless world of cultivation, it was prudent not to test the hearts of men. Thus, Qin Fan chose to withhold any mention of Su Hongyue for the time being. He had indeed experienced a stroke of fortune, which he planned to leverage to impress Wang Fati. First, he wanted to convey that he had gained a great opportunity by taking a golden core cultivator as his master, and second, he aimed to deter any future thoughts Wang Fati might have about harming him for treasure. Wang Fati was indeed taken aback by this revelation, his expression reflecting a mixture of envy and fleeting jealousy. After several drinks, he managed to compose himself, resuming his original demeanor as he clapped Qin Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Qin Fan, you truly are a late bloomer. I am so envious. I even feel a bit of jealousy towards your good fortune. Your talent in artifact refinement is extraordinary. It must be that your master recognized this. Some golden core elders have peculiar standards for accepting disciples, and you have truly struck gold." In Chapter 38, A Fully Customized Partner, Su Hongyue misinterprets the situation. He is indeed fortunate. His master is merely a false Dan real person. The difference between the golden core and false Dan is significant, despite the mere one-character distinction. A false Dan real person is not a complete golden core cultivator. Their realm remains at the foundation establishment stage, forever barred from advancing to the mid-golden core level, and thus, they are fated to remain far from the nascent soul realm. In contrast, a golden core real person is undoubtedly at the golden core level, a seed for the nascent soul, with a high likelihood of advancement. The distinctions between disciples of false Dan and golden core cultivators are profound. Qin Fan's extraordinary luck elicits Wang Fati's envy. Nonetheless, he quickly adjusted his demeanor, and the two resumed their previous lively banter over drinks. As evening fell, with the moonlight illuminating the willow branches, Qin Fan bid farewell to Wang Fati and, after leaving the tavern, discreetly entered an empty alley. There, he utilized the human as a tool technique to refine his physique, undergoing a transformation. After some effort, a cool, composed male cultivator clad in a dark blue robe emerged from the alley, seamlessly blending into the flow of the night. Meanwhile, Su Hongyue gazed at the moonlit sky, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she awaited Qin Fan's return. Suddenly, her communication jade talisman chimed. Upon checking, she found it was not a message from Qin Fan, leaving her feeling a twinge of disappointment. She then answered a video call from Chen Xiner. As the transmission opened, Chen Xiner's alluring visage filled the screen. "Moon. Hee, I've acquired a new, exciting item for you that could be of great help." Su Hongyue queried, "What is it?" Chen Xiner giggled, then lifted a lifelike male doll for Su Hongyue to see. "Look, it's a dummy. Though not a real person, it is far more useful. Plus, it can be customized to your liking. Wait, you're calling me to talk about this? Su Hongyue's cheeks flushed crimson. What kind of unreliable friend was she? Her thoughts involuntarily drifted to Qin Fan's figure within the mosquito net. Before she knew it, her grip on the bed sheet tightened. That burning desire had resurfaced. Ever since her last night with Qin Fan, the heat had been subdued, but recently, especially during the quiet of the night, she had found it difficult to sleep. Now, Chun Shinner's remarks had reignited that flame. Come on, don't be shy. I've tried it myself, and it's truly effective. Just think about it. It's a dummy, so you can do whatever you like without anyone knowing. It can fulfill your needs without causing any trouble, and most importantly, you can customize its size and appearance. You can choose from various styles, cold and aloof, charmingly wicked, or gentle and sweet. Experience different partners every day. Before Qin Shinner could finish, Su Hongyue hastily ended the call, biting her red lip in frustration. This is getting out of hand. Despite her words, her mind was flooded with fantasies of various versions of Qin Fan. She quickly covered her face, realizing she had been poisoned by her thoughts. I must be infected. She rushed out of her room and into the courtyard, gazing into the distance, trying to distract herself. Where was Qin Fan? It was the time when rogue cultivators were most rampant. Could he be in danger? The cool, composed male cultivator in the dark blue robe swiftly navigated through the woods of Qingzhufang. In no time, he arrived at the maze surrounding Su Hongyue's residence. He produced a jade talisman. Upon activation, the mist before him cleared like a polished mirror, revealing a wide expanse. A faint ripple undulated, and the male cultivator stepped through, the barrier sealing behind him as the formation continued to operate. As soon as he entered Su Hongyue's territory, a powerful consciousness swept over him, briefly solidifying before gently retreating. The male cultivator quickened his pace, and in half a TS worth of time, he reached the courtyard, where Su Hongyue awaited him. You're back so late. Did you encounter any troubles on the way? Su Hongyue inquired. The male cultivator executed a swift transformation, reverting to Qin Fan's appearance within minutes. Qin Fan approached her with a smile, explaining, I ran into an old friend while having drinks this evening, which delayed my return to my dear. Please don't take offense. Okay, Su Hongyue replied softly. As long as you are safe. However, she was surprised to learn that Qin Fan could change his appearance. Under her keen perception, she saw through the disguise, yet for an average cultivator at the Qi refinement stage, recognizing such a technique was quite challenging. This newfound ability provided Qin Fan with an additional means of self-preservation, which was commendable. Have you eaten yet? Qin Fan asked, moving closer to Su Hongyue. Not yet, I'll go prepare the meal. Each time he visited the market, Qin Fan would prepare all 3 meals and keep them warm in a large iron pot. It seemed Su Hongyue had waited for him to return before eating. As she watched Qin Fan enter the kitchen, she recalled the cold, aloof figure she had just seen. Compared to his usual appearance, he looked even more formidable. Qin Shinner's earlier words echoed in her mind about customizable partners. Since Qin Fan can perform the bone shrinking technique, can he customize his own dimensions as well? The thought sent her cheeks aflame, and she quickly averted her gaze, fearing she might lose control. During dinner, Qin Fan noticed that Su Hongyue kept stealing glances at him. The dim light in the courtyard made it difficult to see clearly, but he could sense the warmth in her gaze. She is thinking of me, he mused, pleased. Having shared the dual cultivation experience for 21 days now, it was time for him to put in some effort. After they finished their meal, Qin Fan swiftly tidied the table and dishes, then took a cleansing bath before entering the room and extinguishing the lights. He knew Su Hongyue was shy and reserved. If the lights were on, she would likely not come over tonight. Sure enough, not long after the lights went out, there was a soft sound at the window, followed by the familiar fragrance of Su Hongyue. Clad in a flowing, her skin like jade, radiating an ethereal aura that set her apart from mortal women, she gracefully parted the mosquito net and entered the room in Chapter 39, elevating the heights of dual cultivation. As Qin Fan embraced Su Hongyue, her hands hesitated for a moment. He swiftly turned and held her tightly. Wife, why aren't you wearing anything? To make it easier for you to do as you please. She retorted, Why dash you? Su Hongyue bit her lip, the gauzy fabric fluttering around them, creating a warm, floral ambience. Congratulations to the host for completing a dual cultivation session with the bound partner. The partner's positive experience has rewarded the host with 2 root quality points. System panel, host, Qin Fan realm, Qi refinement level 6 root, 4 roots wood root, low grade, 19100, water root, low grade, 10100, fire root, low grade, 6100, earth root, low grade, 4100, available root points, 2 offspring. 0, 5 potential offspring pending, artifact refinement level, mid-grade first-tier artifact refiner. 102,987, 120, 0000, inscription level, mid-grade first-tier inscriber, 29,800 and 1120, 0000. Upon seeing the system panel S data, Qin Fan could only marvel at the magnitude of the reward. 2 root quality points for a single session. It seemed that the partner's feelings during dual cultivation were crucial. A normal experience yielded 1 point, while a negative experience could even deduct artifact refinement points, but a good experience granted 2 points. The next time he visited the market, he needed to seek out some rare books to elevate his dual cultivation skills. Qin Fan allocated both root points to the wood root. Wood root, low grade, 21,100. The breakthrough to the next grade is imminent. 7 days later, upon arriving at the market, Qin Fan was greeted by Song Qiaoji, who informed him that a distinguished guest awaited him in the tea room of the backyard, the green fairy from the Lingbao Pavilion. Understood, Qin Fan acknowledged, allowing her to attend to her duties as he stepped into the backyard. The green fairy from the Lingbao Pavilion, he had learned from Manager Fan that the pavilion's young master was a woman, revered as the green fairy, and was particularly favored by the pavilion's head. The head of the Lingbao Pavilion was a false Dan real person. The green fairy, being one of his many descendants, was especially cherished due to her high-quality root, and having invested considerable resources in her training, she had already reached the peak of Qi refinement level 9 at the tender age of 20, with hopes of establishing her foundation soon. Upon entering the tea room in the backyard, he beheld an extraordinarily graceful woman standing by the tea table, observing the spirit fish swimming in the pond. Sensing his presence, she turned to face Qin Fan. Having seen Su Hongyue, he felt that no other woman could catch his eye. Yet, he had to admit, the green fairy's beauty was only slightly inferior to Su Hongyue's. If Su Hongyue was a perfect 10, the green fairy would score a 9.5. With a graceful neck and a slender figure, she resembled a blue lotus emerging from the water, ethereal and stunning. Her green robe billowing gently in the breeze, as if ready to soar like a fairy of the blue waves, with an aura that transcended the mundane. Her skin was flawless, a paragon of beauty. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed green fairy?" Qin Fan asked directly. The ethereal fairy Bai Lu spoke gently. "Recently, our Lingbao Pavilion has offended Taoist Qin on multiple occasions, and I have now expelled Wenshi from the pavilion." Oh? Qin Fan pulled up a chair and sat down. He did not believe that the esteemed young master of Lingbao Pavilion would truly expel Wenshi, a mid-stage Qi practitioner, merely due to an issue of attitude. There must be reasons unknown to him. "Taoist Qin, we at Lingbao Pavilion are quite interested in your alchemical creations. Please share your terms. Perhaps we can meet your needs," she continued. Qin Fan replied, "I apologize, but I have no interest in joining your Lingbao Pavilion. I simply wish to conduct my small business discreetly to support my family." Fairy Bai Lu waved her delicate hand, producing a communication talisman. "Taoist Qin, this is my method of contact. Should you have new thoughts in the future, feel free to reach out. The doors of Lingbao Pavilion will always be open to you." After leaving the talisman, Fairy Bai Lu took her leave. Qin Fan gazed at the talisman, frowning slightly. With Su Hongyue already 4 months pregnant, he had only a little over 5 months until the birth. During this time, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications that it seemed that he needed to keep a low profile for a while. Having made up his mind, Qin Fan stored the communication talisman and summoned Song Qiaoji, instructing her to handle his weekly procurement tasks from now on. Through the talisman, he would inform her of what he needed, and once she procured the items, she would place them in another room of the courtyard. There was a restriction on that room, allowing only him and Song Qiaoji to enter. Each week, he would change his appearance and collect the goods and accounts, along with leaving items for sale, such as bowls, dishes, and magical tools. After briefing Song Qiaoji, he sought out Manager Fan, requesting him to introduce another store attendant with the same qualities as Song Qiaoji, obedient, a cultivator, and without family ties. This would facilitate sharing the workload in the store. Manager Fan indeed had several such young women available, as the number of cultivators venturing into the great capable cavern to seek treasures had significantly increased, particularly among those who felt hopeless about advancing or nearing the end of their lifespans, eager to take a final gamble. This gamble had led to numerous casualties, leaving many orphans and widows. Manager Fan introduced a girl named Yun, a third-layer Qi practitioner with a lower-grade spiritual root, only 18 years old. Upon meeting Yun, Qin Fan noted the lingering sorrow on her face from losing a loved one. She spoke little, her eyes unfocused. Qin Fan frowned slightly, as he needed an attendant who could smile and engage customers, not someone who looked despondent. After all, it was essential for customers to feel both well-served and uplifted during their visit. Qin Fan shook his head at Manager Fan. Manager Fan, let me speak with the girl. Manager Fan nodded and took Yun aside to the courtyard, where he said, Yun, I know you are heartbroken over your father's death, but you must gather your strength and continue living. Do not underestimate Taoist Qin. Just because he is merely a mid-stage Qi practitioner, I assure you, his future is boundless. You have an opportunity to work at Taoist Qin's Moon Pavilion, and once it flourishes, you may find it difficult to even qualify for a position there. Do not squander this chance. Furthermore, Taoist Qin is a man of integrity who will not mistreat you, and he offers generous compensation. Such a favorable job is hard to come by. If it were not for my close friendship with your father, I would not be introducing you to such a good opportunity. After Manager Fan's persuasion, he brought Yun back to Qin Fan. This time, her expression had transformed from sorrowful to a more composed demeanor, exuding a cool and aloof charm reminiscent of a high-class saleswoman. After some thought, Qin Fan decided to keep Yun. Sometimes, a store that targets a high-end clientele requires staff with an air of sophistication to stimulate consumer spending. Having settled the store matters, Qin Fan headed to the marketplace to purchase books that would elevate his dual cultivation practices. He happened to spot Chenjing at his stall. This time, Chenjing's stall was twice as large as before, showcasing a variety of books. Many cultivators were browsing his selection, and Chenjing wore a broad smile. Taoist Qin? Chenjing exclaimed, having just sold a book and tucked away the spirit stones. I've heard about your recent success with your own shop. Business is booming. Everyone is envious. Indeed, it has been decent, Qin Fan replied with a smile. Merely scraping by, I dare not compare myself to your flourishing business, Chenjing modestly asserted. He had realized he had underestimated Qin Fan's potential. Just a month away had brought about such significant changes. Taoist Qin, are there any specific books you seek? I have plenty of supply channels, Chenjing offered cheerfully. Qin Fan glanced over the selection, noting that most were introductory texts on various cultivation practices, alongside maps and guides to the Great Capable Cavern. He discreetly inquired, Do you have any books on matters of intimacy? Chenjing's eyes brightened. Indeed, I have several. If you are interested in offspring, I recommend locking the dragon and preserving essence. For cultivators, the higher the realm, the more challenging it becomes to conceive. However, with this book, so long as your realm does not exceed foundation establishment, it guarantees you can have 2 children within 3 years. Qin Fan remained silent. Chenjing, adept at reading the room, continued with a knowing grin. If you seek dual cultivation, I suggest playing with the dragon and the pearl. It not only enhances the effects of dual cultivation but also enriches the intimacy between you and your partner. Please recommend several titles similar to Playing with the Dragon and the Pearl, Qin Fan requested. After a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, Qin Fan departed from Chenjing's stall, satisfied. Chenjing watched him leave, envy etched on his face, knowing Manager Fan had introduced Qin Fan to 2 beautiful young women, both cultivators. After procuring daily necessities, Qin Fan received a communication from Feng Hua, suggesting a meeting at the Honeyfruit Immortal Pavilion. After some consideration, he agreed. The Honeyfruit Immortal Pavilion, akin to the Miaoying Pavilion, offered a unique experience. It resembled a modern lounge or bar. While the Miaoying Pavilion catered to male indulgence and served as a brothel in the cultivation world, the Honeyfruit Immortal Pavilion featured celestial maidens skilled in music and dance, selling only their art, not their bodies. Such performances could elevate one's spirit, even leading to breakthroughs. The women who practiced these arts typically possessed ethereal grace and striking beauty, presenting a stark contrast to the atmosphere of the Miaoying Pavilion. Visiting the Honeyfruit Immortal Pavilion was not inexpensive. The entrance fee alone was 10 low-grade spirit stones. Feng Hua's willingness to spend money to invite him piqued Qin Fan's curiosity. The Honeyfruit Immortal Pavilion was one of the most extravagant buildings in the Qingtong Square. It bore an ancient and refined exterior, adorned with lanterns, and rose 6 floors high amidst a mist of immortality, with cranes occasionally soaring overhead, evoking a sense of transcendent elegance. Inside, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by the faint sound of Qin music. When Qin Fan arrived, Feng Hua was already waiting at the entrance. Taoist Feng, since when did your taste become so refined? Qin Fan chuckled, recalling Feng Hua's frequent visits to the Miaoying Pavilion. Feng Hua chuckled, the maidens of the Miaoying Pavilion are lovely, but they exhaust me. The honeyfruit immortal pavilion is far superior. Come, allow me to treat you today with that. Feng Hua handed the matron at the entrance 20 low-grade spirit stones, and she welcomed Qin Fan and Feng Hua with a polite smile. Upon entering, the ambience felt entirely different from the Miaoying Pavilion. In the spacious main hall, a veiled celestial maiden was gracefully plucking the strings of a qin on the central stage, the melodies cascading through the space. The decor was unique and elegant, with both the performing maiden and the serving girls exuding an aura of tranquility, devoid of any trace of heavy makeup or seductive allure. It felt incredibly soothing. They ascended to a private room on the second floor to ensure the guest privacy. The honeyfruit immortal pavilion had soundproofing in place, and after entering the room, Feng Hua set up 3 additional barriers before lowering his voice to speak. Daoist Qin, have you heard about the happenings at the Great Capable Cavern? Qin Fan sipped his tea, a fragrant infusion, far superior to common tea, and no wonder the entrance fee was so high. Feng Hua continued. The Great Capable Cavern is perilous. Many cultivators have perished there. I've heard of 3 deaths alone. And then, Qin Fan asked, sensing that Feng Hua's invitation to this gathering had deeper implications than mere conversation. Feng Hua glanced outside, then leaned closer. I discovered something remarkable. Oh? Feng Hua continued, by chance, I found a restriction near the Great Capable Cavern. If we can unlock it, we will find the Black Wind Canyon. It contains treasures, breakthrough elixirs like the Bai Ning Dan, high-grade magical tools, top-tier talismans, exceptional secret techniques, hundreds of years' worth of nether grass, heart of the earth lotus, and more. As he spoke, Feng Hua's breath quickened, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. However, the Black Wind Canyon is perpetually swept by a chilling wind. I dare not enter alone. I can only watch those treasures from afar. Knowing you have reached the 6th layer of Qi, I thought perhaps you would accompany me on this treasure hunt. I haven't shared this with anyone else, not even Lu Changhe. The fewer who know, the more we can claim for ourselves. We must act quickly. Many cultivators are already seeking treasures in the Great Capable Cavern. If they discover the restriction in the Black Wind Canyon, we will miss our chance. Qin Fan contemplated for a moment before declining Feng Hua's invitation. Setting aside the seemingly serendipitous opportunity, the increasing number of cultivators in Qingtong Square alongside the rise in banditry was concerning. There were even reports of bandits targeting familiar cultivators, luring them to isolated areas and then ambushing them. Qin Fan's priority was to care for his pregnant wife, Su Hongyue, avoiding the public eye and maintaining a low profile. He had no intention of engaging in risky endeavors. However, he made a mental note of the Black Wind Canyon. As the second layer of body refining required a special environment for assistance, and perhaps this chilling wind could serve that purpose. Feng Hua was taken aback. You truly won't go? Such a tremendous opportunity just falling from the sky. And you refuse? Daoist Feng. I have a wife and child at home. I prefer not to take risks. You see, I haven't ventured into the Great Capable Cavern even once since it opened. I have no aspirations for martial prowess or longevity. I merely wish to earn a modest living and enjoy family life, Qin Fan replied. Feng Hua's expression shifted slightly, his teeth grinding. Eventually, he managed a smile. If that's your decision, I won't press you. Just please do not share what I've told you today. Of course, Qin Fan assured him. Feng Hua had mentioned the restriction near the Great Capable Cavern and the existence of the Black Wind Canyon, but he had not specified its distance from the cavern or its precise location, indicating he had likely considered this. With the conversation concluded, Qin Fan sipped his tea and excused himself. Feng Hua remained, seemingly intent on inviting others to discuss the matter. The Black Wind Canyon would be investigated once Su Hongyue had given birth. As evening approached, Qin Fan attended to affairs at the shop. After altering his appearance in the private room, he slipped out of the Moon Pavilion. He was eager to try the new books he had purchased with Su Hongyue that night. However, shortly after leaving Qingtong Square, he noticed a streak of light cutting through the sky, followed by 2 more flashes. He heard a male cultivator's menacing voice. Fairy Bai Lu, you cannot escape today. For injuring my falcon, you shall pay with your life. Master, don't run. Why are you fleeing? Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Were you not the one who sought to teach me a lesson on behalf of that Qin Fan? Now you think you can escape. I still wish to hear your teachings. Hearing this, Qin Fan recognized that the third streak of light pursuing the first belonged to Wen Shi. The first was undoubtedly Fairy Bai Lu. Wen Shi was involved in chasing her. A peak stage Qi practitioner like Fairy Bai Lu could not be pursued and killed by Wenshi alone. It was evident that the male cultivator clad in black robes was a formidable force. Qin Fan swiftly turned, activating an acceleration talisman, fleeing in the opposite direction of the three assailants, wishing to avoid entanglements with them. To his surprise, a flying sword descended from the sky, forcing him to retreat a few steps as it plunged into the ground. Then, a green figure fell from the sky right before him. Her clothing was torn at the chest, revealing two deep gashes on her fair skin. Fairy Bai Lu appeared lifeless, her complexion pale and her breath extinguished. Qin Fan's heart raced. What a terrible fate to land before me. He had run so far, yet it still ended up here. Did Fairy Bai Lu see him earlier? Had she intentionally fled toward him? His gaze fell upon the deep wounds on her chest. How grave! What a cunning move! Who are you? Wenshi and the black-robed man landed nearby, with Wenshi coldly inquiring. He regarded Qin Fan, sensing a hint of familiarity. Although he was certain he had never encountered this male cultivator, the aura emanating from him felt oddly recognizable. The black-robed man spoke disdainfully, just a mid-stage Qi practitioner. Kill him, understood, Wenshi complied, charging at Qin Fan with his sword drawn. It's this moment. Wenshi was brazen, believing he had achieved a great feat with Fairy Bai Lu's demise. You're asking for death. Qin Fan bellowed, donning his cloud-treading boots and propelled by the wind-speed talisman. He moved with incredible swiftness, leaving only an afterimage in the air. The body-refining technique was most suitable for close combat. Before Wenshi could reach him, he felt a sharp pain in his neck as Qin Fa he could never comprehend until his last breath why Qin Fan, a mere cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, could defeat him with a single strike. The bitterness consumed him. He had numerous spells, talismans, and magical artifacts yet to be utilized, and now he lay dead. Such despair. The black-robed man beside him furrowed his brows slightly as he gazed intently at Qin Fan. This man was formidable. He had initially intended to deliver a few more blows to the fallen green fairy, but was taken aback when Wenshi, so inept, was swiftly annihilated by Qin Fan. Now, he resolved to eliminate Qin Fan first. Nonetheless, he did not regard Qin Fan, a mere mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator, as a significant threat. He casually unleashed a burst of vibrant green flames. Even flames conjured by a mere half-step foundation establishment cultivator could easily slay a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Qin Fan activated a high-grade diamond talisman, and a faint golden bell-shaped barrier enveloped him instantly. Bang boom. The verdant flames erupted, colliding with the barrier, causing the runes inscribed upon it to dim, revealing a tendency to crack. It endured less than 3 breaths before the runes completely dissipated. However, the flames had lost much of their potency due to the talisman's defense, and in the fleeting moment of its collapse, Qin Fan had already repositioned himself, avoiding the flames entirely. The black-robed man was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Fan would evade his attack. Although this was merely a casual strike, it was nonetheless a fire technique he had honed after reaching half-step foundation establishment, one that ordinary high-grade defensive talismans could not withstand. It seemed that the talisman in Qin Fan's possession was not an ordinary high-grade diamond talisman. He had encountered a treasure-hoarding opponent. Chapter 42. You actually have a talisman. Suddenly, Qin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering before collapsing to the ground. Daoist Qin, was that necessary? Came the voice of the green fairy in his mind. Qin Fan remained silent, thinking to himself, indeed. How cunning, pretending to be dead. When he had dodged the black-robed man's fire technique, he sensed a faint life force from the green fairy, which vanished in an instant. He deduced that she was feigning death. Very well, if she wished to let him bear the brunt of the damage, he would play along, however, just as he pretended to be injured and fell. The green fairy couldn't resist transmitting her thoughts to him. Qin Fan, acting? Who do you think I am? Do not expect me to be a decoy to draw fire. The green fairy replied. Daoist Qin, this person is one of the notorious 3 evils. If I perish, he will surely kill you as well. Let us join forces, and we can surely escape. Qin Fan still did not respond. It was far more appealing to let the green fairy and the black-robed man engage in a life-or-death struggle, and then he could reap the benefits. The green fairy insisted, Daoist Qin, if I can escape this predicament today, I will owe you a favor. How about it? The favor of the most cherished granddaughter of the true Dan Master. Qin Fan replied, you go first. The green fairy, very well, I hope Daoist Qin will assist when the time comes. Despite the Green Fairy's efforts to obscure her presence while contacting Qin Fan, the black-robed man still detected her. "Green Fairy, you are not dead," he exclaimed, turning towards her and casting a spell in his eyes. Qin Fan was merely a fish that could be eliminated at any moment. He would deal with the Green Fairy first, then Qin Fan. The Green Fairy sprang up and quickly summoned a rain curtain talisman, blocking the incoming spell. Simultaneously, she conjured a silver small sword, which transformed into a massive sword in midair, charging at the black-robed man. The black-robed man summoned a shield to deflect the silver sword while simultaneously preparing a hand sign, causing a surge of spiritual energy around him. A substantial black net, resembling a spider's web, materialized from his withered palm, expanding rapidly to 2 zhang in height, swirling with black energy as it lunged toward the Green Fairy. "Prison cage technique?" the black-robed man bellowed. The Green Fairy hastily summoned a fan-shaped defensive artifact, but the corrosive black vortex began to eat away at it upon contact. "Green Fairy, let my flying hawk accompany you to the grave." The black-robed man cackled. As the Green Fairy watched her defensive artifact on the brink of destruction, her complexion paled. Meanwhile, Qin Fan received a transmission from the Green Fairy. "Taoist Qin, you may act now." At this moment, both the black-robed man and the Green Fairy were wielding 2 high-grade artifacts. A perfected practitioner at the late stage of artifact refinement, controlling 2 high-grade artifacts simultaneously required immense spiritual energy, with the maximum being 3 at once. Qin Fan did not respond to the Green Fairy, and her complexion grew increasingly pale, indicating her impending inability to withstand the onslaught. The black-robed man's smug expression intensified. The Green Fairy coughed up blood twice as her fan-shaped artifact was completely corroded, and she was ensnared by the black net. The corrosive black energy immediately began to assault her body, causing her complexion to turn ashen, and she fainted. Just then, a white mist appeared among the trees. The black-robed man sensed something was amiss. It's an illusion talisman. He prepared to cast a spell to escape the illusion's grasp when, suddenly, whoosh, 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 8 slender needles, no thicker than chopsticks, shot towards him. The black-robed man shifted his form, narrowly evading the 8-needle technique. However, in the next instant, his pupils widened in shock as he glanced down at his shoulder. A scarcely visible needle was embedded there. Upon seeing the runes inscribed on its tail, he was instantly consumed with rage, turning to confront Qin Fan, who had risen to his feet at an unknown moment. You killed my brother." His brother was none other than Dashan. The 8-needle technique was a set of secretive artifacts belonging to Dashan, and the rare runes etched upon Dashan's ink ruler were now evident on Qin Fan's 8 needles. He had previously pursued the truth behind Dashan's death, but had found no answers. Now, it was clear that Dashan had perished at Qin Fan's hands. The rare runes were even appropriated by Qin Fan. Realizing this, the black-robed man's expression twisted into a snarl as he formed an ancient hand sign. The black markings on his palm rapidly crawled up his arm and onto his face, enveloping him in dark curses. As he burned through his vital energy, he summoned a massive black ruler, larger than Dashan's. This ruler was identical in every aspect, even down to the inscriptions. "You will accompany my brother to the grave." The black-robed man spat blood onto the black ruler and charged at Qin Fan with the intent to slice him down with a single strike. A powerful aura enveloped him, darkening the skies. Qin Fan summoned the Xintian shield, producing a yellowish barrier that shielded him from the black-robed man's lethal ruler. Bang, bang. The clash of their powers erupted in dazzling white light, illuminating the heavens. A cacophony echoed, reminiscent of nails scraping against steel. "You truly possess treasures. No wonder my brother, at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, could be slain by a mere mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator like you. Now, all your treasures shall belong to me." The black-robed man bellowed. Qin Fan smirked coldly. Is that so? If I could kill your brother, I can certainly kill you. With that, Qin Fan consumed half a recovery pill and drank a drop of spiritual liquid to replenish his energy. He then summoned the talisman bestowed upon him by Su Hongyue. Under the guidance of his spiritual energy, the talisman radiated golden light. As it activated, an ethereal cry echoed, and an ice crystal sword, infused with unparalleled pressure, soared from the talisman, targeting the black-robed man. Upon witnessing this, the black-robed man's expression shifted dramatically, terror lacing his voice. "You actually possess a talisman. He sensed the impending danger and hastily summoned a flying shuttle to escape. However, he had severely underestimated the talisman's might. The ice crystal sword pierced through his neck at the moment he stepped onto the shuttle, performing a swift rotation before returning to Qin Fan's grasp. Beneath the setting sun, the black-robed man's head rolled to the ground, the severed edge perfectly clean, showcasing the sword's sharpness. The black-robed man was dead. After slaying the black-robed man, Qin Fan quickly drank another drop of spiritual liquid to restore his energy. He then cast a solemn gaze at the green fairy, who remained ensnared by the black net. Chapter 43. Is the Empress jealous? With the black-robed man's demise, the magical energy sustaining the black net dissipated in an instant. The green fairy began to cough violently before slowly opening her eyes, freeing herself from the net. She coughed up blood twice more and propped herself up, gazing at Qin Fan. Their eyes met in the air, a spark igniting between them. Taoist Qin, impressive technique. You actually killed the notorious Black Evil. However, I fainted just now and missed the scene of Taoist Qin slaying Black Evil, which is somewhat regrettable. Taoist Qin, I have signaled for help. The people from the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion will likely arrive shortly. Ahem, that I have a rather insistent request. Once my people arrive, would it be possible for me to claim that I was the one who killed Black Evil? Taoist Qin may make requests, and I will do my utmost to accommodate, to be honest. Although I am the young master of the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion, there are still many in my family who hold dissenting views. If they learn that I have slain one of the infamous three evils, it would significantly bolster my reputation and solidify my position as young master. Qin Fan had been contemplating whether to eliminate the green fairy. After all, he had just deployed the trump cards bestowed upon him by Su Hongyue. Both the Shintian shield and the talisman were treasures that could drive cultivators mad with desire. Even the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion, under the leadership of the true Dan Master, would covet them. After all, high-grade artifacts refined by golden core masters, even if produced by a true Dan Master, would entice anyone, let alone the half-step foundation establishment Green Fairy. However, the Green Fairy's words indicated that her allies would soon arrive. If he were to kill her now, it could easily be discovered by the people from the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion. This Green Fairy was more cunning than she appeared, often pretending to be dead or fainting that the beloved granddaughter of the true Dan Master. Who could say how many trump cards she possessed? Killing her could prove more challenging than dispatching the black-robed man. If he were to delay until the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion arrived, it would place him at a significant disadvantage. He only wished to live discreetly here, focusing not on murder and treasure but on caring for Su Hongyue. Especially now, as Su Hongyue's strength had diminished to the first layer of Qi refinement, she was no longer in the Golden Core realm. He could not afford to attract trouble. Moreover, the Green Fairy was astute, implying she hadn't witnessed him slaying Black Evil, indicating she wouldn't disclose his use of the Shintian shield and the talisman. She was suggesting that even though she hadn't truly fainted and had seen him employ the Shintian shield and the talisman, she would keep silent. Furthermore, she was intentionally taking credit for the kill to divert any scrutiny away from him. As a half-step foundation establishment practitioner, the Green Fairy slaying another half-step foundation establishment cultivator like Black Evil would not raise suspicions. However, if a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator like him were to claim the kill, it would undoubtedly cause a stir and attract the attention of numerous cultivators looking to exploit him. After pondering for a moment, Qin Fan made his decision. He replied to the Green Fairy with a calm demeanor. You may claim the kill of Black Evil, but you must provide something of equal value in exchange. What about this? The Green Fairy produced an egg the size of a basketball, shimmering white. Inside is a young second-tier white jade centipede, which I recently acquired and have yet to tame. This egg is a first-tier high-grade artifact that nourishes the young centipede. As she spoke, she also retrieved an ancient tome, detailing the taming and feeding methods for the young centipede. Does Taoist Qin find this trade satisfactory? At this moment, not far from Qin Fan, a stunning figure was hastily approaching him. Suddenly, the figure halted. It was Su Hongyue, who sensed Qin Fan was in danger. Among the talismans she had given him was a perception talisman. This talisman, consisting of two components, yin and yang, could not convey information but would activate in times of crisis, alerting the holder of the other talisman to impending danger. When Qin Fan had clashed with the black-robed man, the yin perception talisman within his bag detected a powerful threat, triggering its activation and sending a signal to Su Hongyue. She immediately used her divine sense to pinpoint Qin Fan's location and rushed over. At this moment, she stood atop a towering ancient tree, observing Qin Fan and the green fairy conversing. She witnessed the green fairy hand a strange egg to Qin Fan, followed by him hesitating before ultimately accepting it. Then, she saw the green fairy cough violently and collapse towards Qin Fan, who caught her waist, causing the green fairy to lean against his chest. From her perspective, it appeared as though they were intimately entwined. Seeing this scene, for reasons unknown, Su Hongyue felt a pang in her heart, a chill spreading from her chest to her limbs. After confirming that Qin Fan was safe, she could no longer bear to witness their closeness and turned to leave. Qin Fan, having steadied the green fairy, took a few steps back to create distance between them and said coolly, "The matter of black evil is settled. I shall take my leave." Upon exiting the Moonlight Pavilion, he had already sent a message to Su Hongyue, stating that he was on his way home and would return shortly. Now, having lingered here for quite some time, he worried that Su Hongyue might be anxious about him. He needed to hurry back. "Daoist Qin, I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, feel free to seek me out. Also, Daoist Qin, I officially invite you to become the chief artifact refiner for our spiritual treasure pavilion. Will you accept?" "Decline," Qin Fan replied, casting an acceleration talisman on himself and swiftly fleeing to it was not his style to present himself as bait, especially with precious treasures in his possession, alerting the green fairy to his worth and heading to her spiritual treasure pavilion as an artifact refiner. Moreover, the green fairy, as the young master of the spiritual treasure pavilion, had been ambushed by one of the notorious three evils on the outskirts of Qingzhou Square, with Wenshur's betrayal involved. He had no desire to wade through such murky waters. Qin Fan swiftly entered the maze and quickly changed his appearance, using a cleansing technique to wash away any traces of his previous encounter. After donning a refined robe and ensuring he wouldn't raise any suspicions with Su Hongyue, he hurried back home. Upon entering the courtyard, he scanned the surroundings but did not see Su Hongyue. "Wife, I'm back," he called out cheerfully, but received no reply. He approached Su Hongyue's room, knocked on the door, and called, "Wife?" Her voice was cold, even colder than when they first met. Qin Fan was taken aback. Was Su Hongyue upset? They had grown considerably closer over the past few days. Although her tone was never excessively warm, it was never cold either. Was she angry because he returned late? That shouldn't be the case. He had been late before, and she had always shown concern for him. What was different this time? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Chapter 44. Capturing the heart of the Empress. Last time he had been ambushed by Leopard Brother and Dashan, Su Hongyue was aware of it. Could it be that she knew about this incident as well? And her reaction was different from the last time. Did she see the moment when the green fairy collapsed into his arms? Was she jealous? The mere thought filled him with an inexplicable sense of superiority and satisfaction. He had managed to make the future Empress feel jealous. What a feat that was! Although he had shared a bed with Su Hongyue a few times and they had engaged in dual cultivation, he understood that it was merely due to the poison within her body, requiring him as an antidote. He was uncertain about her feelings towards him. However, at this moment, Su Hongyue began to feel jealous, which signified that she had started to care for him. This marked a significant stride in winning the heart of the future Empress. Delightful. Knock knock. Qin Fan knocked on the door again. Now that he understood Su Hongyue was feeling jealous, it became easier to handle. "Wife." Qin Fan's voice carried a hint of pain. Hissed, he gasped, a pained expression on his face. "Have you had dinner?" he inquired, still wincing, and no response. He continued, "Then," hissed, "I will go back to my room." After speaking, Qin Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood. He quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was about to use a cleaning spell to clear the blood from the floor when Su Hongyue's door swung open. Her gaze fell upon the puddle of blood on the ground, and her brows furrowed slightly. "Why did you suddenly come out?" I'm fine," Qin Fan said hurriedly, using a cleaning spell to wipe away the blood before turning to walk back to his room. He staggered a few steps, barely maintaining his balance, when Su Hongyue caught him. Leaning against her shoulder, he attempted to muster strength, saying, I can manage, I really am fine." With that, he forced a weak smile at Su Hongyue. "Stubborn," she frowned, taking him into his room. After helping Qin Fan onto the bed, she turned to fetch water for him, only to find him sitting on the bed, shirtless and looking frail. 3 wounds marred his chest, oozing fresh blood. Upon closer inspection, the wounds appeared new and shallow. "Sit still, let me tend to your wounds," Su Hongyue said without further thought. She retrieved a medicine vial from her storage bag and sat beside Qin Fan to apply the medicine. As he lowered his head, he caught sight of Su Hongyue's exquisite face, which was undeniably beautiful. The more he looked, the more he was captivated by her delicate features and flawless, milky white skin. Truly, she was recognized as the most stunning beauty in the realm of 2 dimensions. Hiss, Qin Fan gasped. Does it hurt? I will be gentler, Su Hongyue replied, softening her touch. The medicinal herbs in the cultivation world were remarkably effective, and since Qin Fan had deliberately inflicted these wounds, they began to heal almost immediately after the medicine was applied. Su Hongyue blinked in surprise, then looked up at Qin Fan. You deceived me. Earlier, she had been too lovesick to notice the deception, but witnessing the wounds heal instantaneously brought her back to her senses, and she realized she had been tricked. Seizing the moment, Qin Fan wrapped his arms around Su Hongyue's waist, pulling her onto his lap with a grin. Wife, I didn't deceive you. It's just that I've always been afraid of pain. Even a minor injury terrifies me. Please don't be angry. I have no ties with that green fairy. She probably wanted to pretend to be weak to test whether I would take the opportunity to harm her, and I simply helped her out. My heart belongs only to you. Come, give me a kiss. As he leaned down to kiss Su Hongyue, she blocked his lips with her hand. Who is angry? Su Hongyue responded. Although her tone was not as cold as it had been moments ago, it lacked its usual warmth. Upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of playful annoyance in her voice, complemented by her uniquely divine tone, which was exceptionally melodious. Unable to kiss her cheek, Qin Fan instead pressed a kiss into her palm as she swiftly withdrew her hand. He chuckled softly. All right, my dear wife is not angry. She is merely jealous. When Su Hongyue attempted to rise, Qin Fan pulled her back into his embrace, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder. You are not jealous, not at all. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let us go eat together. Su Hongyue's expression turned slightly awkward. I'm not hungry. Speaking of food, her brows knitted slightly. She had woken up late that morning, and by the time she got up, Qin Fan had already left. While having breakfast, she suddenly felt nauseated. From morning until night, she had been unable to keep anything down, even expelling bitter bile. After some investigation, she discovered it was morning sickness. Following the advice from books, she had tried eating some sour and spicy foods, yet it did nothing to alleviate her nausea. Then let me keep you company and eat something, Qin Fan said gently. He brought the dishes into the main room. During the summer, they would dine outside in the cool evening air, but now that autumn had arrived, the nights were chillier. So Qin Fan had moved the dining table indoors. As soon as Su Hongyue sat down, the aroma of the food wafted toward her, and she suddenly covered her mouth and hurried back to her room. Qin Fan chased after her, eager to see what was wrong, but she closed the door behind her. He then heard Su Hongyue's muffled voice. Detected that the bonded individual is experiencing pregnancy-related nausea. Special reward for the host. Comprehensive knowledge of pregnancy care. Please accept the knowledge. Immediately, a wealth of information regarding pregnancy care flooded into Qin Fan's mind. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes and went directly to the kitchen. He had previously activated his culinary skills, and with the newly acquired knowledge of pregnancy care, he understood that Su Hongyue was beginning to experience morning sickness. It was likely she hadn't eaten anything all day, which was unacceptable. He needed to prepare a meal that would alleviate her nausea. Fortunately, he had intended to stay home for half a month, so he had stocked up on a variety of ingredients, including potatoes, yam, peas, and pumpkin, all suitable for pregnant women experiencing nausea. After vomiting, Su Hongyue appeared pale. The earlier pregnancy symptoms had started to manifest her human needs, but she hadn't felt much. However, the current nausea was truly distressing. Especially during severe episodes, she felt as if she might expel her very insides. Thankfully, the 5 little ones were particularly well behaved today, not causing any trouble. Otherwise, the combination of morning sickness and the movements of 5 rambunctious little ones would have driven her to her wit's end. Chapter 45. The Empress praises Qin Fan in front of her friend at this moment. A message from Qian Xianyuan came through. Su Hongyue answered the message. Upon seeing Su Hongyue's pale complexion, Qian Xianyuan immediately exploded with concern. Yeah, has Qin Fan bullied you? No, I have morning sickness, Su Hongyue replied. Morning sickness? What is that? Qian Xianyuan asked, completely clueless. She quickly grabbed a pregnancy manual from the side and began flipping through it before exclaiming, morning sickness. Yeah, you're experiencing morning sickness? That must be quite uncomfortable. Coincidentally, I attended an auction in Qinglong today and managed to acquire the items you need. I even bought some herbs to ensure a safe pregnancy. I will bring them to you. Where are you now? Let me come take care of you. A man like Qin Fan doesn't know how to care for a woman. Su Hongyue glanced toward the kitchen, hearing the sounds of cooking. She knew Qin Fan was preparing dinner again. Hearing Qian Xianyuan criticize Qin Fan caused her elegant brows to furrow slightly as she interjected. He knows how to cook. His food is quite delicious. Realizing that her previous statement might not adequately showcase Qin Fan's excellence, she added, he really does cook well. Qian Xianyuan dug at her ears, incredulous as she stared at the message from Su Hongyue. Yeah, what are you saying? I must have misheard you. Did you just say that the ordinarily mediocre Qin Fan cooks delicious food? Coming back to her senses, Su Hongyue shifted the topic and asked, what rare inscriptions did you acquire? Oh, these? Chen Xianyuan began to show the 3 rare inscriptions she had won at the auction. Su Hongyue found them utterly incomprehensible, as if they were written in a foreign language. But upon hearing the auctioneer describe them as rare inscriptions, she felt compelled to bid. A small incident occurred during the bidding when a young craftsman ranked within the top 100 on the refining master ranking from the Lan Yue Sect communicated with her telepathically, urging her not to bid against him, claiming she wouldn't understand the inscriptions and that winning them would be a waste. He suggested she allow him to win them so that these 3 rare inscriptions could serve the cultivation world. This infuriated her, and she immediately raised her bid by 100 middle-grade spirit stones. She thought to herself, I may not know how to inscribe, but my dear friend is learning, and once she masters it, she will astonish you all. With this in mind, she looked at Su Hongyue with hope and said, yeah, once I deliver these 3 inscriptions to you, you must study them diligently, aiming to master them. So you can inscribe them onto my treasures, no, onto my hair ornaments. That way, when I walk around, everyone will know that Chen Xianyuan not only acquired these 3 rare inscriptions, but also inscribed them onto her magical artifacts. Chen Xianyuan was the quintessential second-generation cultivator, disinterested in combat or cultivation, but rather fascinated by the novel aspects of the cultivation world and various stories. Therefore, inscribing inscriptions onto treasures seemed to her a way to show off during conversations. Why would she need to pull out her treasures to display them? The most ostentatious method would be to inscribe the inscriptions onto her hair ornaments, which she would wear daily while strolling outside. Yes, she would need to hang around the Qin Fan sect's gates for a few days to astonish them. The more she thought about it, the more fervently her eyes sparkled, almost eager to flaunt her newfound knowledge at the Qin Fan sect. So engrossed in her thoughts, she completely forgot about the topic they had been discussing before. As Su Hongyue noticed Chen Xuanyuan's attention shifted, she casually chatted with her about the inscriptions before saying, you'll wait for me at the eastern side of the Kungsu mountain range. The Kungsu mountain range was a half-month journey by flying boat from Qinglong and 5 days from Qingzhou workshop. It was neither too far nor too close. Given Chen Xuanyuan's preconceived negative impression of Qin Fan, Su Hongyue wished to avoid any encounters between them, fearing Chen Xianyuan might harm him. All right, I can't wait to see you. Yeah. Chen Xianyuan exclaimed joyfully, then began to share all the adorable baby clothes she had recently purchased. She praised their cuteness, having bought outfits for both boys and girls. Previously unaware of how charming baby clothes could be, she was now enamored with each piece. The babies you give birth to will surely be exceptionally cute. In just over 5 months, they would arrive, and Su Hongyue was eagerly anticipating the arrival of her 5 little ones. Although the morning sickness was certainly unpleasant, the occasional movements and interactions with them filled her with a sense of happiness. Hearing the sounds of cooking cease from the kitchen, she told Chen Xianyuan, it's late. I need to rest. I will talk later. All right, I'll look up what to eat during morning sickness and bring it to you, so you won't suffer, Chen Xianyuan responded. After hanging up the message, Qin Fan soon entered the main room, carrying 4 freshly prepared dishes. He took away the previous dishes to prevent Su Hongyue from feeling nauseated again. Wife. Qin Fan knocked on Su Hongyue's door. She turned to him. Upon seeing her pale complexion, he felt a pang of sympathy and approached her softly. Have you been throwing up all day without eating anything? I've made you 4 dishes that can alleviate morning sickness. Come and try them. Initially, Su Hongyue intended to decline, fearing that eating would only lead to more vomiting. However, upon gazing into Qin Fan's gentle eyes, she nodded in agreement. Entering the main room, she was greeted by an array of appetizing dishes on the table. This is sweet and sour shredded potato, flavored with vinegar, which is a bit tangy and can stimulate the appetite, Qin Fan explained. The shredded potatoes were rich in vitamin B6, which helps reduce nausea, and also provided ample starch for energy. This is stir-fried yam and peas, which are good for the stomach and spleen. Both yam and peas contain vitamins A and B1, promoting digestive health. This is steamed pumpkin, beneficial for the development of the baby's bones and visual nerves due to its carotenoid content. And this is cabbage stew with tofu, refreshing and sweet. Tofu is rich in protein and calcium, while cabbage offers a wealth of vitamins and dietary fiber, making it both nutritious and delicious. All these dishes were spirit vegetables, far superior in taste, nutrition, and spiritual energy compared to ordinary vegetables. As she began to eat, Su Hongyue discovered that both the sweet and sour shredded potatoes and the steamed pumpkin, along with the cabbage stew with tofu, were entirely to her liking. Moreover, she did not feel any urge to vomit after eating. Before she realized it, she had consumed 2 bowls of rice, filling her belly pleasantly. Chapter 46. Qin Yuan Longevity Technique. After finishing their meal, Qin Fan took Su Hongyue out for a stroll. Under the moonlight, they occasionally spotted plump rabbits nestled in the grass. Qin Fan recounted the happenings in Qingzhou workshop, including the influx of rogue cultivators and sect members due to the nearby powerful caves development, as well as the chaos surrounding Lingbao Pavilion, the Green Fairy, and Wenshi. Qingzhou workshop is likely to become quite tumultuous. I plan to refrain from going out for half a month. The provisions we bought should last us that long, Qin Fan declared. The living spirit chickens, spirit sheep, and spirit fish he had purchased could roam around their home, as the formation would keep them from escaping. He had also learned how to tame them, making it easy to slay them whenever needed, allowing for fresh spirit meat at any time. Su Hongyue nodded. During their walk, she did not experience any more nausea, providing Qin Fan with a sense of relief. Upon returning from their stroll, Qin Fan retreated to his room to reflect on the recent incident involving Wenshi. Detected that the host has successfully comforted the bonded individual, resulting in increased affection toward the host. Special reward for the host: a wood-type cultivation technique, Qin Yuan Longevity Technique, and 1 instance of enlightenment. The Qin Yuan Longevity Technique. Before long, the system transmitted the technique into Qin Fan's mind. Upon reviewing it, he could not help but smile. It was a technique aimed at extending one's lifespan. Furthermore, it could even revive the deceased at a certain level. Truly, this was a remarkable technique produced by the system. Moreover, it was a wood-type technique, perfectly suited for him. Although it lacked the power of the Dian sword technique and had a slower cultivation speed, the ability to extend lifespan and the healing skills were not features found in every technique. It is essential to understand that the ultimate goal of cultivation is the pursuit of longevity. Countless cultivators have perished prematurely due to mediocre talent or a lack of resources, never having reached the foundation building stage, leaving them with lifelong regrets. With this technique in hand, he could enhance his own lifespan. Although he was still just a 4-element root cultivator and had not yet reached foundation building, resulting in a lifespan of only around 200 years, he could utilize the human instrument body refinement technique to increase his lifespan, and the Qin Yuan Longevity Technique would also contribute. He firmly believed that with so many lifespan boosting methods and the dual cultivation approach to enhance his root aptitude, reaching the golden core stage was within his grasp. Once he reached the golden core stage, the gap in lifespan between him and Su Hongyue would significantly diminish. Immediately, Qin Fan activated the system to use the enlightenment feature and began to comprehend the Qin Yuan Longevity Technique. Half an hour later, the effects of enlightenment faded, and Qin Fan opened his eyes. This session of enlightenment consumed 5 middle-grade spirit stones, but the results were remarkable. He had grasped the first layer of the Qin Yuan Longevity Technique. A continuous wave of energy now flowed within his body. Furthermore, his perception of the surrounding would attribute spiritual energy had increased, granting him an understanding of the natural cycle of life and death. This technique was indeed impressive. Even without using spiritual liquid or stones to meditate and cultivate, his body could automatically recover spiritual energy. Although the recovery speed was currently slow, the ability to replenish spiritual energy autonomously provided him with an additional means of survival during battles. Just as he had expended tremendous spiritual energy to wield the talisman against the malevolent entity, after vanquishing it, should anyone covertly strike at him before he has sufficiently replenished his spiritual energy to activate the Shintian shield, he could very well meet his demise on the spot. Moreover, the initial layer of this technique already possesses a healing effect, though it has yet to reach the extraordinary level of resurrecting the dead. However, it can indeed heal ordinary superficial wounds with ease. Furthermore, if one is willing to sacrifice their lifespan, It could even mend more severe ailments, a veritable divine physician's skill. Additionally, this technique has the remarkable ability to conceal one's aura. Originally, wood-based techniques, deriving from nature, allow cultivators to resonate to a certain degree with flora, thus achieving aura concealment. However, the effectiveness of typical wood-based techniques in this regard is often lackluster. Yet, the Qing Yuan longevity technique excels at concealing one's aura, rendering its practitioner as lifeless as a withered branch. Even at the first layer, with his current cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he remains undetectable by anyone below the foundation building stage. This feature is splendid for him, as he seeks to cultivate in obscurity. By diligently practicing this technique, he can extend his lifespan at each realm, with the increase being half of the maximum lifespan of cultivators at that stage. For instance, the lifespan of an ordinary mortal can reach up to 110 years. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage can live significantly longer, up to 200 years. Having cultivated the Qing Yuan longevity technique, Qin Fan's lifespan at the Qi refinement stage, not accounting for the additional years gained from body refinement, can be extended by another 100 years in essence. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, his lifespan could soar to 200 years plus 100 years, plus an additional 20 years from the first layer of body refinement, totaling 320 years. The maximum lifespan for a foundation-building cultivator is merely 400 years. Qin Fan calculated that his lifespan was nearing that of a foundation-building powerhouse. Exciting. He wondered what treasures lay within the malevolent entity's spatial pouch. With that thought, Qin Fan retrieved the spatial pouch from the malevolent entity and when sure. After defeating the malevolent entity, he had collected both their spatial pouches and any fallen artifacts. When he departed, the green fairy had not mentioned the spatial pouches. After all, he had slain both individuals. According to the rules of the cultivation world, the spoils belong to the slayer. Qin Fan took some time to erase the magical imprints on the pouches. Then he opened the malevolent entity's pouch. The contents far exceeded those of the previous ones belonging to Deshan and Kai Dai. Inside were 300 low-grade spirit stones, a plethora of beast materials, refining materials, and several centuries-old herbs, including a rare first-grade longevity pill, and even a second-grade low-tier beast core. Many of these items were materials for refining foundation-building pills. It seemed the malevolent entity had intended to seek someone to refine foundation-building pills and achieve foundation establishment. This haul was quite impressive. As Qin Fan extracted these items, he noticed a black beast skin scroll lying in the corner of the pouch. Upon retrieving the scroll, he found 4 prominent characters inscribed upon it. However, he could not comprehend these characters, as they were not part of the current common language of the cultivation world. He planned to consult Su Hongyue about it tomorrow. The scroll appeared rather ordinary, yet upon holding it, he sensed an ancient aura emanating from it, bearing the marks of time. The pouch belonging to Wenshur was entirely devoid of valuable items, containing only some fragmented spirit crystals, not even a single low-grade spirit stone. What a miser! It seemed he could not reap any benefits while being near the green fairy and had turned against her. Chapter 47. The mutated spirit pet Qin Fan took out the 3 artifacts used during his battle with the malevolent entity. One was a mid-tier first-grade shield, which he inspected before tossing it into the refining materials, planning to dismantle it for resale later. An effortless way to dispose of stolen goods. Such is the advantage of being a refiner. His gaze then fell upon a larger black ink ruler, which was twice the size of Deshan's. Upon closer inspection, he realized the runes inscribed upon this ink ruler were even more intricate and detailed than those on Deshan's. Was this an upgraded version of the ink ruler's runes? Though this ruler was also a high-quality first-grade artifact, it was of exceptional quality, clearly superior to Deshan's, and the runes appeared to possess greater power. Excellent! He resolved to thoroughly study the upgraded runes on this ink ruler when time allowed, planning to subsequently enhance the runes on the 8 Xiao needles. This practical experience had revealed to him that the 8 Xiao needles, when combined with the illusion talisman, formed an unexpectedly potent trump card. Next, Qin Fan's attention shifted to a palm-sized black net beside the ink ruler. After picking up the net and examining it, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was an upgradable high-quality artifact. Typically, artifacts retain their grade upon completion, but there are exceptional refiners who can craft upgradable artifacts. This meant that while the current black net was merely a high-quality first-grade artifact, it could potentially be upgraded to a second-grade artifact with the appropriate methods and materials. Its value would be immeasurable. Ah, the thrill of plunder is delightful. when Shi's artifact was a mid-tier first-grade artifact, which Qin Fan also tossed into the pouch for refining materials. After collecting his spoils, Qin Fan retrieved the egg obtained from the green fairy. Gazing at the basketball-sized egg, he placed his hand upon its shell, slowly channeling spiritual energy to sense the white jade centipede embryo within. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he exclaimed, "Damn, green fairy, how could you betray your conscience? You had the audacity to give me a near-death beast embryo?" Indeed, she was cunning, far more so than her treachery suggested. When the green fairy had presented the egg to him, he had sensed the embryo's vibrant life force and agreed to the trade. Little did he know, she had activated the white jade centipede's vitality with some secret technique, concealing its true state from him. Now that the transaction was complete, the activated vitality had faded, leaving the embryo in a state of near death. Qin Fan realized, in no wonder, she offered him a second-grade beast embryo. This was a dying creature. The green fairy and I have settled this score. A second-grade beast corresponds to a foundation-building cultivator. However, due to the unique constitution of beasts, even at the same stage, second-grade beasts surpass foundation-building cultivators in strength. Qin Fan cracked open the egg, revealing a white jade centipede, resembling a cute silkworm, lying weakly inside. Upon sensing the egg being opened, it lifted its eyes to glance at Qin Fan before lowering its head in weakness. Fragile and pitiable, it invoked a profound sense of protectiveness. The white jade centipede, typically considered repugnant, appeared anomalously adorable, possessing an endearing charm that it was a female white jade centipede. Wait, something was amiss. Qin Fan noticed that the two antennae atop the creature's head were not pure white but bore a hint of gold. They were evidently of superior quality. Upon closer inspection, could it be that this was not merely a second-grade white jade centipede embryo, but rather a more formidable mutated variant? Contemplating this, Qin Fan's gaze darkened. The combat prowess of a white jade centipede is formidable. Even among its peers, it can burrow underground to ambush foes, and it possesses the ability to excrete venom to poison its enemies. Even the beast tamers of Beast Taming Valley would find it challenging to tame an adult white jade centipede for battle, incurring substantial costs in the process. Now, an opportunity lay before him to cultivate this mutated white jade centipede embryo. The Qingyuan longevity technique possesses healing properties. However, for an embryo in such a state, basic healing would be ineffectual. To be effective, he would need to employ the method of sacrificing lifespan for healing. The little creature emitted a barely audible sound before laboriously rolling over, its plump body exposing its round, innocent eyes to Qin Fan. It was undeniably adorable and fragile, provoking an instinctive urge to protect. Conveniently, he had a longevity pill at hand. He would give it a try. After confirming the authenticity of the longevity pill and ensuring it bore no toxic effects, Qin Fan consumed it. The taste was exceedingly bitter. He immediately activated the Qingyuan longevity technique to refine the pill. As he worked the technique, he envisioned himself transforming into a blade of grass, rooting, sprouting, growing leaves, flourishing, and eventually withering. In the following spring, the grass would take root again, sprout anew, grow leaves, and thrive. Each cycle sharpened its leaves further, embodying the essence of life. After 10 cycles of spring and autumn, he opened his eyes in delight. A single longevity pill had granted him an additional 10 years of life. Remarkable, a typical cultivator would gain only 5 years from a first-grade longevity pill, but who would have thought he could double that through the longevity technique? Regrettably, the effects of this grade of longevity pill only apply to the first consumption. Further doses yield no benefit. Suddenly, Qin Fan pondered the uniqueness of his longevity technique. Perhaps he could attempt consuming another first-grade longevity pill to see if it would increase his lifespan further. After extending his lifespan, he activated the longevity technique and infused the energy into the white jade centipede embryo. Upon receiving the spiritual energy, the little creature trembled slightly, its previously closed eyes now curiously opening again. He channeled the technique for a duration equal to a stick of incense, and after sacrificing 5 years of lifespan, the embryo's vitality finally returned to a vigorous state. The little creature, now revitalized, eagerly climbed onto Qin Fan's shoulder, affectionately nudging his face with its tiny head, emitting a delightful sound of excitement. Qin Fan smiled and gently stroked its head, saying, "From now on, you shall be called Little Bai." How does that sound? The following days saw the tale of the green fairy slaying the malevolent entity spread throughout Qingzhou Square. Shortly thereafter, the green fairy successfully established her foundation. Chapter 48. my wife. Let us explore new methods of dual cultivation in the secret chamber of the Wanshi Pavilion, 3 stories high. Elder Han Jinxiong frowned, addressing the young man before him with dissatisfaction. How could you conspire with the malevolent entity to assassinate Sang Xinyu? Sang Xinyu was the Green Fairy's true name. The Wanshi Pavilion and the Lingbao Pavilion had long been rivals in the artifact business, their animosities manifesting in numerous conflicts and battles over the years. The two families had become sworn enemies. The Han family sought to obliterate the Sang family. Wherever the Sang family's Lingbao Pavilion established itself, the Wanshi Pavilion would inevitably follow suit. Especially as the Sang family's false Dan master approached the limit of his lifespan. The Han family grew increasingly brazen, exerting pressure on the Sang family not only in the market but also in spiritual veins, spiritual mines, and spiritual products. With Sang Xinyu nearing foundation establishment, her exceptional talent had prompted some within the Han family to act rashly, wishing to eliminate her before she could achieve the status of a false Dan master and connect with the Sang family's ancestral false Dan master. The young man before Han Jinxiong was one of those rash individuals, named Han Jingqi, a promising member of the new generation of the Han family. With a superior spiritual root, he had entered a sect and, at the age of 19, reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Han Jingqi rubbed his nose and replied, I didn't expect Sang Xinyu to be so difficult to kill. Don't worry, no one knows about my dealings with the malevolent entity. Han Jinxiong retorted. Now look what you've done. Sang Xinyu not only survived but was also provoked into successfully establishing her foundation, granting the Sang family yet another foundation-building cultivator. Suddenly, Han Jinxiong seemed to have realized something and waved his hand. Forget it. Just don't act impulsively next time. If the Sang family learns of this, their ancestors will hunt you down. Do you think you can escape the pursuit of a false Dan master? Han Jingqi lowered his head, silent. After sipping his tea, Han Jinxiong asked, How goes the investigation into the Moonlight Pavilion? Han Jingqi promptly lifted his head and reported, I have yet to uncover the specifics of Qin Fan's background. He appears to be a loose cultivator, but he has the protection of a Qi refinement stage steward from Watergate Street, indicating that there must be someone backing him. Han Jinxiong frowned. Speed up the investigation. The outer disciples of the Lan Yue Sect will soon arrive at Qingzhou Square. We must seize the Moonlight Pavilion and Qin Fan before they arrive. Han Jingqi replied, I will do so, second uncle. Our Han family is riding a wave of fortune by aligning with the Lan Yue Sect. In the future, we will surely rise to become one of the 7 great cultivation families of the southern region. Han Jinxiong smiled at this and then said solemnly, Do not become too complacent. If we handle this matter well, the Han family will certainly prosper. It is indeed unexpected that the upper 3 sects, which usually disregard us, would now engage with us due to those peculiar artifacts crafted by Qin Fan, bringing us into contact with the Lan Yue Sect. Such an opportunity is rare and must be seized. This is our Han family's chance to ascend to a higher echelon. Han Jingqi's eyes sparkled with ambition. Steward Fan, accompanied by a maid, entered the back courtyard of the Lingbao Pavilion. Upon arriving at the study, he found the Green Fairy seated at the head of the table. The moment he entered, he was met with a formidable aura emanating from her foundation-building stage. Pressing down on him, he immediately lowered his head, his legs trembling slightly, and with cupped hands, stammered, Senior Sang, I in the cultivation world. There exists an unwritten rule that seniority is determined not by age but by cultivation level. Although Sang Xinyu was significantly younger than Steward Fan, her successful foundation establishment meant that even a Qi refinement stage steward like him had to address her as senior. Please, take a seat. Sang Xinyu tempered her pressure. As Steward Fan settled into a chair. He felt perplexed, as he had no ties to the Lingbao Pavilion or the Sang family, wondering why she had summoned him. After sipping some spiritual tea, Sang Xinyu spoke. Steward Fan, I have heard that you are acquainted with Qin Fan from the Moonlight Pavilion. Could you enlighten me about him? I find him quite intriguing. Firstly, Qin Fan had managed to slay Wen Shi with a single strike without relying on any special artifacts, surprising her greatly. Had she not been astonished at the time, she would not have inadvertently revealed her aura, allowing Qin Fan to detect her presence. Secondly, it was astonishing that Qin Fan possessed a second-grade defensive artifact and talismans only a golden core master could cultivate. Upon hearing this, Steward Fan understood the reason for Sang Xinyu's inquiry. Mentioning Qin Fan dispelled his previous humble demeanor. He raised his head, standing tall, and said with confidence, Senior Sang, Qin Fan is not someone you should inquire about. I advise you, even with a false Dan master backing your Lingbao Pavilion, Qin Fan is not a figure you can provoke. With that, he turned to leave. After walking a short distance away from the Lingbao Pavilion, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Heaven protect me, I said nothing. Surely, Qin Fan's master will not seek my demise. As time passed swiftly, 10 days went by, during which Qin Fan spent more time accompanying Su Hongyue, reducing the hours spent on artifact crafting and meditation. Their relationship gradually deepened, and even simple tasks, such as performing a spirit-gathering rain technique to irrigate the spirit fields, became infused with warmth. One evening, Qin Fan felt the moment had arrived. After tossing and turning several times in bed, he rose and delved into the study of the dragon playing with the pearl. He then pushed open the door to Su Hongyue's chamber. "It's me," Qin Fan said softly. Su Hongyue, who had also been unable to sleep, grasped the sheets with her delicate white hands and gazed at Qin Fan as he entered, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. "You? How did you come here? Is there something you need?" she inquired. Qin Fan approached the gauze curtain, saying, "I just read a book with many concepts I find difficult to comprehend. I hope to discuss it with you." "Oh," Su Hongyue replied, supporting her waist as she rose from the mosquito net. She noticed that Qin Fan was indeed holding a book with a blank cover, which inexplicably reminded her of the inherited secrets he had given her. Her hand, resting on the edge of the bed, tightened around the sheets, a sense of unspoken anticipation swelling within her. "Let me see," she said, her voice soft, imbued with warmth against the autumn wind. Qin Fan sat beside Su Hongyue, placing the book in her hands, leaning closer with a smile. "Let us read it together." Feeling the warmth of Qin Fan's breath and the unique scent that surrounded him, Su Hongyue instinctively sought to shift away, yet felt as if she were magically immobilized. As she opened the unnamed book, her cheeks flushed crimson. Qin Fan wrapped his arms around Su Hongyue, chuckling softly, "Wife, let us explore a new method of dual cultivation." A fortnight passed swiftly, and through Qin Fan's diligent efforts, his wood spirit root attribute points had risen to 30. He was just 70 points shy of promoting to the next level. With continued industriousness, he aspired to elevate his wood spirit root soon. Upon arriving at Qingzhou Workshop, Song Qiaoji informed him that the store's magical artifacts were not selling well due to inflated pricing. "Boss, ever since the Green Fairy successfully established her foundation, Lingbao Pavilion and Wanshi Pavilion have entered into a price war, driving prices down to the brink of cost. The cultivators are flocking there to purchase artifacts. She explained that I dare not unilaterally lower prices, which is why we have only sold one artifact in the past half-month. However, daily necessities like bowls and dishes have been selling quite well and are nearly out of stock. Fortunately, you are back." Qin Fan nodded. It appeared that the assassination of the Green Fairy outside Qingzhou Workshop likely involved Wanshi Pavilion. He inquired further about the feud between Lingbao Pavilion and Wanshi Pavilion, and Song Qiaoji detailed everything she knew. Due to the considerable impact on their artifact sales, she had taken the initiative to gather information to report back to him upon his return. After hearing about the conflict between the two pavilions, Qin Fan sipped his tea. In no wonder he had observed Lingbao Pavilion's lackluster business. It turned out that the founder's lifespan was nearing its end. Thankfully, he had been prudent enough not to hastily engage with Lingbao Pavilion. Song Qiaoji continued, "The price war between the two pavilions has forced many artifact shops to shut down, and street vendors are also being driven out of business." This reminded Qin Fan of the price war between Wangliji and Jiadobo in the modern world, which ultimately led to their downfall. However, his own Yaya Pavilion possessed unique characteristics. As long as no one unraveled the core technologies behind the bowls, toilets, and bathtubs he created, it could continue to thrive. Yet, selling only bowls and dishes, which were low in price, would lead to losses. After all, it was the sale of artifacts that brought substantial profits. Moreover, to enhance his crafting value, he needed to purchase crafting materials, which required significant expenditure. He instructed Song Qiaoji to readjust the pricing of the artifacts, lowering them slightly while ensuring a substantial profit margin remained. Additionally, the artifacts he sold were inscribed with first-tier mid-grade attack inscriptions, providing a unique selling point that would still attract affluent cultivators even with a modest price reduction. Once Song Qiaoji left, Qin Fan counted the spirit stones he possessed: 210 mid-grade spirit stones and 1,257 low-grade spirit stones. "I am still quite affluent," he mused. Even in the midst of the price war between Lingbao Pavilion and Wanshi Pavilion, he felt no anxiety. Having not visited the market for half a month, he was surprised to learn that the Green Fairy had established her foundation. Qin Fan retrieved a black beast skin scroll obtained from the sinister figure, which bore the 4 characters he had inquired about with Su Hongyue, Black Wind Gorge. The scroll contained a map with a red flag marking the location of Black Wind Gorge. Although it was some distance from the cave of the Hill Master, it was not too far. However, without the map, it would have been impossible to locate the area based solely on the vague descriptions provided by Feng Hua, as the hill was situated within the expansive hilly mountain range that spanned both the southern region and central continent. Most maps available in the cultivation world were false. The genuine ones were either held by sects or prominent cultivation families, making them unlikely to circulate. A small number of authentic maps existed, but they often led to traps set by bandits, much like the enticing offers to lure people into danger in northern Myanmar. The chances of discovering a true treasure, akin to the cave of the Hill Master, were exceedingly slim. After all, such a significant treasure would not likely fall into the hands of rogue cultivators or be monopolized by small sections otherwise. After Ying sect discovered the cave, they would not have disseminated the information to attract various sects. Qin Fan carefully stored the map and, after enjoying a cup of spirit tea, adjusted his demeanor before exiting Ye Pavilion. As he walked along Watergate Street, he occasionally spotted groups of cultivators dressed in sect robes, exuding an innate sense of superiority. Many rogue cultivators and mortals couldn't help but show envy as they gazed upon them. The distinction between sect cultivators and rogue cultivators was stark. Sect cultivators relied on their sects and spiritual veins for support in their cultivation, while rogue cultivators had to navigate a treacherous landscape in pursuit of cultivation resources, without spiritual veins or spirit stones to assist their cultivation. A cultivator's progress could regress, potentially reverting to the innate level. Although Qingzhou Workshop possessed a second-tier spiritual vein, it was allocated solely for the protection of the workshop and its cave, resulting in an extremely thin supply of spiritual energy within. Even the energy required for a first-layer Qi refinement cultivator was insufficient. Qin Fan arrived at a tavern, a hub of mixed company where one could easily glean various pieces of information. After half a month of seclusion, he sought to familiarize himself with the latest developments. Upon entering, he nearly collided with Feng Hua, who emerged from the tavern, his face glowing with satisfaction and buoyant steps. 3 bulging storage bags hung conspicuously at his waist, accompanied by a female cultivator in the early stages of Qi refinement. Clearly, he had been enjoying a prosperous time lately. Feng Hua did not recognize Qin Fan as he cheerfully passed by, laughing and suggesting to the female cultivator that she should come to his home and not return that night. Qin Fan ascended to the second floor of the tavern and selected a table for dining. Just as he prepared to order, a graceful young woman approached him, speaking softly, "Fellow Taoist, I am from Lingbao Pavilion. Our young master wishes to invite you for a drink. May I escort you to a private room?" Qin Fan regarded the young woman, surprised to find that he would encounter the Green Fairy while out for drinks. "Let us go," he replied, rising to follow her. Fighting was prohibited within Qingzhou Workshop, especially with the influx of sect cultivators, leading to improved security. Even though the Green Fairy had successfully established her foundation, she would not dare to cause trouble in Qingzhou Workshop. Upon entering the private room, the young woman left, and only he and the Green Fairy remained, seated by the window as she sipped her drink. The Green Fairy smiled upon seeing Qin Fan enter. "Qin Taoist, we are fated. Please, take a seat." Qin Fan pulled out a chair across from her and sat down. The Green Fairy produced a chinquan bag and set it before Qin Fan, smiling. "Qin Taoist, regarding the second-tier white jade centipede pup I gave you last time, I have been informed by my family elders that it had issues and would not survive past 5 days. This is a replacement offering. Please see if it meets your satisfaction." Qin Fan accepted the chinquan bag, noting the absence of any magical imprint. Upon probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered it contained 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's acceptable, he thought. However, he remained skeptical of the Green Fairy's reasoning. Her willingness to replace the item suggested a calculated decision on her part. Seeing that Qin Fan was not upset, the Green Fairy continued with a smile. "Tonight, Qingzhou Workshop is hosting an auction. This is our annual event organized by Ying Sect's outer disciples. Many sect cultivators have come this year, and there will be numerous valuable items at the auction. I have 2 invitations. I would like to give you one." Qin Fan declined the invitation, stating, "If there is something to discuss, please be direct." The Green Fairy covered her mouth as she laughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Qin Taoist, you are refreshingly straightforward. I will then be equally candid." She proceeded to share her intentions with Qin Fan. She inquired whether he would like to sell the ink ruler from the sinister figure. If he was interested, she could facilitate its auction. The proceeds from the sale would be entirely his after deducting the auction house's fees. What do you say, Qin Daoist? Qin Fan chuckled lightly. I say no. The green fairy persisted. Qin Daoist, the black iron ink ruler is of little use to you. Why not sell it for spirit stones instead? It would be more advantageous than melting it down to forge a new artifact. Rising, Qin Fan replied, Congratulations on your successful foundation establishment. Green fairy, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Qin Daoist, don't be in such a hurry. Sit down. Let us discuss this further, the green fairy said with a smile. With a graceful wave of her hand, an array of materials appeared on the table. 100-year-old illusory heart grass, moon sun branches, 3-month tears, and 2nd-tier spirit wood. Among others, Qin Fan narrowed his eyes. These were materials for crafting foundation pills. Some materials matched those he had obtained from the sinister figure's Qinkuan bag, while others were new. The green fairy smiled. Indeed, this is 1/3 of the necessary materials for crafting foundation pills. She then revealed a 2nd-tier low-grade artifact, stating, This exquisite 2nd-tier low-grade artifact is worth far more than the black iron ink ruler. I can pawn it to you now, and once the ink ruler is auctioned off tonight, you can return it to me along with the spirit stones earned from the sale, in exchange for these foundation pill materials as your reward. How does that sound? Qin Fan produced the black iron ink ruler and accepted the 2nd-tier low-grade artifact along with the materials for crafting foundation pills and the auction invitation. This shows some sincerity, he remarked. He had thoroughly studied the upgraded inscriptions for the ink ruler over the past fortnight and inscribed them onto a set of 8 clever needles he had crafted anew. Although the black iron ink ruler was a high-quality 1st-tier artifact, he could not use it. It was the signature artifact of the sinister figure, and its appearance would lead others to speculate about his involvement in the figure's demise. Moreover, with the sinister figure being one of the infamous 3 evils, the remaining 2 would undoubtedly seek revenge for his death. At present, he desired to live a low-profile life and avoid drawing the ire of such dangerous individuals. Additionally, as he primarily practiced the Dian sword technique, his main artifact being the Dian Wajijian, the ink ruler was not suitable for him. Furthermore, as the green fairy suggested, auctioning the artifact would yield more spirit stones than melting it down to forge a new one. Regarding the green fairy's intention to auction the black iron ink ruler, he suspected ulterior motives and did not believe she would act out of altruism. Thus, he had promptly rejected her seemingly well-meaning proposal. After they reached an agreement, the green fairy appeared quite pleased and began to share the recent developments in Qingzhou workshop. For instance, the inner and outer disciples of the 7 lower sects in the southern region had all arrived. The outer disciples of the Falling Cloud sect would arrive in 3 days, the outer disciples of the Moon Gathering sect would arrive tonight, and the outer disciples of the Thousand Mechanisms sect would arrive in 10 days. Upon hearing about the Moon Gathering sect, Qin Fan sipped his spirit wine. Upon leaving the tavern, he felt buoyant. He had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement and could now begin preparing foundation pills. The materials from the sinister figure, combined with those provided by the green fairy, had filled about 80% of the requirements for crafting foundation pills. With over 6,000 low-grade spirit stones and 210 mid-grade spirit stones, he had a considerable amount. Even compared to the elite disciples of major sections, the auction tonight would be an opportunity to see if there were any medicinal herbs for the 2nd layer of body refinement. As he had already received the 1st layer's materials directly from the system, he sent a message to Su Hongyue, informing her that he would be returning late. Shortly after, he received a message from Wang Pengzi, notifying him that he had returned to Qingzhou workshop and was waiting for him in a private room at Jufeng Tea House. They had previously arranged to meet today. Qin Fan found a place to revert to his original appearance before heading to Jufeng Tea House. In the private room, Wang Pengzi eagerly presented the 15 mid-grade spirit stones he had finally gathered to commission an artifact from Qin Fan. Qin Fan smiled and accepted only 2 mid-grade spirit stones, suggesting, let us directly inscribe the inscriptions onto your sword, so you need to use a new artifact. Wang Pengzi paused. Is that possible? He hesitated, concerned about what would happen if the inscription failed, necessitating the purchase of a new sword. Qin Fan requested Wang Pengzi's artifact. Wang Pengzi produced a red blade named the Breaking Extreme Blade. Qin Fan took the blade, instructing him to return to Yaya Pavilion to collect it at the hour of Shan. Wang Pengzi trusted Qin Fan, and after discussing the artifact, he presented 2 auction invitations, handing one to Qin Fan with a smile. Qin Fan, Tonight Qingju Workshop will host an auction featuring many valuable items. As the owner of Yeye Pavilion with a substantial amount of spirit stones, you should participate and bid on anything that catches your eye. This level of auction was exclusively open to sect cultivators and prominent cultivation families. Not only were the items valuable, but they were also expensive, creating a barrier to entry. Rogue cultivators without invitations could not gain entry to In truth. Qin Fan already possessed a fresh invitation nestled in his Qinkuan bag. But he accepted Wang Pengzi's gesture with gratitude, replying, "All right, I have yet to attend an auction, so this will be a good opportunity to witness ITI in the afternoon, at the hour of Shun." Wang Pengzi arrived at Yeye Pavilion and received his breaking extreme blade. Upon seeing the whirlwind, ice-breaking, and blazing inscriptions etched into the blade, he was astonished. "Good heavens, Qin Fan, your inscription skills are incredible. You managed to inscribe 3 attack inscriptions onto my artifact without a single failure. 2 mid-grade spirit stones are hardly sufficient," he exclaimed as he spoke. Wang Pengzi insisted on giving Qin Fan an additional 5 mid-grade spirit stones. When Qin Fan refused, he grew upset, leading to Qin Fan reluctantly accepting the extra stones. The auction at Qingju Workshop was set to take place in the evening at the moon climbing tower of the city lord's residence. This annual auction was traditionally held here, and this year, due to the discovery of the cave of the Hill Master, a multitude of sect cultivators had arrived. The moon climbing tower was lavishly adorned, exuding opulence, with impeccably dressed female cultivators welcoming guests at the entrance. Wang Pengzi presented the 2 invitations, escorting Qin Fan into the 7-story moon climbing tower. Inside the building, the scenery of small bridges and flowing water is exquisitely elegant. At the center of the first-floor lobby stands a grand circular stage, with several elegant rooms on each floor from the 2nd to the 7th, each offering a clear view of the stage below. Chapter 51. Shock. The Moonlight Pavilion is opened by Qin Fan. The venue is remarkably spacious and opulent, adorned with carved railings and exquisite decorations. As it is still before the official auction begins, a veiled woman in the center of the stage gracefully plays the guqin. Her melodies ethereal and soul-stirring. The sound is even more delightful than the music he heard last time at the Honey Fruit Inn, played by the fairy. The woman possesses an extraordinary grace, indicating her cultivation at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Occasionally, slender maidens weave through the crowd, carrying delicate trays filled with spirit wine and exquisite pastries. The attendees are dressed in sect robes or the unified attire of distinguished families, with a few donning luxurious robes that hint at their wealth, reminiscent of a gathering of modern elites. Such an event, of course, features alluring female cultivators clad in form-fitting robes that accentuate their figures, a sight rarely seen in the taverns, tea houses, or streets of Qingju Fang. The scene is indeed a feast for the eyes. Qin Fan politely indulges in the ambience. "Not bad, right? Let us go. Our private room is on the 3rd floor," says Wang Fatty with a grin as he pats Qin Fan's shoulder. The 2 ascend to the 3rd floor, where the elegant room belonging to Wang Fatty's sect, Qiuyegu, awaits. Upon entering, they find 5 cultivators already seated, 3 male and 2 female. The male cultivators are all at the 8th level of qi refinement, while one of the females, dressed in a crimson dress, is at the 7th level, and the other, clad in a black robe, is at the 9th level. Qin Fan cannot discern their cultivation levels as Wang Fatty had informed him beforehand. The 5 cultivators are gathered around a window-side dining table, where dishes typical of Qingju Fang are laid out: spicy spirit fish, stir-fried winter bamboo shoots, sauteed seasonal vegetables, bamboo tube rice, and a large platter of roasted spirit duck emitting wisps of ethereal mist, all served in exquisite tableware from Qin Fan's Moonlight Pavilion. Seeing this, Qin Fan chuckles inwardly, realizing the ingenuity of his business. The 5 have yet to begin eating, engrossed in conversation, with the crimson-dressed woman smiling. Upon noticing the door open, they turn to greet Wang Fatty and Qin Fan. "Wang Fatty, this is my childhood friend, Qin Fan. Qin Fan, allow me to introduce you to my senior brothers and sisters. This is my eldest brother, Ji Zibing, 2nd sister, Qi Yu, 3rd brother, Yu Zhanqing, 4th brother, Lu Baohai, and 5th sister, Mu Mu." Qin Fan exchanges pleasantries with them before taking a seat. Since Wang Fatty had previously mentioned Qin Fan's arrival, 7 portions of bamboo tube rice have been prepared at the table. Ji Zibing and the others do not show disdain towards Qin Fan for being a loose cultivator, but their enthusiasm is measured, as they have only just met. The woman in the crimson dress, Mu Mu, lifts a beautifully crafted shell-shaped roasting pot. which contains a dessert, admiring its unique quality in both texture and color, something she has never encountered before. Yu Zhanqing, holding a cobalt blue bone cup adorned with lovely patterns, agrees, expressing his fondness for the cup. Lu Baohai turns to Qin Fan and inquires, Daoist Qin, I heard from junior brother Lu that you have been at Qingzhou Feng recently. Do you know where these dishes and cups are sold? He admires the bone china teapot on the table. Previously, he had not regarded Qingzhou Feng highly, having spent his time treasure hunting at Qiu Mountain's mighty caves instead of exploring the local market. Qin Fan flips over his dish, revealing the engraved initials YLX, the abbreviation for Moonlight Pavilion. He replies, to be honest, these dishes and cups are products of my Moonlight Pavilion. Yumu looks at Qin Fan in astonishment. Daoist Qin, these are products from your shop? Indeed. Qin Fan nods. Qiyu, wearing a black robe, also gazes at Qin Fan. With a smile, Qin Fan presents 6 VIP cards to each of them, stating, these are my Moonlight Pavilion's VIP cards. Holders receive an 80% discount on all purchases except for magical artifacts. Yumu picks up a VIP card adorned with a crown, remarking on its uniqueness, and expresses her intention to visit the Moonlight Pavilion the following day. The others accept their cards as well. Wang Fatty, delighted to see his childhood friend impressing his senior brothers and sisters, grins widely and proudly displays his freshly engraved talisman knife, promoting Qin Fan's business. Eldest brother, do you see the difference in my knife? It has 3 inscriptions. Ji Zibing acknowledges, indeed, it has inscriptions. Yes, Qin Fan helped me inscribe them, allowing me to use this artifact up to the 8th level of Qi refinement without needing a replacement. Wang Fatty beams. Ji Zibing and the others turn their gaze to Qin Fan, curious. Daoist Qin, you can inscribe as well? Qin Fan replies with a smile, I can do a bit, though it is only for first-tier low-grade artifacts. Now that he is at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he already uses mid-grade artifacts, which require first-tier mid-grade inscriptions. Yu Zhanqing interjects. Wang Fatty quickly explains, third brother, Qin Fan is currently a first-tier mid-grade artifact master. He can inscribe first-tier mid-grade inscriptions, but since my artifact is a first-tier low-grade one, it was inscribed accordingly. What? At this moment, even Ji Zibing's gaze towards Qin Fan intensifies. Although Qiuyegu has its own artifact masters and inscription masters, obtaining their services demands high contribution points and often involves long waiting times. After all, with so many disciples in the sect, they are merely outer disciples, and accumulating enough points or waiting in line could take years. Qin Fan adds, I am indeed a first-tier mid-grade artifact master and can inscribe first-tier mid-grade inscriptions, but inscribing carries a failure rate. I cannot guarantee a successful inscription on your artifacts every time. Ji Zibing and the others show increased interest in Qin Fan, expressing their desire to visit his shop the next day. At this moment, a gong sounds from downstairs, signaling the start of the auction. Everyone's attention shifts to the window. On the first-floor circular stage stands an elderly man with a white beard. He begins with some formalities before announcing, the auction is now officially underway. Let us present the first item. This item is quite special, entrusted by the young master of Lingbao Pavilion. The green fairy. 2 burly men carry a covered object draped in red silk onto the stage. The host unveils the red silk, revealing a large black iron ruler radiating a faint black glow. This is one of the 3 evils, the Black Evil's artifact, the Black Iron Ruler. Someone in the audience exclaims. The host smiles, confirming, indeed, this is the Black Iron Ruler, one of the Black Evil's artifacts. The villain was slain by the Green Fairy, and now she presents his artifact for auction, starting at 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. The Green Fairy opens the window, intending to glance outside, only to catch a glimpse of Qin Fan in the 3rd-floor box of Qiuyegu. She is momentarily taken aback. Does Qin Fan know the people from Qiuyegu? They seem to have a good relationship. Chapter 52. Qin Fan, you truly are wealthy. In Qin Fan's box, Lu Baohai remarks, this Green Fairy is truly impressive. A half-step to Foundation establishment, she managed to kill the Black Evil. Previously, our Qiuyegu's law enforcement hall pursued the Black Evil for years without success. Yu Zhanqing agrees, indeed. It's a good thing one of the 3 evils has been eliminated. I previously thought that with the Green Fairy's strength, it would be impossible for her to kill the Black Evil. I am surprised she brought the Black Iron Ruler to auction. It seems she indeed succeeded in her endeavor, Ji Zibing comments. This woman is quite deep. It seems she has successfully established her foundation now. Ji Zibing continues, the Sang family now relies solely on her for their hopes of forming a golden core. The pressure is immense, and her potential has increased. Recently, the Wanchur Pavilion has been suppressing them fiercely. Listening to their conversation, Qin Fan remains silent. Given that the black evil has killed numerous sect cultivators and disciples from various families, many are eager to bid for the black iron ruler to display in their memorial halls as a trophy. The price of the ruler climbs steadily, reaching 4,200 low-grade spirit stones, nearly equivalent to the price of a genuine foundation establishment pilled. As the owner of the black iron ruler, Qin Fan feels quite pleased. After the auction of the black iron ruler concludes, the atmosphere in the auction house becomes lively, with the opening item generating considerable excitement. Elder Chun from the Ying Zone, responsible for the auction, strokes his beard in satisfaction. Following this, the items up for auction may not be as dazzling as the black iron ruler, but are still rare finds in the market, such as high-quality talismans, top-tier first-grade artifacts, and various elixirs. Among them is the longevity pill, with all bidders being foundation establishment cultivators. As soon as the longevity pill is presented, these old cultivators release their foundation establishment pressure, intimidating the audience into understanding that this is a foundation establishment affair, and Qi refinement cultivators should not interfere. The bidding for the longevity pill escalates, with heated exchanges leading to a tense atmosphere. Ultimately, the longevity pill is secured by an outer foundation establishment elder from the Wuji sect. Next comes a set of body cultivation medicinal materials, including a first-tier upper-grade beast inner core, an 80-year-old dragon root, a 100-year-old stone heather, and Tiangxianzi, starting at 800 low-grade spirit stones. Among these materials, 20 are part of the 81 required for Qin Fan's body cultivation. The price is reasonable, prompting him to participate in the bidding, starting at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wang Fati looks at him in surprise, pondering if Qin Fan is also a body cultivator in a gathering dominated by spell cultivators. Body cultivators are scarce, and Qin Fan faces competition from only two others. As the bidding reaches 1,300 spirit stones, those two competitors drop out. Ultimately, Qin Fan secures the set of body cultivation materials. Given that Ji Zibing and the others have witnessed Qin Fan's abilities, they are not overly surprised, recognizing that despite his low-grade spirit root, enhancing his combat power through body cultivation is a wise strategy. Next, the item up for auction is a high-quality foundation establishment pill. The host raises the tray containing the pill, allowing everyone to admire the intricate patterns on its gray surface. Each pattern signifies the quality of the pill, with one pattern indicating a first-tier low-grade foundation establishment pill and 4 patterns indicating a second-tier low-grade foundation establishment pill. The pill in the host's hand boasts 4.5 patterns, designating it as a high-quality foundation establishment pill. A genuine foundation establishment pill increases the success rate of foundation establishment by 20, while a high-quality one raises it by 25. Upon its introduction, excitement fills the room. Chiyu stands by the window, captivated by the pill. Mu remarks, "Second sister, I didn't expect a high-quality foundation establishment pill to appear at this auction. With your current cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, this pill will surely aid your foundation establishment." Chiyu, without speaking, narrows her lips, her gaze fixed intently on the high-quality foundation establishment pill in the host's hand. The host, rather than rushing to announce the bidding, elaborates on the alchemist who crafted the pill and the materials used, concluding by displaying the certification from the Alchemist Alliance. Given the significance of this pill, safety must be ensured. The starting bid is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. After ringing the gong, the bidding commences. Chiyu refrains from immediately placing a bid, waiting until the price reaches 2,900 low-grade spirit stones, significantly narrowing the competition. She finally bids 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, raising the stakes by 100 stones. 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. A female cultivator from the Fengjian sect calls out 4,500. Chiyu counters 5,500. The Fengjian female cultivator responds. The atmosphere intensifies, leaving only the two women competing. With the price soaring to 7,000, Chiyu's expression darkens, while the Fengjian female cultivator beams with confidence. "Chiyu, do you really think you can compete with me?" Mu clenches her teeth in frustration. "How despicable! Second sister, that vixen is deliberately opposing you. She had a batch of foundation establishment pills crafted recently and doesn't need more." Chiyu turns to Ji Zibing and the others, seeking assistance with spirit stones. Having previously bid for items, they managed to gather 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. With the stones in hand, Chiyu boldly calls out 9,000 as her final bid. 10,000. The Fengjian female cultivator counters. Chiyu's stunning visage pales. her lower lip quivering as she pounds her fist against the window ledge in despair. 9,000 is all she can muster. Mu Mu's eyes fill with tears from frustration, and Ji Zibing, Yu Zhanqing, Lu Baohai, and Wang Fati were similarly troubled expressions. Qin Fan speaks up, "Do you need to borrow spirit stones?" Qiyu turns to him, her eyes wide, while Mu Mu wipes her tears and gazes at him. Ji Zibing asks, "Daoist Qin, how many spirit stones can you lend?" "Rest assured, we will repay you." Qiyu adds, "I can lend you 30 mid-grade spirit stones." Qin Fan replies, though he possesses 210 mid-grade spirit stones and over 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, not to mention the 4,200 from selling the black iron ruler, but he prefers to keep his wealth discreet. Mu Mu shouts loudly, 12,000. The host chuckles in delight, 12,000. Is there a higher bid? In truth, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones is already the highest price for this high-quality foundation establishment pill. The Fengjian female cultivator, wishing to continue bidding, is silenced by someone behind her using a spell. Ultimately, the high-quality foundation establishment pill is secured by Qiyu. She expresses her gratitude to Qin Fan for the 20 mid-grade spirit stones he lent her, and Ji Zibing and the others regard Qin Fan with newfound appreciation. Suddenly, a commotion arises below. The people from the Lan Yue Sect have arrived. They are all so beautiful. Wang Fati and the others immediately look down. Qin Fan glances over to see a group of enchanting women dressed in flowing white robes. Their figures graceful and their presence ethereal, each wearing a veil. Every one of these fairies is surrounded by an aura of celestial energy, obscuring their true faces while enhancing their beauty with an air of mystery. Everyone holds their breath. Chapter 53. Bringing a Goddess Home. Wang Fati's eyes widen, exclaiming, "It is said that the Lan Yue Sect is home to beauties, and today I see it is no exaggeration. This is merely the outer disciples. I can only wonder what the inner sanctum saintess looks like. That my greatest wish in this life is to carry a saintess home as my bride." He continues. Hearing this, Qin Fan's expression becomes somewhat peculiar. He feels he has already achieved that. "Qin Fan, what is wrong? You seem so unexcited." Wang Fati turns to him, surprised. Ji Zibing sternly warns, "Junior brother, be cautious with your words. Do not speak of such things that may invite disaster. A saintess, regardless of her sect, is not someone we can aspire to." Wang Pengzi, with a simple smile, gently scratched the back of his head and said, "Understood, senior brother." Below, Elder Qin, responsible for this auction from the Lan Yue Sect, promptly greeted the beautiful disciples of the sect, ushering them away before anyone could take more than a fleeting glance. Meanwhile, discussions erupted in the various private boxes. The Lan Yue Sect, renowned for its abundance of beauties, showcased only its outer disciples, each not only a foundation-building cultivator, but also possessed an ethereal grace, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. If one could find a partner among the outer disciples of the Lan Yue Sect in this lifetime, it would be a dream come true. However, it was known that the female cultivators of the Lan Yue Sect were singularly devoted to their path and did not seek partners. Even their saintess did not follow the norm of other sects, where a saintess must pair with a saint. Speaking of the saintess of the Lan Yue Sect, admiration shone not only in the eyes of male cultivators, but also among the female ones. She was hailed as the most beautiful woman across the entire starry continent. Yet, few had glimpsed her unparalleled visage. It was said that she was born under auspicious signs, endowed with a rare dual spirit root and an innate spiritual body. And at merely 19, she had already reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Such talent and cultivation was truly unattainable for most. The saint of the Lan Yue Sect had yet to be chosen. And one could only wonder which fortunate friend would be graced with the title, allowing him to meet the saintess Su Hongyue daily. Only those exceptional prodigies who could traverse the heavens would qualify for such a position. After the auction concluded, Qin Fan dealt with the affairs of Qingzhou Feng and returned home. Not finding Su Hongyue there, he discovered a letter left on the table. Upon reading it, he saw a brief line informing him that Su Hongyue had gone out and would return in 10 days. Was it because members of the Lan Yue Sect arrived and she had matters to attend to? Perhaps. However, 10 days felt a bit long. He grew concerned for Su Hongyue, who was 5 months pregnant. He sent her a message urging her to rest early and not to tire herself. Su Hongyue replied, "Okay." Qin Fan continued, "Today, I saw members of the Lan Yue Sect at the auction in Qingzhou Feng." Su Hongyue responded, "Mm." Qin Fan added, "If you feel nauseous, remember to eat the snacks I prepared for you. Also, eat smaller meals more frequently. Ensure you get enough sleep and stay hydrated." Su Hongyue asked, Anything else? Qin Fan concluded. Remember to think of me. As Su Hongyue read his message aboard the flying vessel, her cheeks flushed slightly. She set down the communication talisman and her thoughts drifted to the playful moments she had shared with Qin Fan at home. The more she thought about it, the warmer her face became. She quickly patted her beautiful cheeks, trying to dismiss thoughts of him. 5 days later, Su Hongyue regretted choosing such a distant location for her meeting with Qin Xianyuan. Set on the eastern side of the Kungsu Mountains. It required a 5-day journey by flying vessel, meaning a round trip would take 10 days. Having not seen Qin Fan for just 5 days, she truly began to miss him. Yeah. Arriving a day earlier at the Kungsu Mountains, Qin Xianyuan spotted a flying vessel speeding toward her. As she boarded Su Hongyue's vessel, her jaw dropped in surprise upon seeing Su Hongyue. Yeah. Is this what a pregnant woman looks like? Other pregnant women seem much larger, but you've only gained weight in your belly. Your beauty is truly enviable. Even in pregnancy, you remain the most stunning among them all. Qin Xianyuan was quite the chatterbox around familiar faces. After a lively conversation, she suddenly noticed something amiss. Hey, yeah. Why is your cultivation level only at the first layer of qi refinement? Are you concealing your strength? Su Hongyue hesitated to reveal the truth to Qin Xianyuan, knowing it would only worry her about her and Qin Fan's relationship. Qin Xianyuan, not particularly observant, took Su Hongyue's nod at face value. Unaware that a mid-stage golden core cultivator like Su Hongyue would suppress her cultivation to the first layer of qi refinement to protect her unborn children. This was unprecedented in the cultivation world of the Starry Continent. Especially for a female cultivator at the golden core stage, Su Hongyue was truly one of a kind. Qin Xianyuan excitedly took out her Qinkuan bag, unveiling a collection of tiny clothes, socks, shoes, toys, and other items she had purchased for the little ones. Upon seeing these adorable items, Su Hongyue's gaze softened. They're so cute. Right? I thought they were especially adorable. I can't wait for the 5 little ones to be born. I bought clothes for both boys and girls. Qin Xianyuan giggled. After discussing the babies, Qin Xianyuan earnestly said to Su Hongyue, Yeah, let me take care of you. I'm not at ease with just Qin Fan looking after you. Su Hongyue shook her head in refusal. Qin Fan cares for me quite well. If you come, your parents or mine might find out. Qin Xianyuan made a playful grimace. Even with her antics, she looked incredibly cute. Finally, she whimsically waved her little fists in the air and circled Su Hongyue, inspecting her closely. Upon confirming that Su Hongyue's face appeared rounder and her complexion was excellent, she relented with a playful sticking out of her tongue. All right, but you must keep in touch with me. I need to ensure your safety. Su Hongyue agreed and promptly changed the subject, asking Qin Xianyuan to show her the rare inscriptions and alchemical notes she had purchased at the auction. Under Qin Xianyuan's persistent encouragement, Su Hongyue remained in the Kungsu Mountains for a day. The following day, she piloted her flying vessel home, with Qin Xianyuan secretly following to ensure Su Hongyue's safety and to catch a glimpse of the legendary Qin Fan. Chapter 54. The Empress who speaks harshly yet is affectionate. During the 5 days that followed, Qin Fan finalized his transactions with Ji Zibing and the others for their 5 magical tools. He inscribed first-tier middle-grade inscriptions onto 3, while refraining from inscribing the other 2 due to his own modest skill level. Though he could have inscribed all of them, it was wiser to maintain a low profile. To his surprise, Ji Zibing and his companions were far from displeased. Instead, they were elated. After all, inscribing inscriptions on their old magical tools required a successful attempt, or else the tools would be ruined. They had entrusted their tools to Qin Fan, having witnessed his inscription skills firsthand at the Moonlight Pavilion, bolstered by Qin Fan's loan of 20 middle-grade spirit stones to Qi Yu and the endorsement from Wang Pengzi. Now that they saw 3 of their magical tools successfully inscribed, their respect for Qin Fan's skills grew immensely. Luo Baohai and Yu Zhanqing, whose tools remained uninscribed, each purchased a first-tier middle-grade magical tool inscribed with a first-tier middle-grade inscription directly from Qin Fan. Qi Yu also presented Qin Fan with 10 middle-grade spirit stones, promising to repay the remaining 10 within 3 years. Qin Fan accepted, recognizing that forging a good relationship with a sect's foundation-building cultivator was more beneficial than detrimental. Seeing Qin Fan's generosity, Ji Zibing and the others were left with a favorable impression and expressed intentions to bring friends and family to him for alchemical or inscription services in the future, effectively establishing a connection with the sect cultivators. Wang Pengzi felt inspired and privately mentioned to Qin Fan that he would recommend Qin Fan within his own circle, hoping to bring in more business. Qin Fan chuckled, patting Wang Pengzi's shoulder, suggesting a 10% commission for each magical tool sold. Wang Pengzi quickly declined, shaking his head. Brothers should be clear about finances, Qin Fan insisted. All right, but I must say, you are making me increasingly envious, Wang Pengzi admitted, feeling a pang of jealousy for Qin Fan's newfound wealth. Previously, he believed himself far richer than most loose cultivators, but now, in comparison to Qin Fan, he felt utterly dwarfed. Qin Fan merely smiled, his thoughts drifting to Su Hongyue, who had been gone for 7 days. After bidding farewell to Ji Zibing and the others, 2 more days passed, and as November rolled in, the weather began to turn cold. He renovated Su Hongyue's residence, installing underfloor heating in the cultivation world. There existed techniques akin to modern heating systems, allowing him to create a device that could warm water to a set temperature, flowing into the underfloor heating to ensure Su Hongyue would not suffer the winter chill. Having completed this, 2 more days went by, and Qin Fan received a message from Ji Zibing via carrier pigeon. Qin Daoyu, please inscribe 3 inscriptions on 2 first-tier middle-grade magical tools. They will be ready for pickup in a month. Attached was a sketch illustrating the general designs of the 2 magical tools. Qin Fan replied affirmatively, and the sect began the order. The next day, he received an urgent message from Song Qiaoji. Upon arriving at the Moonlight Pavilion, she informed him that Wancher Pavilion wished to purchase the Moonlight Pavilion, offering a staggering price of 200 middle-grade spirit stones, including the secrets to all its products. Although 1 middle-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones, the offer was still quite steep. The value of 200 middle-grade spirit stones exceeded that of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, as middle-grade spirit stones contained more spiritual energy and were better suited for golden core cultivators. Typically, only low-grade spirit stones were found in marketplaces, with middle-grade stones being a rarity. Tio, an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator, Wancher Pavilion's offer for the secrets of crafting bowls, dishes, and other crafts was indeed exorbitant. After all, possessing a lucrative skill without the requisite cultivation to match often led one to rely on powerful factions, inevitably facing the fate of being acquired. Wancher Pavilion's Han family had a more extensive business than Lingbao Pavilion's Sang family. Although not yet among the 7 great cultivation families of the southern region, they were nearing that status. Once they absorbed the Sang family, they would ascend to that elite tier. Nonetheless, Qin Fan instructed Song Qiaoji to decline the offer. Considering that Su Hongyue was already 5 months pregnant, and the possibility of her having multiples meant she wouldn't wait a full 10 months to give birth, implying that only 4 months remained, he felt it wise to avoid any potential troubles amidst the ongoing rivalry between Wancher Pavilion and Lingbao Pavilion, especially given the suspiciously high offer from Wancher Pavilion. He decided to close the shop and focus on caring for Su Hongyue until her delivery. Furthermore, with sufficient spirit stones on hand and a budding collaboration with Qiuyegu, alongside Wang Pengzi's distribution channel, he felt assured that he would not face shortages of materials for crafting in the next 6 months. Having reached this conclusion, he called upon Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun, announcing the closure of the shop and providing them both with a generous severance payment. After packing up the items from the Moonlight Pavilion and notifying Manager Fan of the lease termination, he returned home to cultivate the land. Ding. The system has detected that the bound object has developed feelings of longing for the host as a reward. The host receives the first-tier low-grade puppet technique. 5 minutes later, having comprehended the crafting method for first-tier low-grade puppets, Qin Fan opened his eyes, smiling. This little lady, who claimed earlier today that she didn't miss me, is quite the contradiction. My irresistible charm seems to be quite captivating. Even the Empress is enchanted. After a brief moment of pride, he sent a message to Su Hongyue. Wife, you've been gone for 8 days now. When will you return? I miss you, Su Hongyue replied. Soon. Qin Fan pressed on. Wife, do you miss me? Su Hongyue. Seeing the blank message from Su Hongyue, Qin Fan couldn't help but beam with delight that it seems my wife is at a loss for words. Clearly missing me more than she can express, Su Hongyue did not respond further, in high spirits. Qin Fan stored away the communication talisman. Gazing at the lush emerald spirit rice growing nearby, it was time to craft several puppets to manage these various tasks. Moreover, with puppets, he could increase the scale of spirit beast breeding, especially milking cows, ensuring that after Su Hongyue gave birth, there would be ample milk for the 5 little ones. With spirit beasts raised and spirit vegetables planted, the harvest of spirit rice was also approaching, ensuring a bountiful supply. Chapter 55. A brief separation strengthens bonds now. It was time to procure spirit vegetable seeds, spirit rice seeds, spirit beasts, and a large batch of crafting materials, allowing him to retreat for at least half a year. With determination, Qin Fan transformed his appearance and made his way to Qingzhou Fong. After purchasing seeds and spirit beasts, he headed to Qinji Pavilion to acquire a set of formation plates specifically designed for raising spirit beasts. This set was affordable, compact, and simple to use, allowing anyone to set it up without needing expertise in formations. With this set of formation plates, he could confine the spirit beasts within a designated area, preventing them from wandering off and regulating the air quality in that space, thus avoiding any unpleasant odors from their waste while keeping the air fresh. After purchasing everything, Qin Fan returned home and began to set up the formation according to the instructions. Fortunately, the formation was relatively simple. After 2 attempts, he successfully activated it. He herded the newly acquired spirit beasts, along with the spirit rabbits, chickens, and cows he had been raising at home, into the formation. The chosen location included a small fish pond that Su Hongyue had previously renovated, where he had placed the spirit fish he had purchased earlier. He also added the new spirit fish into the pond. Afterward, he went to gather some wood nearby, constructing a simple wooden shelter for the spirit beasts, providing them with a place to take refuge during rain or cold winters. He also set up a feeding area. Once these tasks were completed, he began crafting puppets. 2 days later, Qin Fan surveyed the 2 first-tier low-grade puppets he had created, one pink and one blue, resembling modern-day robots, and smiled with satisfaction. The 2 puppets were set at a height of 5 feet, one modeled after the beloved Ultraman, favored by young boys, and the other designed in a cute, magical girl style, adored by girls. These puppets possessed combat capabilities equivalent to the early stage of Qi refinement and could perform minor spells used by spirit farmers that in the future, they would not only tend to the spirit fields and spirit vegetables with spells like spring rain transformation, but also care for the spirit beasts and perform cleansing spells, effectively liberating his hands for other tasks. Once the little ones were born, he planned to craft additional puppets, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about not paying attention to the babies, who might end up nibbling on their toes or eating their boogers. Qin Fan named the pink puppet Little Pink and the blue one Little Blue. He then took Little Pink to the spirit field area, assigning her the responsibility of overseeing the spirit fields and the soil planted with spirit vegetables, while he took Little Blue to the spirit beast area to look after the spirit beasts. Having accomplished these tasks, Qin Fan looked up at the clear azure sky, reminiscent of a freshly washed silk. Today marked the 10th day since Su Hongyue's departure. He wondered when she would return. He sent her a message asking if she would join him for dinner. It was just the right time as evening approached. Su Hongyue replied, "Yes." Qin Fan responded, "Great." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, entered the kitchen, and prepared a sumptuous meal to warmly welcome Su Hongyue back. It had been 10 days since he last saw her, and he missed her dearly. In the sky, a pink and white flying vessel suddenly came to a halt, a graceful figure appearing at the bow. "Hey, where's the flying vessel? Where is everyone?" Suddenly, a thought struck her. The lively and enchanting young girl, Chun Xianyuan, exclaimed in frustration, "Yaya, you are so bad. How could you just disappear?" This girl was none other than Chan Xianyuan, who had secretly pursued Su Langyue. Feeling a bit discontent, she piloted her flying boat to various locations, extending her spiritual sense outward, yet she could not sense Su Langyue at all. "Yaya, is Qin Fan truly more alluring than I am?" After a flurry of complaints, Chun Xianyuan gazed around her unfamiliar surroundings, feeling bewildered. She was lost. Being directionally challenged, she had no choice but to consult her map, discovering that the nearest location was a powerful cave dwelling over 1,000 kilometers away. "Oh, isn't this the cave dwelling of the renowned Yuanying old monster that has been hotly discussed lately? Since I'm here, I might as well see what interesting things await." Meanwhile, as Su Langyue approached Qingzhou Fong aboard her flying boat, she sat cross-legged in meditation and opened her beautiful eyes. The venom of the ice-fire two-headed python had finally been completely eradicated. This time, Chun Xianyuan had brought detoxification pills refined by the esteemed Situ Danzun. After refining the pills, she thoroughly examined her body and confirmed that the toxin had been entirely eliminated. While this should have been a joyous occasion, her mood was somewhat less than delightful. With the poison gone, did that mean she no longer had an excuse to seek out Qin Fan as her detoxifying tool? The mere thought of Qin Fan made her feel hungry. Over the past 9 days, she had subsisted solely on fasting pills and the little snacks Qin Fan had prepared for her. Initially, she could endure it, but as time passed, even the small treats could no longer satisfy her cravings. She yearned more and more for the delicious meals Qin Fan would prepare. Remembering Qin Fan's earlier question about whether she would return home for dinner, her heart raced with anticipation. As she caught sight of the mountain where she had established her cave dwelling. Su Hongyue supported her waist and stood up, making her way to the bow of the flying boat. After finishing the meal, Qin Fan heard a commotion outside. He quickly washed his hands, wiped them on his apron, and hurriedly stepped out of the kitchen into the yard. To his astonishment, under the moonlight, a magnificent flying boat descended from the sky, hovering above his home. The gentle autumn breeze caressed him as he clearly saw Su Hongyue standing at the railing of the flying boat. The soft wind played with her hair, and her exquisite visage, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled a radiant moon and a blooming lotus, captivating and otherworldly. The silvery moonlight cast a shimmering glow around her, making her seem like a celestial being descending from the moon palace. As Su Hongyue disembarked from the flying boat and retracted it, she stood 10 meters away, gazing at Qin Fan as he emerged from the courtyard. Their eyes met in a fiery collision, sparking warmth and longing, instantly communicating their feelings. "Wife," Qin Fan called out to Su Hongyue first. She remained still. Having spent over 5 months together, he had come to understand her temperament, recognizing her reserved nature. Even if the Empress was reserved, he would take the initiative. With a few strides, he closed the 10-meter gap between them to nothing. He embraced Su Hongyue, and holding her soft frame brought him immense satisfaction. Initially, she felt stiff, unsure of how to position her hands. But after Qin Fan gently guided her arms around his waist, she gradually relaxed in their embrace. It felt as if they had just been newlyweds after a brief separation. Qin Fan had never experienced this before. After 10 days apart, seeing Su Hongyue again, he finally comprehended the meaning of absence makes the heart grow fonder. He bent down and lifted Su Hongyue into his arms. "You da put me down," Su Hongyue protested, instinctively wrapping her arms around Qin Fan's neck, biting her red lips gently as she spoke. Under the moonlight, one side of her face, partially in shadow, flushed crimson. "You've been out for so long. Your back must be sore. Let me carry you back inside," Qin Fan said with a smile. Indeed, it was not advisable for Su Hongyue to stand or sit for extended periods. Having spent the past 5 days aboard the flying boat, she normally wouldn't have felt discomfort even after years of cultivation. However, now that she was over 5 months pregnant, she occasionally experienced back pain. She hadn't mentioned it to Qin Fan, yet surprisingly, he seemed to know. Unconsciously, she turned her gaze toward him. In the moonlight, his profile appeared exceptionally handsome. Truly, he was the most handsome man throughout history. Upon entering the main room, Qin Fan gently placed Su Hongyue onto a chair and smiled, asking, "Would you like to bathe first or eat first? I've already prepared the bathwater for you." Hearing this and noticing the apron he wore, warmth spread through her heart. Was this the feeling of a home in the mortal realm? After a trip outside, she returned to find that someone had prepared a bath and dinner. "How delightful, let's eat first," Su Hongyue replied, her appetite piqued by the thought of Qin Fan's cooking. Qin Fan had prepared an abundant feast, consisting of 10 dishes, 7 of which were Su Hongyue's favorites, while the remaining 3 were tailored to her nutritional needs during pregnancy. Steamed dumplings, steamed pumpkin, clear steamed spirit fish, seafood fried rice, mixed broccoli, duck blood vermicelli soup, beef offal, braised old hen, spicy stir-fried duck blood, and stir-fried spinach. In addition to the dishes, there was a fruit platter. Each portion was modest, ensuring they would not overeat while allowing for a variety of tastes. Su Hongyue gazed at the sumptuous and visually appealing dinner spread before her, her appetite soaring. "Let's eat," Qin Fan said with a smile. As they dined, Qin Fan occasionally added dishes to Su Hongyue's bowl. At this moment, she craved meat, chicken, duck, fish, but avoided vegetables. Thus, Qin Fan helped her with those. "Wife, you should eat some broccoli and spinach. Pregnant women at 5 months are prone to anemia, and these dishes are rich in iron, vitamin C, and vitamin D, helping to prevent anemia." Trusting Qin Fan completely, she consumed everything he offered her. Seeing her eat obediently, Qin Fan smiled with affection. After the meal, Su Hongyue comfortably rubbed her belly and let out a soft sigh. She murmured, "What's wrong?" Qin Fan immediately asked with concern. Su Hongyue looked down at her prominent belly and replied, "The baby is moving inside." After saying this, she winced slightly in pain. Dressed in a light white robe that adapted to her changing figure, she felt the little ones kicking and punching inside her. Qin Fan lifted Su Hongyue's right arm above her head, instructing, "Wife, take a deep breath. Now slowly exhale. Over the past few days, Qin Fan had been taking excellent care of her, and her morning sickness had subsided significantly. Thus, she trusted him implicitly. Following his guidance, she inhaled deeply, and as she exhaled slowly, Qin Fan lowered her arm gently. After repeating this set of movements 5 times, Su Hongyue noticed the fetal movements had lessened. The little ones were beginning to settle down, providing her with considerable relief. Much better, she said. That's good. If they start causing discomfort again, you can follow our previous method, Qin Fan said softly. Su Hongyue nodded. Qin Fan then sat back down, placing his hand on her rounded belly, smiling as he said, "Babies, please be gentle. Your mother has already endured so much carrying you. You must understand and be considerate of her." As he spoke, he gently massaged her abdomen. The once restless little ones gradually calmed down, ceasing their movements. Su Hongyue looked at Qin Fan in surprise. "Qin Fan, you really know how to care for a pregnant woman." A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could it be that Qin Fan had cared for a pregnant woman before? Did he have a wife and children in the past? She realized she had never asked him if he had been married or had children. Contemplating this, she gazed at Qin Fan, unknowingly revealing a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback by her expression. Remembering the Empress's possessive nature, he scratched his head sheepishly and said, "You're pregnant. I can't help you conceive or experience the pain of childbirth. However, I can study pregnancy knowledge and read books on the subject." The flicker of jealousy in Su Hongyue's heart was instantly soothed. Qin Fan took the opportunity to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. Su Hongyue looked up at Qin Fan, her gaze shimmering like water, filled with unspoken emotions. Seeing this, Qin Fan's eyes darkened, and he cupped her face in his hands, leaning down to kiss her lips. Watching her close her eyes, her expression becoming increasingly enchanting, Qin Fan murmured, "Wife, I envision an endless expanse of green grass, yearning to gallop freely." Su Hongyue trembled slightly at his words. Lately, Qin Fan had occasionally whispered sweet nothings, and then, she asked softly, enjoying the closeness between them. Qin Fan tightened his embrace, lifting Su Hongyue to sit on his lap, allowing them to gaze eye to eye. Fixing his dark eyes on her misty gaze, he continued in a hushed tone. Wielding the whip, feeling the temperature of the wind, the moisture of the water, the sweetness of tea, breathing in warmth, fragrant and inviting, leaning against you softly. And then, Su Hongyue continued to inquire softly, feeling as if she were under a spell. Although the poison from the ice-fire two-headed python had been completely eradicated, at that moment, she yearned for something more, wishing for Qin Fan to remain her antidote. Qin Fan gently caressed Su Hongyue's exquisite face. As lovely as a blooming flower, he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and whispered tenderly, "Wife, you are truly beautiful. Over these 10 days, my longing for you has only intensified. 10 days apart feel like 3 autumns." Books often mention that during pregnancy, one should engage in physical activity to promote the healthy development of the fetus. As time swiftly passed, 2 months had flown by. Through Qin Fan's diligent efforts, his spiritual root attribute finally reached 100 points, elevating him to a mid-grade spiritual root. Additionally, his skills in artifact crafting and inscription had both advanced to the first-grade superior level. His collaboration with Qiyue Valley deepened, leading to an increase in artifact crafting orders. The 3 rare inscriptions Su Hongyue had found for Qin Fan were all 3rd-grade superior inscriptions. Fortunately, Qin Fan had previously gained enlightenment regarding inscription techniques, granting him a natural talent in this area. Although he could not yet utilize these 3 inscriptions, he successfully simplified one of them, the blade break inscription. This inscription was exceptionally rare, allowing one to directly ignore defenses. If inscribed on a magical weapon, it would enable the weapon to bypass the defenses of opponents or demonic beasts, inflicting direct damage. Currently, Qin Fan could only inscribe a 1st-grade superior blade break inscription, which was already capable of enabling a 1st-grade superior magical artifact inscribed with it to directly bypass the defenses of late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, causing significant harm. In other words, as long as the opponent used a 2nd-grade superior defense charm or lower, this magical artifact could breach their defenses and inflict damage. Truly an impressive and rare inscription. According to the records of the blade break inscription, if inscribed on a 2nd-grade inferior magical artifact, it could even ignore the defenses of mid-stage golden core cultivators. Given the quality of this inscription, Qin Fan decided not to inscribe it on a magical artifact for sale, but rather to inscribe it on his own. After inscribing the inscription, He had expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, so he crushed a spirit stone in his hand and sat down to recover. 3 hours later, Qin Fan opened his eyes, satisfaction gleaming in his dark gaze. Excellent. After my spiritual root upgraded to mid-grade, my rate of absorbing spiritual energy has noticeably accelerated. In the past, it would take at least 2 days to recover from such energy expenditure, but now I can recover in just 3 hours. What a significant leap with that. He eagerly anticipated the day he could elevate his mid-grade spiritual root to a superior grade. Just then, a communication talisman vibrated. Qin Fan picked it up. It was a message from Manager Fan. He had news regarding his previous inquiry. Qin Fan stood up, informing Su Hongyue that he had matters to attend to, and swiftly made his way to Manager Fan's residence in Qingzhufang. Upon seeing Qin Fan, Manager Fan said, "That person is particularly hard to find. Many people have sought her out. Fortunately, I managed to track her down. She just returned from a cultivation family." He then added, "I'll take you there." Qin Fan nodded, and together they traversed 2 streets until they arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard. Manager Fan knocked on the door, and a moment later, a round-faced middle-aged woman opened it. "Daoist Song, this is the Qin Daoist I mentioned," Manager Fan introduced, turning to Qin Fan. "Daoist Qin, this is Song Wanjun." The middle-aged woman, Song Wanjun, looked at Qin Fan and nodded. Manager Fan instructed Qin Fan to enter while he stood guard outside. Once inside the courtyard, the middle-aged woman led Qin Fan to the living room. After they sat down, Song Wanjun inquired, "What is the cultivation level of the female cultivator?" Qin Fan activated a sound barrier and replied, "Mid-stage golden core." Song Wanjun paused, her hand that was about to lift the teacup faltering as she looked at Qin Fan in surprise. After a few changes in her expression, she set the teacup down and said seriously, "Daoist Qin, to speak frankly, although people outside refer to me as a master of childbirth, I have only assisted female cultivators at the Foundation Establishment Pinnacle. I have no experience with those at the golden core level. If the fetus is small, there is generally no danger without the need for golden scissors to open the birth canal. However, if the fetus is large, golden scissors are required, and the practitioner's cultivation must be taken into account. A female cultivator at mid-stage golden core requires at least 3rd-grade superior golden scissors to open the birth canal. Golden core cultivators are treasures themselves. Their bodies are not easily penetrable by ordinary weapons." Qin Fan furrowed his brows. As Su Hongyue was now 7 months pregnant. Her due date was approaching, and he needed to find a midwife beforehand to avoid a sudden birth without assistance. Thus, a month ago, he had asked Manager Fan to discreetly seek out the most skilled midwife in the area. The present Song Wanjun was renowned as a master midwife in Qingzhufang. It was challenging to find her outside, as she was either assisting in childbirth or occupied in the homes of cultivators. Over the past 2 months, Qin Fan had also studied the childbirth methods in this world, which lacked modern caesarean techniques and only offered natural delivery. He understood what Song Wanjun meant when she mentioned the need for golden scissors if the fetus was large. Now that Song Wanjun had never assisted a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and considering Su Hongyue was carrying 5 babies, her belly was quite large, and all the fetuses were healthy, it was likely that golden scissors would be necessary for a natural delivery. 3rd-grade superior golden scissors would be required. He recalled the blade break inscription. As long as a 2nd-grade inferior golden scissor was inscribed with the 2nd-grade inferior blade break inscription, it could bypass the defenses of a mid-stage golden core cultivator and cut through there. With his current inscription skill at 1st-grade superior, 801-610-0000, he realized that with the experience gained from crafting a 1st-grade superior artifact, he could advance to a 2nd-grade inferior inscription master in just 2 months of continuous crafting and inscribing. Furthermore, by that time, his artifact crafting skills would also improve to 2nd-grade inferior. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to acquire the golden scissors. "I will find a way to get the golden scissors," Qin Fan said. Song Wanjun nodded and then asked, "Is it a single birth?" Qin Fan extended his 5 fingers, momentarily bewildering Song Wanjun, who then stood up in shock and asked in a hushed tone, "Quintuplets?" Qin Fan nodded. Immediately, Song Wanjun waved her hands and said, "Daoist Qin, this matter is beyond my capabilities. You should seek someone more adept. Furthermore, in this 1,000-mile radius, I cannot manage this situation, nor can other midwives that I suggest you find a specialized midwife from a major sect who assists golden core practitioners in childbirth. In my 80-plus years in the cultivation world, I have never heard of a female cultivator conceiving quintuplets, especially a practitioner at the golden core stage. This is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon." Detected that the host is seeking a midwife for the binding object. A childbirth skill is rewarded. Subsequently, a wealth of authoritative knowledge regarding childbirth, including details about natural and cesarean deliveries, and the medical instruments utilized during the process, flooded into Qin Fan's mind. Chapter 58. The Oath of Inner Demons. Having successfully comprehended the childbirth skill, Qin Fan sighed in relief. The system is truly remarkable, providing even childbirth skills. The information was exceedingly detailed. At this moment, he felt no less proficient than an expert obstetrician with over 30 years of clinical experience in a modern provincial maternal and child healthcare hospital. Given Su Hongyue's condition, a cesarean section was the safest approach. Now that he possessed the requisite skills and could forge the necessary instruments for the surgery, he felt more assured than the specialized midwives from major sects. After all, his wife was involved, and he would be more careful and considerate. Although modern childbirth techniques generally reduce the risk for mothers, dangers still lurk, especially with multiple births. During a cesarean section, significant bleeding could occur. Thus, acquiring the childbirth skill provided him with considerable peace of mind. He stood up and said to Song Wanjun, "All right." He then produced a mid-grade spirit stone and handed it to her, saying, "I request that you keep my visit here confidential." Song Wanjun was overjoyed, not expecting that the male cultivator before her would be so generous. She smiled and replied, of course, she spoke. She swore an oath of inner demons, promising never to divulge that Qin Fan had come to her for assistance, nor the details regarding the midwife and the quintuplets. The oath of inner demons held significant deterrent power in the cultivation world. If violated, the cultivator would suffer a backlash from their inner demons during their ascension, leading to their demise. Hence, most cultivators would not easily make such oaths. After leaving Song Wanjun's small courtyard, Qin Fan parted ways with Manager Fan and headed to the Qianji Pavilion to purchase materials for crafting the necessary instruments for the cesarean section. After acquiring the items, he returned home. During dinner, he informed Su Hongyue that he had secured a midwife. "Dear, do not worry. The midwife I found is very experienced and has delivered Golden Core practitioners' children, including multiples. You found one in Qingzhou Square?" Su Hongyue asked, astonished. She had been contemplating the matter of a midwife for days and was about to send Chun Xinyuan to search for one, not realizing Qin Fan had already succeeded. Yes. Qin Fan then explained to Su Hongyue the details of the cesarean section and why it was the best option for her. Finally, he grasped her delicate wrist, gazing earnestly into her eyes, and assured her, "Wife, rest assured, I will ensure you are safe during delivery." Although a cesarean section is a new method, it is highly suitable for someone carrying quintuplets like you, and the midwife has successfully assisted many births before. Su Hongyue pondered for a moment before replying, "All right." Although she was unfamiliar with childbirth methods, Qin Fan's patient explanations made her realize that traditional methods could pose risks to her and the babies. If they proceeded with the cesarean section as Qin Fan suggested, she could ensure the safe delivery of the babies as for herself. As long as her heart remained unharmed, any other injuries could be healed. After all, a cesarean section would merely involve an incision in her abdomen, which would be sutured after the babies were delivered. Thinking of this, she asked Qin Fan, "Does the midwife possess a magic tool of at least third-tier midgrade? If not, she can use her sword." Qin Fan replied. He would strive to forge gold scissors and suturing needles that could bypass the defenses of Golden Core practitioners before Su Hongyue went into labor. This was the advantage of being a weapon craftsman. One could create whatever one desired. After dinner and cleaning the dishes, Qin Fan went to the crafting room to begin his work. His daily routine consisted of cooking, crafting, and sleeping very little. If he grew hungry at night, he would consume a spirit-gathering pill. As Su Hongyue approached 8 months pregnant, Chun Xinyuan contacted her. "Yaya, have you found a midwife?" While dining in Qingzhou Square, she overheard a couple discussing the search for a midwife and immediately sought a quiet spot to call Su Hongyue. Su Hongyue gently rubbed her belly and replied, "Yes, I have found one." "You found one? Did you?" Chun Xinyuan inquired. Qin Fan found one. What? Qin Fan? What could a Qi refining stage cultivator find in terms of a good midwife? "I'll help you look," Chun Xinyuan insisted. "You are carrying quintuplets. You must have a competent midwife for safety. Really, it's unnecessary. The midwife Qin Fan found is quite capable." Su Hongyue then elaborated on the cesarean section method to Chan Xinyuan. Though Chan Xinyuan was not well versed in childbirth, Su Hongyue's explanation seemed plausible. Moreover, she knew Su Hongyue would not place her life in jeopardy. Her impression of Qin Fan improved slightly, recognizing that he had sought a midwife for her friend, showing a bit of conscience. However, She regretted not training diligently, as she missed the opportunity to accompany Su Hongyue during this crucial time. After chatting for a while, Chan Xianyuan ended the call and headed to the Great Abel's cave dwelling to check on the progress there. Upon exiting Qingzhou Square, she walked along the path when a particularly lecherous-looking male cultivator with sunken eyes approached her, shamelessly eyeing her. "Little beauty, are you out here alone? Would you like some company from a young man who is a fifth-layer Qi refining cultivator?" The lecherous male cultivator teased. Chapter 59. The waters break. The babies are coming. Qin Xianyuan glared at the lecherous male cultivator and said, "You dare to look at me? I grant you a swift death." "Ha ha ha, what a joke. Beautiful lady, your petite frame is more suited for lying down than." Before the lecherous male cultivator could finish, his expression abruptly froze, his head bursting forth with golden light. This moment, numerous cultivators were returning to Qingzhou Square, and many turned to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, the male cultivator with the golden light erupting from his head exploded into a gory mess. The surrounding cultivators turned pale with fright, their fear directed at the seemingly unassuming Chan Xianyuan, who had effortlessly dispatched a fifth-layer Qi refining cultivator with a mere glance. Silence fell among the onlookers, who quickly recalled Chan Xianyuan's earlier words and averted their gazes in terror, no longer daring to look at her. After this incident, Chan Xianyuan's reputation skyrocketed in Qingzhou Square. Although many observed that the lecherous male cultivator had initially provoked her, leading to his swift demise. The tales grew more exaggerated in the retelling. A month later, the rumors had spread throughout Qingzhou Square. "Have you heard? A queen of hell has arrived at Qingzhou Square. Just for looking at her, someone was instantly killed. How terrifying!" That female cultivator, though merely a first-layer Qi refining practitioner, is incredibly fearsome. She surely cannot be just a first-layer Qi refining cultivator. She must be a hidden powerhouse, at least a foundation establishment expert. Otherwise, how could she kill a fifth-layer cultivator with a single glance? Goodness, how frightening. I will never again underestimate strangers with lower realms on the streets. Who knows, they could be powerful beings masquerading as weaklings. Today, Qin Fan arrived in Qingzhou Square to purchase a delivery kit. As he walked through the streets, he overheard many cultivators discussing the incident. Queen of Hell? Merely a first-layer Qi refining practitioner? This reminded him of his wife, who was also only a first-layer Qi refining cultivator but was, in reality, a formidable golden core expert. Thinking of this, he became even more cautious and careful, walking with his eyes straight ahead, avoiding glances at others. A month swiftly passed, and one day, in a secluded forest approximately 1,000 meters from Qingzhou Square, two waves of magical energy surged. Qin Fan opened his eyes with satisfaction, but I have broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. Now, he was also a practitioner at the late stage of Qi refining. He looked down at the rolling white jade centipede, which now radiated a faint glow. The little creature had also broken through, and was now a mid-tier first-grade demon beast. The white jade centipede lay on its back, legs in the air, upon seeing Qin Fan's gaze. Qin Fan gently rubbed its belly with his finger, eliciting a delighted, baby-like sound from it. "Ya little white. Can you release poison now?" Qin Fan asked with a smile. The little creature quickly righted itself, tail swaying, as Qin Fan produced a small jade box and placed it behind its tail. The little centipede took a deep breath and began to excrete a dark green liquid into the box, as if squeezing toothpaste. Seeing this, Qin Fan smiled, realizing that the now mid-tier first-grade white jade centipede could indeed begin to produce venom. After squeezing out a blob the size of a soybean, it retracted its tail and turned to Qin Fan, blinking its big round eyes and making an eager yaya sound for praise. Qin Fan chuckled and offered it a spirit crystal, which it eagerly bit and swallowed. "Little white, you're amazing. Good, go play." Praised and rewarded, Little White spun in excitement before burrowing into the ground to play. Qin Fan took the small jade box, inspecting the venom within. The venom from a mid-tier first-grade white jade centipede was impressive, capable of poisoning late-stage Qi refining practitioners. Those poisoned would not only suffer a decrease in mobility, but also lose magical energy every second, with a chance of becoming dizzy. Excellent. I'll apply this to the 8 needle. He then checked his crafting and inscription levels, noting that he was just short of a breakthrough to second-tier low-grade. Therefore, he began to forge first-tier high-grade 8 needles. Having progressed to the late stage of Qi refining, along with his body refinement technique and the second layer of the great sword art, his spiritual consciousness was significantly stronger than that of other late-stage Qi refining practitioners. Mastering first-tier high-grade magical tools would pose no challenge for him. Otherwise, typically, a practitioner newly entering the late stage of qi refining could only wield a first-tier mid-grade magical tool, and only upon reaching the peak of the late stage would they choose to use a first-tier high-grade magical tool. 2 hours later, a complete set of 8 needles inscribed with the breaking blade, dust-proof, and cleaning inscriptions was successfully forged. Qin Fan opened his system panel. Crafting proficiency. Second-tier low-grade craftsman, 1310-0000. Inscription proficiency. Second-tier low-grade inscriptionist, 1310-0000. Seeing these 2 lines, Qin Fan finally exhaled in relief. He had finally broken through to second-tier low-grade. Over the past 2 months, aside from cooking and eating, and having visited Qingzhou Square once, he had spent his evenings walking with Su Hongyue and cultivating his spiritual root for 2 hours 5 times a week. The rest of his time was devoted to crafting. Fortunately, being a homebody by nature, he found such a repetitive life neither boring nor tedious. Rather, each day was filled with vitality and anticipation. During this period, he also crafted 3 female puppets designed for simple household chores, such as tidying rooms, boiling water, and doing laundry. As first-tier low-grade puppets, they could utilize magical techniques for these tasks, making them highly efficient. This was Qin Fan's preparation for Su Hongyue's upcoming delivery, as he would undoubtedly be too busy to manage everything alone and would need assistance. After extensive adjustments, the 3 female puppets now performed admirably. He named them according to the 24 solar terms: Lichuan, Yushui, and Jingzhe. Lichuan, tidy up the crafting room. Lichuan immediately complied, organizing and categorizing Qin Fan's scattered materials back to their rightful places. Qin Fan was very satisfied as he took out the materials needed to forge the gold scissors, vascular clamps, curved vascular clamps, mosquito clamps, and needle holders for the cesarean section. He commenced the forging process. As day turned to night, 2 days later, he completed an entire set of tools for cesarean delivery. Just as he was about to stretch, he heard Su Hongyue calling for him from her chamber. He quickly rose and went to her. "Wife, what is the matter?" Su Hongyue furrowed her delicate brows. Reclining against the opulent chaise lounge he had crafted for her, placing her hand on her prominent belly, and said with difficulty, "Qin Fan, you can go find the midwife now that I feel like I am about to give birth. My waters have broken." Chapter 60. It's time. Quintuplets. Qin Fan firmly grasped Su Hongyue's translucent wrist, his gaze soft yet resolute as he said, "Wife, there is something I have not told you. The midwife I mentioned earlier is actually me. Su Hongyue." Qin Fan continued, "Wife, don't panic. First, listen to me. Deep breaths can help alleviate your current pain." He promptly taught Su Hongyue a breathing technique designed to lessen pain during childbirth. "Wife, do you trust me?" As Su Hongyue followed Qin Fan's breathing instructions, she found her body gradually relaxing, and the pain from her broken waters began to ease. Coupled with Qin Fan's attentive care over the past days and the peculiar items he had been crafting in the workshop, she felt reassured enough to say, "Let us give it a try." Being so close to giving birth, she thought that if Qin Fan was unable to assist, she could always take matters into her own hands. Qin Fan's eyes reddened, tightly holding Su Hongyue's hand as he said hoarsely, "Wife, rest assured, I will never let you or the babies be in danger. You must trust me." He carefully lifted Su Hongyue and carried her to the specially prepared delivery room for the cesarean section. He then called for Lichuan, Yushui, and Jingzhe. Little Pink and Little Blue were also summoned to wait outside for any unforeseen circumstances. The delivery room became bustling with activity. Upon noticing a series of unfamiliar instruments on the cart beside her and witnessing the 3 puppets meticulously performing their tasks, Su Hongyue felt her anxiety slightly diminish. She thought to herself that Qin Fan had indeed made thorough preparations. However, as it was her first childbirth, her primary concern was not for herself, but rather for the safe arrival of their babies. A worry that overshadowed even her trepidation about venturing into perilous realms. "Qin Fan, my dear, I'm here. Don't rush. Just breathe according to the method I explained earlier. I have prepared the anesthetic for you." "Anesthetic?" "Yes. It will numb the area below your waist so that you won't feel any pain during the cesarean section." This anesthetic was not a modern chemical concoction, but rather a blend crafted by Qin Fan from the blood of magical beasts and herbs, specifically designed to replace contemporary anesthetics like propofol. Qin Fan carefully located the position of Su Hongyue's spine and injected the anesthetic, using a syringe he had personally crafted, as such devices were not available in this immortal realm. After administering the anesthetic, he gently squeezed Su Hongyue's leg and inquired, "Does it hurt?" It was crucial to ensure the anesthetic took effect before commencing the surgery. Otherwise, the pain could cause her to lose consciousness. "There's a bit of pain." "All right, we'll wait a moment longer." After a short interval, Qin Fan tested her abdomen and legs once more. This time, Su Hongyue shook her head, indicating no pain, although she could feel him squeezing her. "Good. The anesthetic is working. We can begin the surgery now. My dear, don't worry. My skills are exceptional. I am not boasting when I say that even the most renowned midwife, Song Wanjin from King Fan, cannot compare to me." Tio lightened the atmosphere and alleviate Su Hongyue's excessive focus on the surgery. Qin Fan began to chat. "Dear wife, guess how many of our 5 babies will be girls and how many will be boys?" As Su Hongyue felt her abdomen being meticulously incised, she noted that although she sensed the procedure, there was no pain. "I don't know." Qin Fan smiled and asked, "Do you prefer girls or boys?" Su Hongyue remained silent. To her, it made little difference. Qin Fan switched to a lighter topic, sharing amusing tales from the modern world as he remained focused on the operation. "Dear wife, I can see the babies. The first one is out, a boy. The second is a girl. The third is a boy. The fourth is a girl. And the fifth is also a girl. The 5 little ones, having been delivered via cesarean section, did not yet cry." After carefully placing them in the prepared cart, Qin Fan marveled at the system's reward of a midwifery skill. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to hold such tiny beings, especially the 5th one, who was no larger than his palm. Once the babies were safely out, he turned his attention back to the drowsy Su Hongyue, stitching her incision. "Rest now, my dear. When you wake up, you'll feel much better." After suturing the incision, Qin Fan utilized his long life technique to channel a continuous stream of verdant life essence into Su Hongyue's abdomen, hastening the healing process. 10 minutes later, a robust cry echoed in the delivery room. The first baby had cried out. Su Hongyue, straining to open her weary eyes, said to Qin Fan, "You don't need to worry about me. Go check on the babies." Still under the effects of the anesthetic and weakened from blood loss during labor, she felt dizzy and had nearly succumbed to sleep. Upon hearing the baby's cry, she forced herself to remain awake. However, she noticed Qin Fan was still attending to her rather than the newborns. "Let them cry for a bit. They'll be fine in a few minutes," Qin Fan reassured her, knowing that crying was beneficial for the newborns and that they were not hungry yet. His priority was to ensure Su Hongyue's wound was properly healed first. 5 minutes later, after finishing the healing process, Qin Fan sighed in relief when he saw Su Hongyue's abdomen, which had once been a large incision, now appeared smooth and scar-free. "My dear, I'm going to check on the babies." "Okay." With that single word, Su Hongyue fell into a deep slumber. Qin Fan approached the cart and began placing each little one onto the prepared surface, which was equipped with a faucet and sink, much larger than modern wash basins, making it convenient for him to bathe the infants in warm water suitable for their delicate skin. As he held the first baby, the cries gradually subsided. After cleaning the little one, he opened his eyes to reveal a pair of large, dark and bright double-lidded eyes, gazing curiously at Qin Fan. The sight melted the heart of the tall man. "Call me Daddy," he said affectionately, almost as if compelled. The little one paused momentarily before bursting into loud cries, fearing the sound would awaken Su Hongyue. Qin Fan quickly soothed. "Don't cry, don't cry." Detected that the host and bound object successfully gave birth to 5 quintuplets, rewarding the host with a gift package. Newborn care knowledge included. Experience points for breaking through to the 9th level of Qi training. 100 points to allocate for spiritual roots. 500 medium-grade spirit stones. The reward package was indeed impressive. Qin Fan instantly advanced from the 7th to the 9th level of Qi training. Observing the first baby's cries, he cast a soundproof barrier to ensure Su Hongyue remained undisturbed and began absorbing the knowledge of newborn care. Thankfully, the system was there to guide him. Otherwise, as a novice father, he would have felt utterly lost with the incessantly crying infants. 2 minutes later, Qin Fan opened his eyes and looked at the baby in his arms, who cried for a moment before suddenly stopping. However, within 2 seconds, the cries resumed, accompanied by the little legs and arms flailing in the air. Employing the newfound knowledge of newborn care, he supported the baby's head with one hand while gently flipping him over and patting his back. After this series of motions, the baby finally ceased crying, even blinking in comfort before closing his eyes to sleep. Seeing the now quiet baby, Qin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He wrapped the little one in the clothing Su Hongyue had prepared and dried him off before weighing and measuring him. Firstborn, 3 kilograms, 52 centimeter. He recorded this data, then swaddled the firstborn and placed him back in the cart. Next, he turned to the other 4 little ones, who were yet to open their eyes. Their tiny hands rubbing their faces, making small movements without crying. Not wanting to waste time, Qin Fan activated his professional knowledge of newborn care, allowing him to efficiently tend to all 4 babies simultaneously. Since they were still quiet, he picked up the second baby, gently patting his palms and feet until, wah wah wah. The sound of a healthy cry filled the room. Excellent. The second one is crying. He continued this process with the third, fourth, and fifth babies, relieved to hear their harmonious cries, which reassured him of their health. His gaze lingered on the fifth baby, whose cries were softer compared to her siblings, and weighed the least at only 1.4 kilograms and 38 centimeter. The sound of her cries reminded him of a tiny kitten. Fortunately, he had carefully scanned their bodies with his spiritual sense and found that all 5 were developing normally. Despite Su Hongyue's premature delivery, they were all full-term according to modern gestational calculations, having reached the equivalent of 37 weeks. This was quite remarkable, especially for quintuplets, and Qin Fan attributed their good health to the care he had provided throughout Su Hongyue's pregnancy. After recording the heights, weights, and assigning numbers to each baby, Qin Fan began bathing the second, third, fourth, and fifth babies. Half an hour later, all 4 were clean, swaddled warmly, and placed into the cart. Finally, Qin Fan took a seat. At this point, the 3 midwives had tidied up the delivery room, and all 5 little ones were peacefully asleep, no longer crying. Qin Fan dispelled the soundproof barrier and wheeled the cart over to Su Hongyue. He began to clean and care for her, doing so gently to avoid waking her. After ensuring she was clean and dressed, he carried her to the adjacent, well-heated room. Although it was early March and the weather was beginning to warm, he kept the heating on, concerned that Su Hongyue, having just given birth, might feel cold. Observing Su Hongyue resting on the bed and the 5 little ones sleeping nearby filled Qin Fan with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The warmth of a family, wife and children together, was truly a blissful experience. An hour later, Su Hongyue awoke. Qin Fan promptly brought her the millet porridge he had prepared. In modern times, mothers undergoing cesarean sections were advised to wait 6 hours before eating. However, in this case, due to the restorative efforts Qin Fan had employed, she could consume liquid foods almost immediately. Feeling hungry, Su Hongyue finished a bowl of porridge and turned her gaze to the 5 babies lined up in their cart. Let me see them, of course. Qin Fan set down the bowl, picked up the firstborn, and placed him in Su Hongyue's arms. As soon as the little one nestled against her, he seemed to instinctively know he was with his mother, snuggling closer and smiling as if lost in a pleasant dream. However, Su Hongyue furrowed her brow. He is so ugly. She had expected that with her and Qin Fan's good looks, their offspring would at least be somewhat attractive. Yet, the baby before her had a wrinkled face and dark skin, looking decidedly unappealing. Is this really my child? Qin Fan paused, then smiled as he explained. Newborns can appear a bit unattractive initially. They haven't fully developed yet. And as they grow, they transform day by day. In a month, they will be plump and adorable. Is that so? Su Hongyue, having never seen a newborn before, was unaware of this. However, having witnessed Qin Fan's successful delivery and feeling no pain, she instinctively trusted his words. After inspecting all 5 babies, she asked curiously, I thought identical twins looked the same. Why do I see 5 of them, and none look alike? Qin Fan took the opportunity to explain the differences between monozygotic and dizygotic multiples, clarifying that their quintuplets were all fraternal. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyue nodded. She recalled sensing 5 distinct fertilized eggs during her pregnancy. My dear, they still need names. Why don't you choose some for them? Qin Fan suggested, bringing forth a scroll with keen interest. Names? Su Hongyue had not considered this before. Yes, now that the 5 little ones are here, we should prepare names for them. Qin Fan smiled encouragingly. Su Hongyue pondered for a moment, saying, names are significant. They shouldn't be chosen lightly. Let me think. As she sat up, she realized her incision had healed, allowing her to do so without discomfort. Qin Fan, did you heal me? Did I? I used a wood-based spell. How do you feel now? Is your abdomen still painful? Qin Fan asked with concern. Su Hongyue shook her head. It doesn't hurt, but don't make any sudden movements. Agreed, Qin Fan replied. Su Hongyue nodded and crossed her legs, preparing to regain her cultivation. She planned to visit the Lan Yue Sect soon to select some texts on the mystical arts, hoping to find 5 fitting names with auspicious meanings for their quintuplets. In their realm of cultivation, names held immense significance. A name that was too light could hinder one's potential, while a weighty name could lead to greatness. As she began to meditate, she realized her uterus still contained remnants, and the influx of spiritual energy was not flowing smoothly. Frowning, she opened her eyes. Dear, don't rush into cultivating. Your body isn't fully recovered yet. It's better to wait 3 days before resuming. All right, Qin Fan then suggested. Shall I apply pressure to your abdomen? Press my abdomen? Yes, it will help expel the remaining impurities from your body, aiding your recovery. While he could use the long life technique to heal Su Hongyue's surgical incision, he could not expel the impurities from her uterus, so he opted for the modern method of abdominal massage. Su Hongyue nodded in agreement. Following Qin Fan's instructions, she lay back on the bed as he produced a sandbag-like pillow and placed it on her abdomen before pressing down. The sudden pain surged through Su Hongyue, causing her to frown. Hang in there, my dear. It will be over soon, he reassured her gently. This abdominal massage was more painful than the labor itself, especially since many post-cesarean mothers felt intense discomfort as the anesthetic wore off. Once the massage concluded, another painful process awaited: lactation. Dear, if it hurts, just shout, Qin Fan said, noticing the redness and swelling where the second baby had latched on. Feeling deeply pained for Su Hongyue furrowed her brows, her lips trembling slightly. I'm fine. The little one, having not received enough milk, cried loudly in Su Hongyue's arms, causing both new parents to feel anxious. Should I go prepare some cow's milk for them? You don't need to breastfeed, Qin Fan offered. Earlier, he had been raising milk-producing cows in the spirit beast area, and they were already capable of producing milk. Every day, Xiao Lan would milk them. He and Su Hongyue had more than enough fresh milk, which he had processed into powdered milk. The process of converting fresh milk into powder in modern times required complex machinery, but here it was relatively straightforward. Achieved through a few spells to filter out excess water and evaporate the remaining moisture until only 3 water content remained, making it suitable for long-term storage. Su Hongyue frowned. No, the cow's cultivation levels are too low. The milk they produce lacks the nutritional value of my breast milk. I'll do it myself. Once she regained her cultivation, she planned to slay a 3rd-tier magical beast to obtain its blood for the babies, ensuring they received a solid foundation from birth. Seeing Su Hongyue's determination, Qin Fan chose not to press further and instead activated his lactation skills to assist her. Half an hour later, after crying to the point where her throat felt as if it might tear, the second baby finally ceased her sobs and began to drink milk heartily. She nestled in Su Hongyue's embrace like a small gas canister, quietly and determinedly feeding. Su Hongyue, in pain, turned pale, while the little one's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. Qin Fan hurriedly used a warm, soft cloth to wipe the mother and daughter. At last, she was able to eat. It's finally time, Qin Fan remarked. Su Hongyue's lips curled into a slight smile, her joy evident. Gazing at her baby, who was drinking so eagerly, she felt as though she had forgotten the intense pain she had just endured during labor, replaced instead by a heart full of sweetness and happiness. The halo of maternal love was indeed remarkable. Even the sight of the wrinkled little girl in her arms became increasingly delightful, appearing quite beautiful through the lens of her newfound maternal affection. Qin Fan's gaze shifted to the little one's sustenance. Dear wife, will 5 babies be enough to eat? It should be sufficient, right? Su Hongyue felt somewhat uncertain but replied. The babies are so small. I don't wish to give them formula just yet. All right, then I'll prepare some soup to increase your milk supply, Qin Fan said. Feeding the 2nd, 1st, and 3rd babies was manageable, but when it came time to feed the 4th, the 5th baby awoke, emitting the mewling cries of a kitten. They had no choice but to bring both babies together for feeding. Fortunately, Qin Fan had prepared in advance, crafting a modern nursing pillow specifically designed for novice parents of twins. The 2 little ones lay on the pillow, allowing Su Hongyue to free her hands. Qin Fan, this pillow you made is excellent, she observed, marveling at his ability to create innovative items she had never encountered before. After speaking, Su Hongyue looked up at Qin Fan, eager to see if he had sustained any injuries during the surgery and treatment of her abdomen. To her astonishment, she discovered that Qin Fan had reached the 9th level of Qi training. Moreover, his wood spiritual root had advanced from inferior to medium quality. How could this be? She distinctly remembered examining him with her spiritual eye 2 or 3 months prior, at which time he had only been at the inferior spiritual root and 7th level of Qi training, in just 2 to 3 months. He had dramatically broken through to the 9th level. The elevation of his spiritual root to medium quality was truly astonishing. It seemed Qin Fan had encountered a fortuitous opportunity during this time. His spiritual root had advanced to medium quality, and the prospect of forming a golden core was promising. However, if others in the Qingzhou workshop were to learn of Qin Fan's transformation, it would not bode well for him. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to Qin Fan, "You have taken care of me for so long. Why not take a rest? I can handle the babies." Qin Fan indeed felt weary. He hadn't slept a wink in 2 months. Now that Su Hongyue had safely given birth and the babies were all healthy and nursing, it was time for a brief respite. "All right, I will take a nap. Call me if you need anything," he replied. Chapter 63. Teaching the Empress to change diapers. Back in his room, Qin Fan, having been in a constant state of tension due to Su Hongyue's surgery and caring for the newborns, fell into a deep sleep as soon as he lay down. That he had set an alarm, and after 4 hours, he awoke. Upon visiting Su Hongyue, he found the 6 of them, mother and daughters, sleeping peacefully. He gently closed the door and returned to his own room, where he opened his system interface. Host, Qin Fan Realm, 9th level of Qi training. Spiritual roots, 4 roots with spiritual root, medium quality, 158,500, water spiritual root, inferior, 10,100, fire spiritual root, inferior, 6,100, earth spiritual root, inferior, 4,100. Distributable spiritual root points, 0 offspring, 5 offspring spiritual roots, pending detection, refining mastery, 2nd tier inferior refining master, 987-310-0000, inscription mastery, 2nd tier inferior inscription master, 323-310-0000. In this realm of cultivation, spiritual roots could only be tested when children reached the age of 5. Nevertheless, Qin Fan's attention was drawn to the pending detection label on the system panel. He inquired, "System, can I test my children's spiritual roots now?" "Yes, host, do you wish to conduct the test?" "Absolutely," Qin Fan responded, excitement bubbling within him, akin to the thrill of unboxing a surprise. With 3 daughters and 2 sons, the ratio was quite favorable, a perfect blend of sons and daughters. Now, he was about to unveil the spiritual roots of his children. He wondered how their roots compared to his and Su Hongyue's. "Please provide names for your children. Can I use nicknames for now?" He delegated the naming task to Su Hongyue, who said she would think about it. "All right, I will name them in the order I previously suggested. 1st treasure, 2nd treasure, 3rd treasure, 4th treasure, 5th treasure." "Understood, host." Testing in progress. As the system's voice echoed, a translucent panel radiating a soft blue light appeared before Qin Fan, visible only to him. After the update, it displayed, "Offspring, 5 first treasures spiritual root, earth spiritual root 2nd treasures spiritual root, superior spiritual root 3rd treasures spiritual root, no spiritual root 4th treasures spiritual root, medium spiritual root 5th treasures spiritual root, inferior spiritual root." Qin Fan's eyes lit up with delight. Remarkable, 1st treasure possesses an earth spiritual root. Earth spiritual roots were exceedingly rare in the southern domain. Su Hongyue had a celestial spiritual root, but since he had only been at an inferior spiritual root when he conceived with her, to have birthed a child with an earth spiritual root was akin to striking gold. Many cultivators find that their children may not even have spiritual roots. Thus, those who lose hope for forming a golden core often take on multiple wives, hoping that among 100 children, at least one would possess a spiritual root. It was astonishing that their first brood produced 4 children with spiritual roots, the most extraordinary being an earth spiritual root. Truly, she was the Empress. Unexpectedly, 5th treasure, though weak, still possessed an inferior spiritual root, while 3rd treasure, their son, had no spiritual root at all. Suddenly, he pondered whether his own spiritual root could elevate. He wondered if his children's roots could also be enhanced. He asked the system, "Can my children's spiritual roots be upgraded?" In the future, there may be opportunities, but it depends on their own fortunes. Qin Fan was overjoyed by this response. While it depended on the children's fortunes, it at least provided a chance for enhancement, placing them leagues ahead of other cultivators. After all, having or lacking a spiritual root is largely a matter of fate, and the quality of one's roots is similarly predestined. Qin Fan couldn't help but think that since he had merely an inferior spiritual root, and now Su Hongyue had birthed 5 children with an earth spiritual root, What might their next child possess? Given that he now had a medium spiritual root, the thought filled him with anticipation. After testing the children's spiritual roots, Qin Fan crushed a spirit stone to begin absorbing spiritual energy. He discovered that now, having broken through to the 9th level, his body absorbed the energy at an even faster rate. How exhilarating! Qin Fan concluded his cultivation, opened his storage bag, and found it empty except for 500 medium spirit stones. Over the past 2 months, he had diligently refined a multitude of magical tools, depleting a vast quantity of materials, and with few orders from Wang Pengzi and Qiu, he had run out of spirit stones. Thankfully, with the birth of the babies, the system rewarded him with 500 medium spirit stones, revitalizing his finances, and he was once again a small fortune holder. With spirit stones in hand, he felt secure. Qin Fan began to practice the Qingyuan longevity technique. For the past 2 months, he had been preoccupied with refining and inscribing, neglecting his own cultivation, with his realm elevated to the 9th level of Qi training. He could now continue to advance in the Qingyuan longevity technique. As day turned to night. 2 hours later, with the moon hanging low, Qin Fan opened his eyes, his gaze brightening with joy. This time, practicing the Qingyuan longevity technique had unlocked a new skill, the ability to conceal his aura and hide his cultivation level. Moreover, with his current progress, unless he encountered a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, no one would be able to discern that he was concealing his true level. For instance, while he was at the 9th level of Qi training, he could use the concealment technique to mask his cultivation to appear as though he were at the 7th level. This new skill was excellent, suddenly breaking through to the 9th level. If he were to meet familiar faces, they might suspect him of harboring treasures and think to rob him. Now that he had a wife and children, he was all the more reluctant to take risks. He simply wished to live quietly and raise his children. This skill was perfect for him. A sudden cry echoed through the air. Qin Fan sprang to his feet and rushed to Su Hongyue's room. The sound of wailing filled the space. First treasure, second treasure, and third treasure were all crying, while fourth and fifth treasures, with their eyes closed, joined in. Babies, daddy's here. Don't cry. Yes, that's right. Second and third treasures have opened their eyes. Previously, only first treasure had been awake, but now second and third treasures were also alert, while fourth and fifth were still asleep. The Su Hongyue had awoken as well. The novice couple began to nurse and soothe their infants. After a full hour, they finally managed to satiate all 5 babies, who then fell back to sleep. At this moment, the babies were entirely focused on eating and sleeping. How foul! Can you smell that? Su Hongyue inquired. Qin Fan hesitated momentarily before responding. It must be one of them needing a change. Let me see which little rascal has made a mess. He proceeded to pick up each child, bringing his face close to their bottoms to sniff. It's third treasure. I'll change third treasure's diapered. Su Hongyue chimed in. I want to learn too. All right, I'll teach you. Just watch from the bed. Su Hongyue observed as Qin Fan adeptly picked up third treasure and took them to the changing table. He first dealt with the dirty diaper, then used warm water to clean the little one. After washing, he applied moisturizing cream and put on a fresh diaper. Once the little one was changed, the furrowed brow relaxed, eyes still closed, and a smile spread across their face. Chapter 64. Ample nourishment. After watching Qin Fan's skilled handling, Su Hongyue felt she had grasped the technique. When second treasure needed a change, she insisted on doing it herself. However, as she removed the soiled diaper and prepared to clean second treasure, she found herself at a loss. While nursing had seemed effortless, changing a diaper required lifting the baby, and she feared accidentally injuring the fragile little one. Wah wah wah. The coolness of the air on second treasure's bottom prompted a loud wail. Noticing Su Hongyue's hesitation, Qin Fan gently took second treasure from her, reassuring, "Don't worry, dear. The little one may appear delicate, but they are easy to hold. Just watch me lift her little legs," he patiently instructed her. After successfully changing second treasure's diaper, the baby felt the warmth of the fresh covering and ceased crying, comfortably drifting back to sleep. When it came time to change third treasure's diaper, Su Hongyue waved her hand. "Qin Fan, you do it this time. I'll change their diapers when they are a bit bigger." She was still anxious about handling the soft, seemingly boneless little ones. Qin Fan chuckled inwardly, surprised that even the Empress had her fears. It was hard to imagine the youthful Empress being so endearing in her inexperience. Once he had finished changing the diapers, Su Hongyue handed Qin Fan a scroll. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a technique for concealing one's aura and spiritual root quality. This technique will allow you to hide your cultivation level and the quality of your roots. As long as you're not facing a golden core cultivator, no one will be able to detect it, she explained. Qin Fan smiled at Su Hongyue, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. My dear. Su Hongyue averted her gaze, feeling somewhat shy, and quickly changed the subject. I'm feeling a bit hungry. All right, I'll whip us up something to eat right away, Qin Fan replied enthusiastically. He headed to the kitchen, determined to prepare a delicious meal that would help increase Su Hongyue's milk supply. Although she was currently able to feed the 5 little ones, they were still quite small and did not eat much. As they grew, her milk supply would need to keep pace with their increasing appetites. 3 days later, Su Hongyue's postpartum discharge had ceased, and her cultivation returned to the mid-stage of golden core. With Qin Fan's herbal nourishment, her milk supply was ample each day. Not wanting to waste any excess milk, Qin Fan had specially crafted a small refrigerator to store the surplus. Over the course of 2 weeks, Su Hongyue watched as her 5 previously wrinkled and unappealing little ones changed day by day, now beginning to shed their skin. The areas where they had shed skin revealed delicate, tender newborn skin, softer than silken tofu. The sensation of touching them was exquisite, and she eagerly anticipated how adorable her little ones would look once they completed their shedding. This time, the babies would wake up for 3 to 4 hours each day, primarily spending their time sleeping. When they were not sleeping, they were nursing. Su Hongyue had also learned to change diapers. Though she was still a bit clumsy, she could manage it on her own, which brought her a sense of accomplishment that surpassed even mastering a top-tier secret technique. One day, Qin Fan received a message from Wang Peng's eye in the letter. Wang mentioned that the matter regarding the Choshan Great Powers cave abode was nearing completion and that they were preparing to return to their sect. He invited Qin Fan to meet. Coincidentally, they were running low on diapers for the babies, so Qin Fan informed Su Hongyue, disguised his cultivation to the 7th level of Qi training, while maintaining the appearance of an inferior spiritual root, and headed to Qingzhou Workshop. On the official road to Qingzhou Workshop, Qin Fan observed cultivators riding spirit steeds, stepping onto iron leaf boats, navigating with flying gourds, or darting along in vibrant hues of yellow, green, and red, creating a lively scene. It seemed the treasure hunt in the Great Powers Cave was reaching its climax. Suddenly, a female voice called out, Qin Fan. The name was unmistakably his, but he had never heard this voice before. Nor did he have any close female cultivator friends aside from Su Hongyue. Assuming it was someone calling for another, he did not stop or even glance back. However, he soon felt a powerful surge of magical energy, causing those ahead of him to turn around, their faces filled with terror. Why heavens! The Queen of Hell! The Queen of Hell is killing again. The Queen of Hell? Wasn't she the one he had heard about during his last visit to Qingzhou Workshop, the female cultivator at the 1st level of Qi training who had killed a male cultivator merely for looking at her? He chose not to turn back to witness the commotion. Instead, he quickly activated a high-grade speed talisman and employed the concealment technique from the longevity technique, striving to minimize his presence as he swiftly made his way to Qingzhou Workshop, eager to avoid inadvertently incurring the wrath of the Queen of Hell. After all, he was now a family man, particularly keen on preserving his life. Upon arriving at Qingzhou Workshop, he found he was still early for his meeting with Wang Pengzi. He first stopped by a tailor shop to purchase a batch of diapers, then proceeded to Shuimin Street to gather fresh ingredients. Have you heard? That rice vendor, Feng Hua, is dead. How did he die? Not sure that I heard someone saw him, and his body was dismembered into pieces. The scene was horrifically bloody, but it wasn't the work of beasts, it was human. God. Don't bandits only kill for treasure? How could there be such a perverse individual who enjoys dismembering? It's likely not just simple banditry, but possibly a vendetta. Feng Hua was living lavishly. I suspect he has suffered retribution. Recently, it has indeed been tumultuous. Have you heard? Just moments ago, outside the Qingzhou Feng, the Queen of Hell has claimed another victim. What was the reason this time? The surrounding cultivators, busy with their purchases, all glanced over. Qin Fan did not look, but he listened intently. It is said that a male cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining, named Qin Fan, was embraced by 2 beautiful women, and she killed him on the spot. Unbelievable. Does the Queen of Hell really concern herself with how many women someone has? Then I suppose I must stop taking concubines. Women are truly formidable. When will this Queen of Hell leave? Her actions are utterly unpredictable. Just a few days ago, she killed someone merely because they stepped into the secret realm with their left foot before her. Upon hearing the names Qin Fan and 5th level Qi refining male cultivator, Qin Fan felt a chill creep up his neck. Chapter 65. Meeting the mother of the Empress? At the Jiufeng tea house, Qin Fan met with Wang Fati, Ji Zibing, Qi Yu, Yu Zhanqing, Lu Baohai, and Mu Mu. Qi Yu, who previously owed Qin Fan 10 mid-grade spirit stones, had gained much from the cave's secret realm and asked if she could use materials to offset her debt. She then produced second-tier spirit wood, first-tier high-grade demon beast inner cores, various first-tier demon beast materials, as well as second-tier low-grade demon beast materials, earth spirit fruits, snake heart grass, and more. These materials would easily fetch more than 10 mid-grade spirit stones in the market, potentially worth at least 15 mid-grade spirit stones when sold to shops like the Qianji Pavilion. Qi Daoist, this is far too generous, Qin Fan remarked with a smile that Qi Yu, clad in a black robe that exuded a cool, seductive charm, replied, "Not at all. Daoist Qin, you lent me spirit stones at the auction, allowing me to purchase top-quality foundation establishment pills, which greatly benefited my progress in the cave." Wang Fati, grinning widely, clapped Qin Fan on the shoulder and said, "Qin Fan, if my second senior sister says it's not too much, then accept it. We all reaped significant benefits this time." Qin Fan, finding no reason to decline, accepted the materials. Among the items Qi Yu provided, the earth spirit fruit and 2 other materials were precisely what he needed to refine foundation establishment pills. Now that he had accumulated a substantial amount of materials for concocting these pills and had reached the 9th level of Qi refining, he was ready to commence preparations for the foundation establishment pills. With this in mind, he began purchasing materials from Ji Zibing and the others. Upon their return, they had submitted 60 to their sect, leaving 40 still in hand, which they had not yet sold. Upon hearing that Qin Fan wished to buy, they were elated and presented their wares for him to choose from. With many hands making light work, Qin Fan selected 22 types of foundation establishment materials from their offerings, leaving only one primary medicinal ingredient, the immortal spirit fruit, still needed. Ji Zibing and the others sold the materials to Qin Fan at an 80 market price. After discussing materials, they turned to talk about the recent developments in the Qiushan cave. Qin Fan recalled that it was said the cave's secret realm would take at least several decades to fully develop, yet it had only taken 8 months to conclude. Qi Yu explained that when the major sects reached the 8th layer, they discovered that this Yuaning expert had cultivated the postnatal with spirit body, prompting all the sects to inform their elders, speculating that the cave must contain methods for cultivating the postnatal with spirit body. Then, the golden core cultivators from various sects rushed over. However, the Lan Yue Sect dispatched a Yuaning ancestor who quickly advanced into the depths of the cave and confirmed the existence of a method for cultivating the postnatal with spirit body at the site where the Yuaning expert had passed away. Qin Fan was taken aback. Yuaning ancestor from the Lan Yue Sect had arrived. Could they be related to Su Hongyue? If they were to discover that Su Hongyue resided nearby and had given birth to 5 children for him, his demise would undoubtedly be most peculiar. Did that Yuaning ancestor leave? Qin Fan inquired. Qi Yu shook her head, uncertain. We cannot ascertain the movements of such an elder. However, those from the Lan Yue Sect departed on their sect's flying vessel a couple of days ago. There is little for a Yuaning ancestor to linger for around Qiushan, so she likely left long ago. Despite Qi Yu's words, Qin Fan remained vigilant, planning to retreat into seclusion for a month upon returning home. After finishing their tea, Ji Zibing and the others took their leave. Wang Fati stayed behind and accompanied Qin Fan to a restaurant to find a private room for a meal. After indulging in a hearty feast, Wang Fati handed Qin Fan a bag and, with a satisfied belch, said, "Take a look." Upon opening the bag, Qin Fan discovered an abundance of materials for body refinement, including a small portion that was precisely what he required for the 2nd level of body refinement. Though it was but a fraction, the total quantity exceeded 60 varieties. Coupled with the 20-plus materials he had previously acquired, he now had 81 kinds of materials necessary for the 2nd level of body refinement. Wang Fati chuckled. "I noticed you purchasing body refinement materials at the auction. This is what I have gathered recently." Qin Fan reached for his spirit stones to compensate Wang Fati, but Wang Fati immediately pressed Qin Fan's hand down. His gaze earnest. "Am I not your brother?" "Of course. As brothers, there's no need for monetary exchanges. That one do. True brothers must keep accounts clear." After several rounds of refusal, Qin Fan ultimately purchased the body refinement materials from Wang Fati at half the market price. Subsequently, Wang Fati informed Qin Fan that he had befriended many cultivators from other sects during this period. With the conclusion of the cave's secret realm, most cultivators had severely damaged their magical tools, and those who had broken through to the late stage of Qi refining needed replacements. Wang Fati had also advanced to the 7th level of Qi refining, placing him in the late stage. He had just befriended a group of late-stage Qi refining cultivators in need of replacements and who were flush with spirit stones. During their time in the cave, most had encountered fortuitous opportunities, though the magnitude varied. This was indeed the prime time for consumer spending. Within just 2 hours, Wang Fatty sold 31st-tier mid-grade magical tools from the adjacent room, netting Qin Fan an impressive 60,000 spirit stones. Wang Fatty's share of the commission amounted to over 6,000 spirit stones. Qin Fan also gifted him a suitable first-tier mid-grade magical tool, inscribed with the same 3 runes as before. After parting ways with Wang Fatty, it was already evening. Qin Fan recalled that he had yet to name the babies and decided to visit the Qianji Pavilion to purchase some books for Su Hongyue's reference. Daoist Qin, what would you like to purchase today? Su Yi greeted him with a smile. Now, Qin Fan was one of her major clients. Although he did not visit often, each time he bought a substantial amount of refining materials. Since he had plenty of stock and planned to refrain from refining for a month to focus on cultivation and caring for his wife and children, he replied, "Please recommend some books for naming newborns." Su Yi's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of disappointment flashing in her beautiful eyes before her expression brightened again. "Congratulations, Daoist Qin, on the arrival of your little one. We happen to have a batch of Daoist texts that many cultivators purchase for naming their newborns." Now a wealthy patron, Qin Fan bought 20 books that he found suitable, spending 200 spirit stones. After purchasing the books, as he exited the Qianji Pavilion, he unexpectedly collided with a stunningly beautiful woman entering. Fortunately, as both were cultivators, there was no real impact. The beautiful woman's gaze fell upon Qin Fan, initially intending to look past him, but suddenly, her attention was captured by the deep purple pouch tied at his waist shaped like a rare spirit fish. Isn't that my daughter's pouch? Chapter 66. The stunning beauty esteemed Taoist. The beautiful woman spoke. Her voice was cold and pure, ethereal and enchanting, akin to the music of the heavens, utterly captivating. Qin Fan turned to face her and was struck by her beauty, rivaling even Su Hongyue's, as she resembled an orchid in a secluded valley, exuding an otherworldly grace, her serene beauty contrasting sharply with the bustling surroundings. As though she were an ethereal being descended to the mundane realm, her flawless visage, without a hint of imperfection, was breathtakingly beautiful, her presence transcending the ordinary, as if untouched by the world. The woman appeared to be around 30. Her hair cascading like a waterfall, and her dark eyes seemed veiled by a mist, rendering them inscrutable. With skin as smooth as ice and a figure as exquisite as jade, she was the epitome of purity. Even Qin Fan, whose aesthetic had been refined by Su Hongyue, found himself momentarily entranced. However, he quickly composed himself, a gesture of polite salutation escaping his lips. "What can I do for you, esteemed Taoist? That pouch at your waist seems rather unique," the beautiful woman remarked. Qin Fan glanced at the pouch. A soft warmth in his gaze that "It was given to me by my wife." The beautiful woman noticed the tenderness in Qin Fan's eyes as he spoke of the pouch. Nodding, she gracefully passed by him and entered the Qianji Pavilion. Qin Fan did not linger longer and quickly exited the pavilion. In a luxurious room on the top floor of the Qianji Pavilion, the stunning woman sat at the main seat, sipping tea. Before her stood a man dressed in splendid brocade, the steward of the Qianji Pavilion, Jiang Baoran. "Elder," Jiang Baoran addressed her respectfully. "Who was that male cultivator I encountered upon entering?" The beautiful woman inquired. "9th level of Qi refining, mid-grade spirit root. The pouch was given to him by his wife, but perhaps she mistook him for someone else, as it might only resemble your daughter's pouch." Jiang Baoran replied respectfully. The beautiful woman took another sip of tea, murmuring the name, Qin Fan. "What did he purchase while he was here?" Jiang Baoran responded. "He bought 20 Taoist texts, claiming they were for naming his newborn child." He found it curious that the elder would suddenly take an interest in a mere Qi refining cultivator. Was it his appearance that caught her attention? Indeed, Qin Fan was the most handsome cultivator he had ever seen. As the thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine. He felt he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Lowering his head even further, he considered leaving, wishing to avoid this secret and the potential dangers it entailed. Heavens, the sect leader is notoriously the strongest, jealous figure in the entire southern region. The beautiful woman's gaze sharpened at a newborn. Qin Fan's wife has just given birth. Shaking her head, she realized she had indeed misjudged the situation. My Yaya has no partner, and having devoted herself to the Tao since childhood, She harbors no interest in romantic matters. It is impossible for her to have a child at this time. Yaya has been out training for 9 months now. I wonder where she is. Meanwhile, Qin Fan had inadvertently wandered into a maze, spending 2 hours going in circles without finding a way out. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "I detest formations. How can such a formidable maze exist in the humble Qingzhu Feng?" No matter how hard she tried to break free, she found it impossible. Completely ignorant of formation knowledge, she could only helplessly send a message to Su Hongyue, seeking assistance. Unfortunately, Su Hongyue did not respond. Feeling a surge of magical energy, she suddenly saw Su Hongyue appear in the maze. Delighted, she exclaimed, "Yeah, we truly share a connection. Look, I didn't even tell you where I was trapped, yet you came to rescue me. You are indeed my destined savior." "Let us go," Su Hongyue said, gently restraining Qin Fan, who had lunged forward to embrace her. As they exited the maze, Qin Fan suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to Su Hongyue, her gaze fixated on her abdomen. "Yeah, where is your baby bump? Why has it disappeared?" "I gave birth," Su Hongyue replied. "What? When did this happen?" "Half a month ago. Why didn't you tell me? How are you feeling now?" "Quite well. Come, let me introduce you to the babies. Oh, okay." Qin Fan was still a bit stunned. Both women were at the golden core stage, and it didn't take long for them to reach Su Hongyue's room. When Qin Fan saw the 5 tiny babies lying on the bed, she was utterly astonished. "You really gave birth? They are so small. 5 of them. My dear friend has given birth to 5 babies at once. But why do they not resemble you at all? Could they take after Qin Fan? That didn't seem right either. They didn't resemble Qin Fan either." Thinking of Qin Fan made her feel a twinge of guilt as she glanced at Su Hongyue. After all, she had killed Qin Fan today. However, remembering that her friend had just given birth to 5 little ones, while Qin Fan was out embracing other women, she felt justified in her actions. Moreover, she recalled seeing Qin Fan ambushing female cultivators in the woods. His character was certainly not commendable. If she hadn't overheard someone call out Qin Fan today, she might never have realized that the male cultivator who had attacked female cultivators was indeed Qin Fan. The 5th level of Qi refining and a low-grade spirit root. These details matched perfectly with what Su Hongyue had told her about Qin Fan. Anger surged within her. If Qin Fan could kill other female cultivators for treasure, what would prevent him from doing the same to her friend when she was weak from childbirth? It was best to eliminate him first. Thankfully, she had acted first. Otherwise, judging by her friend's demeanor, she likely wouldn't have been aware of Qin Fan's nefarious deeds. How clever of her to have resolved this significant trouble for her friend. With this thought, her spirits lifted, and she gazed fondly at the 5 tiny beings. "Can I hold them?" "Perhaps it's better if you don't," Su Hongyue replied. Qin Fan puffed her chest out, her peach-like bosom quivering. "Are you looking down on me?" "Children are very delicate. I'll give it a try." Su Hongyue picked up the awakened firstborn and prepared to let Qin Fan have a go. Filled with competitive spirit, Qin Fan reached out to hold the baby. The moment she touched the infant, she gasped, "Why are they so soft? I can't do this." She was terrified that one wrong move might injure the baby's limbs or neck. And Qin Fan feigned innocence. He went out. Internally, Qin Fan reveled in delight. It seemed she hadn't killed the wrong person after all. She didn't tell Su Hongyue that Qin Fan, a piece of inferior spirit stone, was presented to the rotund old Taoist, who instantly beamed with delight and handed a scroll to Qin Fan before hastily fleeing, as if fearing for his life. Qin Fan pressed the scroll to his forehead, discovering it was free of restrictions, allowing him to view its contents directly. Indeed, it was a portrait of a woman, not unappealing. Is this the Queen of Hell? He committed it to memory, secured the scroll, and continued his journey home. Upon entering the woods, his brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, a streak of escaping light rapidly approached him, materializing moments later as a gaunt old man. Qi refining stage 9. Fellow Taoist, how dare you purchase the portrait unlawfully sold by the thieving old Taoist? Such an act is a profound disrespect to our Queen of Hell, a death wish. With that, the wiry elder lunged at Qin Fan with a golden snake blade. Qin Fan's dark eyes gleamed with resolve. He did not evade or dodge, but instead slapped a second-tier inferior protective talisman onto himself, instantly erecting a faint golden barrier around him. The golden snake blade struck the barrier and was deflected. In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of the gaunt elder, Qin Fan waved his right hand, summoning the Dian Wu Ji sword before him. Infusing it with energy, the the sword instantaneously split into three. With a whoosh, the three swords radiated a ghostly blue light, each emitting a resounding roar. Kill. Guided by his energy, the three swords surged toward the gaunt elder, who, terrified, immediately tore apart his protective talisman and summoned a defensive shield. However, the swords inscribed with the breaking blade inscription cleaved through the faint golden barrier and shattered the shield, striking the gaunt elder directly. His eyes widened in horror as the evening sun illuminated the blood streaks that appeared along his arms. Forehead, nose, lips, chest, and down to his legs the gentle breeze brushed past, and the gaunt elder's arms and torso split apart. Falling lifelessly to the ground, he died utterly. Without a trace of struggle, applause erupted, and a figure leaped down from a towering tree trunk. Landing beside the deceased elder. It was Han Jianxiang, an elder of the Wanqi Pavilion and a foundational ancestor. Previously, the Wanqi Pavilion sought to acquire the Moon Pavilion, and Song Qiaozi had collected information about the pavilion, which included a portrait of Han Jianxiang, who managed the affairs of the Wanqi Pavilion in Qingzhou Workshop. Qin Daoist, I never expected you to conceal your cultivation. Qi Refining Stage 7, and yet you could slay a Qi Refining Stage 9 cultivator. I underestimated you, Han Jianxiang remarked with a smile, as if Qin Fan's life and death were entirely in his hands, speaking to him as if it were merely a prelude to his demise. Qin Fan smirked coldly. Indeed, the gaunt elder was sent by Han Jianxiang to mask his intentions. He hoisted the banner of the Queen of Hell, making it appear as though he had died at her hands, thus preventing his friends from seeking vengeance. This scapegoating tactic was audacious, yet ineffective against him. With Su Hongyue's talisman in his possession, coupled with the first-tier superior Dian Wuji sword, which could disregard the defenses of late foundational stage cultivators, slaying an early foundational stage practitioner was trivial. However, he had not sold bowls, dishes, and toilets in the market for months. So why would the Wanqi Pavilion send someone to kill him? That was perplexing. Qin Daoist, I can still offer you a chance to live. If you agree to join the Wanqi Pavilion and sign a contract to serve us for life, producing at least 2 innovative artifacts similar to bathtubs or realistic dolls each year, then you may continue to live. Han Jianxiang laughed heartily. This splendid opportunity is better kept for yourself. Qin Fan retorted coldly. Han Jianxiang's face darkened with rage. It seems you have chosen to drink the punishment of wine instead of the offering. You seek death. Then allow me to fulfill your wish. As he prepared to invoke his spell, a sudden terror widened his eyes. Glancing down at his left chest, he was horrified to see a sword, radiating a profound glow, piercing through his heart. Blood dripped onto the ground, and he attempted to turn and discern who had attacked him without his awareness, but before he could twist his head, his breath ceased, and he collapsed, lifeless. Su Hongyue withdrew her sword, cleansing it with a flick of her wrist, then placed her hand atop Han Jianxiang's head, enveloping him in a faint golden light. She closed her eyes, performing the soul-searching technique. Though Han Jianxiang was dead, his consciousness had yet to dissipate, allowing her to utilize the technique. After a few breaths, Su Hongyue opened her eyes, drawing forth the storage bags of both Han Jianxiang and the gaunt elder with a surge of spiritual energy. A fireball spell engulfed them, reducing them to ashes moments later. Wanqi Pavilion, Han family, Su Hongyue spoke, her voice melodious yet laced with a chilling undertone. Dear wife, Qin Fan approached Su Hongyue's side. She handed him the 2 storage bags, stating, we have guests at home, friends of mine. Let us go. With that, Su Hongyue led Qin Fan, soaring through the air on her sword. When Qin Fan encountered Qin Xinyuan, both were taken aback by the unexpected recognition. Is this Qin Fan? Did I kill the wrong person? Qin Xinyuan thought, while Qin Fan internally exclaimed, what a nonsensical killer the Queen of Hell is. She turns out to be my wife's friend. Moreover, she has already killed me once. Chapter 68. Qin Xinyuan versus Qin Fan. The atmosphere was oddly charged. Oh, you know each other? Su Hongyue inquired. Qin Fan immediately shook his head, denying any acquaintance. Qin Xinyuan mirrored his actions. Wife, I will prepare dinner. You two enjoy your conversation, Qin Fan proclaimed, retreating to the kitchen. Once Qin Fan had left, Qin Xinyuan swiftly erected a soundproof barrier, asking Su Hongyue, yeah, didn't you tell me before that Qin Fan was merely of inferior spirit root and Qi refining stage 5? Although Qin Fan had employed breath-concealing techniques, Qin Xinyuan, a golden core cultivator, could discern his true cultivation level and spirit root quality. A mid-tier spirit root, Qi refining stage 9, that though Qin Fan appeared to be only 16 years old, and while his spirit root quality was still subpar and not worthy of her friend Ye, he had certainly improved from his previous inferior spirit root and Qi refining stage 5. Now showing promise for golden core advancement, Su Hongyue narrowed her eyes, casting a dangerous glance at Chen Xinyuan. The latter felt a chill at her nape, as though discovered for her misdeeds, and quickly shifted her focus to the 5 sleeping infants on the bed. As she sat beside the little ones, Su Hongyue spoke. He was indeed of inferior spirit root, and Qi refining stage 5. Chen Xinyuan paused, then gasped in shock at Su Hongyue. Are you implying that in just 9 months, Qin Fan has not only upgraded his spirit root to mid-tier, but also advanced to Qi refining stage 9? That's impossible. The only explanation was that Qin Fan had originally possessed his current cultivation, and her dear friend had intentionally downplayed his abilities to craft an image of a late-blooming genius. It had to be that way. Having discerned this, she refrained from disputing the matter further and turned her gaze back to the small babies. Yeah, have you thought about how to arrange these 5 little ones? I feel they might be mortals. Even if they possess spirit roots, they are likely inferior ones. If they return with you to Lan Yue Sect, they may be ostracized. If we leave them with Qin Fan, we worry he might mistreat the children. Su Hongyue's eyes narrowed. Are you so idle as to concern yourself with so many things? Go wash the diapers to me. Are you serious? Chen Xinyuan pointed incredulously at herself. Yet, a mere glance from Su Hongyue silenced her, as she remembered her previous misdeeds. Reluctantly, she took the basin of diapers outside, employing a cleansing spell to wash them piece by piece. You need to wash them in boiling water, Su Hongyue instructed. Hand wash? The water from the cleansing spell is at room temperature, protested Chen Xinyuan. Indeed, Su Hongyue replied. Can I opt out of washing? She pleaded, grasping at straws. You said you'd help me care for the babies. Washing diapers is merely the first step, Su Hongyue countered. Clenching her small fist, Chen Xinyuan resolved. I can do it. Using a fireball spell to boil water. She pinched her nose while washing the diapers, all the while receiving corrections from Su Hongyue, lowering her head further with each passing moment. Half an hour later, having finished washing the diapers, Chen Xinyuan sighed in relief, feeling a sense of accomplishment, believing she had outperformed Qin Fan. Just then, Qin Fan called that dinner was ready. When it came time to eat, Chen Xinyuan planned to criticize Qin Fan's cooking, preparing to spit it out. However, upon taking her first bite, she was stunned. This actually quite delicious. Why aren't you eating? Su Hongyue asked. Because it's not good. Chen Xinyuan initially intended to persist, but the words failed to leave her lips, and she eventually had to eat. She tried to control herself from overeating, yet her right hand, holding the chopsticks, seemed to have a mind of its own, reaching for the dishes repeatedly as the sound of crying echoed through the air. She turned to Qin Fan, sensing her opportunity. Surely, her dear friend would attend to the crying baby, leaving Qin Fan to neglect them. She had prepared a scathing monologue to berate him as Su Hongyue stood to comfort the baby. Qin Fan gently pressed her hand down, saying softly, You continue eating. I will tend to the baby. With that, he set down his chopsticks and moved to the other room, cradling the wailing infant to prevent waking the other 4. What's wrong with the little one? Su Hongyue inquired. Just a diaper change. It's nothing. You all eat. I'll handle it, Qin Fan assured. Chen Xinyuan watched in awe as Qin Fan deftly handled the infant, changing the diaper with remarkable care. Once finished, the baby ceased crying immediately. Qin Fan washed his hands and returned to the table, cradling the little one with one arm while eating with the other. The baby gazed up at him with wide eyes, grinning. Little one, why are you looking at Daddy like that? Do you want to eat? But you can't eat with Daddy just yet, he teased. The baby giggled, the sound reminiscent of milk, as tiny hands reached toward their ears, exuding cuteness. Chen Xinyuan thought to herself, Qin Fan, you're impressive. You can handle children too. Yet she was assured of one thing. As night fell and it was time for bed, Chen Xinyuan tugged on Su Hongyue's arm, pouting, Yeah, I haven't seen you in ages. I want to sleep beside you tonight. Impossible. You cannot care for the babies. Su Hongyue denied. The 5 little ones are unpredictable, waking to cry countless times through the night. Without Qin Fan, it would be near impossible to manage. That I can do it. You must trust me, Chen Xinyuan insisted. Su Hongyue frowned, but ultimately relented. In the middle of the night, Chen Xinyuan heard Su Hongyue's breathing and promptly cast a breath-concealing talisman, quietly slipping out of bed and into Qin Fan's room. At that moment, Qin Fan was still awake. Unable to sleep, he was either concerned the babies might cry during the night, which Su Hongyue wouldn't manage alone, or he remained vigilant against Qin Fan, who had previously sought to kill him. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. The room filled with an alluring fragrance as the mosquito net fluttered open with the wind that in the moonlight. A beautiful woman clad in sheer fabric appeared before him. Her form captivating, with long legs and a delicate silhouette, her attire barely concealing her. With 3 foxtails trailing behind her, she struck a seductive pose, her slender fingers resting on her red lips. Her voice enchanting enough to make any man surrender. Qin Daoist, this evening, the moonlight is perfect. I wish to ask for your assistance. Chapter 69. The possessive Empress Su Hongyue and it was her. What did this woman intend? He immediately declared with righteous indignation, Qin Daoist, please maintain your decorum. Leave at once. In a swift motion, Qin Fan appeared upon Qin Fan's bed, her hand entwined around his neck, her translucent fingers attempting to trace the contours of his handsome face. Qin Fan turned away, saying, What do you want, Qin Daoist? If you do not leave, I shall call for help. With a sultry smile, her hair cascading over her pristine chest, she replied, Yaya has just given birth and is unfit for intimacy. But I am available, do you not desire me? A wave of intoxicating fragrance enveloped Qin Fan, stirring desire within him. With her alluring presence, especially the faint glow from the red mole on her forehead under the moonlight, she exuded an irresistible charm. Qin Fan felt a chill in his mind but maintained a smile, saying, Qin Daoist, as a friend of Yaya, you must have heard the saying, one should not take advantage of a friend's spouse. Could you kindly step down from the bed and keep your distance? If Yaya sees, it may lead to misunderstandings. Just as Qin Fan was poised to continue her temptations, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. With a loud crash, she was kicked out of the room, the door splintering around her, followed by her cries of it hurts. Please, be gentle. I didn't mean it. I know I was wrong. Silence, Su Hongyue snapped, waving her hand to sweep Qin Fan away, vanishing from their home and reappearing outside the enchantment. Qin Fan's screams echoed, Yaya, please let me explain. I did not intend to seduce Qin Fan. I was merely checking if he was a lecher. I did nothing to him. Not my face. Please, no more. My lovely rear end. Mother, I was wrong. I truly apologize, Yaya. Don't step on my tail. I spent a fortune on this exquisite foxtail artifact. Please, I shall never again verify Qin Fan for you. I promise. With a final kick, Su Hongyue sent the battered Qin Fan flying, coldly declaring, I knew you were up to no good. Ancient wisdom holds true. Beware of friends. Leaving those words behind, Su Hongyue gracefully leaped away. Returning home, Qin Fan picked herself up, brushing dirt from her hair, feeling utterly wronged. When Su Hongyue returned, she found Qin Fan soothing the little ones who had stirred from the commotion. Qin Fan, Su Hongyue's shoulders softened as she glanced at him, for the first time feeling a twinge of guilt. She never anticipated her friend would harbor such ill intentions, placing Qin Fan in an uncomfortable situation. Qin Fan gently laid the calm baby back on the bed and tenderly touched Su Hongyue's fragrant shoulder. It's all right, he had braced himself for her inquiries about his interactions with Qin Fan. Having prepared a multitude of defenses to his surprise, the Empress didn't interrogate him. Instead, she recognized her error for the first time. Truly, she was deserving of being his wife. Standing firmly by my side, she placed absolute trust in my character. Su Hongyue grasped Qin Fan's wrist and, with a hint of hesitation in her gaze, inquired, Has she done anything to you? Qin Fan lightly bit his lip, lowered his eyes, and shook his head, resembling a wronged little wife who was unable to voice her grievances. There was no other choice. He had no desire to encounter Qin Fan, the mercurial queen of hell. Again, he needed to tread carefully. Understanding dawned on Su Hongyue's face as she clenched her silver teeth, patted Qin Fan's wrist, and departed. Having just tidied herself, Qin Fan's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Su Hongyue return. She rushed over, exclaiming, Yaya, I knew you would believe in me. Everything I do is for you. No sooner had she uttered these words than a scream echoed through the woods. Yaya, why, you bully me. You mistreat me for Qin Fan. I no longer love you. Stay away from Qin Fan. With that, Su Hongyue flung this remark and soared away once more. Qin Fan, resembling a petulant little wife, squatted beneath a large tree, weeping softly as the night deepened in tranquility. Qin Fan turned to gaze at the 5 small babies lying in a row between him and Su Hongyue. He addressed her. Wife, There is something I wish to discuss, Su Hongyue replied. What is it? Qin Fan continued. Today at Qingzhou Square, I learned that the Lan Yue Sect has sent a Nascent Soul elder who has flattened the cave of Chiu Mountain's powerful beings. Su Hongyue immediately sat up, her eyes scanning the inky darkness outside. She reclined again, stating, "We shall leave this place tomorrow." Qin Fan nodded. "All right, I will follow your lead." After a moment of contemplation, Su Hongyue proposed. "How about we head to Qinglong Immortal City? You are now at the 9th level of Qi refining, soon to establish your foundation. Qinglong Immortal City possesses a 3rd-tier spiritual vein, along with a 3rd-tier formation, making it significantly more prosperous than Qingzhou Square. Moreover, it is a bustling hub, just a month's journey by airship from Qingzhou Square, ensuring our safety. Furthermore, in a short while, it would be time for her to return to the sect after a year of training, as well as to hunt a 3rd-tier beast king and collect its blood for the babies, laying a solid foundation for them from a young age. At that time, Qin Fan would be safer with the children in Qinglong Immortal City." Qin Fan agreed. "All right, let us go to Qinglong Immortal City." Qinglong Immortal City was an immensely vast cultivation city, far superior to Qingzhou Square, with golden core cultivators stationed there. Not only was it safe, but residing within the city would allow them to enjoy the benefits of accelerated spiritual energy absorption from the 3rd-tier spiritual vein. After half a month, the 7 of them arrived at Qinglong Immortal City aboard Su Hongyue's airship. A magnificent city stretched endlessly before them, sprawling over 10,000 square kilometers, with a large 3rd-tier spiritual vein beneath, visibly abundant in spiritual energy. The entire city was enveloped by a massive 3rd-tier protective formation, shimmering with waves of light, wreathed in white mist, and radiating a soft golden glow, a truly breathtaking sight. Under the azure sky, vibrant colors danced. Some rode on ethereal spirit birds, while others stood atop various colorful magical artifacts and airships of all sizes, slicing through the void. Occasionally, a foundation building immortal would appear, transforming into a streak of light as they soared through the air, leaving onlookers in awe of this enchanting cultivation world. Chapter 70. The expression of the 5th baby's mischief. Su Hongyue and Qin Fan disembarked from the airship. Su Hongyue, veiled, watched as Qin Fan positioned the babies in 5 adjacent carriages. The little ones, now awake, gazed curiously at the sky. At 18 days old, the babies had shed their skin, their tiny bodies soft and fair, their skin smooth and delicate. Particularly, the eldest was notably adorable, having enjoyed ample nourishment. All 5 resembled Qin Fan, while the 3 daughters, as they grew, began to mirror Su Hongyue's large, bright, and enchanting eyes, a sight that never ceased to delight. "Little ones, we have arrived at Qinglong Immortal City, and we will reside here for a while," Qin Fan cheerfully announced. Su Hongyue's gaze towards the babies was filled with warmth that Qin Fan had previously mentioned. The babies would indeed grow more beautiful, and it was true. In an effort to remain inconspicuous upon entering the city, Su Hongyue concealed her cultivation at the initial stage of foundation building. Nonetheless, they still drew considerable attention. The striking appearances of Qin Fan and Su Hongyue, despite her veil, were impossible to overlook, complemented by the row of 5 infant carriages that made their family a captivating sight along the official road. "My goodness, am I seeing things? Are those 5 identical babies? Could they be quintuplets? They must be quintuplets. Look, those 5 little ones resemble that male cultivator as if they were carved from the same mold. Wow, there is actually a cultivator in our realm who has given birth to quintuplets. How astonishing! Did anyone else notice how unique and stylish those baby carriages are? They look fantastic. What a divine combination." As they progressed through the line and into Qinglong Immortal City, their family of 7 garnered extraordinary attention. The little ones seemed to revel in this focus, displaying more excitement than during their time on the airship. Particularly the eldest, who even attempted to gaze at the distant scenery, waving his little hands in the air and making delightful babbling sounds. The 2nd baby smiled widely, while the 3rd kicked her little legs. The 4th curiously glanced left and right, occasionally emitting soft cooing sounds. The 5th, however, appeared particularly quiet, his eyes wide and face gradually reddening, his tiny fists clenched, mouth forming a whistle shape, legs tightening. Suddenly, a small sound escaped him. In the midst of the bustling crowd, no one would notice such a little thing, but Su Hongyue, who had been attuned to them with her spiritual sense, heard it. She refrained from looking at the 5th baby, wishing to spare her the embarrassment. Although newborns likely did not grasp the concept of shame, She still wanted to preserve her daughter's dignity. She transmitted a message to Qin Fan. Take a look at the fifth baby. She just passed gas. Over the past half-month of caring for the little ones, she had learned much from Qin Fan about their needs, understanding that certain behaviors indicated specific requirements, such as crying from hunger or discomfort. At this moment, she suspected the fifth baby's release of gas signified some need as well. Qin Fan glanced at the fifth baby and noted her signature whistling mouth shape and clenched fists. He redirected his gaze, calmly transmitting to Su Hongyue. She's just having a little trouble. Once she's done, we'll change her diaper. My dear, look closely. This is the expression babies make when they need to relieve themselves. Su Hongyue immediately turned her attention to the fifth baby, as Qin Fan explained that the tight fists, whistling mouth, and tense legs were all signs that she was indeed in the process of relieving herself. Since this required effort, it led to a unified expression among infants. Su Hongyue took out a scroll, diligently recording these observations to prevent forgetting, even capturing an image of the fifth baby. This act was akin to modern video recording. Upon witnessing this, Qin Fan chuckled, "Wife, one day when the fifth baby grows up and inadvertently sees this recording, it will surely be amusing." "Indeed, that would be quite entertaining," Su Hongyue replied. The fifth baby, sensing her parents were discussing her, immediately pouted her little mouth and began to cry, looking at Qin Fan and Su Hongyue with a pitiful expression that made Qin Fan laugh as he bent down to hold her, saying, "The fifth baby has made a little mess. Let us find a place to change your diaper soon. There's no shame in it. Once you begin your cultivation journey, you won't have to deal with such trivialities." The little one gazed at Qin Fan with wide, innocent eyes, as she had been born weaker than her siblings. Qin Fan and Su Hongyue naturally paid her more attention. Despite this extra care, she still lagged behind her four siblings in growth. Now, half a month later, she resembled the newborn second baby closely. Su Hongyue owned a residence in Qinglong Immortal City, a house purchased earlier for their stay. However, she chose not to take Qin Fan there, instead opting to buy a new courtyard situated on a second-tier spiritual vein, complete with a garden. The main house had 2 levels, allowing for a better view of the distant scenery from the second floor. Once the transaction was complete and the seller departed, Su Hongyue began setting up formations while Qin Fan carefully arranged the now-sleeping babies. He then took out the 5 puppets, Little Red, Little Blue, and the 3 named Lichuan, Yushui, and Jingzha. He also unpacked their daily necessities, and the 5 puppets began to organize everything. By the time they completed their tasks, it was already dusk. Given their city residence, they could no longer cultivate spiritual rice, but the courtyard was spacious enough, spanning 2 acres. After Qin Fan's planning, they designated a section for planting spiritual vegetables and another area for raising spiritual beasts and fish, leaving a large lawn in the center for when the babies turned 6 months old and began to crawl. After finishing their tasks, Qin Fan took a sip of spiritual spring water and gazed at the sky. Reflecting, living in the city truly feels different. After accomplishing so much, I haven't felt the heat at all. Su Hongyue, having completed the formations, returned and remarked, "Indeed, the entire Qinglong Immortal City is protected by a 3rd-tier formation, maintaining a spring-like climate, pleasant humidity, and fresh air." Qin Fan nodded, and the 2 returned to their room to check on the babies. It had become an instinctive awareness for them to attend to the little ones first after completing their tasks. Eager to see what the babies were doing at that moment. Chapter 71. Su Mother. "Daughter, why do I hear a baby crying from your end?" The eldest baby, restless in sleep, occasionally scratched his own face, prompting Su Hongyue to exclaim, "Oh," as she noticed his face had turned red from the scratches. She quickly grasped his tiny hand, realizing that his nails had grown long again after she had just trimmed them. "Should I put mittens on him?" Su Hongyue mused, her heart aching at the sight of the red marks on her precious baby's fair face. Qin Fan took the nail clippers, sitting beside the eldest baby as he carefully trimmed his nails while soothingly saying, "It's all right. We just need to keep their nails short. Even if we put mittens on them, they will eventually rub them off. They will also chew and bite. Their recovery is quick. Minor scratches won't leave scars." Su Hongyue's beautiful eyes reflected a mother's concern. She had previously thought that giving birth was the end of her worries, but it turned out that this was merely the beginning of various concerns. After trimming the eldest baby's nails, Qin Fan noticed Su Hongyue still fretting over him and gently patted her shoulder. He retrieved 20 books he had purchased from the Qinji Pavilion and placed them on a nearby table, saying softly, "Wife, we haven't named the babies yet. I happened to buy 20 books on the mystical path. Why don't you take a look while I prepare dinner? Since we moved into our new home today, let us celebrate with a good meal. That evening, Qin Fan prepared a feast that included spinach soup with pig liver, stir-fried spring bamboo shoots with eggs, stewed pig trotters with yellow beans, black chicken and red date soup, crucian carp with tofu, a souffle dessert, and a two-person cake, along with a fruit platter. He also set up 6 candles and crafted a candle holder. Once the candles were lit and the room dimmed, a romantic atmosphere enveloped the dining area. After dinner, Qin Fan began to clear the table while Su Hongyue attended to the crying 3rd and 4th babies, feeding them. Time rewound to half a month earlier. Shortly after Qin Fan and his family departed on their airship, a streak of light darted toward their previous location, revealing a stunning woman. She furrowed her brow, sensing the lingering essence of Yeye in the air. Have they left? I arrived too late. It seems Yeye was training in the Kungsa mountain range. This was her temporary resting place. She must have moved on. I wonder how her powers have progressed after 2 years of separation. Meanwhile, Su Hongyue, having finished feeding the 2 little ones, prepared to continue reading the books on the mystical path when suddenly, a communication jade pendant in her bag trembled. Taking it out, she saw it was a message from her mother, Wen Zhanqing. Her hand trembled slightly as she turned to look at the 3 babies playing with their hands, while the eldest and second were still asleep. She furrowed her delicate brows as the pendant continued to glow and vibrate. Resembling a summons, suppressing her emotions, she moved to the window to receive the message, opting for audio-only mode, akin to voice calls without videoed. The connection was established when Zhanqing's cool yet concerned voice reached her. Yeah, is this a convenient time for you? It's fine, Su Hongyue replied. Mother has exited seclusion. You should return soon. All right. How is your cultivation progress? I've hit a bottleneck. My progress is the same as when I left the sect. When Zhanqing's heart sank, after 9 months of training in a beast-infested area such as the Kungsa mountain range, how could there be no progress? Given that her daughter possessed a natural spiritual body and a rare dual spiritual root, she should have been able to break through to the late golden core stage without difficulty. Could it be that her daughter's body was experiencing issues? With this thought, when Zhanqing quickly said, Yeah, you should end your training and return to the sect. Let me examine you. Su Hongyue glanced at the 5 little ones on the bed, her expression softening as she replied, Mother, I am fine. I will return to the sect in due time. She had received news from Chun Xianyuan that the cave of Chiu Mountain's powerful beings held a secret technique for cultivating the Qingmu spiritual body, which had fallen into the hands of the Lan Yue Sect. She intended to return, although she was unsure how Qin Fan had enhanced his spiritual root quality. She had seen with her spiritual eye that he still lacked a spiritual body. If he could cultivate the Qingmu spiritual body, his future prospects would be even brighter. When Zhanqing, curious, asked, Where are you right now? At Yang Lake. Yang Lake was 1,000 miles away from Qinglong Immortal City, requiring 4 days of travel by airship. She did not wish for her mother to know that she was residing in Qinglong Immortal City, fearing her reaction upon discovering that she had given birth to 5 children with a male cultivator possessing a mid-grade spiritual root and at the 9th level of Qi refining. When Zhanqing replied, All right, I happen to be nearby. Wait for me at Yang Lake. The Lan Yue Sect was located in the southern region, quite far from the previous Qingzhou Square, requiring 2 months by airship. Learning that her daughter was at Yang Lake, she decided to head there first to meet her, eager to see her daughter. Okay, Su Hongyue responded, preparing to end the communication when suddenly, the sound of a baby crying echoed loudly. A hint of panic flickered in her usually composed eyes as she readied to cast a soundproofing spell to shield the babies from her mother's hearing. However, her hand hesitated before lowering the spell. The crying persisted. When Zhanqing inquired curiously, Yeah, why do I hear a baby crying from your end? Su Hongyue replied, It's just a friend's baby who was recently born and is waking up now. Qin Fan's baby. Yes, she was not lying. She refrained from using the soundproofing shield earlier, fearing it might raise her mother's suspicions, and thus opted for an honest response, allowing her mother to hear the cries. After finishing her words, she added, Mother, my friend is unable to handle her baby alone. Allow me to assist her. I shall take my leave now. When Zhanqing had yet to process this when she replied, All right. After terminating the communication, when Zhanqing sat down and sipped some tea, the more she pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. Among the friends Yeye had made, none were married. Who had given birth to a baby? Could it be Chen Xianying? Among Ye's companions, only Chen Xianying showed little interest in cultivation, while the others were devoted to their paths and uninterested in romance. With this thought, when Changqing took another sip of tea. If Qin Fan had indeed given birth, why had there been no announcement from the Lan Yue Sect regarding the wedding of a saintess? She would inquire about it when she saw Yeye. On Su Hongyue's side, after feeding her suddenly awakened baby, Qin Fan entered after washing the dishes. She said to Qin Fan, "I will be leaving here for a while tomorrow. My mother wishes to see me. We have arranged to meet at Moonlit Lake." Qin Fan paused for a moment before responding, "All right, do not worry about home. I will take good care of the babies." Su Hongyue remained silent. Initially, she had planned to take the babies with her after giving birth, leaving enough resources for Qin Fan as compensation and then severing ties. She intended to find a good family for the babies, and when they reached the age of 6 and could undergo root testing, she would return to guide those with roots into cultivation, while those without would continue their lives among mortals. However, having carried the babies for 10 months and spent the last 10 months with Qin Fan, her thoughts had gradually shifted. Now, she found herself unable to part from the babies and did not wish to be separated from Qin Fan either. With this in mind, she gazed intently at Qin Fan and said, "Qin Fan, during my visit to my mother, I wish to discuss our relationship." "Not yet." Qin Fan immediately interjected. If he spoke of this, it would surely lead to his demise. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyue's mood visibly darkened. Her once radiant eyes now as cold as ice. "Are you unwilling?" Qin Fan grasped Su Hongyue's delicate hand, but she withdrew, turning away without a word. Beneath the moonlight, she appeared as aloof as a flower atop a high peak. Qin Fan quickly explained, "My dear, it's not that I am unwilling, but rather, we should keep our relationship private for now. When the time is right, I will accompany you back to Lan Yue Sect." Should her mother discover their connection, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise in various forms. Yet, with his system and the cultivation of the Qingyuan longevity technique, he could enhance his roots through diligent effort in the future. Rivaling the Empress and keeping pace with Su Hongyue would not be an insurmountable challenge. Winning over her mother and father-in-law might seem a distant hope, but it was not impossible. It was worth striving for. Su Hongyue turned to look at Qin Fan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Qin Fan's heart softened, and he pulled her into his embrace, soothing her with, "My dear, you know how I feel." "I was impulsive." Su Hongyue finally spoke. "Your impulsiveness brings me joy, while my OW and..." As she spoke, Qin Fan leaned down, his dark eyes igniting with flames as his lips met Su Hongyue's gently biting red lips. For the past month and a half, as they cared for the babies, this newly promoted pair of parents had been consumed by thoughts of their children, with no intimate moments shared. Particularly after Su Hongyue had regained her mid-golden core cultivation, Qin Fan had become much more restrained, often refraining from any inappropriate actions. After all, a golden core's wrath could result in devastation. He had witnessed Qin Fan eliminate a qi-refining cultivator in an instant. Su Hongyue, absorbed in nursing and learning how to care for the babies, found her thoughts consumed by these responsibilities, leaving her no room for anything else. When Qin Fan kissed her, it felt as if they had opened a long-sealed floodgate. 10 minutes later, Qin Fan swept Su Hongyue into his arms. The sound of wailing erupted. With a sigh, Qin Fan released her lips and set her down. Turning to the cradle, he saw the second baby crying. Su Hongyue gently pushed Qin Fan away. Her cheeks flushed as she picked up the second baby. Lying down to nurse him, Qin Fan lay down beside her, facing her. "What are you doing?" Su Hongyue asked softly. "Watching you nurse. What is so interesting about that?" Qin Fan's gaze drifted to the other side of Su Hongyue. "My dear, I've noticed that since the babies arrived, my benefits have diminished." Su Hongyue shot him a playful glare. That night, as new parents, Su Hongyue and Qin Fan attempted multiple times to rekindle their intimacy, only to be interrupted by the cries of their babies. Some were simply hungry, while others, having eaten, were full of energy and demanded attention. A few suffered colic due to their underdeveloped digestive systems, requiring Qin Fan to comfort them in his arms. After all was said and done, their minds were too occupied to think of anything else. If they were ordinary people, they would be completely exhausted by now. Fortunately, as cultivators, they did not feel physical fatigue. The next day, Su Hongyue prepared to set off for Moonlit Lake. Before leaving, she kissed each baby and recorded their images to ease her longing while away. In the recordings, she also included Qin Fan. "My dear, there is something you should keep in mind," Qin Fan said, recalling something. Su Hongyue replied. "You are currently nursing, and your body will have a milky scent. Generally, those who have given birth can perceive it," Qin Fan warned. "All right, I understand," Su Hongyue acknowledged, realizing she had almost overlooked this detail. She could no longer smell her own scent, having grown accustomed to it. But if someone else caught a whiff, especially her mother, it would be evident I will be away for at least 8 days, and I fear the milk I stored may not suffice. Su Hongyue fretted. If not for the concern of exposing Qin Fan and the babies, she wouldn't have chosen such a distant location to meet her mother. Do not worry. If it runs short, I can provide them with milk. Qin Fan suggested gently that cow's milk is nutritious and should suffice for a few days. I will return as soon as possible, Su Hongyue assured him. As Su Hongyue departed on her flying vessel, it wasn't long before the 5 little ones seemed to collectively sense their mother's absence. Bursting into tears, Qin Fan comforted each one, softly assuring them, "Do not cry. Mother is only gone for a few days and will return soon. She loves you all," and no matter how Qin Fan consoled them, his efforts were in vain. Finally, he had an idea. He took out a piece of clothing that Su Hongyue had worn and covered the babies with it. Sure enough, upon catching their mother's scent, they quieted down, clutching the fabric tightly. Qin Fan tenderly wiped away the tears from their delicate faces. Meanwhile, Su Hongyue, barely half an hour into her journey, began to miss her babies. Thankfully, she had recorded their images. Just then, her communication talisman sounded. After reading the message, her expression turned serious, her beautiful eyes gleaming with cold light. She sent a message to Chen Xianying. Yeah. Upon receiving the message, Chen Xianying smiled brightly, her appearance restored to her original self, no longer resembling the Queen of Hell. After being thoroughly beaten by Su Hongyue last time, she had reflected deeply and realized that she had not lost out. At least, she had verified that Qin Fan was not a shallow man easily swayed by beauty. "What's going on with you in the Wanqi Pavilion?" Su Hongyue inquired. Chen Xianying hesitated for a moment, feeling a twinge of unease at Su Hongyue's expression, and replied honestly, "Not much. I just came across some interesting new products from this small merchant and spoke with one of their chief artifact craftsmen." "Did the Wanqi Pavilion provoke you?" Su Hongyue pressed. "The bathtub and the realistic dolls?" Chen Xianying replied, Yes. Yeah, how did you know?" In just a few sentences, Su Hongyue explained how the Wanqi Pavilion had attempted to curry favor with her as the saintess of the Lan Yue Sect, fabricating a story that the bathtub and realistic dolls were their creations. They then sent someone to King Xufeng to find Qin Fan, hoping to buy out his production rights. When Qin Fan refused, the Wanqi Pavilion sent assassins after him, intending to kill him so that Chen Xianying would remain oblivious to their deceit. Chen Xianying was left in shock, unable to believe her ears. "Wait, am I hearing this correctly? You mean to say that the bathtubs and realistic dolls I like, as well as those beautiful and exquisite bowls and dishes, were all crafted by Qin Fan? Wow. I thought you simply liked them and purchased a batch from the Wanqi Pavilion." Su Hongyue raised her hand to rub her forehead. "You're missing the point." Chen Xianying quickly smiled sheepishly and raised her hand. "I admit my mistake. This time, I truly messed up and almost got Qin Fan killed by the Wanqi Pavilion. Rest assured. If they dare to deceive me, they will face my wrath. I, Chen Xianying, am not one to be trifled with. Yeah, rest assured. I will provide you with a satisfactory response. The Han family of the Wanqi Pavilion will be removed from the ranks of cultivation families in the southern domain. On the Baqiong Peak, where the Wanqi Pavilion's Han family resided, ever since the foundation-building patriarch Han Jianxiong had died, the Han family had sent people to King Xufeng multiple times to search for Qin Fan, scouring the place thoroughly, yet they found no trace of him. The news they received indicated that Qin Fan was acquainted with the outer disciples of Qiu Yegu and that Lingbeige had a friendly relationship with him. The elders speculated for several nights and ultimately reached a consensus that Han Jianxiong had fallen victim to Lingbeige's foundation-building patriarch. The information suggested that when Han Jianxiong died, the disciples Qin Fan had met in Qiu Yegu were all present in King Xufeng and had not left. Furthermore, the outer disciples of Qiu Yegu had no reason to oppose the Han family over someone as insignificant as Qin Fan. Once they confirmed that Lingbeige was behind this, they summoned all foundation-building cultivators from outside to return to Baqiong Peak, preparing for a direct confrontation with Lingbeige. The Han family was hastily gearing up for battle. That night, Baqiong Peak was ablaze with lights. The Han family's cultivators were beating drums and gongs in formation, calling upon all Qi refining stage cultivators to participate in the upcoming frontline battle, their spirits high. Meanwhile, not far from Baqiong Peak, the leaders of Lingbeige were also returning to oversee the situation, summoning all foundation-building cultivators back, likewise preparing for war. The two families, having been adversaries for years, had infiltrated spies into one another's ranks, so the Wanqi Pavilion's plans to attack Lingbeige had come to their attention. However, Lingbeige did not possess the same aggressive demeanor as Wanqi Pavilion. Instead, a sense of sorrow pervaded the atmosphere. This battle would determine the survival of the Sang family, with a 99% chance that their fake Dan patriarch and all their resources would be obliterated. At Baqiong Peak, Han Yuanwu, the patriarch of the Han family, was a 300-year-old fake Dan patriarch in his prime. Ordinary foundation-building cultivators could live up to 400 years, and those in the fake Dan realm could live even longer, reaching up to 500 years. The Han family boasted 3 fake Dan cultivators. There are varying strengths within the fake Dan realm, categorized into early, mid, and late stages. Han Yuanwu and the patriarch of the Sang family were both in the late stage, but the latter was nearing the end of his lifespan. The other 2 fake Dan cultivators in the Han family were one in the early stage and one in the mid stage. At this moment, all 3 fake Dan cultivators were hovering in the air, their celestial aura shimmering, radiating golden light that dazzled the eyes. Han Yuanwu's voice resonated throughout Baqiong Peak, echoing outward. He first recounted the grievances between the Han and Sang families, inciting the anger of the Han clan, and then decisively declared, "All members of the Han family, heed my command. This battle must end in victory." The Han family cultivators below were stirred, their blood boiling, as they shouted in unison, "Victory! Victory! Victory! The Han family shall triumph. The Sang family must perish." As the atmosphere reached its peak, just as Han Yuanwu was about to issue the order to depart, a streak of escape light suddenly surged forth, followed by a laugh like silver bells. Though the laughter was melodious, it sent chills down the spines of the Han family cultivators, rendering them silent and apprehensive. Han Yuanwu stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully and asking, "May I inquire which esteemed guest has graced Baqiong Peak?" He had sensed that the visitor was a golden Dan patriarch. A stunning beauty appeared, standing atop a lotus artifact. It was none other than the disguised Qin Fan. Someone recognized her. "Queen of Hell." Qin Fan smiled. "Indeed, you recognize this queen. Today, I grant you immortality," but, with a delicate finger, she pointed at Han Yuanwu and the other 2 fake Dan cultivators, declaring, "You 3 are too ugly, violating this queen's taboo. You must die." As soon as her words fell, the ground shook with thunderous booms. A fierce battle between the Golden Dan and the 3 fake Dan cultivators erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, as light surged and fierce winds swept through, sending shockwaves that shattered mountains and sent dust flying. In mere moments, the 3 fake Dan cultivators of the Han family fell. The remaining Han cultivators were filled with dread. Qin Fan paid them no mind. However, as soon as she departed, the Sang family's fake Dan patriarch and his entire clan attacked. Within a day and night, all Han family cultivators were annihilated, with only ordinary folk and some elderly, women, and children being expelled from Baqiong Peak. 3 days later, Su Hongyue arrived at Moonlit Lake, while Qin Fan welcomed a neighboring talisman master, Ji Pinggang. Upon arriving in Qinglong, Qin Fan no longer concealed his cultivation, blending in as an ordinary cultivator, neither attracting attention nor being looked down upon for his low realm or poor root quality. As a result of his 9th layer of Qi refining and medium-grade root quality, that day, a neighboring top-grade talisman master came to visit him, bringing 2 medium-grade talismans as gifts, one worth 10 spirit stones, a diamond talisman, and another worth 6 spirit stones, a cleansing talisman, totaling 16 spirit stones and gifts, a significant offering among scattered cultivators in Qinglong. Qin Fan understood that this substantial gift was likely a prelude to a request. Having just moved in, he saw it as an opportunity to learn about the local situation. He placed the gifts on the table, intending to keep them if matters were easily resolved. Otherwise, he would ask Ji Pinggang to take them back. While sipping spirit tea, Ji Pinggang remarked, "Qin Daoyu, have you heard? Lingbeige has destroyed Wanqi Pavilion. The news I just received left me utterly astonished." Previously, it was said that Lingbeige and Wanqi Pavilion had clashed in Qingfang, driving the prices of artifacts below their production costs, causing many small merchants to flee Qingfang. Some opportunistic traders even specifically went to Qingfang to stock up for sale in Qinglong, making a tidy profit. We initially thought that Lingbeige would be thoroughly defeated by Wanqi Pavilion, yet unexpectedly, a remarkable turnaround occurred. Within just a day and night, the Sang family of Lingbeige annihilated the Han family of Wanqi Pavilion, reportedly sparing only ordinary folk and the elderly, women, and children. From this point onward, the Han family has vanished from the realm of cultivation. Now, The Wanqi Pavilion in Qinglong has also been taken over by Lingbage. Zhe. The Sang family of Lingbao Pavilion has truly struck gold this time. Han Daoyu, do you know why the Sang family was able to turn their fortunes around? Qin Fan quickly pondered in his mind, recalling the chilling moment when Su Hongyue killed Han Jianxiong and used soul-searching techniques on him. The swift demise of the Han family at the hands of the Sang family must be related to his own wife. He feigned surprise and asked, how did they manage to turn things around? It was indeed quite miraculous. Ji Pinggang, after a couple of sips of spiritual tea, finally revealed that the Han family had offended a recently infamous figure. The Queen of Hell. The Queen of Hell. Qin Fan's mind began to piece together the unfolding events, though he continued to feign astonishment. Ji Pinggang divulged the entire story without holding back. Indeed, the renowned Queen of Hell from Qingzhufang was a formidable being at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, she played by her own rules, with a set of murderous customs that were utterly absurd. Truly a cause for dread at that time. The Han family was rallying their forces for a life-or-death confrontation with the Sang family. Little did they expect that 3 of the Han family's fake Dan realm practitioners, due to their unattractive appearances, had offended the Queen of Hell and were swiftly exterminated. Seizing the opportunity, the Sang family annihilated the Han family. The Sang family's fortunes were indeed extraordinary. Such serendipity must have them laughing in their dreams. With the Sang family absorbing the Han family, it wouldn't be long before the southern region's 7 great cultivation clans would see the addition of another Sang family. Ji Pinggang was quite chatty and did not hold back due to their recent acquaintance. Rather, he felt at ease. After discussing Wanqi Pavilion and Lingbao Pavilion, they turned their attention to the cave of the Qiu Mountain Great Being, another hot topic of the moment, akin to modern headlines. Speaking of such trending subjects ensured that the conversation flowed smoothly. Qin Daoyu, I've just received news that the cave of the Qiu Mountain Great Being is a trap. A trap? Qin Fan inquired. Have you heard of the Black Wind Gorge? It is a treasure-seeking ground near the cave of the Qiu Mountain Great Being. I have heard of it. Qin Fan acknowledged. Ji Pinggang continued. Fortunately, you did not venture there. The Black Wind Gorge is a colossal pit. A few months ago, many cultivators vied for a mysterious map, rumored to exist in only 7 copies. The competition was fierce, resulting in rivers of blood. The ultimate fate of those 7 maps remains unclear, yet it is said that one piece ended up in the hands of the notorious trio. This mysterious map pinpointed the exact location of the Black Wind Gorge. Gradually, tales emerged of individuals discovering century-old herbs, even breakthrough elixirs, top-grade artifacts, and superior talismans within the gorge. Some began to discreetly take friends to seek treasure, shrouded in secrecy. However, every cultivator who ventured there never returned. Upon hearing this, one might assume that these cultivators were merely victims of robberies, correct? Not at all. The truth behind their disappearance is intimately connected to the cave of the Qiu Mountain Great Being. Qin Fan mused that Ji Pinggang would make a fine storyteller. Nonetheless, he was genuinely curious about the matter. Had it not been for his preparations for fatherhood, he might have ventured to the Black Wind Gorge himself. Ji Pinggang, after sipping his tea, continued to elaborate. The cave of the Qiu Mountain Great Being is a deep pit. Had it not been for the intervention of the Yuaning ancestor from the Lan Yue Sect, the 10 major sects who went treasure hunting would have met their doom, as would the nearby humans and beasts. Qin Fan was astonished. Is it truly that terrifying? Ji Pinggang replied. I was equally shocked. If such an event had transpired, it would have marked the first major tragedy in the southern region in centuries, a significant loss for us. Thankfully, the Yuaning ancestor from the Lan Yue Sect intervened. He recounted the events that led up to this revelation with great fervor, his excitement palpable. The cave of the Qiu Mountain Great Being and the Black Wind Gorge were both bait. The cave was meant to lure the 10 major sect cultivators, while the gorge sought to ensnare rogue cultivators. Behind this orchestrated scheme was a malevolent early-stage Yuaning practitioner seeking to advance to the mid-stage. This sinister figure had set up a massive blood sacrifice array around the cave, over a century in the making, waiting for this very opportunity. In a bold move, he even employed the spirit of a Qingmu to bait a Yuaning ancestor. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Yuaning ancestor sent by the Lan Yue Sect, while also an early-stage practitioner, possessed extraordinary power, boasting an innate spiritual body and heavenly roots. Just 5 days after investigating the cave, this Yuaning ancestor discovered the strange happenings at the Black Wind Gorge and ultimately unmasked the malevolent practitioner preparing to activate the blood sacrifice array. extinguishing him with a single strike. Indeed, it was a mere slap. The cultivators present near the Black Wind Gorge bore witness to this event. The Yuaning ancestor from the Lan Yue Sect raised his hand, conjuring a colossal palm that blotted out the sky, directly slaying the malevolent practitioner and creating a vast valley in the process. The practitioner's Yuaning did not even have the chance to escape before being obliterated into dust. Chapter 75. The Empress meets Su's mother as Ji Pengang spoke. His eyes were filled with reverence and admiration, a glimmer of aspiration shining through. Truly, the Yuaning ancestors from the top 3 sects were unparalleled. With a single move, they vanquished a half-step mid-Yuaning practitioner, invincible at the same realm. It was astonishing. No wonder the Lan Yue Sect was the most difficult sect to enter among the top 3, with exceptionally high standards for selecting disciples. Furthermore, the female cultivators of the Lan Yue Sect were all breathtakingly beautiful, a veritable paradise for aspiring male cultivators. Hearing these words, Qin Fan suddenly thought of Su Hongyue's mother-in-law. He wondered what her cultivation level was. However, he knew that, in his current state, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single move from her. Though he was eager to meet her, he decided it would be best to bide his time for now. After Ji Pengang expressed his admiration, he turned to Qin Fan with envy and said, "Qin Daoyu, you are truly enviable. Your partner is a beauty beyond compare, and she has even blessed you with quintuplets, all while being a foundational powerhouse. If only I possessed even a fraction of your looks, I wouldn't have to toil so hard to gather resources for cultivation." Qin Fan touched his own face in his previous life. He had always been the campus heartthrob, and now in the realm of cultivation. No one could rival his beauty. He was indeed the most handsome of all. Even the Empress was captivated by him. Reflecting on this, his confidence, which had been momentarily undermined by his mother-in-law, surged back immensely. After half an hour of chatting with Ji Pengang, Qin Fan realized it was time to attend to the quintuplets, who were surely beginning to cry. He redirected the conversation to the main topic. After Ji Pengang had laid the groundwork and lavished praise on Qin Fan, he finally began to outline the purpose of his visit. "Qin Daoyu, may I inquire if you and your wife possess any cultivation skills? For instance, alchemy, formations, artifact refining, or talisman crafting?" "I specialize in artifact refining and am a first-tier upper-grade artifact refiner," Qin Fan replied. In truth, he was already a second-tier lower-grade artifact refiner, but it was prudent to withhold this information from someone he had just met. Upon hearing this, Ji Penggang's face lit up with joy. He eagerly shared that he knew an intermediary named Hongfeng, who specifically facilitated connections between rogue cultivators and major trading houses, allowing them to sell talismans, artifacts, and formation plates crafted by rogue cultivators without the hassle of marketing them for spirit stones. Hongfeng offered slightly higher prices than those available at trading houses, ensuring fairness. Thus, capable rogue cultivators residing on Chuanxi Road often collaborated with Hongfeng. However, Hongfeng's standards were high, only working with rogue cultivators of at least first-tier mid-grade and above. Qin Fan sipped his tea, considering the prospect. Although he currently possessed 60,000 spirit stones, the expenses in Qinglong Immortal City were significantly higher than in Qingzhufang. Just acquiring this courtyard had cost Su Hongyue 200 mid-grade spirit stones. However, this courtyard was situated on a second-tier spiritual vein, justifying its price, akin to the soaring real estate prices in modern metropolises. Before moving into the courtyard, he and Su Hongyue had dined out with the quintuplets, which also incurred several times the cost compared to Qingzhufang, due to upgraded ingredients, superior restaurant decor, and high rental prices. In summary, residing in Qinglong Immortal City, with 5 gold-devouring beasts at home, would undoubtedly lead to escalating expenses. Earning spirit stones was imperative. With Su Hongyue currently away and the quintuplets requiring his constant attention, he found it impossible to spare time for business ventures. Collaborating with Hongfeng presented a viable avenue for earning spirit stones. Conveniently, he also had a batch of artifacts he had previously crafted while attempting to break into the second-tier lower-grade category. Setting down his teacup, Qin Fan stated, "I have a batch of artifacts available for evaluation." Ji Pengang was overjoyed, promptly standing up to use a communication talisman. Moments later, a plump and radiant woman arrived at the door. Ji Pengang introduced the two parties, and Qin Fan presented 5 of his lowest-quality first-tier upper-grade artifacts. These artifacts lacked any attack inscriptions, featuring only basic cleansing and maintenance inscriptions. Upon seeing the 5 artifacts, Hongfeng's eyes brightened as she cheerfully offered a price of 5,400 lower-grade spirit stones. She further explained that due to the price war between Wanqi Pavilion and Lingbao Pavilion, the market value of artifacts had plummeted. The acquisition price for ordinary first-tier, upper-grade artifacts had fallen from 1,500 to only 1,300. Qin Fan calculated the offer and found it quite generous. The acquisition price would naturally be lower than the selling price, as both intermediaries and trading houses needed to profit. Qin Daoyu, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Here is my communication talisman. Should you have any artifacts to sell in the future, please consider me first. Hong Feng smiled as she handed the talisman to Qin Fan. After concluding the transaction, Hong Feng departed, and Ji Pengang prepared to leave as well. Qin Fan glanced at the gifts Ji Pengang had brought, smiling as he produced a red envelope and handed it to Ji Pengang. Ji Pengang immediately declined, but Qin Fan insisted, "You came to bring me a congratulatory gift. I must reciprocate." Amidst the back and forth, Ji Pengang ultimately accepted the envelope, leaving with a smile. Inside the envelope were 5 lower-grade spirit stones. Qin Fan understood that Ji Pengang would also benefit from introducing him to Hong Feng, but the acquisition of artifacts through Hong Feng saved him considerable trouble. Building good relations with his neighbor was advantageous for him as a father. Suddenly, the sound of crying erupted from the nursery. Qin Fan dashed back to the room to tend to the babies. Unfortunately, even Su Hongyue's clothing could not soothe them this time. He had no choice but to send Su Hongyue a text message, inquiring if she could video call. Just as he sent the message, Su Hongyue initiated a video call. Qin Fan accepted it and set the communication talisman to display above the 5 crying babies. Big treasure, second treasure, third treasure, fourth treasure, fifth treasure. Look, it's Mommy. Don't cry. Mommy misses you all very much and will be back soon. Finally seeing their mother, the quintuplets gradually calmed down, their big eyes still glistening with tears. Su Hongyue felt a pang of heartache upon witnessing this. Qin Fan, why does the eldest treasure have soft coverings on his ears? He suddenly took a liking to digging in his ears these past few days. I worried he might injure himself, so I put on soft coverings and cast a small spell to secure them, ensuring it wouldn't affect his hearing. Qin Fan explained, the eldest treasure really is a handful. Su Hongyue remarked, that's just the beginning. He could already foresee the mischief that would arise from their earth spirit-rooted eldest child. It's he merely half a month old. He was exceptionally restless, and by 5 or 6 years of age, he would undoubtedly create chaos. After chatting for a while, Su Hongyue furrowed her brow and said, Qin Fan, I need to end the call now. All right. After Su Hongyue ended the call, she opened another vibrating communication talisman, this one from her mother. Upon accepting the call, the exquisite visage of Wen Zhanqing appeared, with a lake behind her that was as clear as a mirror. Yeah. Mother has arrived at the Moonlit Lake. Where are you? Mother, I'm at the Shuiyun Inn in the Moonlit Lake Market. All right, I'll come over now. After ending the call, Su Hongyue quickly cast several cleansing spells on herself and, upon ensuring there was no lingering scent of milk, she breathed a sigh of relief. Within half a tea's worth of time, in a private room at the Shuiyun Inn, Su Hongyue and Wen Zhanqing met after 2 years apart. Chapter 76. Su's mother, daughter. Your abdomen. Yeah, mother. Wen Zhanqing held Su Hongyue's hand, examining her closely. After 2 years apart, her daughter had put on some weight. But a little weight is good. It makes you look even better. She then urged Su Hongyue to sit down and said, Yeah, let me check your condition. It seems that after 9 months of training, your cultivation level hasn't improved at all. Su Hongyue nodded gently. Wen Zhanqing infused a thread of her spiritual energy into Su Hongyue's wrist, and after a moment, she opened her eyes with a puzzled expression as she looked at Su Hongyue's abdomen. Su Hongyue explained, Mother, I was ambushed by a Midyuan-ing beast in the Kungsu mountain range some time ago, and my abdomen was injured. I've only recently started to recover. Before coming here, she had already examined her body countless times. Thanks to Qin Fan's long life technique, her skin had returned to its youthful state, with scars from her previous cesarean section healed, making her appear as if she had never given birth. However, the wall of her uterus was slightly thinner due to having had children, but this detail was not easily noticeable, as the thickness of each person's uterine wall varies. Despite feeling reassured, she still felt somewhat anxious about Wen Zhanqing's examination, though she maintained her composure. After withdrawing her spiritual energy, Wen Zhanqing frowned. She noticed that while there were no significant issues with her daughter's injuries or meridians, there was a peculiar concern regarding her uterus. She had an unusual thought. Could her daughter have given birth? The wall of her uterus seemed a bit thin. However, upon checking her daughter's cervical opening with spiritual energy, she found it to be round. In contrast, a woman who has given birth, like herself, would have an irregularly large and torn cervical opening due to the passage of the baby during childbirth. Mother, did you find anything? Su Hongyue asked. When Zhanqing shook her head, worry etched on her face, we need to return to the sect so your grandmother can examine you. Her medical skills are exceptional. Su Hongyue replied, that's fine, but I've recently noticed that my absorption of spiritual energy has begun to yield slow progress, my body may be healing. When Zhanqing stated, we still need to return to the sect for a thorough checkup to ensure everything is all right. We can't afford to let any underlying issues persist, as they could hinder your future path to greatness. Many rogue cultivators fail to go far in their cultivation journey because they sustained hidden injuries in their youth while competing for resources, and without timely treatment, they find themselves unable to progress when attempting to break through to higher realms. Su Hongyue responded, Mother, grandmother is currently in seclusion to break through to the transformation stage. I'd rather not disturb her. She was confident in her health. It was merely the suppression of her cultivation during pregnancy that had caused her stagnation. Having regained her mid-stage golden core cultivation, her training speed remained as remarkable as ever. In fact, she had a fleeting impression that her body was absorbing spiritual energy at an even swifter pace. When Zhanqing furrowed her brows, suggesting that her mother take her to seek out physician Yi. Mother, please don't worry that I genuinely feel fine. You have examined me yourself and confirmed there is no issue. Perhaps I was merely experiencing a bottleneck, which is why my cultivation did not progress for a full 9 months. However, that is behind me now, and I sense my training speed is slightly faster than before. Mother, just 9 months without progress is nothing. Other cultivators who encounter bottlenecks may struggle for decades without advancement. It is a common occurrence. Perhaps my previous rapid progression, from Qi training to foundation establishment and then to mid-stage golden core, had me soaring without encountering any obstacles, leading to a sense of complacency. In truth, my current state is merely the return to normalcy. After a persuasive discussion with Su Hongyue, when Zhanqing found some merit in her words and decided to let Su Hongyue observe the ongoing situation, instructing her to report any anomalies, Su Hongyue agreed. Once the topic shifted, when Zhanqing inquired about the baby's cry she had heard in a previous video, questioning which of her friends the baby belonged to. It is a friend I met while traversing the Kungsa Mountains. Mother, you do not know her, Su Hongyue replied. When Zhanqing nodded in understanding, relieved as long as it was not Qin Fan's child. Otherwise, she would have felt it necessary to inform Qin Fan's mother, Shi Shaofan. Su Hongyue, wanting to shift the conversation, asked when Zhanqing how she came to be in the vicinity. The distance from their Lan Yue Sect was considerable, requiring at least 2 months by flying boat. This was why she had chosen to bring Qin Fan to Qingzufang for her confinement during pregnancy. She had not anticipated the emergence of a powerful cave nearby, coinciding with her mother's recent retreat. Though she was aware her mother had gone to the cave, she pretended not to know and asked innocently. When Zhanqing remarked, since you have lived near Qingzufang, you must have heard of the Cave of the Great Being, Qiushan? A secret technique involving the Qingmu's spiritual body has appeared there, which prompted my visit after my own retreat. If I had known you were near Qingzufang, I would have contacted you sooner so that we could reunite sooner, when Zhanqing added. Mother, what is this Qingmu's spiritual body? Is it in your possession? Su Hongyue inquired. Yes, when Zhanqing replied. May I see it? Su Hongyue asked curiously. What do you wish to see it for? Yeah, you possess the innate water spirit body. The techniques of the Qingmu's spiritual body hold no relevance for you, when Zhanqing remarked. I am merely curious about the cultivation methods of acquired spiritual bodies, Su Hongyue explained. With a tender smile, when Zhanqing said, very well. With a graceful flick of her hand, a scroll materialized. She performed a hand seal to unlock the restrictions she had placed on the scroll and handed it to Su Hongyue. Su Hongyue pressed the scroll to her forehead, and in an instant, a wealth of information regarding the cultivation of the Qingmu's spiritual body flooded her mind. She meticulously imprinted this knowledge into her consciousness for later replication to share with Qin Fan. The more she absorbed, the more her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder, culminating in an expression of astonishment. After finishing the imprinting, she laid down the scroll and said to Zhanqing, no wonder you came in person. This scroll contains not only the cultivation method for the Qingmu spiritual body, but also details on the Yimu Dharma body and even the legendary longevity Dao body, which can lead one to immortality. Her heart brimmed with joy. Setting aside the demanding requirements of the Yimu Dharma body and the longevity Dao body, she believed she could gather sufficient resources for Qin Fan to cultivate the Qingmu spiritual body. Considering Qin Fan's innate talent for the De Yin sword technique, Once he mastered the acquired Qingmu's spiritual body, he might even surpass her on the path of cultivation. This venture to visit her mother was truly worthwhile. As the mother and daughter dined together, their conversation shifted to when Changqing inviting Su Hongyue to return to the Lan Yue Sect with her. Su Hongyue declined, stating, "Mother, I have a few matters to attend to and may need a few days before returning to the sect." When Changqing instinctively sensed something amiss, just then, her communication jade pendant shimmered with a faint glow. After reading the message, she replied, "That is acceptable. It seems I have some matters to attend to as well. We can reunite at home later." Su Hongyue felt relieved upon hearing this. She was genuinely concerned her mother would insist on accompanying her back to the sect, which would hinder her plans to visit Qinglong Immortal City and see Qin Fan and the babies. After their meal, Su Hongyue called the waiter to settle the bill, which totaled 20 spirit stones and 50 spirit crystals. The waiter beamed at them, exclaiming, "It is rare to encounter such lavish customers these days." Su Hongyue glanced at Wen Changqing, knowing she had 5 babies to care for and needed resources for Qin Fan's cultivation of the Qingmu's spiritual body, which required spending spirit stones. She subtly indicated that Wen Changqing should cover the meal. Observing Su Hongyue's look, Wen Changqing turned to gaze out the window, feigning ignorance. Su Hongyue thought to herself, "Indeed, my mother is as frugal as ever." She placed 21 spirit stones on the table, stating, "No need for change." Only then did Wen Changqing notice, glancing at the spirit stones on the table. She looked at Su Hongyue, pushed one stone aside, and retrieved 50 spirit crystals from her storage bag. Under her mother's watchful gaze, Su Hongyue took the single stone that had been set aside. Internally, she acknowledged her mother's frugality, grateful to have saved 50 spirit crystals. The waiter remained cheerful despite the little performance, bowing deeply to thank them for their patronage. As they exited the tavern, Wen Changqing cast a soundproof barrier between them, saying, Yeah, 50 spirit crystals are still substantial. Many loose cultivators would go to great lengths for just 50 spirit crystals. Though our family is well off, you must learn to be prudent and not spend lavishly, understood?" "Yes, mother," Su Hongyue replied. When Changqing, satisfied, lifted the sound barrier, as they walked down the street, she suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar yet foreign scent. It was the odor associated with nursing mothers. She looked beside her, and Su Hongyue promptly cast a cleansing spell over herself. When Changqing, sensing something was off, inquired, Yeah, why are you using a cleansing spell now?" "I just felt uncomfortable from the fishy smell in the tavern, so I cleansed myself," Su Hongyue explained. At that moment, a mother carrying a small infant passed by, and the unmistakable scent of milk wafted through the air again. When Changqing shook her head, realizing she had overthought things, attributing the scent to her daughter. After 2 years apart, it seemed strange how her thoughts wandered to odd places upon seeing Su Hongyue again. Having not strolled through the streets in a long time, she remarked, "The streets are bustling today. Come. Yeah, let us enjoy a leisurely walk." "All right," Su Hongyue agreed. Today coincided with the market day at Yang Lake, resembling a rural fair in the modern world. Numerous loose cultivators had set up stalls to sell their wares, while others flocked to buy goods. The vibrant atmosphere was filled with calls for attention, bargaining, and the clattering sounds of merchandise. Witnessing the lively scene, Wen Changqing's gaze softened as she and Su Hongyue joined the throng. "Quality Shangyun silk garments have just arrived. Fellow cultivators with children, come take a look. Shangyun silk is perfect for making baby clothes. Act quickly. Zhong the tailor has just released 10 pairs of exquisite tiger shoes for babies, hot off the press. Don't miss out." Amidst the cacophony, Su Hongyue's attention was drawn to a baby in a nearby stall. Shaking a rattle, the child's big eyes followed the movement with delight. The sight stirred her desire to buy one for her own baby, and she instinctively moved toward the rattle stall. Realizing what she was about to do, she quickly restrained herself and averted her gaze, only to be captivated by a display of charming tiger shoes. "Those little shoes are so adorable," she thought. "I want to buy them." The same went for the lovely little outfits hanging on the rack. Yeah, when Changqing asked, noticing Su Hongyue's distraction. She then realized, "Are you looking to buy a gift for your friend's baby?" "Yes, the friend who cared for me when I was injured," Su Hongyue replied. When Changqing immediately responded, "Let us go buy some gifts for her baby. I find these little shoes and outfits so charming. After giving birth to you, I developed a fondness for these items and could never resist them. So this is hereditary," Su Hongyue mused. "Mother, I have no experience with this, nor do I know what babies like. Please help me choose out of course. This is where you have come to the right person. Let me assist you." Wen Changqing said enthusiastically. Wen Changqing selected items with great care, while at the same time. In the cultivation room, Qin Fan opened his eyes with a smile. It truly was a splendid independent courtyard atop a second-tier spiritual vein, where the abundance of spiritual energy facilitated a far quicker cultivation pace than during his time in Qingzhufang. Having been busy in recent days and unable to practice, today finally afforded him the opportunity. As he began his training, he quickly recognized the benefits of his new residence. No wonder the housing prices were so steep. There was indeed merit in the cost. After completing his practice, Qin Fan rose to check on the little ones. Finding all 5 awake and playing quietly without crying, he fed them one by one. Grateful that Su Hongyue's milk supply could last for another 2 days. After feeding the first 4, when he attempted to feed the 5th, the little one turned away stubbornly. No matter how he offered the bottle, the 5th refused to open her mouth, even pushing it away with her tiny hands. Sweetheart, please eat your milk. If you do, you will grow big and strong like your siblings. We need you to catch up to your brothers and sisters. Don't we? You are the most precious of all. Still, the 5th baby remained obstinate, unwilling to eat. Her daily milk intake was already less than her siblings, and today she resolutely closed her tiny mouth. The green fairy is astonished. Qin Fan, you have reached the 9th level of Qi training. Detecting that the 5th baby's body is weak and requires physical improvement, the system rewards the host with a low-grade alchemy technique. Moments later, Qin Fan comprehended the low-grade alchemy technique. In the character list, his alchemy proficiency now read, Alchemy, Low-Grade Alchemist, 050000. True to its name, the baby system had transformed him into a low-grade alchemist. Conveniently, the independent courtyard Su Hongyue had purchased included a furnace for alchemy. Beneath Qinglong Immortal City, there existed underground fire, but not all residences were supplied with it. Only those built on at least a second-tier spiritual vein, such as Su Hongyue's expensive abode, came equipped with a furnace. No wonder that when I infused the 5th baby with longevity energy, it merely improved her digestion without sparking her appetite. It turned out to be an issue of constitution that required rectifying. Clearly, it was necessary to provide the 5th baby with some medicinal pills to enhance her physical condition. The little one remained quiet, not crying or fussing, but her overall demeanor seemed a bit droopy. Qin Fan's heart ached. He placed all 5 of them into a large stroller and set off to find a shop selling medicinal pills specifically for improving the constitution of infants. Upon reaching the street, he noticed that aside from the 5th baby, the other 4 were visibly excited, their eyes sparkling as they took in their surroundings. The stroller he had crafted allowed them to see through transparent glass, affording them a view far better than simply staring at the sky. Pushing the stroller through the bustling streets, Qin Fan quickly attracted the attention of many passers-by, particularly women. Look at those adorable babies. Are they quintuplets? Inquired a newly arrived female cultivator. Yes, quintuplets, and their parents are quite the match. Another female cultivator responded. The last time Qin Fan and Su Hongyue brought their 5 little ones into the city, they garnered much attention and discussion among the cultivators. As news spread, the tale of a couple blessed with quintuplets became a popular topic among many. So when Qin Fan appeared again with the babies, some recognized him immediately as he strolled along. He noticed a luxurious carriage ahead. The horses pulling it were tall, silver-maned, and adorned with a single horn, indicating they were high-quality spirit steeds. Surrounding the carriage were numerous cultivators clad in matching attire, standing guard beside the shop entrance, where several wearing fine robes awaited the carriage's occupant. Whispers floated through the crowd. It's Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Such a grand display. Clearly, the visitors from Spirit Treasure Pavilion hold significant status. I heard the young master of Spirit Treasure Pavilion is visiting today. Isn't that the one who defeated the notorious Green Fairy at Qingzhufang? Yes, that's her. They say she's now an inner disciple of the Lan Yue Sect. How surprising. Just when we thought the Sang family was facing a crisis, it turns out they've risen to dominate the Wanqi Pavilion's Han family instead. Now their young master is an inner disciple of the Lan Yue Sect. Such unpredictable turns of fate. Just as Qin Fan was about to veer away with the babies, he received a mental call from the Green Fairy. Qin Daoist, may I have a moment of your time? Qin Fan replied curtly. No time that he needed to find medicinal pills. You remain as sincere as ever, Qin Daoist. Are those your babies? The Green Fairy inquired. Yes, Qin Fan affirmed. The Green Fairy, seated within the carriage, was taken aback. She had not expected the 5 babies in the stroller to belong to Qin Fan. She was even more surprised to see that he had reached the 9th level of Qi training since their last encounter in Qinglong Immortal City. Recalling what Manager Fan had mentioned earlier, she opened the carriage curtain and stepped down. "Young master," she addressed, her smile radiant as she approached Qin Fan, who was waiting at the entrance of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. "Thank you for your kind words. And congratulations to you on becoming an inner disciple of the Lan Yue Sect." Qin Fan responded diplomatically. The green fairy laughed. "I owe my gratitude to you for your assistance last time. May I inquire what you are in such a hurry to do? There was no time to reminisce with me." Qin Fan thought to himself, "What is there for us to talk about?" "Qin Fan, I need to purchase medicinal pills." The green fairy, "Oh, medicinal pills indeed." Daoist Qin's cultivation speed is astonishing. Reaching the 9th level of Qi training in no time. It is indeed time to consider foundation establishment. Coincidentally, I know a second-tier mid-grade alchemist in Qinglong Immortal City and can introduce you to him. Qin Fan thought, "You scheming woman, when did you become so kind-hearted?" As expected, the green fairy's next words were, however, "That alchemist has a peculiar quirk." After saying this, she gazed at Qin Fan. He felt uneasy under her gaze, faintly recalling something about that peculiar quirk. He promptly declined, saying no thanks. The green fairy smiled lightly. "Daoist Qin, where are you currently residing?" "I will be staying in Qinglong Immortal City for a while." Qin Fan, Chuanxi Road. He did not specify the exact location. The green fairy was slightly taken aback. Those residing near Chuanxi Road were typically at least first-tier high-grade practitioners, as the rent there was quite expensive compared to that of Qi training practitioners. She did not expect Qin Fan to rent a place there. With a thought, the green fairy's beautiful eyes shimmered as she looked at the 5 little ones in the cart, her gaze softening. "Your 5 little babies are truly adorable, resembling you greatly. I have no intentions of finding a partner in this life, but indeed, it is time to consider leaving behind some offspring." At this point, she turned her gaze towards Qin Fan. Qin Fan thought, was that last statement really necessary? Seeing that Qin Fan did not respond, the green fairy smiled gently. "Daoist Qin, I still owe you a favor. Remember to come find me anytime to repay it." Chapter 79. Returning home 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Fan searched several shops and pharmacies in Qinglong Immortal City but found no suitable medicinal pills to adjust the constitution of the 5 treasures. However, the green fairy sent him a prescription. "Hearing that Daoist Qin is looking for pills to adjust infant constitutions, I happen to have a prescription here." This was the message sent by the green fairy. At this moment, Qin Fan was examining a low-grade first-tier prescription for grass pill. This pill could improve the physical weakness symptoms of newborns up to 3 years old, possessing effects such as strengthening the body and promoting gastrointestinal absorption. Qin Fan did not hastily use the prescription. Instead, he forwarded it to Su Hongyue. Su Hongyue replied, "The prescription is fine. If that is the case, let us begin the refinement." Qin Fan went to Qinji Pavilion to purchase the materials needed for the refinement of this prescription. Despite being a low-grade first-tier prescription, several of the materials required for the grass pill were extremely rare. This was one reason why such pills were not sold in Qinglong Immortal City. Another reason was that although it was a low-grade first-tier prescription, due to its special nature, many high-grade alchemists and even second-tier alchemists could not refine it. Additionally, cultivators generally did not use grass pills, and mortals did not have enough spirit stones to purchase them, resulting in very low sales, which deterred alchemists from refining such pills. After acquiring the materials and the alchemy furnace, Qin Fan returned home and entered the alchemy room. 5 hours later, Qin Fan opened the alchemy furnace and saw 5 genuine grass pills floating within, enveloped in a faint soft glow. He smiled. Truly, the alchemy skills awarded by the system are remarkable. Regardless of how difficult the prescription, success was achieved on the first attempt. Moreover, the pill yield met standards. After placing the 5 pills into a jade box, Qin Fan meticulously examined each one, confirming they were indeed genuine grass pills. Without a single flaw or residual pill toxins, their quality impeccable. However, since these were for the little ones, Qin Fan was still cautious. He first consumed one himself. Excellent, there were no adverse effects on his body. It was suitable for the 5 treasures. Ever since the little one refused milk 2 days ago, Qin Fan had pondered many methods and only managed to feed her a little milk when she cried out from hunger. This had caused him, as a father, much distress. During video calls, he could sense Su Hongyue's worry from the other side of the screen. Entering the room, Qin Fan crushed the pills and, using his spiritual power, gradually fed the powder into the little one's mouth. Just as she prepared to reject it with her tongue, unexpectedly, She opened her mouth and willingly consumed the powdered pill. Does she like it? That is good. Finally, Qin Fan felt relieved. He had been concerned that the little one would refuse to eat. The grass pill had a rather peculiar taste. He had frowned while consuming it. Oh, his surprise. The little one enjoyed the flavor. Following the dosage indicated in the prescription, he fed her 1/8 of a pill. After finishing, the little girl smacked her tiny lips and gazed eagerly at Qin Fan with her big eyes, signaling that she wanted more. Qin Fan chuckled, ruffling her little head. You can have more at the next meal. Now, drink your milk. With that, Qin Fan brought the milk bottle to the little one's lips, and this time she opened her mouth. However, after just one sip, she immediately pushed the bottle away with her tongue, closing her mouth stubbornly and looking at Qin Fan with a hint of disappointment, as if saying, "This is not what I like." Qin Fan, feeling helpless, realized that the effects of the pill would require some time to manifest. When it was time for the next feeding, he decided to smear the pill onto the bottle nipple, allowing her to have a taste of both the pill and the milk. Finally, the little one managed to consume 12 milliliters of milk, which fell within her normal range. The other 4 were heavier than her, now drinking 130 milliliters daily, while the little one's standard was 100 ml. Previously, she had not met the standard, but with this feeding method, Qin Fan felt hopeful that she could consume 100 milliliters daily. He was now feeding the babies 8 meals a day. After finishing the milk, the little one had also consumed 1/8 of the pill. Qin Fan wore a fatherly smile. Just then, Su Hongyue sent a message. As soon as the communication connected, she inquired with concern, "How is the little one? She just drank 12 milliliters of milk. So obedient this time. I fed her the grass pill. You found it? I refined it myself." "You refined the grass pill?" Yes, Su Hongyue was astonished. When did Qin Fan learn alchemy? Moreover, she had consulted a third-tier alchemist about the grass pill, which was difficult to refine, and the success rate was not guaranteed. It had not even been half a day since Qin Fan had asked her for the grass pill prescription, and the little one had already consumed it. Qin Fan was truly becoming more and more intriguing to her. How many secrets does he possess that she is unaware of? As thoughts of Qin Fan and the little ones weighed heavily on her heart, it was regrettable that she had to wait another day to return home. She had already pushed the speed of the flying boat to its limit. After visiting each baby, instead of alleviating her longing, it only intensified it. After ending the communication, Su Hongyue took out a recording of her departure from Qinglong Immortal City. In the recording were the 5 little ones, but her gaze was fixated on the tall, elegant figure of Qin Fan lying sideways on the bed. Gradually, her gaze grew warmer. Finally, she closed her eyes and switched off the recording stone. In that instant, although Qin Fan's figure disappeared from her sight, it became increasingly vivid in her mind. Over the past 10 months, the moments when Qin Fan had detoxified her began to surface in her thoughts. His long yet powerful fingers, the slightly stubbled chin that was not prickly, her garments slowly slipping away. His breath lingered in the air. Half an hour later, Su Hongyue, blushing, covered her eyes with her hands and shyly rolled into the quilt. "Oh no, damnable Chen Xiener, I should not have looked at the illustration she sent. It ruined my Tao heart." The next day, when Su Hongyue opened the door to her home and entered the courtyard, she heard the cheerful laughter of the little ones. It was the sound of the babies giggling. Following the sound, she saw a tall and elegant figure riding a sword in the air. Beneath the sword hung a large cradle. The 5 little ones were all in the cradle as Qin Fan maneuvered the flying sword. The babies' laughter echoed joyfully. The sky was filled with Qin Fan's hearty laughter. "Eldest, second, third, fourth, and fifth treasures, are you having fun? Daddy is taking you flying. Hold on tight. We will fly even higher." The sight of this tender moment between father and children softened Su Hongyue's heart. She floated lightly into the air on her sword. My wife. Upon seeing Su Hongyue flying up, Qin Fan was overjoyed. Chapter 80. Baptism for the babies. Eldest treasure displays anomalous talent. Su Hongyue nodded. Looking at the 5 delighted little ones in the cradle, her heart softened. However, upon seeing her, the 5 little ones who had been laughing moments ago suddenly froze, and the 4th treasure pouted, on the verge of tears. The other 4 stared at her with wide eyes, seemingly seeing a stranger. "Su Hongyue, I am your mother. Hurt. Has it only been 10 days since we last met? My own babies, do they not recognize me?" "Whoa." The 5th treasure was the first to cry out, reaching out her tiny hands towards Su Hongyue, clearly having recognized her mother. This made Su Hongyue's wounded heart instantly revive. with a soft gaze. She said, "Don't cry, my dear fifth treasure, mother is back." Qin Fan landed the sword and removed the cradle from the iron chain hanging beneath it. Su Hongyue picked up the fifth treasure, who immediately stopped crying upon being cradled in her arms, playing with the ribbons of Su Hongyue's attire. The other four little ones finally regained their senses and recognized Su Hongyue, immediately beginning to cry loudly. Especially the eldest treasure, who, being healthy, cried the loudest in an attempt to gain Su Hongyue's attention for a cuddle. Seeing this scene, Qin Fan chuckled. "It seems the fifth treasure is indeed the smartest among you." Su Hongyue kissed the fifth treasure and handed her to Qin Fan, then embraced the eldest, second, third, and fourth treasures in turn, soothing them and giving each a kiss. Only then did the four little ones calm down and stop crying, all looking quite happy. They gazed at Su Hongyue, seemingly afraid she would disappear again if they looked away. This warmed Su Hongyue's heart. "Wife, after you kiss the babies, aren't you going to give me a kiss too?" Qin Fan leaned in with a smile. Su Hongyue tightened her hold on the fourth treasure, her teeth gently biting her lip, her voice soft. "Qin Fan." Seeing his handsome profile leaning close, she lightly brushed her lips against his face before retreating into the house with the fourth treasure. The laughter of the eldest treasure rang out. Hearing the children's laughter, Su Hongyue quickened her pace into the house, her translucent earlobes slightly flushed with embarrassment. How could she have truly kissed Qin Fan in front of the children? That night, Su Hongyue took out a jar of blood. "Qin Fan, this is the blood of a fourth-tier early-stage beast king. I plan to use this beast blood to baptize the babies and lay a solid foundation for them." Initially, she had intended to hunt a blood sample from a third-tier late-stage beast king, but after meeting her mother at Moonlit Lake, she found an excuse to take her mother along and hunted 5 fourth-tier early-stage beast king bloods, including the golden attribute Golden Devourer, water attribute Ink Flood Dragon, wood attribute Sky Snake, fire attribute Scorching Scorpion, and earth attribute Earth Dragon Beast. Hence, she returned 2 days late. "Qin Fan, that works, I will protect you." Su Hongyue nodded, then began to arrange the ceremonial items according to the ancient rites of their sect. Instantly, a shimmering champagne gold array pool appeared on the altar in the room. In the center of the array pool lay 5 large cushions, surrounded by 5 grooves, each flowing with a different beast blood. The golden, blue, green, red, and bright yellow hues of the beast blood emitted a mysterious aura. Su Hongyue placed the 5 bathed babies onto the 5 cushions within the array pool, then activated the array pattern. The 5 naked little ones were enveloped in a champagne gold light, ancient array symbols manifesting on their fair skin. Shortly after, the beast blood in the grooves began to boil, wisps of it rising and encircling the 5 little ones. Su Hongyue stood outside the array pool, her beautiful eyes revealing tension. Qin Fan gently grasped Su Hongyue's delicate hand. Su Hongyue spoke. "This array is an ancient legacy of our Lan Yue Sect. It can not only test the spiritual roots of newborns, but also assist them in absorbing the appropriate beast blood for body refinement and foundation laying. I wonder if the eldest treasure has a spiritual root. However, even without spiritual roots, this baptism will strengthen their bodies, allowing them to pursue the path of body refinement. Many without spiritual roots, who still wish to cultivate, choose the path of body refinement. Furthermore, those who reach a certain level in body refinement can find ways to develop innate spiritual roots." She had not previously paid attention to this knowledge, but upon returning to the sect, she would thoroughly explore ancient texts regarding the cultivation of innate spiritual roots. At this moment, strands of beast blood began to flow into the babies' bodies through the symbols on their skin. Suddenly, the eldest treasure erupted with golden light, which gradually deepened, ultimately transforming into a purple lightning glow. The purple light was wildly absorbed into the body of the eldest treasure, forming a vortex around him. Su Hongyue was astonished. The eldest treasure had manifested an anomalous lightning spiritual root. Her gaze fell upon a line of text displayed before the eldest treasure. Lightning attribute spiritual root sensitivity 70. This was precisely the minimum standard for Earth's spiritual roots. The quality of spiritual roots is identified based on their sensitivity. Low-grade spiritual roots, sensitivity 10-19, mid-grade spiritual roots, sensitivity 20-39, high-grade spiritual roots, sensitivity 40-69. Earth spiritual roots, sensitivity 70-99, heavenly spiritual roots, sensitivity 100. After the sensitivity of the eldest treasure's spiritual root was determined, the results for the second, third, fourth, and fifth treasures followed. Second treasure would attribute spiritual root sensitivity 56. High-grade spiritual root. Third treasure. Spiritual root sensitivity 0. No spiritual root. Fourth treasure. Fire attribute spiritual root sensitivity 20. Mid-grade spiritual root. Fifth treasure. Water attribute spiritual root sensitivity 16. Low-grade spiritual root. The quality of the spiritual roots of the 5 children exceeded Su Hongyue's expectations. She had initially thought that if one of the 5 babies were to possess a mid-grade spiritual root, it would be quite remarkable. To her surprise, 4 of the 5 babies actually had spiritual roots, and the eldest treasure even possessed an anomalous earth spiritual root of lightning. The fact that the 3rd treasure lacked a spiritual root further solidified her resolve to search for methods to cultivate innate spiritual roots upon returning to the sect. Qin Fan, noticing Su Hongyue's worried gaze directed at the 3rd treasure, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, softly saying, "Even though the 3rd treasure lacks a spiritual root, he can learn body refinement from me. Starting down the path of body cultivation, he should eventually find a way to continue his cultivation." He had known the quality of their spiritual roots since the day the babies were born and was already aware that the 3rd treasure did not possess one. He had inquired with the system at that time and learned that the absence of a spiritual root did not preclude the possibility of changing that status in the future. There was still hope for change. Chapter 81. Celebrating the full moon of the babies. Su Hongyue nodded. After the baptism, the 5 little ones fell into a peaceful sleep. Qin Fan prepared to carry them to the bed, but Su Hongyue grasped his arm. "Qin Fan." Su Hongyue pointed to the spacious crib nearby, suggesting they place them in the crib. Qin Fan chuckled. "It's all right. This bed is big enough for all 6 of us to lie down comfortably." Su Hongyue tightened her grip on Qin Fan's hand, biting her lips slightly, her voice soft. "Qin Fan." Seeing his handsome profile leaning closer, she lightly pressed her lips against his face before retreating into the house with the 4th treasure. The laughter of the eldest treasure echoed in the air. Hearing the children's laughter, Su Hongyue quickened her pace into the house, her translucent earlobes slightly flushed with embarrassment. How could she have truly kissed Qin Fan in front of the children? As he spoke, he gently placed the precious ones into the crib. That night, the moonlight was exquisite. 1,000 miles away from the Qin immortal city, the landscape differed from that of summer. It was blanketed in white snow, pressing down on the green pines in between lay a narrow gorge, shrouded in a thick white mist, with the sound of the wind howling. Fresh buds had just begun to sprout from the snow, but as a gray wind swept through, they were uprooted and crushed into powder, scattering into the air. Birds and beasts kept their distance from this gorge. A flying vessel appeared across the sky. As it approached the gorge, a faint golden light enveloped the entire vessel. On board stood 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man wore a light blue elegant robe, strikingly handsome. The woman donned a pale purple v-neck gauze robe that accentuated her alluring figure. Her long black hair styled in a bun at the back, with strands cascading down her left shoulder. Beneath her dark tresses lay a graceful visage. They were none other than Qin Fan and Su. Qin Fan, this is the Tin Valley, a fitting environment for your 2nd-level body refinement, he stated. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, my dear wife," replied Qin Fan. Su handed him a talisman, instructing, "If you find it difficult, crush this talisman, and I will come to bring you out of the Tin Valley." Taking the talisman, Qin Fan smiled. "My wife, do not doubt me. I, your husband, will succeed." Su's expression shifted momentarily before she waved her hand, using her magic to lift Qin Fan north and gently place him onto the ground. Upon landing, he immediately felt a chill from the cold wind. Fortunately, he wore the 3rd-tier robe gifted by Su, which activated its automatic defensive function, enveloping him in a pale blue barrier. "Even without the wind touching me, I feel as if I might be torn apart. Now, with the robe's assistance, I will have to undergo the body refinement in the nude. Just thinking about it is painful, but my wife and children are watching from above in the flying vessel. I, Qin Fan, will surely succeed." He promptly retrieved the medicinal cauldron rewarded by the system, placing the necessary herbs for the 2nd level of body refinement into it to brew as the Tin cold wind swept in. The cauldron emitted faint golden patterns, protecting both itself and the herbs within. Qin Fan shed his robe, and as soon as he did, the protective barrier vanished, and the biting wind rushed at him. Having mastered the 1st level of refining the body, his skin was instantly torn asunder, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Without a moment to feel the pain, he leaped into the cauldron, cursed. The herbs and broth inside the cauldron are protected. Yet I am still being ravaged by the chilling winds outside. My hair is being pulled out. Will I become bald in the end? To avoid baldness, Qin Fan quickly grabbed a lotus seed from within the cauldron and consumed it, absorbing the medicinal essence to restore his vitality while enduring the refinement process. This round of body refinement was 100 times more excruciating than the first, as he not only had to endure the boiling water, but also the relentless assault of the Tin cold wind. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel, Lan Yue pushed the baby carriage out. The children, through the transparent glass, could see Qin Fan refining his body within the cauldron. After experiencing the baptism of demon beast blood, the 5 children had significantly improved in strength, especially the eldest, who possessed a mutated thunder attribute spiritual root. His eyesight was remarkable, allowing him to see Qin Fan clearly within the cauldron. His large eyes were filled with wonder. Though his NBOS eyesight had improved, lacking a spiritual root, he could only discern a vague black. Lan Yue gently reassures NBO. Your father is refining his body down below. Even without a spiritual root, you can still follow in your father's footsteps and learn his indomitable spirit. 7 days passed. Qin Fan expelled a colorful mist, rich in medicinal fragrance, as his skin visibly healed at an astonishing rate, becoming fairer, with each pore exhaling radiant colors, transforming into a silvery mist that enveloped him. His previously thinning hair grew back lush and dark. His handsome features became even more defined, and his six-pack abs radiated power, akin to a fierce primordial beast, exuding a dangerous aura. Qin Fan opened his eyes. I have reached the 2nd level of body refinement. Even a 2nd-tier inferior magical artifact cannot breach my bodily defenses. He emerged from the cauldron, unperturbed by the Tin cold winds. However, he did not linger long before donning a simple, elegant robe, and Lan Yue gracefully descended from the flying vessel. Not bad, she acknowledged. Qin Fan chuckled. My wife, are you complimenting my physique or my prowess? Lan Yue's face flushed as she shot him a playful glare. The allure was undeniable, causing Qin Fan to succumb to temptation, grasping the nape of her neck and passionately kissing her on the lips. Returning to the YNY residence in Qingling Immortal City, Qin Fan had named this independent courtyard they now resided in. Now that you have broken through to the 2nd level of body refinement, and the children have been blessed, I must return to the sect, Lan Yue stated, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Qin Fan gently inquired, when will you return? Tomorrow. Could it be the day after? He suggested. The children have just reached their full moon. I wish to hold a celebration for them. Lan Yue, unfamiliar with such customs, nodded. Very well. What do we need to prepare for the full moon celebration? Qin Fan replied, we will not invite friends, so the preparations will be minimal. I will visit the market shortly to purchase some decorative materials and fresh ingredients. Spiritual chicken eggs are essential, and I will make red eggs, Lan Yue added. You may invite your friends for a livelier atmosphere, as long as they are not from the 3 great sects. There are not many who know me. On the auspicious day that followed, the weather was clear, the spring breeze gentle, and all things revived. The YNY residence boasted a lush green lawn, vibrant spiritual vegetables, and crowing spiritual chickens. The courtyard was festooned with decorations in shades of sky blue, pink, and red, harmoniously blending childlike joy with a festive spirit. At the entrance hung 2 red lanterns, along with a large red couplet. Upper line. Gathering clouds brings fortune and prosperity. Lower line. Delightfully savoring a good life. Horizontal scroll. Joyous beginnings. As they tidied the yard and trimmed the lawn. In the kitchen on the left, Qin Fan personally prepared the dishes. After finishing, he entered the room where Lan Yue had dressed the babies in new bright red garments, purchased by Qin Fan the day before. The red attire made their fair faces appear even more delicate and cute, resembling little glutinous rice balls. The 5 little ones seemed to sense it was their celebration day. Excitedly babbling and grinning, Qin Fan approached, smiling. Whose little darlings are these? How remarkably handsome and beautiful. The 5 babies turned their confused expressions toward Qin Fan, and he continued, Oh, it turns out they are my little ones. How stunning and beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you, my dear children. Yay, yay, he, they giggled in response. Qin Fan smiled at Lan Yue. Look, my dear, although the babies do not understand our words, they laugh when we praise them. We should shower them with compliments. While folding their little clothes, S. Hongyue gazed at Qin Fan and the children, her face adorned with a gentle and elegant smile. She then produced a jade box and handed it to Qin Fan. With one hand cradling the eldest, Qin Fan opened the jade box, revealing 3 gleaming foundation establishment pills inside. Each pill bore 5 complete runes, indicating they were of the highest quality. The recent auction in Qingzh Fong, a fine foundation establishment pill had been sold for 10,000 spirit stones, possessing only 4.5 runes, inferior to the ones in the jade box. These premium foundation establishment pills could enhance the success rate of foundation establishment by a full 30%. Their value was immense. S. Hongyue generously provided 3 for herself. If put up for auction, these would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among cultivators. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, my dear wife, Qin Fan expressed with a smile. Just then, the eldest stretched out his chubby little hand toward the foundation establishment pills, his big eyes filled with curiosity. S. Hongyue grasped his hand, closing the jade box, and took him back, saying, "Eldest, those are for your father. You cannot eat them." Recalling that his son possessed a spiritual root of the earth, Qin Fan asked S. Hongyue, "My dear, will the eldest need foundation establishment pills in the future?" He knew that cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots could easily progress from chi refining to golden core without needing any breakthrough or foundation establishment pills. No, he won't need them. However, when it comes time to condense the golden core, he will need crystal condensation pills, S. Hongyue replied. Earth spiritual roots are considered golden core seeds, allowing for smooth progression from chi refining to foundation establishment. In the morning, J.P. visited with his wife to congratulate them. Qin, congratulations, wishing your 5 little ones each possess a spiritual root and a smooth path to immortality. Thank you. J.D. Please, come in. Qin Fan welcomed him with a smile. Soon after, Zhing in New York Ing, an early-stage foundation establishment swordsman, and his mid-stage chi refining wife, DMNMN, arrived to present their congratulations. Qin, I heard you are holding a full moon celebration for your little ones today. I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence? Zhing in New York Ing chuckled. Zhing in New York Ing was a robust man with a full beard, bearing a long scar that stretched to his ear. He appeared quite fierce and boisterous, while his wife was notably petite, creating a striking contrast between them. DMN, though small, was pregnant and wore a gentle smile. Of course, I don't mind. Please come in, Qin Fan replied with a smile. After a while, Zhing in New York Ing's gaze fell upon DMNM's belly. It's a pity you're only having one. You're not as fortunate as Qin with 5 quintuplets. We came to share in your good fortune, hoping our next child will be twins. Following them, Ing Pingzi, Qy, and JZ being also arrived. After deciding to hold a full moon celebration for the children, Qin Fan used a message talisman to contact Ing Pingzi, who happened to be nearby in the LG Mountains. The message talisman had limited range. Beyond a certain distance, it would not function, necessitating spiritual pigeons or more advanced message jade talismans, which were prohibitively expensive and typically used only by high-ranking cultivators of large sects. Qin Fan possessed only 1 jade talisman from S. Hongyue. The rest were regular message talismans. Upon learning of Qin Fan's quintuplets, Ing Pingzi was utterly shocked, exclaiming, "Wow, incredible! They had quietly wed and now had 5 children." He insisted on attending the celebration, having never seen quintuplets before. When he met Qin Fan, he was taken aback. Qin Fan, your cultivation level, I can't perceive it. Previously, he sensed their levels were similar when Qin Fan reached the 7th level of chi refining. But now, Qin Fan's aura was evidently stronger, nearly matching that of his own elder brother, who had just reached the 9th level. Has Qin Fan reached the 9th level of chi refining? Does marrying and having children really enhance one's strength? JZB Ing and Qy were equally astonished by Qin Fan's prowess. This the speed of cultivation for someone with an inferior spiritual root. What of those with superior spiritual roots? JZB Ing, who was previously elated about reaching the 9th level, now felt humbled, vowing to train harder lest he squander his superior talent. Congratulations, Qin, on your 5 quintuplets and further advancement in cultivation, JZ said, cupping his hands in salute. Thank you. Please come in, Qin Fan replied with a smile. Ing Pingzi lingered at the back, sending a thought to Qin Fan. Old Qin, you are remarkable. You quietly married and had children, and now your cultivation has skyrocketed to the 9th level. I envy you. As they entered the city, they heard that Qin Fan's wife was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The tale of Qin Fan becoming a father of quintuplets spread throughout the Qin immortal city and beyond. With a smile, Qin Fan replied, "Just good fortune." Wu Pingzi responded, "Your luck is truly unparalleled. I envy you. After we hunt the second-tier mid-grade demon beasts, I'll return to the sect to cultivate. I cannot fall behind with such a good brother ahead of me. By the way, now that you are at the late stage of qi refining, you can start planning for foundation establishment pills. My elder brother is also preparing for them. Our recent hunt was aimed at obtaining inner cores from second-tier mid-grade demon beasts as main materials. Do you want to partner with my elder brother to refine pills? Our sect has a second-tier mid-grade alchemist with a high success rate. No need. I've just become a father and need to care for the children. I've just reached the 9th level of qi refining, and I am still far from foundation establishment. We can discuss it in 5 or 6 years. He refrained from mentioning his possession of foundation establishment pills. True. While marrying and having children is wonderful, it consumes a lot of time and energy. Wu Pingzi mused, inspired by Qin Fan's success in family life, yet realizing that he preferred to focus solely on his path of cultivation. Meanwhile, Empress Su Hongyue was emerging from a store selling maternity and baby products, burdened with numerous bags. Although she could have used her storage bag for convenience, she relished the tangible experience of carrying gifts. Eager to see Lan Yue and the 5 little ones, she was filled with anticipation. "Su Hongyue?" A cold voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning, she was stunned to see Lan Yue's mother, Wnzhnq. Despite her disguise as a beautiful late-stage qi refining cultivator, she could not deceive the eyes of a Yuaning master. "WWNY. Su Hongyue stammered, tightening her grip on the bags, regretting not having foreseen the timing of her outing. When Changqing approached Chen Xin'er, her gaze falling upon the numerous bags in Chen Xin'er's hands before shifting to the good fortune maternal and infant pavilion from which she had just emerged. A glance into the store revealed a vibrant array of baby clothes and supplies on display. Retracting her gaze, when Changqing inquired, "Xin'er, have you purchased all these baby items for a reason?" Internally, Chen Xin'er repeated to herself countless times to remain calm. She forced a smile and replied, "A friend's child is celebrating their full moon today, and I was invited to the banquet. These are gifts for the occasion." When Changqing remarked, "For one child? You've bought so many clothes?" The bags Chen Xin'er carried contained at least dozens of tiny garments. Chen Xin'er responded, "Well, they have 5 babies. 5 infants? Are they the couple known as Qin Fan?" Today, while at the tea house, she overheard discussions about a couple from Qinglong Xianqing who had welcomed quintuplets. It was mentioned that the male cultivator was named Qin Fan, a late-stage qi refinement practitioner, while the female cultivator's name was unknown, but she was a beginner foundation establishment practitioner. When Changqing was intrigued, as she had never heard of a cultivator giving birth to quintuplets before. Chen Xin'er was taken aback by this revelation but dared not show any sign of surprise or entertain too many thoughts, fearing that when Changqing might detect her unease. "Yes, that's correct," she said. "Aunt One, it's almost time for the banquet. I shouldn't arrive too late, so I'll take my leave now. I'll visit you later." Chen Xin'er quickly sought an excuse to depart, anxious to avoid saying too much. When Changqing nodded in understanding, Chen Xin'er hastily exited the main road, diverting into smaller paths, and after a considerable detour, nearly traversed all of Qinglong Xianqing. Feeling confident that when Changqing would not follow her, she made her way swiftly to the Yinyu residence. That on her way, she sent a text message to Su Hongyue. "I just saw your mother while buying gifts for the babies. She seems to know about Qin Fan's quintuplets, but she probably doesn't know about you. It's likely that many have been discussing your family's quintuplets, which your mother overheard. Aunt One should still be in Qinglong Xianqing, so be cautious," Su Hongyue replied. "Okay." After sending that message, she rubbed her forehead. Why had her mother suddenly come to Qinglong Xianqing? Furthermore, she had learned about Qin Fan's quintuplets. However, since Su Hongyue had been wearing a veil in public, her mother should not have been able to discern her features, and with her cultivation at the beginner foundation establishment stage, her mother should not suspect her. Nonetheless, she truly needed to leave soon. Otherwise, remaining there would inevitably lead her mother to discover the truth. If she stayed away from the sect for too long, her father would likely inquire about her whereabouts via video call, which would make it impossible to hide the truth. The full moon banquet, guests filled the table. Qin Fan personally prepared a grand feast, and at the center of the dining table was a towering 5-layer cake. When he brought out the cake, The gazes of Qin Fan, Du Man, and the other female cultivators were instantly captivated. The 5 little ones in the stroller also gazed with wide, sparkling eyes. "What is this?" Qin Fan asked Su Hongyue its a cake. Su Hongyue replied. Qin Fan was astonished, pondering what a cake was. Nevertheless, she was intrigued by the whimsical and novel creation. It was no wonder that the owner of the Moonlit Pavilion, known for inventing the bathtub and lifelike dolls, was so creative. It was clear why she had captured the heart of her dear friend. After giving birth, her friend had not left, and now she was hosting a full moon banquet, inviting both her and Qin Fan's friends, evidently intending to form a partnership with Qin Fan. As they began to eat the cake, Qin Fan was again taken aback by the exquisite taste. It was simply delightful. Both the cake and the cream filling were extraordinarily delicious. Truly, to win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. Everyone at the banquet was filled with joy. Meanwhile, in a residence located within the core of a third-tier spiritual vein in Qinglong 2 stunning women sat by a lotus pond, enjoying tea amidst the ethereal mist of the pond. With elegant, soothing music flowing through the air, one of the beautiful women, adorned in a purple cloud-patterned robe, smiled and said, "I have heard you have emerged from seclusion, and today I finally get to see you." This woman was Shi Shaofan, Qin Fan's mother, whose alluring figure and graceful demeanor exuded natural charm. When Qin took a sip of tea and inquired, "How long has it been since you last saw your daughter?" Reflecting on her daughter's situation and the nervousness she displayed when they met, along with her deliberate detour through the city, when Qin was 90% certain that the mother of the quintuplets was indeed Qin Fan. After all, Qin Fan was a golden core practitioner and only associated with cultivators of her level. How could she befriend a beginner foundation establishment practitioner? Moreover, Qin Fan had approached her with an evident effort to conceal her anxiety. Her daughter had suddenly acquired a friend who had just given birth, and not long ago, Qin Fan had mentioned accompanying her to hunt 5 early-stage 4th-tier demon beasts to earn some spirit stones. At that time, after slaying those 5 demon beasts, her daughter had only requested the beast's blood to gift to her friend's child for body tempering. When Qin had thought it was sweet and considerate of her daughter to help her mother earn spirit stones. But now, reflecting on it, it seemed that her daughter intended to use her as muscle to hunt the 5 4th-tier demon beasts, all for the sake of that blood, 5 portions corresponding to the 5 babies. What kind of friend would warrant such effort from her daughter, even risking her own mother to hunt those beasts? There could only be one answer. Qin Fan.as for the beginner foundation establishment practitioner who was the mother of the quintuplets. She must have been brought in as a decoy. After all, it was rumored that Qin Fan was merely a late-stage Qi refinement rogue cultivator, while Qin Fan was the saintess of the Lan Yue Sect and had now awakened her enchanting physique. Surely, she would advance far along the immortal path, far beyond what a late-stage Qi refinement rogue cultivator could aspire to. The more she considered it, the more she felt her deductions were correct. Thus, she sent a message to Shi Shaofan, who was already in the northern region of the southern domain, and they arranged to meet here. Shi Shaofan, with a hint of worry, remarked, "You didn't ask? And I hadn't thought about it. I haven't seen her for 4 or 5 years. She's always off gallivanting. Either I'm at the sect, and she's not, or I'm not at the sect, and she's back. Even when we're both at the sect, she never visits me, spending all her time eating, drinking, and enjoying herself. Now that she's reached mid-golden core, she still refuses to cultivate, insisting on consuming pills instead. How will she ever break through to the Nascent Soul stage? It's driving me mad. If my Shinir were as sensible as your Yaya, I wouldn't have to worry about her, and I could just offer incense to the 3 purities every day." Upon hearing this, when Qin felt a sense of helplessness, it seemed her speculation was indeed correct. The mother of the quintuplets was indeed Qin Fan. This girl indulging in pleasure was one thing, but to neglect her cultivation and only consume pills was another. Now, she had given birth to children with a late-stage Qi refinement rogue cultivator, making it common knowledge across the southern domain. If this information were to spread, it would tarnish the reputation of the saintess of the Lan Yue Sect. However, she was also curious about how Qin Fan had conceived and given birth to quintuplets. She took another sip of tea, listening to Shi Shaofan lament about her daughter. Finally, she posed a hypothetical question. "Shaofan, if, just hypothetically, your daughter secretly had children with another male cultivator outside, what would your thoughts be?" Shi Shaofan paused for a moment, then said earnestly, "Now that you mention it, I hadn't considered it, But I realize she is 19 and at the age where romantic feelings begin to stir. Given our bloodline, it's easy to be entangled in emotions. I suppose I should have a serious talk with her. While I can overlook her indulgences, she should not consider a partner until she reaches the transformation stage. Saying this, Shi Shaofan took out a communication jade slip and attempted to contact Chen Xin'er, only to be met with rejection. This girl, refusing my call. What could she possibly be doing? When Changqing thought to herself. She is probably busy caring for the children and can't answer the call. Otherwise, if she picked up, the truth would be hard to conceal. She decided to verify the situation for herself. To meet the rogue cultivator Qin Fan who had led Qin Xin'er to disregard propriety and bear quintuplets, and then inform Shi Shaofan afterward to prevent the mother-daughter relationship from deteriorating further. After finishing her tirade against her daughter, Shi Shaofan softened and said, "But despite her daily indulgences, I know she still cares about me. Look at this wonderful gift she gave me." With a flick of her hand, a bathtub appeared in the spacious area beside her. What do you think? Have you ever seen a bathtub like this? It's a gift from Xin'er. Let us go to your water room. I'll show you the special properties of this bathing pool. After a short while soaking in a rose petal bath, when Changqing exclaimed, "It's truly wonderful. When it comes to enjoyment, your daughter is unparalleled. Where did you buy it? I must have my yaya get me one too." Shi Shaofan smiled. "I will ask Xin'er about it later." As the full moon banquet concluded, guests began to leave one by one. Wang Pengzi and the others planned to continue hunting demon beasts, striving to acquire high-quality bloodlines and pure attribute inner cores from mid-tier demon beasts to refined foundation establishment pills. Chen Xin'er, having rejected Shi Shaofan's communication, was concerned that her mother might attempt to reach her again and that when Changqing might still be in Qinglong Xianqing. Thus, she dared not linger any longer at Su Hongyue's place. The next day, as the rooster crowed, Qin Fan slipped into the kitchen. After Su Hongyue finished feeding the babies and stored the excess milk in preservation jade bottles, she glanced down at her chest, which had expanded more than twice its size. Since giving birth, Qin Fan had been preparing soups to increase her milk supply, such as tofu and crucian carp soup, stewed pig trotters with soybeans, and others. "Dear wife, I've prepared some snacks for you to take on your journey," Qin Fan said, presenting over 20 glass containers filled with various treats, cookies, mung bean cakes, red bean cakes, snow skin cakes, and dried meats, all made during his spare time. Su Hongyue gazed at the assortment of snacks in surprise. "When did you make these?" "I've been saving a little each day, and this is what I have." Qin Fan replied with a smile. Su Hongyue's heart warmed at the sight of the treats, feeling a sweet affection for Qin Fan. After becoming accustomed to his cooking, tasteless pills were no longer appealing, and other meals lost their flavor. She stored the treats away and retrieved a rustic copper mirror from another storage bag, handing it to Qin Fan. "This is the Xiantian mirror, a defensive artifact. It can withstand an attack from a Nascent Soul initial stage cultivator once. Any attack beyond that will cause it to shatter. Attacks below the initial Nascent Soul stage can be completely absorbed." The Xiantian mirror also contained a storage space. Anything absorbed within would be preserved, though living beings would perish due to the mirror's magical essence. "Take this for your protection." This defensive artifact had been gifted to her by her mother, but since she was leaving Qinglong Xiancheng for at least 4 months, although she believed Qin Fan and the babies would be safe while in the city, she still worried about unforeseen circumstances. Thus, she decided to leave the Xiantian mirror with Qin Fan for his protection. Qin Fan took the mirror and examined it closely, his heart shaken. This Xiantian mirror was not merely as Su Hongyue had described. It had appeared in the original text. It was also named the Xiantian mirror.at that time. The now Empress Su Hongyue used this mirror to reflect a devastating blow from a powerful sect, killing the attacker who had achieved the integration stage with the reflected damage. This demonstrated the incredible power of the Xiantian mirror. It seemed that this version was likely incomplete, unable to unleash the terrifying capabilities described in the original story. However, that Su Hongyue was willing to bestow such a treasure upon him at this moment indicated his rising status in her heart. He was on the path to becoming a permanent fixture in her life. Yet, he declined the artifact, saying, "Dear wife, this is too precious. I want to be leaving Qinglong Xiancheng and face no danger. You'll encounter many places on your journey back to the sect. You should take it." Su Hongyue was taken aback, clearly not expecting Qin Fan to respond this way. "I have many treasures. You should take it for peace of mind." Seeing Su Hongyue's insistence, Qin Fan reluctantly accepted the mirror. Then Su Hongyue handed him a jade slip, saying, "Qin Fan, this slip contains a simple likeness of my mother. Take a look. If you encounter her outside, try to keep your distance." Qin Fan took the jade slip seriously and pressed it to his forehead. Upon seeing the appearance of his future mother-in-law, he froze in shock. This was the very stunning woman he had encountered at the Qinji Pavilion in Qingzhou Square. At that time, she had complimented the exquisite beauty of the sachet he wore, which was a gift from Su Hongyue. His mind buzzed as he recalled this, and withdrawing his consciousness from the slip, he looked at Su Hongyue in disbelief. "I have met your mother." He then recounted in detail how he had met Wen Changqing at the Qinji Pavilion and what she had said to him. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyue was stunned, considering what Qin Fan had mentioned yesterday and the fact that the Qinji Pavilion was one of her mother's family assets. Her heart raced with alarm, and her breathing quickened. She quickly regained her composure, realizing that if her mother truly knew that Qin Fan was the father of her quintuplets, having met him at the Qinji Pavilion, she would have come looking for them by now. It was impossible that there had been no movement or even a communication from her mother, especially since she had been in Qinglong Xianqing just yesterday. It became clear to her that she needed to leave immediately and could not afford to linger any longer. She told Qin Fan, "Keep wearing the sachet. My mother shouldn't have realized our relationship yet. Just avoid encountering her. If you do happen to meet her and she finds out about us, don't be afraid. Just send me a message and I'll handle it." "Understood," Qin Fan replied. In his heart, he resolutely declared, "Absolutely, I shall never meet my mother-in-law again." Suddenly, Qin Fan recalled something and asked, "Wife, what is your mother's cultivation level?" "Early stage of Nascent Soul," she replied. Trembling, Qin Fan queried, "Was it your mother who previously struck down a half-step mid-nascent soul evil cultivator with a single slap in Qingzhou Square?" "Yes," Su Hongyue confirmed. Internally, Qin Fan thought. With just a glance, he would never allow his mother-in-law to see him again. My goodness, a nascent soul ancestor capable of dispatching a half-step mid-nascent soul evil cultivator with a mere slap is to be my future mother-in-law. He trembled at the thought. The mere fact that he was recognized by this formidable nascent soul ancestor for wearing a sachet belonging to her daughter made him feel as if he had died once already. Having an empress as a wife to bear children is indeed delightful. However, the empress's parents could end him at any moment. It was akin to walking a tightrope. Su Hongyue presented Qin Fan with an abundance of resources, including various attack talismans of low-grade second-tier, high-grade second-tier defensive talismans, defensive artifacts, healing elixirs, and spiritual liquids. Most of these were items she had procured in the Qinglong Immortal City, as she had many possessions that Qin Fan could not utilize. As their parting drew near, Su Hongyue felt a profound sense of reluctance. Yet, despite her feelings, she had to leave, forbidding Qin Fan and the children from seeing her off to avoid alerting her mother. After all, Qin Fan and the 5 little ones had become quite renowned in Qinglong Immortal City. As Qin Fan watched Su Hongyue depart, he suddenly recalled a pressing concern. During their recent dual cultivation, he had neglected protective measures. Would Su Hongyue become pregnant? Chapter 86, Chen, the nanny? Hundreds of kilometers above Qinglong Immortal City, 2 flying boats crossed paths. Chen leaped from her vessel onto Su Hongyue's. Yeah, what brings you here?" she asked curiously. Su Hongyue produced a spiritual beast bag and handed it to Chen. "What is this?" Chen inquired, peering into the bag with her divine sense. Upon seeing a mooing cow inside, she was taken aback. "You want to give me a cow? What does this mean?" Confused, she looked up at Su Hongyue. "This is a low-grade 3rd-tier Qingfeng grass cow. Please take care of it, milk it daily, and store the milk in these glass bottles. Every 7 days, deliver the milk to Qin Fan. I have prepared some feed for the cow, and if I haven't returned by then and the feed runs low, you can buy more. There are plenty of spirit stones inside." As Su Hongyue spoke, she handed Chen another storage bag. Stunned, Chen exclaimed, Yeah. Are you implying that I should raise a dairy cow and milk it? Am I to be a nanny?" She felt a pang of injury at the thought. Su Hongyue replied, "Did you not say you would help me care for my 5 children? A nanny is merely responsible for watching the children, doing nothing else for them. You can find someone else if I don't do it," she added. Chen quickly grasped Su Hongyue's arm, playfully smiling as she said, "Isn't it just raising a dairy cow? I'll milk it daily and deliver the milk to Qin Fan every week. It's quite simple. I will do it exceptionally well. Moreover, this cow is a low-grade 3rd-tier spiritual beast, and milking it isn't something just any golden core cultivator can manage, let alone with my meticulous care. You can rest assured with this task." Chen returned to her luxurious residence in Qinglong Immortal City, reverting to her original appearance. She then took out a formation plate specifically for raising spiritual beasts and began to plan the layout. How large should the area be for this cow in my yard? 1/5 should suffice, right? 1/5 was still a generous 5 acres. However, as Chen Xin'er activated the formation and soared into the air to survey the entire cow pasture, she furrowed her elegant brows, feeling it was still too small. Let's designate 1/3. 1/3 would be 8.3 acres. Yet, she still felt it inadequate. Ultimately, she expanded the area to 4/5, a full 20 acres, before nodding in satisfaction and activating the formation. Next, she led the low-grade 3rd-tier Qin Fan grass cow from the spiritual beast bag into the pasture. The cow was twice the size of an ordinary dairy cow, appearing diminutive on the 20 acres of lush grass. Chen Xin'er stroked her chin, thoroughly pleased. Excellent, this pasture is spacious enough for the cow to roam freely and roll about in the grass. It can graze freely and live in comfort, which will enhance the quality and quantity of the milk produced. And I should have Chusher come daily to play melodious tunes for the cow and have Qiushuang perform nightly dances beneath the moon. This way, the milk will surely be of exceptional quality, exuding an artistic essence. My goddaughters will become great talents in the future from drinking this milk. I must also come here daily to practice a set of sword techniques, ensuring that my sons will have boundless prospects on their paths of cultivation. The more she contemplated, the more motivated Chen Xin'er became. She immediately summoned her sword attendants, Chusher and Qiushuang, and informed them of their daily duties. The 2 female sword attendants stood there, dumbfounded, as if they had heard something utterly incredulous, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they looked at Chen Xin'er. Miss, are you certain about raising this dairy cow like this? Miss, but the area for raising the cow contains many of your favorite spiritual flowers, grasses, and freshly planted spiritual herbs, as well as the exquisite scenery from various places that you enjoy. Keeping the cow in such a large area will ruin all those things. Chen Xin'er shot them a disdainful look. You both need to broaden your perspective. The spiritual flowers and transported exquisite landscapes are there for the cow to enjoy, while the spiritual grasses, herbs, and fruits are for the cow to eat. From now on, treat the cow as you would treat me, your mistress, understand? If I find you slacking in any way, the consequences will be severe. Chusher and Qiushuang immediately trembled, hastily bowing their heads in response. Yes, Mississippi Daily, you must give the cow a magical bath. Understood, replied Chusher and Qiushuang. Every day, you must play different pleasant melodies and perform various dances. Understood, they echoed. Do not interfere with the cow unless it shows any signs of illness, at which point you must inform me. Otherwise, let it enjoy ample freedom. Understood? Yes. Finally satisfied, Chen Xin'er returned to her room. 3 days later, Qin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, then closed them, only to reopen them, his handsome face brimming with joy. He never expected that cultivating the Qingyuan longevity technique would grant him divine sense even while in the Qi refinement stage. Although his divine sense currently only extended 8 zhang, approximately 27 meters. It was a standard attribute of foundation establishment cultivators. Achieving this in the Qi refinement stage was akin to possessing a trump card. How exhilarating divine sense could be projected outward. Qin Fan closed his eyes once more, projecting his divine sense as if he had opened his eyes, allowing him to see through walls and directly into the adjacent room, where 5 little babies were sleeping adorably. Delightful. The longevity technique inherently possessed concealment abilities, and combined with his divine sense, as well as his body refinement at the 2nd level in the Dian sword technique, he felt unafraid to confront even foundation establishment cultivators. 2 days later, a visitor arrived, none other than Steward Fan, accompanied by 3 individuals, 2 women and a man, Song Qiaoji, Yun Yun, and Lu Changhe, who had recently broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Upon seeing Qin Fan, a look of pleasant surprise crossed Steward Fan's face. Qin Daoyu, I never expected it to truly be you. Steward Fan explained that they had heard about the miraculous birth of quintuplets in Qinglong Immortal City and subsequently learned that the father was named Qin Fan. Furthermore, having reached the late stage of Qi refinement, he was preparing to venture into foundation establishment and had come to Qinglong Immortal City to seek opportunities to procure foundation establishment elixirs. Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun had already recognized Steward Fan as their godfather and had accompanied him, bumping into Lu Changhe on the way. They all arrived together to visit the father of the quintuplets, only to be astonished to discover it was indeed Qin Fan. Chapter 87. A comparison? They were even more astonished by Qin Fan's cultivation level, realizing he had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. They had known him when he was at the 5th layer. Yet, regarding Qin Fan's rapid advancement, they shared a tacit understanding and refrained from mentioning it. They suspected he had deliberately concealed his cultivation level while in Qingju Square, much like the Queen of Hell. Especially Steward Fan, who was aware that Qin Fan had a golden core master, felt that perhaps the 9th layer of Qi refinement was merely a facade for others to see, and that Qin Fan might have already attained foundation establishment. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, especially as he felt an unspoken pressure emanating from Qin Fan, as if he were facing a formidable foundation establishment expert. Yun was equally shaken. Before arriving, she had believed it impossible for the father of the quintuplets to be Qin Fan. To her astonishment, not only was it true, but Qin Fan's cultivation surpassed even that of Steward Fan. She recalled the day Steward Fan had brought her to Moonlight Pavilion for an interview, and she silently rejoiced for having obediently followed his advice. Qin Fan warmly welcomed Steward Fan and the others into his home for tea. After some pleasant conversation, they learned that Steward Fan and his companions were temporarily renting a place on the outskirts of Qinglong Immortal City. Though it was on the fringes, it still had a mid-grade first-tier spiritual vein, sufficient for their cultivation. Most importantly, the rent in Qinglong Immortal City was exorbitant. Even a small courtyard on the city's edge required 80 spirit stones annually. Many penniless loose cultivators or ordinary mortals pursuing martial arts could only live outside the city. Qin Fan's independent courtyard was situated above a high-grade second-tier spiritual vein, making its initial purchase price quite steep. After some pleasantries, Steward Fan discussed matters related to the Wanqi Pavilion and Lingbao Pavilion, then inquired if Qin Fan had any intentions of reopening Moonlight Pavilion in Qinglong Immortal City. He was aware of the reasons behind its closure and believed that with the Han family of Wanqi Pavilion having been eradicated, Qin Fan should no longer harbor such concerns, especially since Moonlight Pavilion had proven to be highly profitable. Song Qiaoji remarked, "Boss, the prices of our dishes, bathtubs, toilets, and even the lifelike dolls have skyrocketed by twofold since we ceased selling them. Many of my friends frequently ask when Moonlight Pavilion will resume operations." Liu Changhe also gazed at Qin Fan with eager eyes. He had earned spirit stones by crafting dishes and other items for Qin Fan, which he then used to purchase resources for cultivation, allowing him to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. He earnestly hoped Qin Fan would reopen Moonlight Pavilion so he could continue working for him. As earning spirit stones this way felt incredibly safe, he had no desire to venture outside, risking his life battling monsters for spirit stones. It was far too perilous. Qin Fan sipped his spirit tea, delaying his response. With Su Hongyue having just left, and her absence extending for at least 4 months, he couldn't afford to be away from the babies, who were just over a month old. Previously, the Hongfeng Society had been purchasing magic tools from him every 7 days at reasonable prices, though naturally, they could not compete with the prices he could set himself. He had been providing them with lower-quality crafted items while saving the premium ones for the stockpile with Wang Pengzi. Now that he had 5 babies, 4 of whom possessed spiritual roots, especially the eldest with an earth spiritual root, the resources required for their upbringing would be immense. Furthermore, it was highly likely that Su Hongyue's mother would soon discover his relationship with Su Hongyue, adding to his sense of urgency. While enjoying the comforts of being supported by an empress, as a man, he still needed to establish his own career. Moreover, Song Qiaoji, Yun, Liu Changhe, and Steward Fan were all individuals he had collaborated with for several months. After another sip of tea, noticing Liu Changhe's restless demeanor, Song Qiaoji fidgeting with her clothing, and Yun unable to meet his gaze, he finally spoke up. "Steward Fan, do you have any connections for renting a shop in Qinglong Immortal City?" Upon arriving in Qinglong Immortal City, he had only made acquaintances with 2 neighbors. Hearing this, Steward Fan immediately smiled. "I know a few people. I understand that you need to care for your children and may not have the time to search for a shop. You can leave that to me. I will check out a few shops, and then you can take a look later." Song Qiaoji, Yun, and Liu Changhe all brightened at this. Qin Fan smiled and said, "Excellent, then I will trouble you, Steward Fan." Steward Fan worked efficiently. Although they were in Qinglong Immortal City, it was not far from Qingju Square, and he still had some connections in the area. Soon, he found 3 shops with decent foot traffic, all conveniently located near Qin Fan's residence at Yanyu Courtyard. Ultimately, Qin Fan chose one that, while having less foot traffic than the other 2, boasted 4 floors and ample space. It took only 20 minutes to walk from Yanyu Courtyard to the shop with a baby carriage, and a mere 5 minutes by spirit steed carriage. For the 4 floors, he planned the following. The first floor would sell dishes, porcelain, and daily necessities like toilets and bathtubs. The second floor would offer magic tools. The third and fourth floors were temporarily not open to the public, with plans to sell elixirs on the third floor, as he had already become a junior alchemist. The fourth floor would serve as a resting area for himself and the babies. Each floor would encompass a generous 300 square meters. Given that Qinglong Immortal City attracted far more visitors than Qingzhou Square, and with only Lu Changhe as a craftsman making dishes and other basic items. The output had been limited. Steward Fan managed to recruit 3 junior female crafting apprentices, similar to Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun, all orphans, obedient and younger than them, only 13 years old, yet possessing crafting skills. Under Lu Changhe's guidance, they produced satisfactory basic items for Qin Fan in just a couple of days. The renovation and stocking of Moonlight Pavilion began in earnest. That day, Qin Fan received a message from Chen Xin'er inquiring if he was at home. He had just returned from overseeing the construction at Moonlight Pavilion with the babies. Yes, he replied, curious as to why Chen Xin'er sought him. Before long, Chen Xin'er arrived, her appearance resembling that from the time of the full moon celebration. The visage of both her true self and the Queen of Hell was too striking. Here you go. With a wave of her delicate hand, 7 large glass bottles were neatly arranged on the nearby table, filled with fresh milk. Yaya was worried that the babies wouldn't have good milk, so she specifically bought a low-grade 3rd-tier dairy cow and entrusted me with its care and milking. As she spoke, Chen Xin'er puffed out her chest, as if to flaunt the significance of the task Su Hongyue had assigned her, suggesting that her standing in Su Hongyue's heart was higher than Qin Fan's. Chapter 88. Solutions for milk production. After delivering the milk and checking on the babies, Chen Xin'er left. Qin Fan heated the fresh milk for the babies to drink. The eldest and 3rd babies drank as usual, while the 2nd, 4th, and 5th were reluctant to accept it. They only agreed to drink breast milk. Thankfully, there was still some breast milk available, preventing the fresh milk from spoiling. He then refined the fresh milk into powdered milk. Subsequently, he sent a message to Su Hongyue to inform her that Chen Xin'er had come to deliver milk. All right, Su Hongyue replied, is your milk production still increasing? Qin Fan inquired, concerned as Su Hongyue was still in the breastfeeding phase but would soon return to her sect. No longer needing to nurse, if she stopped breastfeeding, it would lead to engorgement and discomfort. Following your advice, after consuming the fried malt water, I feel much better now, Su Hongyue responded. Qin Fan. In a few days, once you return from nursing, your milk supply will cease, Su Hongyue. When I come back, will I not have milk to feed the babies? Qin Fan. No worries, by then they will be nearly 6 months old. He then spoke to Su Hongyue about the babies drinking milk. Although the 2nd, 4th, and 5th babies currently refuse to drink milk, it's all right. When the breast milk is gone, he would find a way to make them drink it. Assuring Su Hongyue not to fret. 2 days later, the neighbor Zhong Nanyang approached Qin Fan with a flower-patterned bowl with a chip corner, his face filled with distress. Qin, you are a weapon refiner. I wonder if you could help me fix this bowl. The price is not an issue, my wife adores this bowl, and while washing dishes today, I accidentally knocked it against the countertop, chipping it. She insists this bowl is a unique piece, no longer available on the market, and if I don't repair it, I shan't return home. The burly Zhong Nanyang looked utterly aggrieved. Qin Fan did not expect that in the combination of beast and beauty, the beast would be under the thumb of his wife. Though his surprise, the bowl in Zhong Nanyang's hands seemed to be a product from the Moonlight Pavilion. He took the bowl, flipped it over, and indeed, it bore the imprint of the letters YLX and a small moon emblem. This was the unique trademark of his Moonlight Pavilion. Since the closure of Moonlight Pavilion, his dishware had become increasingly precious. Zhong Nanyang, a foundational stage cultivator, was now being bullied by his wife over a mere bowl. Qin Fan smiled and said, it's a trivial matter. Just don't use the broken bowl. Zhong Nanyang? Qin Fan continued, just get a new one. Zhong Nanyang. Ah? Qin Fan retrieved an identical pink flower-patterned bowl from his storage bag, which he had refined from the rough clay crafted by Lu Changhe over the past 2 days. Zhong Nanyang examined the bowl closely and found it to be exactly the same, even down to the markings on the bottom. It turned out that Qin Fan also had a penchant for collecting dishware. How wonderful! How many spirit stones for this? I'll pay you double as a token of gratitude. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I could return home. Zhong Nanyang expressed gratefully. Qin Fan chuckled, it's nothing. You need not pay me any spirit stones. This bowl is from my shop. Zhong Nanyang stared at Qin Fan in astonishment. The Moonlight Pavilion is yours? He had heard from his wife that the cherished dishware they owned came from a shop called Moonlight Pavilion in the Qingzhou workshop. He never imagined that this shop belonged to his neighbor, Qin Fan. Qin Fan nodded with a smile. Yes, it was closed for a while due to some matters, but now that I have arrived in Qinglong Immortal City, I'm in the process of renovating it and will open it soon. Zhong Nanying beamed. That is fantastic. My wife has been raving about your dishware for quite some time. I'll tell her the news. She will surely be delighted. When your Moonlight Pavilion opens, be sure to inform us, and we will certainly come to support you. Qin Fan smiled. All right. Suddenly, Zhong Nanyang remembered something and asked, Qin, as a high-grade weapon refiner, will you be selling magical artifacts at Moonlight Pavilion? Qin Fan. Yes, Moonlight Pavilion used to sell magical artifacts. Zhong Nanyang inquired directly, will you be purchasing materials from demon beasts? Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback before responding. Yes. Zhong Nanyang spoke straightforwardly. I'm a forthright person, so I'll be direct. Here's the situation. I'm a combat cultivator. Unlike you and Ji Peng, who possess your own skills to earn spirit stones, I rely on hunting demon beasts and exchanging their materials for spirit stones. In recent years, the businesses purchasing our materials have become increasingly unreasonable. Recently, they not only slashed our prices but also forced us to sign exclusive 30-year sales agreements, dictating that the materials we hunt can only be sold to them. This is not just one business. They've formed an alliance, colluding against us combat cultivators and exploiting us further. My former team leader chose to compromise and continue working with that business. In protest, I took my team of equally disgruntled brothers and left to form our own hunting team. If you're interested in purchasing demon beast materials, could you consider ours? The prices will definitely be at least 40% lower than if you were to buy directly from those businesses. Qin Fan sipped his spirit tea and then listed several high-grade materials from demon beasts used in crafting magical artifacts. The two negotiated a price without any middlemen taking a cut, and both parties were satisfied. Finally, Qin Fan said with a smile, all right, as long as the materials you hunt are of good quality, I will purchase them at the price we just discussed. Zhong Nanyang laughed heartily. Great. I hope you soon become a second-tier weapon refiner. Then we can sell you our second-tier demon beast materials. He was a foundational stage cultivator, and while most of his team consisted of foundational stage combat cultivators, there were also those at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The demon beasts they hunted were primarily low-grade second-tier beasts. However, to earn spirit stones, partnering with Qin Fan to hunt high-grade first-tier beasts was also feasible. Qin Fan took another sip of spirit tea and remarked, I can also buy second-tier demon beast materials. He had refrained from mentioning that he was a low-grade second-tier weapon refiner earlier because he wanted to maintain a low profile. Now, although he was still at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, having cultivated his divine sense and succeeded in body refining at the 2nd layer, he could contend with foundational stage cultivators and no longer needed to conceal his identity as a low-grade second-tier weapon refiner. Chapter 89. Chun Xinyuan stays. The nighttime flew by, and half a month passed. The renovations of Moonlight Pavilion were completed, and it officially opened its doors on the opening day. Zhong Nanyang brought his wife to congratulate Qin Fan. The Green Fairy sent flower baskets and gifts, and Hong Feng, adept at socializing, came with a present to celebrate, showing no resentment that Qin Fan had opened his own shop and no longer collaborated with her. Although Qinglong Immortal City was significantly larger than Qingzhou Workshop, many cultivators from Qinglong had visited Qingzhou during the mining of the Choshan Cave. The dishware, bathtubs, and inscribed magical artifacts from Moonlight Pavilion had garnered a bit of fame, especially after Ingzong had used Moonlight Pavilion's dishware for his meals at an auction. The pavilion's reputation soared. Cultivators from sects and immortal families favored dining with Moonlight Pavilion's dishware, while scattered cultivators who could not reach those sects or families felt proud to dine with Moonlight Pavilion's wares, akin to a celebrity endorsement. Seeing the bustling crowd today, Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun found themselves overwhelmed, quickly sending Manager Fan to summon Lu Changhe and 2 other female apprentices for assistance. Initially, the first floor was packed, and gradually, the second floor, where magical artifacts were sold, began to see increased foot traffic. This time, Qin Fan not only sold swords and combat artifacts but also crafted various styles of magical robes, inspired by Dunhuang attire, popular animated series, and trending female-centric immortal drama outfits. Each robe was exquisitely beautiful. Some female cultivators even engaged in verbal battles over a coveted magical robe, as fighting was prohibited inside the building, leading to a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market in the early morning. Qin Fan reflected, indeed, earning women's spirit stones was a rewarding endeavor. AS Moonlight Pavilion thrived. Manager Fan, aware of Qin Fan's expectations, hired 5 orphan girls as sales clerks. Qinglong Immortal City had more competition than Qingzhou, resulting in even more orphan girls seeking employment. In order to secure a position at Moonlight Pavilion, Manager Fan initially hired 10 orphan girls as sales clerks, evaluating their performance over 3 days to select the 5 most outstanding ones. Yun felt fortunate for heeding Manager Fan's advice. Otherwise, with her 3rd layer of Qi refinement and low-grade spirit root, she might have struggled to establish herself even as a temporary worker at Moonlight Pavilion. Especially with the influx of mid-Qi refinement female cultivators applying for jobs, she gritted her teeth, planning to use her saved spirit stones to buy elixirs, aiming to break through to mid-Qi refinement and solidify her position at Moonlight Pavilion. As Moonlight Pavilion found its rhythm, Qin Fan became more of a hands-off manager. After refining a batch of elixirs for the 5th baby, he observed the little white jade centipede, Xiaobai, being playfully squished and rolled by the eldest baby. Xiaobai wore an expression of despair, lamenting its decision to engage with the troublesome child. Qin Fan decided to refine some feeding spirit pills for Xiaobai while simultaneously honing his alchemical skills. After all, elixirs were meant to be consumed, and crafting them himself offered greater assurance. In the future, both he and the babies would require elixirs, and improving his alchemy skills would benefit them all. Having read other immortal novels, he recalled a particularly skilled alchemist who had concocted a potion mixed with mutated corpse poison and sold it to a Nascent Soul cultivator, who, unaware of the potion's dangers, consumed it and soon became a puppet bound to the alchemist's will, a thought that sent chills down his spine. After successfully refining a batch of feeding spirit pills, his alchemical proficiency was noted as a low-grade first-tier alchemist, 900-500-000. The difficulty in gaining alchemical experience was significantly greater than that in weapon refining. It was no wonder that formations, pills, and talismans were prioritized over artifacts. Xiaobai, come here. I have a treat for you. Qin Fan called to the lethargic centipede lying abandoned on the floor. Xiaobai crawled over, whining in a pitiful tone, expressing its grievances. Although Qin Fan couldn't decipher its words, he understood its sentiment well enough. He chuckled, patting its little head, and fed it a feeding spirit pill. Good. Your future task will be to protect the eldest baby and play with them. Just as Xiaobai was about to shake its head vigorously. After consuming the feeding spirit pill, its eyes lit up, and it eagerly nodded its head in agreement, much to Qin Fan's delight. A few days later, Chen Xinyuan came to deliver fresh milk. After finishing her delivery, checking on the babies and enjoying a meal, she didn't leave immediately. Qin Fan, I've noticed your cultivation hasn't progressed at all. Have you been focusing all your energy on the shop? For the sake of Yaya, I must supervise your training daily. I'll just have to inconveniently stay here. Her inner thoughts were, she had heard that Moonlight Pavilion was quite popular recently, with most buyers being female cultivators. Qin Fan visited the shop every day. Who knew if he might be enchanted by some charming female cultivator and do something inappropriate to her Yaya? She needed to keep an eye on Qin Fan. Moreover, those 5 little ones were becoming increasingly adorable, and she couldn't bear to be apart from them. Every time she opened her eyes, she longed to see them. Another point she would never admit. Qin Fan's cooking was simply too delicious. Thus, Chen Xinyuan decided to stay. Initially, Qin Fan thought he would have more freedom, but unexpectedly, for the first few days, Chen Xinyuan insisted on changing the baby's diapers and feeding them, despite having no experience, leading to chaos at home as the babies cried incessantly, turning the once orderly household into a flurry of commotion. Qin Fan felt like scolding this woman. You're clumsy and yet so demanding. However, recalling that she was a formidable figure, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, he swallowed those words. Chapter 90. You did well, but don't do it again. He had no choice but to patiently teach Chen Xinyuan. Unfortunately, she was not naturally suited for childcare. She was careless and rather clumsy, making her incomparable to Su Hongyue. Though his wife had also struggled with changing diapers and feeding at first, she had learned after a few demonstrations. Qin Fan held Chen Xinyuan, who was earnestly trying to change the diaper of the wailing eldest baby, and said, Qian, you're doing great, but you don't need to do this anymore. I'll handle it. Chen Xinyuan, are you looking down on me? Qin Fan, no Chen Xinyuan, you are Qin Fan. If that is how you interpret it, I can't help it. Chen Xinyuan, it's just changing a diaper. I can do it. There's nothing in this world that I, the immortal princess, cannot do. After 5 days of persistence, enduring being soaked by the eldest baby, splattered by the second, faced with a foul smell from the third, having her hair tugged by the fourth, and receiving a slap from the fifth, Chen Xinyuan, disheveled and reeking, finally learned how to change diapers and feed the babies. She then looked up, puffed her chest proudly, and provocatively glanced at Qin Fan. See? I told you I could do it. How easy was that? Qin Fan gave her a thumbs up. Excellent. Since Chen Xinyuan learned to care for the babies, Qin Fan found himself with little to do, as she spent her days doting on them. After watching for a few days and feeling reassured, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Previously, he had hesitated to deeply engage in his training for fear that if he did, an entire day would pass, and the babies would be left hungry when he opened his eyes. The days passed in a blur of meditation, weapon refining, and spending time with the babies. Before he knew it, 5 days had flown by on this particular day. Zhong Nanyang arrived with 5 burly men to meet Qin Fan. Zhong Nanyang introduced them as captains from other hunting teams who also wanted to sell demon beast materials to Qin Fan. Previously, only Zhong Nanyang had supplied, and Qin Fan had to purchase materials from external businesses. Zhong Nanyang was pleased to bring these 5 men, and Qin Fan was delighted too. It seemed that the 6 teams had already divided their tasks. As the demon beast materials they hunted were distinct, if the materials were repetitive, Qin Fan might not need them all, but with diverse offerings, he could refine a wider variety of magical artifacts. The transaction went smoothly, with Qin Fan purchasing the desired demon beast materials at a price 40% below market value. Although Zhong Nanyang and the others received only 60% of market value, they previously sold to the material shops for only 70% and now had to sign binding agreements. They preferred to sell to Qin Fan at a slight discount rather than deal with those shops. With the materials provided by Zhong Nanyang this time, Qin Fan could refine magical artifacts for 2 months. What a relief! After Zhong Nanyang and the others departed, he returned to ask Qin Fan if acquiring materials from 6 hunting teams would be too much for him. If so, he would bring fewer people next time. Qin Daoyu, to be honest, I brought them here because I owed them a favor. They are being pressured by the material merchants and are running low on spirit stones. Almost unable to sustain their lives, I had no choice but to muster the courage to bring them along. Qin Fan replied, It's all right. Next time, feel free to bring more people. Once the materials from the demon beasts are processed, they will not spoil. He currently possesses a sufficient amount of spirit stones, as Su Hongyue left him with 300 medium-grade spirit stones before her departure. Moreover, given the material merchants' treatment of the demon hunting team, it seems they are preparing to monopolize the market for refining materials, and it won't be long before they begin to exploit the downstream refiners like him who require such materials. Now is an opportune moment for him to stockpile refining materials at an incredibly low price. Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, Zhong Nanyang was astonished and then elated, bellowing with laughter, Qin Daoyu, you truly are a wealthy benefactor, a great person. After Zhong Nanyang departed, Qin Fan sent a message to Steward Fan, urging him to accelerate the procurement of refining materials. A week later, Steward Fan approached Qin Fan with a troubled expression, informing him that the prices of magical artifacts had surged. Qin Fan thought to himself, just as I suspected. The material merchants have begun their harvesting. Steward Fan, now the manager of the Moonlight Pavilion, lamented to Qin Fan, Master, although the prices of magical artifacts have risen, our profits have not increased. In fact, they have decreased somewhat. Due to the rising prices of materials, we were fortunate that you had the foresight to have me procure a batch of materials in advance. Otherwise, not only would the material prices have surged by 30, but many essential materials would also be unavailable due to the scarcity of supply. It seemed as though the material market had suddenly descended into chaos. After leveraging his connections, Steward Fan discovered that the Su family, ranked 5th among the 7 great families of the cultivation world, was suppressing the newly ascended Sang family, which also runs the Lingbao Pavilion. The situation arose from a mortal lady of the Han family from the Wonkage, who had given birth to a daughter named Han Xiong, who possessed spiritual roots. After the Han family was annihilated by the Sang family, the mortals of the Han family, unwilling to give up, sought out this lady, utilizing all their connections to present Han Xiong, who possessed a spiritual body, to Su Mingji, the false alchemist patriarch of the Su family. The Su family's patriarch was quite fond of Han Xiong and hosted a grand banquet to take her as his 108th concubine. Han Xiong, now favored, seized the opportunity to incite the Su family to take revenge on the Han family. On the surface, the Su family appeared to be defending the Han family, but in truth, they were likely eyeing the spiritual veins, spiritual minds, and other assets that the Sang family had taken from the Han family. The Su family operates a business specifically dealing in refining materials and holds a prominent vice presidency position in the Southern Region's Refining Materials Merchant Association. Following a series of maneuvers, the Su family demanded that the demon hunting team sign a 30-year exclusive sales agreement with the material merchants, in conjunction with other material merchants, to suppress the Sang family by withholding supplies of refining materials. The Sang family, whose primary source of income stemmed from selling magical artifacts, could not produce artifacts without a substantial quantity of refining materials. The Su family's actions effectively strangled the Sang family's lifeline. Within the Sang family, divisions emerged, with some members wishing to appease the Su family by offering a portion of the Han family's assets, hoping to receive leniency from the Su family. Others remained unyielding, preferring to forge their own path by establishing their own material merchants, believing that appeasement would not bring peace but would only lead to further exploitation. However, creating a material merchant was no easy feat, especially for the suddenly expanded Sang family, as their own merchant could not cover all the refining materials needed by the Lingbao Pavilion. It was akin to a drop in the bucket. In the end, the Sang family chose to bow to the Su family, offering a portion of the Han family shops and spiritual mines as a belated congratulatory gift for the Su family's patriarch's concubinage. Upon receiving the gift, the Su family did not rescind their suppression of the Sang family. They merely eased their grip, allowing the material merchants to supply the Sang family, but the quantities were still limited. Especially for vital refining materials, it was evident that the Sang family's gift had not satiated the Su family's appetite. Steward Fan sighed, remarking, "The Han family is such a substantial cake. Even after the Sang family offered a quarter to the Su family, they remain unsatisfied and likely wish to devour the entire cake. If not the whole thing, they would at least want 2/3 before relenting, and perhaps even intend to swallow the entire Sang family whole." At this point, Steward Fan lamented, "It's truly a celestial battle, and the small shop suffers the consequences." Qin Fan stroked his chin, recalling that when the protagonist first appeared in the original story, the Sang family was not mentioned among the 7 great families of the southern region, while the Su family was, albeit briefly. It appeared that the Sang family was likely eliminated by the Han family during their conflict with the Wonkage. However, due to his presence as a transmigrator, the 3 false alchemist experts from the Han family were defeated by Chan Xianyuan, leading to the annihilation of the Han family by the Sang family. Whether the Sang family could withstand the Su family's aggressive advance remained to be seen. Taking a sip of spiritual tea, Qin Fan addressed Steward Fan, "I have a solution regarding the refining materials." "You need not worry." Steward Fan looked at Qin Fan in surprise. As realization dawned upon him regarding Qin Fan's association with the Golden Core Master. He smiled and said, "Good, then I shall not trouble myself any further." In recent days, he had been on the verge of anxiety-induced baldness over these matters. After all, it had been challenging to re-establish the Moonlight Pavilion, only for the Sang and Su families to engage in another celestial conflict. Earning a stable profit was indeed difficult. Although the sales of bowls, dishes, and toilets had no competition and performed well, their prices were too low. The Moonlight Pavilion's significant profits still relied on magical artifacts. Fortunately, his master was backed by a Golden Core expert, which provided a sense of security. After discussing the matter of refining materials, Steward Fan presented the account book for Qin Fan's review. Upon finishing, Qin Fan instructed Steward Fan to find 2 medium-grade refining masters skilled in crafting women's magical robes, as the sales of medium-grade robes at the Moonlight Pavilion had been the most successful. Given that Qin Fan was only a low-tier refining master, it would be a waste of time and resources for him to craft a low-grade medium robe. After Steward Fan departed, Qin Fan entered the refining chamber, retrieving the storage bag filled with refining materials that Steward Fan had sent. Inside were the 2-tier low-grade blood jade spider silk and other materials he had requested. He took out the spider silk and other materials, alongside the previously acquired first-tier high-grade artifact, the black net. This artifact could be upgraded, and the spider silk and obsidian were essential for enhancing it to a second-tier spiritual artifact. Although Qi refiners could not wield second-tier spiritual artifacts, he now possessed spiritual awareness and was at the 2nd level of body refinement, allowing him to barely utilize a second-tier spiritual artifact. Additionally, he had 3 premium foundation building pills, making his future foundation establishment inevitable. Now, he could begin preparing the spiritual artifacts necessary for that stage. The weapons used by Qi refiners are referred to as magical artifacts, while those used by foundation establishment cultivators are known as spiritual artifacts. He had witnessed the remarkable capabilities of the black net, which excelled in ambush and corrosion, making it a valuable trump card. A day and night later, Qin Fan gazed with satisfaction at the black net in his hands, now successfully upgraded to a second-tier spiritual artifact. Each strand of the net was infused with obsidian and spider silk, exuding a premium quality, no longer merely black but a deep crimson with a glossy sheen. With a wave of his hand, the entire net expanded instantly, enveloping a second-tier low-grade trial stone before him. The black net flowed like liquid silver, conforming to the shape of the trial stone and enveloping it completely. In an instant, the net emitted a dark green glow, and the second-tier low-grade trial stone shrank visibly from the size of a water vat to that of a soccer ball, ultimately dissolving into nothingness in midair. Witnessing this, Qin Fan's face lit up with delight. Incredible, unfortunately, as I have not yet established my foundation, using this black net will deplete most of my spiritual energy in my prime. I have but one opportunity to deploy it. Now a second-tier low-grade magical artifact, he decided to name it the Obsidian Binding Net. After retracting the Obsidian Binding Net, Qin Fan took out a set of inscription pins and began inscribing runes onto it. The Ice-Breaking Rune, Cyclone Rune, Dust-Proof Rune, and others were etched, culminating with the formidable second-tier low-grade Blade-Breaking Rune. Watching the black net shimmer with dark red light as each rune radiated brilliance before fading, Qin Fan felt immense satisfaction. Just then, Chen Xinyuan arrived to find Qin Fan, noticing the recently concealed runes on the Obsidian Binding Net. Upon seeing the Blade-Breaking Rune, she trembled in surprise. The Blade-Breaking Rune? Something seemed amiss. Qin Fan replied, yes, it is a simplified version of the Blade-Breaking Rune. Chen Xinyuan looked at him in astonishment. A simplified version of the Blade-Breaking Rune? Indeed, this is a spiritual artifact. The complete Blade-Breaking Rune is a third-tier rune. Since it was one of the rare runes I had auctioned, I am quite aware that it is a third-tier rune. Did you inscribe this? Qin Fan responded, yes. Chen Xinyuan, shocked, stammered, did Yeya teach you? Qin Fan answered, I comprehended it myself. Chen Xinyuan exclaimed, nonsense. I don't believe it. Turning on her heel, she walked away, unable to fathom how Qin Fan, merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, could thoroughly grasp a third-tier rune and inscribe a simplified version into a magical artifact. Only a genius runemaster could accomplish such a feat. He must be boasting, however, when she later inquired with Su Hongyue through a communication jade talisman and learned the truth. She spent an entire day rolling her eyes at Qin Fan. Ultimately, she could not contain herself and requested Qin Fan to craft her a beautiful robe, wanting the simplified blade-breaking rune inscribed upon it, offering him a set of dual cultivation secret techniques she had acquired from a secret realm. As she spoke, Chen Xinyuan produced a tome, which prominently bore the title, The Art of Loving Me 99 Times Daily. Qin Fan's eyebrows twitched as he clasped his hands in apology. I'm sorry, Chen Fairy, but I have other matters to attend to. The Art of Loving Me 99 Times Daily. What kind of nonsensical dual cultivation technique was this? It was undoubtedly an attempt to deceive him. Chen Xinyuan blocked Qin Fan's path, her expression suggesting that he lacked taste. With a graceful wave of her hand, the tome's outer layer peeled away, revealing the original name of the technique, Water Marsh Cave Heaven. Upon seeing this title, Qin Fan's heart raced. Water Marsh Cave Heaven. Wasn't this the most renowned and top-tier dual cultivation technique from the original story? In the original work, the male protagonist Lan Yue obtained this technique from the Treasure Pavilion, leading him down a path of continuously attracting women. The more women he attracted, the stronger Lan Yue became, with the Water Marsh Cave Heaven technique playing a pivotal role. However, in the animated adaptation, certain scenes showcasing the technique's effectiveness were cut, igniting a frenzy among viewers on social media, condemning the production company for being unscrupulous. They had waited over half a year for the release, only for the complete scenes to be absent, resulting in a severely edited version. Many viewers lamented that they had endured 2 months of instant noodles just to afford the membership for this episode, and expressed outrage about the content they received. Qin Fan had been among those outraged, ultimately resorting to revisiting the classic scenes from the original text. The author had written a line that lingered in his memory. After 99 times, Lan Yue not only felt no fatigue, but instead felt an overwhelming surge of combat power. Reflecting on this, Qin Fan wore an odd expression. He finally understood why Chen Xinyuan had dubbed this technique the Art of Loving Me 99 Times Daily. Goodness, 99 times daily. That title was indeed quite soul-stirring. How about it? Chen Xinyuan asked, a hint of pride in her tone. With your current cultivation level too low, Utilizing this technique to dual cultivate with Ye can accelerate your progression. Qin Fan replied, crafting a second-tier low-grade magical robe is no problem, but it is unnecessary to inscribe the blade-breaking rune upon the robe. The blade-breaking rune is an offensive rune. Inscribing it on a weapon is useful, but it serves no purpose on a robe. He was merely acquiescing to Chen Xuanyuan's formidable presence as a mid-tier golden core cultivator, not because of the water marsh cave heaven technique. Chen Xuanyuan, with an air of pride, declared, "This fairy prefers such unconventional approaches." Initially, she had believed that Su Hongyue instructed her to procure rare runes for her own use. She hadn't expected that they were intended for Qin Fan. Now that Qin Fan had even learned the blade-breaking rune, albeit only the second-tier low-grade version, she could hardly wait to don the robe inscribed with the second-tier low-grade blade-breaking rune to flaunt her prowess at the Chenji Gate's peak, showcasing her capabilities to that young disciple who had claimed she lacked understanding of runes and had criticized her for acquiring 3 runes as wasteful. Qin Fan was left speechless. All right then. Inscribe the blade-breaking rune on the robe. It truly suits you. He could never comprehend this woman's thought process. He presented 3 robe designs for Chen Xuanyuan to choose from, and she selected a Dunhuang Feitian style. Qin Fan, ensure that the attire you design is unique and cannot be sold to others or replicated. Understood, he replied. In the modern world, there are numerous beautiful Dunhuang Feitian garments, and for a top-tier dual cultivation secret technique, exchanging it for a design and a second-tier low-grade magical robe was a profitable deal. After inquiring about Chen Xuanyuan's color preferences, he sketched a design inspired by a celebrity's Dunhuang Feitian photoshoot. After a day's labor, Qin Fan successfully crafted the powder blue Dunhuang Feitian robe, inscribing it with cleansing runes, blade-breaking runes, heat resistance runes, and size-adjusting runes for everyday functionality. When Chen Xuanyuan received the robe, she was astounded. Though she feigned a pout, saying, "It's passable, here, take it." With that, she handed over the water marsh cave heaven tome to Qin Fan. Upon opening it, his expression soured. This technique was incomplete. Chen Xuanyuan explained, "This is merely the first part. Once you craft me another robe, I will provide you with the second part." Qin Fan countered, "First give me the second part, then I'll craft another for you." Chen Xuanyuan produced the second part of Water Marsh Cave Heaven and handed it to him. As Qin Fan perused the text, he sensed something was still amiss. The upper and lower sections of Water Marsh Cavern are merely fragments. Within the original text, it is stated that one must love 99 times in a day. However, this only details a method of cultivation involving 10 instances of love per day. Although it is but a remnant, exchanging it for 2 sets of Dunhuang Feitian robes would still yield considerable profit. The true complete version likely resides within the treasure pavilion. Moreover, if Su Hongyue were truly to love him 99 times in a single day, he would probably find himself sent flying by a kick from her. After placing the manual away, Qin Fan inquired about Chen Xuanyuan's preferences regarding the second set of robes, asking what style she desired. Chen Xuanyuan opted once again for the Dunhuang Feitian style. When it came to her requirements, she lifted her beautiful eyes, recalling the elegance of Wen Changqing, and expressed, "The style should differ from this one, primarily in white with blue as an accent, embodying an overall dignified elegance." Qin Fan's robe design was exquisite, and wishing to assist his dear friend in her future romantic endeavors, he decided to channel his efforts into crafting it. After contemplating for a while, he began to sketch. Hours later, he produced the design draft for the second set of Dunhuang Feitian robes, featuring the Dunhuang blue Saint Fire Heezy skirt. In addition to the robe, he also designed matching accessories, such as arm ornaments and makeup. When Chen Xuanyuan beheld the design, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed her beautiful eyes. She hesitated to part with such a stunning set. What could possibly be in Qin Fan's mind to create such a breathtaking and ethereal robe? He even designed the accompanying makeup. Truly, he is a remarkable individual. No wonder he captivated her friend, who practiced the supreme forgetting emotion technique. She must have regressed to the first level by now. Chen Xuanyuan remarked, "It's quite good. Begin the crafting process, Qin Fan. You must put your heart into making this robe, including the accessories. The inscriptions should be identical to this set." "Understood," Qin Fan replied. Once Qin Fan set to work on the robe, Chen Xuanyuan promptly closed the door, joyfully changing into the new Dunhuang Feitian robe he had crafted for her. She then stood before the mirror, showering herself with compliments. Beauty transcends all attire. What to do? She felt an urge to immediately stroll about the Thousand Machine Sect's entrance, but decided to wait for Ye's return before doing so. For now, she still needed to tend to the little ones. eagerly anticipating the moment she could flaunt her new attire atop the Thousand Machine Sect's peak point 2 days later, in the serene Yuyun Valley, not far from Qinglong Immortal City, within a lakeside abode. Chen Xin'er donned a Dunhuang Feitian robe, seated cross-legged on a mat opposite Wen Changqing. The familiar scent of milk wafted through the air, a remnant of her frequent nursing of the little ones. With a slight frown, Wen Changqing remarked, "Xin'er, this robe suits your complexion remarkably well. You've become even more beautiful." Qin Xin'er smiled, "Thank you for the compliment, Aunt Wen. I ordered this robe from the owner of the Moonlit Pavilion in Qinglong Immortal City a few days ago and even had one made for you." She then produced the blue Saint Fire Hezi robe and matching accessories she had specially crafted for Wen Changqing, neatly laying them on the table. A gentle smile graced Wen Changqing's lips. "What prompted the thought of gifting me a robe?" Qin Xin'er responded with a smile. "Upon seeing the robe, I felt it would suit your noble and elegant demeanor, so I had one made for you. Although it is a second-tier inferior robe, its design and shape are truly unique. You can wear it during your leisurely moments." Wen Changqing waved her hand, and the neatly folded robe unfurled, standing in midair as if viewed in 3D, allowing for a complete 360-degree view. After observing it, she nodded. "Indeed, the design is quite distinctive." Her gaze then fell upon the inscriptions on the robe, prompting her to ask, "Were these inscriptions crafted by a weapon master?" "Yes," Chen Xin'er affirmed. "This weapon master is quite impressive. Although he is only at the 9th level of Qi refining, he is already a second-tier inferior weapon master and also a second-tier inferior inscription master." Internally, she mused, "Qin Fan, let us see how you express your gratitude for my efforts to enhance your favor in front of your future mother-in-law." Oh, a 9th level Qi refining cultivator can indeed possess some skill in weapon crafting and inscriptions. Wen Changqing acknowledged. Qin Xin'er then produced a bathtub from her storage ring, cheerfully stating, "Aunt Wen, my mother mentioned that you quite liked the bathtub I gifted her, so I brought one for you as well. Bathing in this tub is truly delightful." Xin'er, "You are very thoughtful," Wen Changqing replied. After a while of conversation, Chen Xin'er took her leave. Standing by the lakeside, Wen Changqing gazed at the departing boat carrying Qin Xin'er, her expression growing contemplative. Chen Xin'er had made a special trip to visit her, presenting robes and a bathtub, all while carrying the scent of milk. It seems her previous calculations were indeed accurate. Chen Xin'er is the mother of quintuplets. She likely realized that when Changqing had deduced something, hence her thoughtful gift was intended to keep the matter of her secret relationship with the Qi refining rogue from reaching her mother. A 9th level Qi refining weapon master and inscription master, and the owner behind the Moonlit Pavilion, Chen Xin'er had spoken highly of him several times today. When Changqing's figure flickered as she teleported to a high peak, where she could overlook the entirety of Qinglong Immortal City. Meanwhile, Chen Xin'er had traversed multiple routes before finally returning to Qinglong Immortal City, where she changed her appearance and entered Qin Fan's Misty Rain residence. It was now May, the tail end of spring, and the weather was beginning to heat up, hinting at the arrival of summer. Qin Fan was playing with the 5 little ones on a carpeted lawn. Now over 2 months old, they were beginning to practice crawling. The eldest was the most eager, propping his little hands on the carpet, his bottom wiggling as he made cute sounds. The little one was determined to crawl, though for now, he could only wiggle his bottom. When Qin Fan nudged him from behind, he would giggle joyfully. The 2nd and 3rd babies also showed interest in crawling, while the 4th and 5th were less enthusiastic, especially the 5th. After over a month of nurturing with the grass pill, the 5th had developed an appetite akin to her siblings, gaining weight, and though still lighter than the others, she no longer appeared frail, but rather as a healthy baby. To 2.5 months, she had achieved a normal weight for her age. However, she was lazier than the 4th, lying on the ground without moving, even refusing to lift her head. While the 4th showed little desire to crawl, she would occasionally glance around. The 5th, however, would gaze at her father. Qin Fan attempted to attract the 5th's attention with a small bell, encouraging her to lift her head. She stubbornly remained motionless, refusing to comply. Qin Fan persisted, but the 5th burst into tears, displeased at being left in such a position. Feeling rather helpless as a father, Qin Fan had no choice but to lift her up. Once in his arms, the 5th ceased her cries. "You little ladybug, you can hold your head up just fine when standing, so why won't you practice lifting it when lying down?" At that moment, Chen Xin'er returned. Hearing Qin Fan's words, she approached him and said, "The 5th doesn't want to lift her head right now. Let her be, she'll surely do so when she is older." Qin Fan remained silent. He and Chen Xin'er often found themselves at odds over parenting philosophies. Initially, He had refrained from retorting due to Chen Xian'er's formidable presence as a mid-stage golden core cultivator. But recently, they had begun to bicker more frequently. After all, these were his own children. He eagerly anticipated Su Hongyue's swift return, hoping she would take Chen Xian'er, the little demoness, away. Chen Xian'er took the fifth in her arms, gently tapping her chin, and smiled. "Fifth, call me mother." The fifth blinked her large eyes adorably at Chen Xian'er. Chen Xian'er continued, "Call me mother now." Previously, she had taught the fifth to call her godmother, but now felt it more appropriate to have the babies first learn to call her mother before introducing the term godmother. Iya the fifth emitted a soft, sweet-sounding voice that delighted Qin Xian'er, who gazed at her with maternal affection. Suddenly, Qin Fan sensed something amiss in the surroundings, yet upon looking around, found nothing. Could it be that a powerful being had merely glanced this way? Indeed, as Qin Fan suspected, when Changqing had just swept her divine sense over this area. At this moment, the scene of Chen Xian'er cradling the fifth and teaching her to call her mother, with Qin Fan standing nearby, was being captured in Wen Changqing's mind. Upon seeing Qin Fan's image, Wen Changqing was taken aback that it was him, the very same young man she had encountered previously at the entrance of the Thousand Machine Pavilion. At that time, she had inquired with the shopkeeper, who informed her that the young man with the spirit fish pouch at his waist, identical to her daughter's, was named Qin Fan. She had thought it merely a coincidence. But to her astonishment, Qin Fan was indeed the father of quintuplets, so they were one and the same. Her gaze fell once more upon the spirit fish-shaped deep purple pouch tied at Qin Fan's waist. Recalling that Qin Fan had mentioned this pouch was a gift from his wife, she pondered whether it had been gifted to him by her daughter or whether her daughter had given it to Chen Xian'er, who then passed it on to Qin Fan. Hearing Chen Xian'er say to the baby in her arms, "Good, call me mother," and recalling the milk scent that lingered around Chen Xian'er during her visit, when Changqing shook her head at it seemed that the pouch had indeed been given by her daughter to Chen Xian'er, who then re-gifted it to Qin Fan. Thus, her previous judgment was confirmed. Chen Xian'er truly was the mother of quintuplets. These 5 little ones appear to be incredibly adorable, resembling Qin Fan as if they were carved from the same mold. However, Qin Fan's cultivation was rather low. At 16 years old, he was only at the 9th level of Qi refining and possessed a mid-grade spirit root. Among rogue cultivators, he was considered to have decent talent, but when it came to matching the saintess of the Falling Cloud sect, he was worlds apart. One could only imagine how furious Shi Shaofan would be upon discovering that her daughter had sought a Qi refining rogue and bore 5 children with him. Xian'er is truly reckless. With that thought, Wen Changqing sighed again. However, after experiencing the taste of love, the longevity of Qin Fan and the quintuplets would not exceed 300 years. Given Xian'er's capabilities, she was likely to achieve the Nascent Soul stage in the future. Having this experience might well temper Xian'er's character, ultimately benefiting her future cultivation. After reflecting, Wen Changqing felt fortunate that her daughter was still obedient and dedicated to her path. With a wave of her hand, she inscribed the scene before her into a jade slip and turned to leave, riding her sword to meet Shi Shaofan. Upon seeing Wen Changqing's arrival, Shi Shaofan furrowed her brow, revealing her concern. "They still haven't located it, and we have no idea how long we must remain here. Do not fret." When Changqing replied, "I have a question for you. Do you like small babies?" Shi Shaofan was taken aback. "What on earth? This question is completely off topic." Clearing her throat, When Changqing continued, "I'm just asking casually. If you suddenly found out you had a grandson or granddaughter, how would you feel?" Shi Shaofan responded. "Huh. No way. That's impossible. I already told my daughter that until she breaks through to the divine transformation stage, she should not think about finding a partner." When Changqing regarded Shi Shaofan, her expression a mix of hesitation and anticipation. Meanwhile, Qin Fan had a busy few days. Manager Fan brought in 2 carefully selected female weapon masters, both orphans, meek and obedient, now at the level of mid-tier first-stage weapon masters. Due to the skyrocketing prices of crafting materials, they could no longer afford to create magic tools for sale. Just as they were about to seek employment at a shop, Manager Fan found them. Both women were meticulous. Qin Fan proposed a robe design for them to test, and they quickly succeeded in crafting it without any minor issues. Pleased, Qin Fan signed contracts with them, ensuring they would never disclose any details about his robe designs. He then handed them a set of designs for mid-tier robes that sold well in his shop. Manager Fan reported to Qin Fan that crafting materials had surged in price by another 40, primarily due to the scarcity of supplies. Many independent weapon masters were lamenting their plight, and numerous small magic tool shops were on the brink of collapse. Manager Fan lauded Qin Fan, noting that their moonlit pavilion was not lacking in magical tool materials. Days later, Zhong Nanyang arrived at Misty Rain residence, accompanied by 12 individuals who had formed their own demon hunting teams. They had come to sell beast materials to Qin Fan. Since Qinglong Immortal City was not far from the Lagu Mountains, many demon hunting teams operated within the city. After the transactions, the 12 individuals left happily, while Zhong Nanyang lingered, informing Qin Fan of a recent emergence of bandits on the outskirts of the Lagu Mountains, who specifically targeted demon hunting teams. Any team that caught their attention would face almost certain death. It was rumored that the leader was the Queen of Hell, a true golden core cultivator. Slaughtering our foundation establishment hunting teams and Qi refining teams is akin to chopping vegetables, Zhong Nanyang warned. Qin Daoist, our hunting activities will reduce significantly due to the perilous situation. Why has the Queen of Hell come to our Qinglong Immortal City, targeting demon hunting teams? Upon hearing this, Qin Fan furrowed his brow. The Queen of Hell was none other than Chen Xin'er. However, she had been caring for the babies at Misty Rain residence and had not ventured out. Furthermore, there was no reason for her to attack demon hunting teams. Thus, there could only be one possibility. Someone was impersonating the Queen of Hell. After all, if they used her name to commit murder, the animosity would be directed at her. Moreover, this person was likely linked to the Su family. Fortunately, having purchased a substantial amount of beast materials, they would be able to sustain the Moonlit Pavilion for 6 months. 3 days later, Qin Fan returned to Misty Rain residence after checking on the Moonlit Pavilion. On the way, he encountered the Emerald Fairy, who invited him for a chat in a private room of a tea house. The Emerald Fairy observed Qin Fan with some astonishment. Upon meeting him again, she realized that he now emanated an aura that felt akin to a foundation establishment cultivator. In the brief time since they had last met in Qinglong Immortal City, he had grown stronger, and no wonder his partner was a foundation establishment female cultivator. She had initially thought that the woman capable of bearing 5 children for Qin Fan was merely an ordinary mortal. Now, having learned she was actually a beginner foundation establishment cultivator, she had been shocked for quite some time. Sensing the formidable aura Qin Fan exuded, which was not weaker than that of a beginner foundation establishment cultivator, she recalled Manager Fan's words from earlier. Pouring tea for Qin Fan, she began, "Qin Daoist, congratulations on your flourishing business." Qin Fan took a sip of tea but remained silent. The Verdant Fairy continued, "Friend Qin, I have heard that members of the demon hunting team are selling beast materials to you. I wonder if you have any surplus beast materials? I am willing to pay a handsome price." "No," Qin Fan replied flatly. He had no intention of getting involved in the affairs between the Su and Sang families, especially as a solitary cultivator caring for 5 little ones. With a smile, the Verdant Fairy produced a jade box and pushed it towards Qin Fan. "Do not be so hasty in your refusal, friend Qin. Take a look at what is inside." Opening the box, Qin Fan discovered a refined foundational cultivation pill adorned with 4.5 Dao patterns. This exquisite pill had previously been auctioned at the Qingzhou Square, where Qi Yu had spent 10,000 spirit stones to acquire it. This gift held immense allure for both Qi-refining cultivators and those who had already established their foundations. While foundational cultivators did not require the foundational cultivation pill for themselves, it did not preclude them from needing to procure one for their descendants. Particularly, this foundational cultivation pill was made from the rare Xinling fruit, which had been aged for 300 years, a material found only within the Kanglin's secret realm, a place monopolized by major sects like the Yingzong. Thus, solitary cultivators had no hope of entering to harvest it. The foundational cultivation pills within the sect would never be auctioned off to the outside world. Those appearing in the auction houses were typically made by various solitary weapon refiners, replacing the main ingredient with the inner cores of inferior second-tier demon beasts, which also had a significant chance of producing foundational cultivation pills. The inner cores from inferior second-tier demon beasts came from those with excellent bloodlines. Not all second-tier demon beasts possessed inner cores, and not all inner cores could serve as the primary material for foundational cultivation pills. It was essential that the demon beast had a superior bloodline, and that its inner core was of pure quality. This was precisely why Wang Fadi and his companions had spent considerable time hunting second-tier demon beasts in the Lehu Mountains. The Verdant Fairy gazed at Qin Fan with determination in her beautiful eyes. Qin Fan closed the jade box and pushed it back towards her, stating, under her astonished gaze, "Such a fine item should be kept for your own family." The Verdant Fairy was taken aback, her voice slightly hurried, her bosom heaving with an enticing curve. "Qin, this is a premium foundational cultivation pill." She believed that Qin Fan must not have recognized its value. Otherwise, how could he refuse? Especially considering he was already at the 9th level of Qi refinement and was about to face the foundation establishment. Solitary cultivators would go to great lengths for a foundational cultivation pill. Now, Qin Fan could obtain a pill that would increase his success rate for foundation establishment by 2.5 times without any effort on his part. He had no reason to decline. I understand, but I do not need it. Why spiritual roots are of poor quality, and I am only 16 years old. I still have decades before I reach foundation establishment. There is no rush. The verdant fairy's gaze intensified. She recognized that Qin Fan's words were merely an excuse. Could it be that he already possessed a foundational cultivation pill? It made sense, as Manager Fan had mentioned that even their Lingbao Pavilion could not afford to offend Qin Fan. With his Qi refinement prowess, having a foundational female cultivator bear him children could only mean that Qin Fan came from a prestigious background, possibly a secret child of a major sect leader. He was not in need of foundational cultivation pills. Taking a deep breath, she spoke earnestly, "Friend Qin, I know the foundational cultivation pill may not sway you, but we are all in the same boat. The Su family currently dares to suppress our Lingbao Pavilion and is hunting down demon hunting teams that do not cooperate with material suppliers. How long do you think your Yueguang Pavilion can withstand this pressure? In the end, you will have to bow to the Su family and accept their exploitation. All you need to do is introduce your cooperating demon hunting team to our Sang family. We will send a real alchemist to escort them in hunting demon beasts, ensuring they do not perish in the low mountains that in the end. We will both have beast materials, and we will not be at the mercy of the Su family. Wouldn't that be splendid? Feel free to bypass me and seek cooperation directly with the demon hunting team. There is no need for me to introduce you. I believe the Sang family possesses that capability." The verdant fairy's expression darkened, her grip tightening around her teacup. Everyone in the city was aware that the Sang family was being bullied by the Su family, suffering various forms of exploitation. They had sought out Zhong Nanyang and his associates, but were met with refusal, as they were reluctant to become entangled in the conflict between the Sang and Su families. The verdant fairy departed, realizing that Qin Fan had no desire to involve himself in their affairs. 3 days later, Manager Fan arrived at Yinyu residence to deliver the accounts, informing Qin Fan that the prices of refining materials had surged by 50%, and many solitary refiners had changed their careers for survival. The Sang family could no longer withstand the pressure from the Su family and had selected a young and beautiful Qi refining woman with a middle-grade spiritual root from within the clan to be sent as a concubine to the Su family's false alchemist, Su Mingji. However, Su Mingji refused her and hinted that among the Sang women, he was only interested in Sang Xinyu, the verdant fairy. This incident sparked internal conflict within the Sang family. Some supported sending Sang Xinyu to the Su family for a union, hoping to resolve the dire situation, while others, including the family head, vehemently opposed such a transaction. Sang Xinyu herself was furious, stating that if she were sent to become a concubine to the old Su Mingji, she would sever ties with the Sang family. Furthermore, she declared that as a disciple of the Lan Yue Sect's inner circle, she would succeed on her own, regardless of the Sang family's support. Her father shared her anger, stating that should anyone dare to send his daughter to Su Mingji, they would have to step over his dead body. He insisted that his daughter had a bright future ahead, with the potential for golden core cultivation, and could not be reduced to a mere concubine for a false alchemist. He asserted that compromise would not restore peace, but would only lead to harsher exploitation. Only by fighting back could the Sang family secure their position among the 7 great cultivation families. Seizing the opportunity, Sang Xinyu strongly proposed the establishment of their own demon hunting team, believing that even if the beast materials they temporarily hunted could not cover all the business of the Lingbao Pavilion, it was still better than nothing. Manager Fan continued, stating that the Sang family had temporarily rejected the Su family's suggestion and would not be sending Sang Xinyu to become a concubine. Qin Fan sipped his tea. It seemed the Sang family was on the brink of splitting apart, but it was of no concern to him. For now, the beast materials were sufficient for Yueguang Pavilion's needs for half a year. He would wait and observe. Since the Sang family had refused the Su family's overtures, the Su family intensified their oppression, causing refining material prices to double. Many solitary refiners lamented their plight, and the demon hunting teams operating on the outskirts of the Lahu Mountains became increasingly active, hunting down those teams that had not signed contracts with material suppliers. One day, Zhong Nanyang sought out Qin Fan, venting his frustrations and cursing the Su family. He then informed Qin Fan that they would no longer hunt demon beasts for the time being, planning to wait until the situation between the Su and Sang families calmed down. Additionally, Zhong Nanyang's wife was about to give birth, and he was preoccupied with that. Half a month later, the courtyard where Zhong Nanyang lived was filled with cries of despair, with people entering and exiting in a steady stream. After lulling the babies to sleep, Chen Xianyue turned to Qin Fan and said, "Zhong Nanyang's wife is having a difficult labor." The noise from next door was deafening. Chen Xianyue extended her spiritual sense and quickly grasped the situation. The earlier cries of despair were indeed Zhong Nanyang's suppressed shouts. Knock, knock. The door of the courtyard was knocked upon. Zhong Nanyang entered, appearing utterly different from his usual rugged self. His eyes were sunken, red-rimmed, hair disheveled, and his face bore a blood-red handprint. Whether it was self-inflicted or not was unclear. Upon seeing Qin Fan, he grasped Qin Fan's hand. Urgency etched on his face. "Brother Qin, only you can save my wife, man this time. Can you provide me with the contact of the midwife who assisted your wife during childbirth?" The thought struck him that since Qin Fan had birthed 5 children, the midwife who had helped his wife must surely be extraordinarily skilled. Surely, she could ensure a safe delivery for his wife as well. Qin Fan hesitated. He had personally assisted Su Hongyue during her delivery, but he couldn't say that. After all, whether through natural birth or cesarean section, the midwife would need to perform grooming, which included shaving. Not to mention, natural birth required direct intervention. Even if the midwife was acceptable, a male obstetrician would raise eyebrows on both sides. "I can recommend another midwife's contact, but I'm unsure of her proximity to Qinglong Immortal City," Qin Fan said. Zhong Nanyang's eyes widened in confusion. "Another one? Friend Qin, isn't it inconvenient to give me the contact of the midwife who assisted your wife? I worry that other midwives may lack the capability to help my wife man. To be frank, the midwife I hired is already the best in Qinglong Immortal City, but she indicated that my wife's baby is in a difficult position and the fetus is too large. Even with forceps, she cannot deliver, and we cannot delay any longer. If we do, it may lead to a tragic outcome for both mother and child." As he spoke, tears welled in Zhong Nanyang's reddened eyes, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Qin Fan transmitted to Zhong Nanyang that he had been the one to assist Su Hongyue, and that he had utilized a cesarean section. Zhong Nanyang trembled in shock, looking at Qin Fan in disbelief. Qin Fan nodded, then produced the contact information for Song Wanjin, the midwife. "This is the contact for midwife Song. She resides in Qingzhou Square but frequently travels to assist with deliveries. I cannot guarantee if she will be available at that moment." A panicked maid from Zhong Nanyang's household rushed in, tears streaming down her face, shouting, "Master, Madam is in critical condition. You must hurry." Zhong Nanyang trembled, not taking the contact talisman, instead gripping Qin Fan's hand tightly, his eyes bulging as if making a momentous decision. "Friend Qin, I implore you to use the cesarean section method you just mentioned to help my wife man give birth." Chen Xianyue, standing nearby, stared at Qin Fan in astonishment. "What? Zhong Nanyang wants you to assist with the delivery? Do you even know how?" Qin Fan replied, "Friend Zhong, I must inform you that while the cesarean section method carries risks and is not guaranteed to succeed, I can assure you that the child will be safe. The adult may not be." Zhong Nanyang immediately responded, "Friend Qin, please prioritize the safety of my wife." "Very well." When preparing the surgical tools for Su Hongyue's cesarean section, Qin Fan had crafted several sets of instruments to ensure he would not be caught unprepared, so he still had some surplus tools. Summoning his golems, Li Chuan, Yu Shuai, and Jingzhe, Qin Fan made his way next door. In the delivery room, only the midwife and Zhong Nanyang, who insisted on staying, remained. Everyone else had been sent outside. Although Chen Xianyue did not come over, she monitored the situation through her spiritual sense, thinking that if Qin Fan inadvertently harmed the wife and child, Zhong Nanyang might kill him, and she would have to eliminate Zhong Nanyang first. She could not allow her beloved Yeye to return and find Qin Fan's corpse, as that would reflect poorly on her. However, to her surprise, after an hour, the sounds of a newborn's cries filled the air. Subsequently, her expression turned peculiar. Mother and child were safe. Qin Fan had truly succeeded in delivering the baby? Qin Fan could deliver? He was also a midwife? How astonishing! Qin Fan was indeed extraordinary. Not only could he forge exquisite and unique magical tools and design beautiful robes, but he could also inscribe rare runes. Now he was capable of such a professional task as delivering a baby. What could he not do? Immediately, she sent a message to Su Hongyue, excitedly informing her of the developments. After sharing the news, she curiously inquired, "Yeye, is Qin Fan some kind of celestial being? How can he do everything?" Su Hongyue replied, "Yes, it was he." Wow. 1,000 wows. Yeah, you are so bold. How could you let Qin Fan deliver your child? Aren't you afraid of any complications? Qin Xianyue was utterly shocked. After all, Qin Fan was only 16. What experience could he possibly have with deliveries? Her best friend was giving birth to quintuplets, and during such a perilous time, she had entrusted the delivery to a novice like Qin Fan. What immense courage and trust she must have had. Su Hongyue replied, he is quite capable. Look, he successfully delivered the baby next door. Qin Xianyue found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, it seemed that way. Meanwhile, Zhong Nanyang, trembling, cradled the wrinkled newborn and brought her to the nearly unconscious Du Man, tears of joy streaming down his face. Man, our daughter is so beautiful. Du Man nodded weakly, then looked up at Qin Fan, who was tidying up, and said, thank you, friend Qin. Your strength was depleted. You should rest, Qin Fan advised, and Du Man fell asleep. After finishing his tasks, Qin Fan instructed the midwife on how to insert a catheter for Du Man and other small details before exiting the delivery room. Zhong Nanyang followed him out. Placing the baby in the midwife's care, friend Qin, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I would carry this regret for a lifetime. Please accept this token of gratitude. I will return to care for Man. Once she is well, I will bring her and our daughter to express our gratitude. Back in his courtyard, Qin Fan examined the spirit beast bag Zhong Nanyang had given him. Inside was a small fish, measuring over 20 centimeters. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a carp or crucian carp. Its head resembled that of a dragon, while its body resembled that of a horse. Was this a seahorse? Taking the small seahorse from the spirit beast bag, he noticed it was enveloped in a bubble of blue water, floating in midair. As soon as the seahorse appeared, its original green color shifted to match the sky's hue. How intriguing! It could change color with its environment. To his astonishment, this little seahorse possessed an earth-grade bloodline. Zhong Nanyang had been quite generous. In this world, demon beasts did not cultivate like cultivators through spiritual roots. Rather, they advanced through bloodline inheritance. Bloodlines, like spiritual roots, were ranked by levels. A higher bloodline level indicated greater potential for the demon beast. Bloodline classifications included mixed bloodline, inferior bloodline, middle-grade bloodline, superior bloodline, earth-grade bloodline, and heaven-grade bloodline. An earth-grade bloodline's potential was akin to that of a human cultivator with an earth spiritual root. It was exceedingly rare. The previous white jade centipede had only possessed a superior bloodline. Zhong Nanyang was sincerely grateful to him this time. An earth-grade bloodline seahorse was a middle-grade demon beast. On land, there were white jade centipedes, while in the water, there were seahorses. Quite a compliment, dear wife. Let's share our thoughts together in the water marsh cave. Qin Fan placed the little seahorse in the courtyard's pond before returning to his room. Shortly after, he received a message from Su Hongyue. Wife, have you arrived at the sect? Qin Fan inquired. Su Hongyue replied, I was delayed for a bit and will arrive at the sect tomorrow. All right, return early. The babies and I miss you dearly. Sure, she responded. Equally longing for him and the children, Su Hongyue then added, I heard from Qin Xianyue that you assisted in a delivery today? Yes, I performed a cesarean section. It was quite a private matter, so I let the midwife handle most of it. I was only responsible for the surgery. Dear wife, please don't overthink it. Knowing his wife's jealous nature, Qin Fan hastily clarified. Furthermore, Zhong Nanyang had been present during the entire process. Su Hongyue paused, genuinely having not considered that angle. However, seeing Qin Fan's eagerness to clarify brought warmth to her heart, and a smile crept onto her lips. I understand. By the way, I have something to tell you. My cultivation speed has increased recently, and I am now in the late stage of golden core. I was delayed in returning to the sect today due to my breakthrough. Wow! Congratulations, dear wife. You have reached the late stage of golden core. You will be even better equipped to protect me and the babies. By the way, let me show you something that Qin Fan spoke. He took out the Water Abyss Cave secret manual he had exchanged with Qin Xianyue, showing it to Su Hongyue. Su Hongyue inquired, Water Abyss Cave? Qin Fan replied, yes, it is a dual cultivation method. Once you return, my dear wife, we can study this book together and share our insights on the Tao. Su Hongyue's cheeks flushed instantly, and she shot a charming glare at Qin Fan, her body unwittingly softening. Having been away from Qinglong Immortal City for over 2 months, Qin Fan's figure had become increasingly vivid in her mind, especially during the quiet of the night. She could vividly recall the calluses on his hands. She found herself unable to resist his playful teasing, yearning to rush to his side and embrace him. Suppressing her emotions, she changed the subject and asked, "Have Dabao and the others been well recently?" Qin Fan responded, "They've been quite good. They cannot crawl yet, so they haven't caused much trouble. However, recently, Sibao had a bout of colic and cried incessantly, no matter how I held him. After seeing a physician, I learned how to massage him to alleviate the pain, and he is fine now." Upon hearing this, Su Hongyue's furrowed brow relaxed, and she softly said, "That's good to hear. I will return soon." Qin Fan then said, "My dear, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" She asked. "That it concerns the Queen of Hell. I know it's Chun Xinyuan. Recently, someone has been impersonating her name, hunting down the demon hunting teams near the outskirts of the Lehu mountain range, causing quite a stir. I don't want to bring this directly to Qin Xinyuan's attention, especially since she has previously harbored intentions to harm me. Though we seem to coexist peacefully now, who knows when she might have a change of heart. It would be better for you to communicate this to her. Only you can subdue this demoness." Su Hongyue agreed. "All right, I understand. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. That I've been in the Immortal City and haven't gone out." As he spoke, Qin Fan explained why someone would impersonate the Queen of Hell, including the grievances between the Su and Sang families. 2 days later, Qin Fan looked at the robe before him, adorned with golden light, a smile creeping across his face. The second-tier low-grade Celestial Veil inscription had finally been inscribed. The Celestial Veil inscription was one of the 3 rare inscriptions Su Hongyue had previously gifted him, known for its formidable defensive capabilities. With the inscription added to the second-tier low-grade robe, it could withstand an attack from an early golden core cultivator. This was a veritable life-saving artifact for early Foundation establishment cultivators. After all, a golden core cultivator could easily cleave through Foundation establishment practitioners as if slicing through vegetables. Without this robe, early Foundation establishment cultivators would have no chance to escape. With it, they at least had a glimmer of hope for survival. Truly, it was worthy of being a rare inscription with such impressive attributes. After carefully storing the second-tier low-grade robe, Qin Fan removed his first-tier high-grade robe and inscribed a simplified version of the first-tier high-grade Celestial Veil inscription onto it. Success on the first try. 2 days later, Steward Fan delivered the robes crafted by 2 female artifact refiners. After the refinement, he would inscribe the inscriptions onto them. When he delivered the robes, Steward Fan lamented to Qin Fan, "Master, a new establishment called the Sun Pavilion has opened across from Moonlight Pavilion, selling the same robes as ours, but at a lower price. Isn't that infuriating? Many female cultivators who intended to buy from us have been lured away. Indeed, how unscrupulous. They even named their shop the Sun Pavilion, directly competing with us. Their owner is a young master from the Su family, named Su Tianshi." Steward Fan scoffed in disdain. "The Su family is truly despicable. They control the prices of demon beast materials and now seek to undermine our business at Moonlight Pavilion. Su Tianshi is clearly trying to replicate our robes to enhance his own standing in the competition for the title of Su family young master, shamelessly stealing our designs." Steward Fan had no means to counter this situation. After hearing this, Qin Fan took a sip of tea, his dark eyes narrowing. "In this world of cultivation, there is no concept of copyright. Skilled artifact refiners could replicate designs without any leaks. Moreover, the Su family was already in the business of demon beast materials, so the Sun Pavilion would undoubtedly acquire them at a lower price. With the current market facing high prices and limited supply, the Sun Pavilion aimed to undercut Moonlight Pavilion's customers, intending to raise prices once they eliminated their competition. This was a classic tactic in modern business warfare, where large capital seeks to crush unique, small shops. Fortunately, he had anticipated this situation. After another sip of tea, Qin Fan instructed Steward Fan, "No worries, just wait here." Steward Fan was bewildered. "Huh?" He watched as Qin Fan entered the artifact refinement room. Moments later, Qin Fan emerged, holding a blue wide-sleeved robe of mid-tier first grade. He handed the robe to Steward Fan, who was still confused, wondering if this was the robe he had just brought. Nevertheless, he took it and noticed the inscriptions. Qin Fan instructed him to take this artifact outside and test it with his strongest attack. Not long after, Steward Fan returned, ecstatic, "Master, what inscription did you inscribe on this robe? Its defensive capabilities have greatly increased. Even with my strongest move, I couldn't breach its defenses." Now at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he had never encountered such a robust defense in a mid-tier first-grade robe before. After all, The purpose of buying robes is not just for aesthetics, but to enhance one's defensive value. A slight increase in defense could mean the difference between life and death for a cultivator. Qin Fan nodded. Indeed. I developed a new rare inscription called the Celestial Veil. It enables a mid-tier first-grade robe to withstand an attack from an early foundation establishment cultivator. Steward Fan was astounded. It can withstand an attack from a foundation establishment powerhouse? How formidable! He finally grasped why Qin Fan had been so nonchalant about the Sun Pavilion's competition. The Celestial Veil inscription was the core competitive advantage of Moonlight Pavilion. While the robe's design could be replicated, the Celestial Veil inscription was not easily imitated without exceptional skill in inscription and knowledge of the inscribing process. Furthermore, mid-tier Qi refinement cultivators wearing robes that could resist attacks from early foundation establishment cultivators were typically found only in major sects, unattainable by independent cultivators even with wealth. Now that it was available at Moonlight Pavilion, Steward Fan could only imagine how prosperous their business would become. Elated, he felt the frustration from the Su family dissipate completely, replaced by a newfound vigor. The next day, Qin Fan inscribed the Celestial Veil inscription onto all the robes in the store, then instructed Steward Fan to take them back to Moonlight Pavilion. Steward Fan lavished praise upon Qin Fan before leaving with the robes, feeling immensely grateful for having aligned himself with the right person. Otherwise, facing the Su family's predatory tactics, Moonlight Pavilion might have crumbled, becoming merely a vessel for the Sun Pavilion. After the Celestial Veil inscription was added to the robes, their prices doubled. Despite the Sun Pavilion's robes being a quarter cheaper, customers continued to flock to Moonlight Pavilion. Even with the Sun Pavilion's promotional efforts and discounts, their entrance remained desolate. Moreover, the customers drawn in by the Sun Pavilion's promotions often compared prices and ended up at Moonlight Pavilion, joyfully purchasing the robes. Thus, the Sun Pavilion's costly advertising only served to benefit Moonlight Pavilion, akin to making robes for them. Steward Fan was so elated he could hardly contain his desire to celebrate with firecrackers at the store entrance. But he restrained himself, mindful of the potential repercussions from the Su family. At the outskirts of the Lahu mountain range, 5 streaks of light swiftly darted towards the vicinity. 2 Early Foundation establishment cultivators were communicating via sound transmission. Brother Sun, we are fortunate today. We didn't encounter the Queen of Hell. Be quiet. All right, I reckon the Queen of Hell will not show up anymore. We've been overly cautious. It's been a week since we've hunted demon beasts. Our haul this time is substantial. Can I go to Chuanxi Road with you later? You can trade with Daoist Qin while I visit Brother Zhong. I heard he had a daughter. Shut up. We'll talk when we get back to Qinglong Immortal City. Gu Dongming smiled and transmitted back, understood. Suddenly, Sun Guangda's expression turned serious, and the 5 of them halted, landing in a circle, alert to their surroundings. A melodious laughter echoed, causing their expressions to change drastically. Gu Dongming regretted his earlier words. Just as they were nearing the outskirts of the Lahu mountain range, how had they encountered the Queen of Hell? This laughter was a signature of her deadly presence. Wherever that laughter went, cultivators would meet their demise. Why did my mouth have to be so foul? I really attracted the Queen of Hell. Sun Guangda glared at him, and Gu Dongming lowered his head, trembling. At that moment, an exquisite figure appeared above them. Here are 5 little insects. Today, this king is in a good mood, so I grant you 5 minutes to live. After 5 minutes, all shall die. Gu Dongming couldn't suppress his anger and shouted, Queen of Hell, do your family members know you are a dog for the Su family? Sun Guangda realized they were doomed and refrained from scolding Gu Dongming. He coldly snorted. I've heard that while the Queen of Hell is merciless, she doesn't indiscriminately kill. Yet now, for the Su family, you kill recklessly, disregarding human life. You dare call yourself a queen? I see you are the foulest insect in the cultivation world. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light struck. Both Sun Guangda and Gu Dongming lost an arm, wincing in pain but remaining silent, glaring angrily at the Queen of Hell. Today, if you kill us, what does it matter? It doesn't change the fact that you are the foulest insect in the southern cultivation realm. Yes, a big foul insect. A dog for the Su family, only brave enough to hunt foundation establishment cultivators. How impressive! The Queen of Hell coldly snorted. I've changed my mind. You worthless insects don't deserve 5 minutes of life. I now bestow upon you a meeting with the King of Hell, who will be sent to meet the King of Hell. Suddenly, as Sun Guangda and his companions prepared to fight the Queen of Hell in their final moments, a voice identical to hers echoed. Shortly after, a stunningly beautiful woman, identical in appearance to the Queen of Hell but dressed differently, appeared in the air. Golden core cultivators could now stand in mid-air without any artifacts. Gu Dongming was astonished. 2.2 Queens of Hell? Sun Guangda and the others were equally bewildered, staring at the two Queens of Hell in shock. Qin Xinyuan looked at the impostor, crossing her arms, imitating this king. You dare? You must be tired of living. At that moment, the Queen of Hell trembled, turning to flee without a second thought. Qin Xinyuan shouted, Where do you think you're going? Her figure darted forward, creating afterimages and stirring up a whirlwind as she swiftly closed in on the Queen of Hell. Simultaneously, she summoned a mid-tier third-grade artifact, the Bai Shui sword, its green glow intensifying, forming a blade of wind that rustled the surrounding leaves. You, spare me, Queen. The Queen of Hell was thoroughly frightened, immediately begging for mercy. She swiped her right hand across her face, as if peeling away a human skin mask. Once the white mist dispersed, the figure that resembled Qin Xinyuan transformed into a tall, burly man with thick brows and big eyes. The man immediately knelt, kowtowing to Qin Xinyuan, revealing his true cultivation level as merely the false Dan realm, not the previously claimed mid-golden core level. Qin Xinyuan effortlessly snatched the mask from the man's hands and, after playing with it momentarily, tossed it into her storage ring, coldly glaring at the trembling man before her. Under the pressure of Qin Xinyuan's authentic mid-golden core aura, the man revealed everything he knew about his situation. He was a loose cultivator from the central continent who had fled to the southern region and was hired as a guest elder by the Su family. He possessed a special mask that allowed him to mimic anyone's appearance, aura, and even the cultivation level of those higher than himself, but there were limitations. He could not surpass the late golden core level. Thus, the Su family employed him to impersonate the Queen of Hell, hunting down demon hunting teams near the outskirts of the Lahu mountain range, particularly targeting those who had not signed contracts with material merchants, forcing them into agreements. All the infamy was attributed to the Queen of Hell, while the Su family reaped the benefits. Queen of Hell, I've told you everything I know. Please spare my life. I was only following orders. I didn't mean to impersonate you. The man pleaded, repeatedly bowing. However, in the next moment, his head was severed cleanly by the green sword, falling to the side. Qin Xinyuan sheathed her sword and shattered the man's body with a palm strike, then lifted his head with her spiritual energy. Su family, she uttered, before ascending gracefully. Sun Guangda and his companions remained stunned for a while, eventually collapsing to the ground. After regaining their senses, Sun Guangda knelt and bowed in the direction Qin Xinyuan had departed, loudly expressing, Thank you for saving our lives, Queen of Hell. Gu Dongming and the others followed suit, echoing their gratitude. They quickly gathered their severed arms, hastily applying hemostatic medicine before rushing back to Qinglong Immortal City, each harboring a significant secret and eager to announce it to the world. At that moment, the grand flying vessel of the Su family soared overhead, hovering above Qinglong Immortal City. All flying vessels arriving at Qinglong Immortal City were required to dock at the city gates, with entry by foot or cart only. Flying within the city was prohibited. On the Su family's grand vessel, a false Dan ancestor, Su Hongyue, along with a group of people, was making his way to the bow, preparing to disembark. The onlookers below gazed up in unison, marveling at the grandeur of the Su family's vessel. It seems that one has come to participate in the 30-year auction gala of the Qinglong Immortal City. When will the rivalry between the Su family and the Sang family come to an end? Recently, the prices of magical artifacts have soared to outrageous heights, and with the Yama Queen recently committing murders in the Lahu Mountains, it is impossible to hunt for demon beasts to earn spiritual stones. I am left to eat dust. As the crowd murmured quietly, suddenly, a sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. Following that was a tremendous crash, as an object landed heavily on the luxurious deck of the Su family's flying vessel. Among the group standing behind Su Hongyue, a man clad in a blue robe stepped forward and shouted fiercely, Who dares to be so audacious, throwing things onto my Su family's vessel? Come out. No sooner had he spoken than Su Hongyue swept his sleeve and brushed him aside. He then bowed in the direction of the sky, performing an ancient gesture of respect, addressing a senior. I do not know which esteemed elder has arrived. It was my Su family's junior who was lacking in manners. I hope the elder will not take offense. As his words fell, a cold snort echoed through the air, and a figure swiftly approached, appearing before the Su family's vessel. The hearts of the Su family members collectively seized in shock. The Yama Queen, the blue-robed man, who had just been brushed aside, stepped forward again, shouting angrily, "Yama Queen, you have recently taken to killing without restraint, and you dare to appear before my Su family. Do you truly believe that we righteous cultivators cannot defeat you? My Su family has golden core ancestors. Qinglong Immortal City has golden core elders stationed here. You may rampage in the Lahu Mountains, but now you dare to act recklessly in front of my Su family in Qinglong Immortal City? You are seeking death." As soon as the blue-robed man finished his words, his arm was severed. He looked on in shock at Su Hongyue, who had cut off his arm, incredulous as he shouted, "Uncle Wu!" Su Hongyue withdrew his sword and coldly commanded, "Silence." The blue-robed man protested, "Uncle Wu, how can we allow this kind of—" But before he could finish, he was silenced by a spell and had his mouth covered by those beside him. Su Hongyue turned and respectfully addressed Chen Xiner. "Please do not be angered, esteemed elder. Y Family's junior is young and impetuous. He has offended you. It is our fault. I ask for your magnanimity in sparing us." At this point, Su Hongyue's voice grew deep and resonant, spreading outward so that even those within Qinglong Immortal City could hear him. Recently, the one impersonating the Yama Queen and attacking cultivators on the outskirts of the Lahu Mountains was none other than our guest elder, Chai Fengbua. This has nothing to do with the Yama Queen. He repeated this statement 10 times. Subsequently, Su Hongyue inquired of Chen Xiner, "Does the esteemed elder find this satisfactory?" "Humph." Chen Xiner coldly snorted, and with a palm strike, shattered the Su family's vessel, severely wounding Su Hongyue and killing many of the Su family disciples. She then soared into the distance on a rainbow-hued cloud, her hair flowing in the wind, leaving behind her voice, "Qin Fan of Moonlight Pavilion, today, out of respect for your master, I shall spare this city. Otherwise, should the Su family provoke me today, I will surely slaughter the entire Qinglong Immortal City to vent my anger." Chapter 100. The entire city in shock. Qin Fan has an impressive master. Rebel. How dare you harm others at the gates of Qinglong Immortal City? Where do you think you can escape? Suddenly, an overwhelming golden core aura descended upon the scene. Moments later, a man in a green robe, wearing a jade crown, floated above Qinglong Immortal City, a definite golden core cultivator. The green-robed man transformed into a beam of light and pursued the direction in which Chen Xiner had departed. After a considerable distance, realizing he was undetected, he paused, muttering some harsh words before lingering in the air for a while, then finally returning to Qinglong Immortal City. In his heart, he thought, only a fool would genuinely pursue the mid-golden core Yama Queen on behalf of the Su family. But we must maintain the reputation of Qinglong Immortal City. Meanwhile, Su Hongyue coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his body severely injured. He hurriedly swallowed a powerful recovery pill to barely sustain himself. However, gazing at the irreparably shattered luxurious vessel of his family and the fallen disciples, he sighed heavily. Out of the 22 people aboard the Su family's vessel, 20 had perished, leaving only Su Hongyue at the false core stage and Su Tianshi, whose arm had been severed, still alive. Su Tianshi lay on the ground, gravely injured and unconscious. Su Hongyue did not linger. He scooped up Su Tianshi and quickly paid for spiritual stones to enter Qinglong Immortal City. At this moment, the scattered cultivators at the city gate, realizing the implications, included many who had lost friends and family to the Yama Queen on the outskirts of the Lahu Mountains. They immediately began to shout in outrage, "Su thief! You owe my husband a life! Su dog! You owe my brother a life!" Scattered cultivators with grievances against the Su family rushed into the Immortal City, while others were still in shock over the words spoken by the Yama Queen before her departure. Qin Fan of Moonlight Pavilion. Is Qin Fan's master so formidable that even the Yama Queen fears him? By heavens, who is Qin Fan? What does Moonlight Pavilion do? In an instant, not only at the city gate but throughout Qinglong Immortal City, everyone was discussing this matter. Those in the know explained, Moonlight Pavilion is the shop that recently sells exquisite women's robes. They even sell dishes and other unique items. Why wife adores shopping at Moonlight Pavilion. The owner of Moonlight Pavilion, Qin Fan, is the father of quintuplets. Heavens, it's him. I had thought that as a late-stage qi refining cultivator, he could marry a foundation establishment female cultivator due to his looks. But it turns out it is because of his impressive master. The Yama Queen is a mid-golden core cultivator, and if Qin Fan's master makes even her fear him, then his cultivation must be at least golden core late stage. Regardless of whether they were Qi refining cultivators, foundation establishment cultivators, or even golden core cultivators within the city, all began to reevaluate the name Qin Fan. Previously, Qin Fan was known as the father of quintuplets, and people were merely curious about him. Now, he was renowned as the disciple of a late-stage golden core powerhouse, garnering both respect and the desire to befriend him. That moment, Qin Fan, who was negotiating with Sun Guanda over demon beast materials at the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, also heard the words exchanged between Su Hongyue and Qin Fan at the city gate. Upon hearing Su Hongyue's words, he realized that his wife had informed Qin Fan about the impersonation of the Yama Queen, and Qin Fan had taken action. Hearing Qin Fan's words made his brows twitch slightly. It seemed the entire immortal city now knew of his existence. However, this was not entirely unwelcome. At least, anyone wishing to undermine Moonlight Pavilion would now think twice. It was likely that Qin Fan had informed Su Hongyue of the obstacles faced by Moonlight Pavilion, prompting Su Hongyue to orchestrate such a show of strength. Otherwise, with Qin Fan's simple-mindedness, she would not have thought to make such grand declarations. With this thought, Qin Fan felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that even from thousands of miles away, his wife still cared for him. He had become the favored man of the Empress. Just as Sun Guanda was about to leave, he was stunned to hear Qin Fan's words and gazed at Qin Fan in shock. He had merely accompanied Zhong Nanyang to meet Qin Fan and sell him some demon beast materials, feeling grateful to Qin Fan, but he had only regarded Qin Fan as an ordinary scattered cultivator. Now, however, he realized that Qin Fan had an extraordinary master, one whom even the Yama Queen feared. The image of the Yama Queen effortlessly slaughtering the fake Yama Queen remained vivid in his mind, making it clear how formidable Qin Fan's master must truly be. No wonder so few dared to purchase demon beast materials from their uncontracted hunting teams when the Su family pressured them. Qin Fan had the audacity to do so because he had powerful backing. Qin Taoist. Sun Guanda did not wish to miss the opportunity to cultivate a deeper friendship with Qin Fan. Recounting their encounter with the fake Yama Queen on the outskirts of the Lahu Mountains and how they were saved by the real Yama Queen, his tone became more amiable, even a touch ingratiating. Manager Fan of Moonlight Pavilion, after a moment of exhilaration, felt a chill run down his spine. Internally, he reflected, indeed, Qin Fan's master is impressive. Even the Yama Queen fears him. The last time I escorted Qin Fan at Qingzhou Square, I had the audacity to covet his interests. Fortunately, Qin Fan left quickly, and I was lucky not to take action. Now, reflecting on it, I feel truly blessed. Otherwise, I would have long met my end. The strength of Qin Fan's master far exceeded my expectations. Manager Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, recalling how he had always been dedicated and loyal to Qin Fan in recent days, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He then immediately advised the women he had selected, such as Song Qiaoji and Yun Yun, to quell any potential dissent. That evening, upon returning, Qin Fan tossed something to Qin Fan and said, "I'm tired of playing with this. It's yours now. Make me a good meal. And remember to include yellow braised chicken with an extra drumstick." With that, Qin Fan entered her room. Qin Fan looked at the object in his hands. It was a mask. As he probed it with his consciousness, he was slightly taken aback. Wearing this mask not only allowed one to change their appearance but could fully simulate another person, regardless of age, face, voice, height, and even their cultivation aura. Most importantly, it could simulate someone of a higher cultivation level than oneself. Previously, the longevity technique and body refinement secret method he practiced had the ability to alter his appearance, but it could only randomly simulate, not specifically imitate a certain individual, and had limitations regarding cultivation levels. He could only suppress his own realm. For instance, at his current Qi refining 9th layer, he could only simulate someone of that same level. However, with this shape-shifting mask in hand, he could simulate up to the late golden core stage while still at the Qi refining 9th layer. A truly remarkable artifact. Chapter 101. The return of the father-in-law. Having acquired such a marvelous item, Qin Fan entered the kitchen for the first time in over a month. Since he had begun his cultivation journey, he had ceased cooking. The little ones were still young and did not require solid food, only milk, and he would often forget meals in his pursuit of cultivation, relying on fasting pills. Plus, he had been busy with Moonlight Pavilion's affairs, leaving no time to cook. Qin Fan prepared 6 dishes and a soup, including the yellow braised chicken that Qin Fan had requested, with 2 drumsticks. Qin Fan took half of the meal in a bowl and carried it to her room to eat, leaving her mouth greasy as she murmured, "Qin Fan, you don't cook when Yaya isn't around. The chicken legs are too delicious, I wish Yaya would return soon. Who knows when I can enjoy such delicacies again? Meanwhile, Su Hongyue had arrived at Lan Yue Sect and had replicated many esoteric texts related to naming their babies in the sect's library. On her way back to Lan Yue Sect, she also studied the mystical texts Qin Fan had purchased. After finishing her research, she intended to choose good names for the babies. Additionally, she arranged for the sect's treasure store to provide the necessary resources for Qin Fan's cultivation of the Qingmu spiritual body, which would have taken years to collect individually, but could be quickly gathered due to the sect's vast resource pool. In the past 2 days, she had not been idle. She visited the various peak leaders to establish her presence before spending her time in the library, searching for secret techniques for mortal cultivation. She found some leads, but the risks were too high. She copied down the clues she had discovered, planning to discuss them with Qin Fan upon returning to Qinglong Immortal City. After accepting several missions near Qinglong Immortal City from the sect's mission hall, Su Hongyue was preparing to return when her communication jade talisman trembled. Upon checking, her expression shifted slightly. It was a message from her father. Su Changming, yeah, I will arrive at the sect in 3 days, and I have good news for you. We will have a discussion in 3 days, Su Hongyue replied, good. After responding, she had to send a message to Qin Fan. There is an urgent matter. I cannot return today. Qin Fan, what is it? Su Hongyue, my father is returning in 3 days. Qin Fan, good. No rush, Su Hongyue. Yes, my mother has not yet returned. She is still near Qinglong Immortal City. Please be cautious. Qin Fan, understood. The following day, Qin Fan summoned Manager Fan to the Smoke and Rain Pavilion to handle the reception duties. Indeed, around 9 in the morning, guests began to arrive, drawn by the news of Qin Fan's formidable master. They came bearing gifts to visit him, all escorted by Manager Fan to the tea hall. Qin Fan did not make an appearance. He entered his cultivation room to train. The weight of his father-in-law and mother-in-law pressed heavily upon him, creating immense pressure. Over the next 2 days, the number of visitors to the Smoke and Rain Pavilion increased rather than decreased. Manager Fan was overwhelmed with gifts, but did not dare to neglect his duties, as at least all the visitors were Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even Qi refining cultivators did not dare to approach. Today, a green-robed male cultivator arrived. Although he had suppressed his golden core aura, the pressure emanating from a golden core cultivator still made Manager Fan, who was merely at the Qi refining 9th layer, tense and weak in the knees. This esteemed senior, please wait a moment. I will go fetch my master. A golden core expert was not someone he could entertain. He needed to notify Qin Fan. Before long, a handsome young man in a white scholarly robe emerged from the room, revealing himself to be Qin Fan. Upon seeing the green-robed male cultivator, Qin Fan clasped his hands in an ancient gesture of respect. Esteemed senior, Qin Taoist, there is no need for such formalities. I am GZ, the 38th disciple of Qinglong Taoist of Qinglong Immortal City. In the early stage of Golden Core, the green-robed man replied with a warm smile. He was the same green-robed male cultivator who had pursued Chen Xiner out of Qinglong Immortal City a few days prior. Senior G, please take a seat. Qin Fan invited, gesturing for GZ to sit down. Although Qinglong Immortal City had a Golden Core master, Qinglong Taoist, overseeing it, he was still under the jurisdiction of the Yingzong. Qinglong Taoist was a well-known scattered cultivator in the area, with 99 disciples, many of whom were Golden Core disciples. Qin Fan did not expect that Chen Xiner's proclamation at the city gate would attract a Golden Core disciple from Qinglong Immortal City to visit him. I have heard that recently, a Sun Pavilion opened across from your Moonlight Pavilion, selling robes similar to those from your establishment. We have received reports of this malicious act of plagiarism, and today, we dispatched the Law Enforcement Hall to address this issue, finding Sun Pavilion 10,000 spiritual stones and confiscating all the garments they displayed that were copied from Moonlight Pavilion, effectively shutting down their store. As he spoke, GZ handed Qin Fan a storage bag, smiling gently. The replicas from Sun Pavilion and the fine of 10,000 spiritual stones are all in here, to compensate for the losses your Moonlight Pavilion has recently suffered. Qin Fan accepted the storage bag, sweeping his consciousness over it to find it contained hundreds of various types of replicated robes from Moonlight Pavilion, all of medium and high quality. The value of the robes alone exceeded 10,000 spiritual stones. Coupled with the fine of 10,000 spiritual stones, it amounted to over 20,000 spiritual stones. Sun Pavilion had not earned this much in recent days. This compensation was quite substantial. However, he understood that Qinglong Immortal City could not have only recently discovered Sun Pavilion's malicious imitation of Moonlight Pavilion. Such incidents were commonplace in the Immortal City and even throughout the southern regions of the cultivation world. The fact that no one from Qinglong Immortal City had intervened against Sun Pavilion previously, but took action now, was a direct result of Chun Xin'er's words in Qinglong Immortal City. The people there realized he had a formidable master at the late Golden Core stage, making him not an ordinary scattered cultivator who could be easily offended. This led to the swift closure of Sun Pavilion and the resolution of the matter, along with compensation for him, especially since Sun Pavilion was backed by the Su family in the realm of Qinglong Immortal City. It was unnecessary to offend the Su family for the sake of an ordinary loose cultivator. Yet now, they also had no reason to offend the disciples of a powerful Golden Core cultivator for the sake of the Su family. Qin Fan pondered deeply, reflecting on the hierarchical and martial nature of the cultivation world. Thank you, Senior Ji, for your fair judgment. On behalf of our Moonlight Pavilion, I express our gratitude for your impartial enforcement of the law, Qin Fan said, clasping his hands in respect. GZ waved his hand gently, and the two continued to converse on trivial matters before GZ took his leave. Once the Golden Core expert departed, Manager Fan collapsed onto the ground in excitement, then quickly rose again, exclaiming, Master, it's fantastic. The Sun Pavilion has been shut down, and they have to compensate us with a substantial amount of spirit stones. It's truly exhilarating. Qin Fan instructed Manager Fan to inscribe runes onto the robes confiscated from the Sun Pavilion and send them to Moonlight Pavilion for sale. As another day passed, Qin Fan found himself at a cultivation bottleneck. He ceased his meditative practice and went to check on the children. Chapter 102, Wives and Children Are Blessings. The little ones, well fed by Chen Xinyuan, had become plump and chubby, though their clothes were a bit dirty. Qin Fan tenderly changed their outfits and diapers, carefully trimming their newly grown nails. Unbeknownst to him, the babies had already grown over 3 months old, becoming even cuter. The eldest and third were chubby, while the second, fourth, and fifth daughters were fair-skinned and adorable. Just after trimming the nails of the fifth child, the little one promptly stuck her fingers into her mouth, munching on her thumb with delight. Had she not had enough to eat before sleeping? Qin Fan smiled affectionately, allowing her to continue, knowing that she simply loved to nibble on her fingers. He gazed at the 5 little ones. Motivation welled within him. They were indeed beautiful. The second, fourth, and fifth had begun to resemble Su Hongyue, destined to be enchanting beauties in the future. The eldest and third perfectly inherited their father's handsome features, likely to become striking young men. Detected that the host has spent 2,000 hours accompanying the babies, granting the host a breakthrough to the peak of Qi refinement. Experience points are being transmitted. Suddenly, Qin Fan felt the cultivation bottleneck he had previously encountered shatter under the influence of a powerful surge of spiritual energy, allowing his body to automatically absorb vast amounts of spiritual power. His meridians expanded, and spiritual energy flowed into his body. He immediately sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes. I have reached the peak of Qi refinement. I can establish my foundation. Excited, Qin Fan promptly sent a message to Su Hongyue to share this joyous news. Initially, he had thought that without Su Hongyue's presence, his spiritual root would not improve, and his cultivation speed would slow down, perhaps taking several more years to establish his foundation. To his astonishment, he had now reached the threshold for foundation establishment. How delightful it was to have a system. His wife and children were indeed his lucky stars. Dear wife, I have reached the peak of Qi refinement and am prepared to establish my foundation soon. Establishing a foundation is a significant event. Many cultivators fail to succeed without foundation establishment pills, and the few who do succeed are rare. The unfortunate who fail may either perish or suffer severe injuries, leading to a short-lived existence. Cultivators must establish their foundation before the age of 60. Otherwise, they risk death due to aging. Many cultivators, realizing they cannot meet the foundation establishment criteria after 60, choose to marry and leave offspring or seek a life of leisure in mortal kingdoms. In cases where foundation establishment pills are available, the risk of failure remains, but without life-threatening consequences. If one fails at foundation establishment, they may attempt it again. Su Hongyue had left Qin Fan 3 high-grade foundation establishment pills, each of which could significantly increase the success rate. Su Hongyue replied with a message. All right. Shortly after, Chen Xinyuan approached Qin Fan, her expression somewhat peculiar as she looked at him. She had witnessed Qin Fan enter the 9th layer of Qi refinement only 3 months ago. Yet he had now reached the peak, just over a month prior. She had used her spiritual eyes to check on Qin Fan, noting no improvement in his cultivation, and had urged him to practice diligently. How could he have attained such progress in just over a month? Did Ye leave you with pills? She could not help but ask. I didn't take any pills, Qin Fan replied. Chen Xinyuan felt somewhat belittled. Although her heavenly spiritual root made cultivation as easy as drinking water, her progress relied heavily on pills. Even with pills, it took her 2 months to move from the 9th layer to the peak of Qi refinement. Qin Fan, however, had achieved this in just over a month. How infuriating! Qin Fan was good at cooking, handsome, capable with children, and skilled in designing robes and inscribing runes. All these attributes were admirable, but now even his cultivation speed surpassed hers. Feeling a bit down, she reminded herself of her unique advantages. Straightening her posture, she said, take the babies and come to my residence. The spiritual vein here is merely a 2nd-tier vein. My estate is built upon a 3rd-tier vein. Cultivators require a substantial amount of spiritual energy for foundation establishment, and it is much more secure to establish a foundation on a 3rd-tier vein. Qin Fan had planned to rent a cave for his breakthrough. But Chen Xuanyuan's arrival changed that. Due to the need to feed the animals at Yinyu residence, he left Xiaohong, Xiaolan, and Li Chuan behind, while Yushui, Jingzhe, Chuanfan, and Qingming accompanied him to Chen Xuanyuan's estate. Chuanfan and Qingming were 1st-tier low-level puppets he had recently refined, capable of performing simple tasks to care for the babies. Chen Xinyuan had already sent away her sword attendants and maidservants, leaving only a lively cow in her estate. Upon arriving at her estate, Chen Xinyuan led Qin Fan to her training room, where a gathering array allowed for an abundance of spiritual energy. You can break through here. I will take care of the babies. Don't rush during your foundation establishment. If you fail, it's not the end, but you mustn't die or become crippled. Understood? Chen Xinyuan cautioned earnestly. If Qin Fan failed and suffered dire consequences, she would surely face severe repercussions from Su Hongyue. Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. He was well aware that he would not rush, for he had a family to look after. All right, I entrust the babies to your care. Chen Xinyuan replied, go in. After you consume the foundation establishment pills that Ye prepared for you, call for me to I have more here. Do not feel pressured. Qin Fan. He would need to succeed with just 3 foundation establishment pills. How naive. Nevertheless, it was kind of her. Meanwhile, Su Hongyue sat in the main hall. Her brows furrowed in concern for Qin Fan's foundation establishment. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from outside. A tall, handsome figure strode in. Upon seeing Su Hongyue, the man exclaimed, Yeah. I heard from your Uncle Ming that you have broken through to the late stage of Golden Core. I rushed back immediately. Excellent. My daughter, Su Changming's daughter, is indeed exceptional. A late-stage Golden Core at just 19. There is no one like you in the entire southern region. Haha, my daughter is a prodigy. Chapter 103. Foundation Establishment. Father, Su Hongyue stood as Su Changming waved his hand, gesturing for her to take a seat. Once seated, he inquired about her experiences over the past year. Su Hongyue's account mirrored that of Wen Jianqing. Upon hearing that Su Hongyue had suffered severe injuries, he immediately asked about her current state. That I'm fine now, Su Hongyue reassured him. Good to hear. I have some joyous news to share. I received word that within the soon-to-be open Tianshu secret realm, there are materials that can increase the success rate of conception. 9 turns spiritual ginseng. Several thousand years old, along with agate branches and wanyulu, Su Changming said, activating a soundproof barrier. Such resources, capable of enhancing conception success rates, were exceedingly rare even among the 3 sects of the southern region. Especially the 9 turns spiritual ginseng, if refined into a genuine pill, could increase the success rate of conception by 10%. Previously, he, Wen Jianqing, and others had relied on spirit calming pills during their attempts at conception. While those pills did not enhance success rates, they could calm the mind and reduce the intrusion of inner demons, a significant hurdle during conception. Many late-stage Golden Core cultivators had survived the 6-9 Thunder tribulations, only to falter at the inner demon barrier. Thus, spirit calming pills were highly coveted by major sects and loose cultivators alike. In contrast, the 9 turns spiritual ginseng was even more precious. It had only been mentioned in the annals of southern region cultivation history, with no sightings in 5,000 years. Only in the past decade had information about the 9 turns spiritual ginseng surfaced, along with news of the Tianshu secret realm. However, to unlock the Tianshu secret realm, all keys must be gathered. Over the past decade, Su Changming had been preoccupied with this task, and he finally had results. The keys were assembled, and the Tianshu secret realm was on the brink of opening. Coincidentally, his daughter had reached the late stage of golden core, a stroke of heavenly assistance. Father, the Tianshu secret realm hasn't opened in 5,000 years. This time it will surely be fraught with danger. Even without the 9-turn spiritual ginseng, I am confident I can reach the Nascent Soul stage. Su Hongyue asserted. Su Changming laughed heartily, saying, "Rest assured, I will exercise caution. This trip to the Tianshu secret realm is not solely for the 9-turn spiritual ginseng. There are many hidden treasures within that he was determined to enter the Tianshu secret realm." Seeing her father's determination, Su Hongyue ceased her persuasion, her gaze drifting. "Yeah, what are you thinking about? You seemed lost in thought." Su Changming inquired. "Is there something or someone more enticing than your father?" Snapped back to reality, Su Hongyue replied, "I wasn't thinking of anything, father." "What were we discussing?" Su Changming chuckled. "My daughter Ye can also be absent-minded. You've worked hard this past year. Take time to rest at home and solidify your cultivation. Don't rush for results." "Father, I'm fine. I've rested enough. I plan to." She began, but Su Changming interrupted. "No need to tire yourself. While cultivation is indeed important, it's also essential to relax. You will face the inner demon barrier during conception. Therefore, you should refrain from leaving the sect this year and focus on nurturing your mind and spirit." "Father, I cannot remain idle. Let me stay in the sect for just 2 more days. 2 days is too little. I've just returned. You must stay for at least half a month." "All right. Yeah, it's settled. I have matters to discuss with the elders, so I must take my leave." With that, Su Changming departed, leaving Su Hongyue troubled. "Another half-month. I wonder if Qin Fan has begun his foundation establishment. I wonder if he will succeed." She tugged at her hair, feeling rebellious, yearning to leave the sect immediately and return to Qinglong Immortal City to see Qin Fan. Meanwhile, Qin Fan entered the training room, but did not immediately sit down to establish his foundation. Instead, he first burned incense, bathed, and prayed for blessings before calming his mind and settling onto the meditation cushion. Cultivators face 3 critical barriers when establishing their foundation. The first is the Qi and blood barrier. At 17, Qin Fan was in his prime, brimming with vitality. Additionally, having cultivated his body to the 2nd level through using man as a tool, his physique was exceptionally robust, with no lingering injuries from frequent battles. The first barrier would be relatively simple for him. The second barrier pertains to mana. The mana of Qi refinement cultivators is gaseous, while that of foundation establishment cultivators is condensed into a liquid form, mana liquid. Only by compressing their mana into liquid can they successfully overcome the second barrier. The experience points awarded by the system had expanded Qin Fan's meridians wider than those of typical peak Qi refinement cultivators, and his mana was already showing signs of condensing into liquid. The third barrier, the final one, involves the emergence of spiritual awareness. Spiritual awareness is the hallmark of foundation establishment cultivators. Qin Fan had already developed his spiritual awareness during his training in the longevity technique. Reflecting on the key points of foundation establishment, along with the assistance of high-grade foundation establishment pills, Qin Fan felt confident about his chances of success. Even if he were to fail, it mattered little. He was only 17, with decades to spare before reaching the age limit for foundation establishment. However, the thought of his future in-laws weighed on him, prompting a bit of pressure. Shaking off such thoughts, he resolved to simply focus on the task at hand. Casting aside his mental burdens, Qin Fan solemnly consumed a high-grade foundation establishment pill and began his meditation to establish his foundation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the spiritual energy above the training room surged wildly toward it. Qian Xinyuan, playing in the grass with the babies, looked up and murmured, "It's begun. Eldest, second, third, fourth, and fifth, your father is starting his foundation establishment. If he doesn't succeed, will you all give him a kiss?" Foundation establishment posed no bottlenecks for her, but for Qin Fan, whose spiritual root was merely of medium quality, it felt like a huge chasm. Failing once was entirely normal. The eldest child glanced at Chen Xinyuan, then grabbed the tail of the cow on the ground, her chubby little hand tugging with all her might. The cow turned its head, glaring with wide eyes, ready to kick this audacious child. Yet upon seeing Chen Xuanyuan's gaze, it shrank back. The eldest continued to tug at the cow's tail, laughing joyfully. The second child reached out, grabbing at the cow's udder, pulling for a long while before leaning down to take a bite, laughing like an angel. The cow, resigned, closed its eyes. Sure Xiaofan had been keeping a close watch on Qinglong Immortal City. Upon noticing a massive surge of spiritual energy above her daughter's estate, she leapt into the air to survey the entire city, her gaze fixating on Qin Fan residence, who is establishing their foundation in Xuanyuan's estate. Chapter 104. Shi Shaofan's shock. The mother of quintuplets is. Shi Shaofan entered Qinglong Immortal City and arrived at Qin Xuanyuan's residence. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of Qin Xinyuan playing on the grass with 5 small babies. What is happening? Where did these 5 little babies come from? Shi Shaofan's mind was in a whirl. Clearing her throat, she called out, Xinyuan. Qin Xinyuan turned around, surprised to see her mother had entered without prior notice. Mother? Qin Xuanyuan's heart raced. Why had her mother suddenly come? Shi Shaofan quickly approached Qin Xinyuan, and the 5 babies, who had been playing, all turned to look at her, their big, dark, beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. The 5th child, timid, pouted her lips, on the verge of tears. Qin Xinyuan quickly picked her up, soothing her gently. Don't cry, little one. Shi Shaofan carefully observed the 5 little ones, 3 girls and 2 boys, all of similar ages, around 3 months old. Quintuplets. This reminded her of the rumors that had circulated in Qinglong Immortal City about quintuplets. Xinyuan, what is going on? Who is establishing their foundation in your residence? Shi Shaofan inquired. She would never consider that these 5 children were her own daughters, for the 3 little girls bore no resemblance to her. However, the thought struck her, and her expression froze. She recalled a peculiar remark from Wen Zhanqing, who had recently asked her if she liked babies and how she would feel if she suddenly had a grandson or granddaughter. Could it be? Her heart raced with shock as she gazed intently at the 5 infants, particularly at the 5th treasure cradled in Qin Xuanyuan's arms. The more she looked, the more she felt an uncanny resemblance to her childhood friend, Su Hongyue. Could it truly be? She found it hard to believe. Qin Xinyuan, noticing her mother's changing expression, prepared to lie, but was met with a stern gaze from Shi Shaofan. Don't think you can deceive me. I already know. Mother. Qin Xinyuan bit her lip, realizing her mother was attempting to extract the truth from her. Whose children are they? Shi Shaofan asked. They are Qin Fan's, Qin Xinyuan replied. After all, it was common knowledge throughout Qinglong Immortal City that the father of the quintuplets was Qin Fan. I asked who their mother is. Qin Xinyuan blinked her innocent eyes and said, Mother, didn't you just say you knew everything? I don't know either. I'm quite curious about who their mother is. At that moment, Shi Shaofan glanced at Qin Xinyuan and remarked, I'll be staying with you tonight. What about Chu Shu and Xiu Shuang? Why is there no one else in the residence? I sent them on errands. They'll be back in a while. Mother, are you really staying with me? Qin Xinyuan inquired, holding the 5th treasure. Shi Shaofan raised an eyebrow. Is that a problem? Mother, there's a generation gap between us. Distance creates beauty. I believe not living together would be better for our relationship. Shi Shaofan scrutinized Qin Xinyuan for a moment before saying, I wouldn't be comfortable here. I'm leaving. With that, she turned and walked away. Knowing her daughter well, Shi Shaofan was convinced that Qin Xinyuan was lying this time. Could it be that these 5 little ones were truly Su Hongyue's children? My heavens, she could hardly fathom it. No wonder Wen Zhanqing had abruptly changed the subject that day and asked her those questions. Surely, Zhanqing must have known about this matter for some time. She must have been restless lately. The holy maiden of the Lan Yue Sect secretly gave birth to quintuplets with an unestablished rogue cultivator. What a sensational piece of news. No wonder Zhanqing had been so ruthless while hunting beasts recently. She must have been venting her frustrations. How unexpected, Mother! Qin Xinyuan suddenly called out, halting Shi Shaofan. Shi Shaofan turned back. Please don't mention the babies to anyone, Qin Xinyuan urged, adding with a huff, if you do, I'll find a partner and have babies too. Shi Shaofan was taken aback. Could her daughter truly go that far? What is there to discuss? Everyone in Qinglong Immortal City knows that the father of the quintuplets is Qin Fan. Shi Shaofan replied. Qin Xinyuan locked eyes with her mother, and their gazes intertwined in the air. Soon after, Qin Xinyuan smiled brightly. Mother, I knew you would be on my side. From that brief exchange, she understood her mother wouldn't disclose the matter of the 5 children to Wen Zhanqing. Mother, why have you and Aunt Wen been lingering around Qinglong Immortal City? How long do you plan to stay? Qin Xinyuan asked. Qin Fan's situation here was far too precarious. The risk of being discovered was ever present, especially as the 5th treasure began to resemble Su Hongyue more and more. Previously, the quintuplets had all looked like Qin Fan, but as the 3 little girls grew, their likeness to Su Hongyue became increasingly evident. Is this any of your concern? Don't pry into adult matters, Shi Shaofan replied that it could be months, or even years. With that, she departed. Once Shi Shaofan left, Qin Xianyuan immediately sent a message to Su Hongyue, inquiring whether she was available for a video call. Su Hongyue quickly responded. Qin Xianyuan returned to her room with the 5 babies and connected for the call. As soon as the quintuplets saw Su Hongyue, they began babbling excitedly, and the eldest reached out to grab Su Hongyue's face lit up with affection. She longed to rush over and kiss each of the little ones. Dear treasures, mother will be back soon. I'll give you names then. After interacting with the babies, Su Hongyue turned to Qin Xianyuan and asked about the urgent matter. She felt anxious, wondering if something had gone wrong with Qin Fan's foundation building process. Qin Xianyuan recounted her mother's sudden visit, her discovery of the 5 babies, and her knowledge of Qin Fan's foundational establishment. I think my mother knows these 5 babies are yours, as the 5th treasure is increasingly resembling you. Moreover, from her tone, it seems she is aware of it. Don't worry. I've threatened her if she dares to speak of this. I'll find a male cultivator to be my partner and have babies too. She won't disclose anything. Chapter 105. Su's father. My daughter has concerns. Su Hongyue. How is Qin Fan's foundation building going? Qin Xianyuan. The two seem to be on different wavelengths. Qin Xianyuan was discussing her mother's discovery of their situation, yet her friend was asking about Qin Fan's foundation building. With the foundation building pill in hand, he wouldn't die. It appeared that her friend prioritized Qin Fan's well-being above all else. Qin Xianyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes internally, but maintained her composure, responding honestly. Today marks the 3rd day. He should be attempting to break through the qi and blood barriers soon. Don't worry, he has the exceptional foundation building pill you provided, so he'll be fine. At most, he might fail in his foundation building. Su Hongyue. He won't fail. Qin Xianyuan. All right, he will succeed on his first attempt. Su Hongyue's expression softened, and she added, it's fine if my mother knows. They will find out eventually. Qin Xianyuan was shocked. Yeah, if Aunt Wen finds out, I fear she might kill Qin Fan. Previously, she wouldn't have objected to Aunt Wen killing Qin Fan. She might have even supported it wholeheartedly. However, after spending months with Qin Fan, she couldn't bear to see him harmed. After all, he possessed many qualities that others lacked. Though his spiritual roots were poor, his cultivation speed was remarkable. She could attest to that. If given enough time, she believed Qin Fan could achieve golden core status within a century. Su Hongyue, I want to let my mother harm Qin Fan. I will set off for Qinglong Immortal City tomorrow, and, no matter how my father tries to persuade me, I must go. I am worried about Qin Fan and want to see him. Qin Xianyuan. All right. After some time, Su Changming and Wen Zhanqing discussed matters, and Su Changming remarked, Zhanqing, I've noticed that Ye has been acting strangely lately. During our conversations, she often seems lost in thought. Does she have something on her mind that she can't share with me, her father, but has confided in you, her mother? Wen Zhanqing replied, perhaps she is feeling a bit confused after her rapid advancement in cultivation. 2 months ago, when I last saw her, her cultivation hadn't progressed since leaving the sect, yet in this short time, she has suddenly broken through to the late golden core stage. It is indeed quite unusual. However, I've examined her body previously, and there were no issues or hidden injuries. She must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity that she hasn't yet comprehended, and that might be causing her distraction. Don't worry about Ye. She has never caused us concern since childhood. However, when you go to the Tianchu secret realm, prioritize your safety. We need to gather all the materials for the 9-turn spirit ginseng pill. We've had some success with the birth of our child, but each attempt has taken a toll on our bodies, and it's uncertain whether we'll have another chance to achieve spirit transformation in this lifetime. Ye has such exceptional talent. With the 9-turn spirit ginseng pill, she might succeed on her first attempt at childbirth, and spirit transformation will be within reach. Su Changming nodded. Understood. I will ensure to gather all the materials for the 9-turn spirit ginseng pill during this trip to the Tianchu secret realm. Wen Zhanqing. What about your mother? Su Changming. She hasn't exited her retreat yet. She should be fine. Though her aptitude is average, she has had extraordinary luck since childhood. While she only chooses to break through at critical moments, she has succeeded every time. Wen Zhanqing. Having another spirit transformation cultivator in our Lan Yue Sect will enhance our foundation. For 3 consecutive days, the spiritual energy fluctuations above Qin Xianyuan intensified dramatically, creating an aura akin to a rainbow. At last, within the training chamber, Qin Fan opened his eyes, his black pupils gleaming with vitality. He had successfully established his foundation. The spiritual energy above his dantian had transformed into liquid mana, condensing into 20 spheres. For an ordinary newly established foundation cultivator, reaching 15 spheres of liquid mana is the limit. I have surpassed the extreme. My lifespan has also increased. The maximum lifespan for foundation cultivators is 400 years, and with the longevity technique, I have an additional 300 years, alongside the 20 years added through refining my body and the 60 years from the second level of refinement, plus the 10 years from the longevity pill, minus the 5 years consumed by Xiaobai.my current maximum lifespan can reach 675 years. The maximum lifespan for golden core cultivators is merely 700 years. At this early stage of foundation establishment, my lifespan already rivals that of a golden core cultivator. I can ensure that Su Hongyue won't feel lonely in the long years ahead, that my spiritual awareness has expanded as well. Previously, I could perceive up to 8 zhong, but now it extends to 50 zhong. That's equivalent to approximately 166.6 meters. The ordinary foundation cultivator can only extend their spiritual awareness to a maximum of 100 meters. And I have once again surpassed the limit. As my awareness spread outward, I saw the quintuplets playing joyfully with a snowy white cow on the lawn, along with Qin Fan. Qin Fan suddenly turned around, her eyes wide with astonishment, for she sensed the spiritual awareness emanating from Qin Fan. This meant that Qin Fan had successfully established his foundation. Spiritual awareness is a trait exclusive to foundation cultivators. Qi refining cultivators possess none. Qin Fan retracted his awareness, opened the door, and stepped outside. Qin Fan immediately composed her astonished expression, adopting a calm demeanor and said, "You ate 3 foundation-building pills and succeeded." "That's impressive," Qin Fan replied. "I only took one." Qin Fan. Her face was filled with disbelief. Qin Fan found her expression amusing, but didn't reveal the 2 remaining foundation-building pills he had yet to touch. Instead, he approached the quintuplets, who were eagerly babbling and excited to see him, and bent down to pick each one up. "My little darlings, your father has successfully established his foundation. Have you missed me so much after not seeing me for so many days? Come, give your father a kiss." He received kisses from each child, one on the left cheek and one on the right. "So good. Truly my wonderful children," he chuckled, his face smeared with their saliva, feeling immensely joyful. He then retrieved a communication talisman and sent a message to Su Hongyue, informing her of his success in establishing his foundation. Su Hongyue's video call came through in an instant. "Wife, I have successfully established my foundation." Su Hongyue was overjoyed, her face radiant with a rare smile that made her beauty even more enchanting. Like a blooming lotus, it outshone all others. Qin Fan was captivated, and the baby stared at her in wide-eyed wonder, looking adorably dazed. "Wife, you look so beautiful when you smile." Su Hongyue blushed, quickly composing herself and replied, "It's good that you've established your foundation. I'm on my way back." She had left a letter the day before and departed the sect, taking a flying boat back to Qinglong Immortal City. Now that she had learned of Qin Fan's success, her anxious heart, which had been troubled for days, finally found peace. Chapter 106. Shocked. "Qin Fan, you've established your foundation." Even with the foundation-building pill, if a cultivator were to fail in establishing their foundation and suffer from ill fortune, it could lead to severe physical injuries, even damaging their heart veins and leaving them with lasting scars. Thus, she had not slept well in recent days, tossing and turning. She had never felt this anxious when she broke through to Golden Core herself. Yet she was exceedingly worried about Qin Fan's foundation establishment. Su Hongyue asked, "How many attempts did it take for you to succeed?" Qin Fan, feeling a bit smug in front of his wife, replied, "Of course, I succeeded on my first attempt. Your husband is truly gifted." While he had read in fantasy novels that protagonists often didn't need foundation-building pills to succeed, that was far too dangerous. Though not using the pills would yield stronger results, the risk of death was far too high. Now, with a system, a beloved wife, and children, he saw no reason to take such risks for mere power. Living was paramount, especially since he practiced the Qingyuan longevity technique, granting him a long life. Su Hongyue was astonished. "You took one foundation-building pill and succeeded. That's fantastic." After chatting for a while, Qin Fan reluctantly ended the call. Qin Fan, having overheard their conversation, realized she had just witnessed a display of affection and turned to Qin Fan, saying, "Qin Fan, please create a lifelike doll for me, matching this exact appearance that I." Yes, she spoke. She handed him a jade slip. Qin Fan accepted it and probed with his awareness, discovering a handsome man's visage within. The man was quite handsome, though not as much as Qin Fan. and exuded an aura of authority. Although the jade slip didn't reveal the man's cultivation level, Qin Fan furrowed his brow upon seeing him. This man bore some resemblance to Chan Xianyuan, and it was evident that he was no mere golden core cultivator. He withdrew his awareness and returned the jade slip to Chan Xianyuan. I'm sorry, I can't do that if the man turned out to be a Nascent Soul elder and learned that Qin Fan had created a doll of him. It would surely lead to his demise. Moreover, since the man bore some resemblance to Chan Xianyuan, he felt even more reluctant to proceed recklessly. Chan Xianyuan was momentarily stunned before insisting on shoving the jade slip back into Qin Fan's hands. Qin Fan, you're telling me you can establish your foundation, but you want to help me with this doll? Are you sure you want to refuse me? Qin Fan looked at her with a peculiar expression. What are you looking at me like that for? The man in the jade slip is my father. This lifelike doll is a gift from my mother. Oh, do you have any other requests? Chan Xianyuan rolled her eyes. I don't know. Just do as you've done before. Make it well, and if it satisfies my mother, you can smile with your eyes closed. Qin Fan initially planned to return to the Misty Rain residence to create the doll, but seeing Chan Xianyuan's eagerness, he agreed to make it right then and there. Within half a day, he had crafted a lifelike doll of Qinjushan, Chan Xianyuan's father. Once she received it, Chan Xianyuan gleefully took it back to Misty Rain residence and then hurried off to attend to other matters. Upon returning to the residence, Manager Fan delivered a message to Qin Fan. Upon seeing him, he was taken aback, for Qin Fan exuded the undeniable aura of a foundation cultivator. Overjoyed, he immediately knelt and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Master, on successfully establishing your foundation." Qin Fan waved his hand, and a pile of low-grade spirit stones, totaling 20, appeared on the nearby table. Distribute these as rewards. Understood, Master. Fan Guanshi was overjoyed. He then handed a letter to Qin Fan, stating that it was a missive delivered 3 days prior from the post station. Upon opening the letter, the seal dissipated. It was a correspondence from Wang Pengzi, sent from Qiyegu. Due to the considerable distance between Qiyegu and Qinglong Xianqing, the communication talisman could not reach, hence they resorted to written letters. This necessity had given rise to a dedicated postal service, reminiscent of ancient relay stations. Each letter bore a personal seal from the sender, which vanished once the letter was opened, revealing that it had been read, thus obligating the post station to compensate with spirit stones and suffering a blow to their reputation. Consequently, correspondence via letters was generally deemed secure, although sensitive matters were seldom inscribed within in the letter. Wang Pengzi mentioned 2 significant matters. The first was that Ji Zibing had successfully established his foundation today, and in half a month, the sect would hold a foundation-laying banquet, inviting Qin Fan to bring his wife and children to attend. The second matter concerned the 50 sets of magical artifacts that were to be delivered, which had been ordered during Wang Pengzi's last visit for his child's full-month celebration. After pondering the contents of the letter, Qin Fan deduced that traveling from Qinglong Xianqing to Qiyegu by flying boat would take 10 days, necessitating at least 20 days for a round trip. He needed to discuss this with Su Hongyue. After setting the letter aside, Fan Guanshi respectfully presented Qin Fan with a list of gifts. Master, this is the list of gifts from the cultivators who have visited to pay their respects over the past few days. I have stored all the gifts in the gift room. Qin Fan took the list and glanced over it. Fan Guanshi had documented it meticulously, including details such as the sender's cultivation level, age, identity, visitation date, specific gifts, and their backgrounds, all arranged in order of cultivation level for clarity. Fan Guanshi was indeed diligent in his management. Most of the visitors were foundational cultivators, ranging from the early to late stages of foundation establishment. In the coming days, there would also be 9th-layer Qi practitioners visiting. Among them were members of small families and businesses from Qinglong Xianqing, including second-tier alchemists, formation masters, and talisman makers, as well as representatives from the 3 major families of the 7 great cultivation families, including the Su family. Notably, they sent a second-tier low-grade breaking boundary talisman as a gift, which was quite generous. This talisman could breach second-tier formations and was a rare find, typically only available at auctions. Although classified as a second-tier talisman, ordinary second-tier low-grade talisman makers could not forge such a breaking boundary talisman. The Su family seemed to be offering an apology that it was unreasonable to refuse such a gift. As for the Liang family, they had undoubtedly made an enemy of the Su family, and reconciliation was not in sight. Master, after the incident where the Su family hired someone to impersonate the Queen of Hell for murder was exposed, although they did not publicly disavow the false queen, there were whispers that she was a cultivator from Zhongzhou, and that the Su family had mistakenly hired her as a guest elder. They also stated that the actions of the false queen were unrelated to the Su family. At this critical moment, the Su family openly declared they would provide burial expenses for the cultivators killed by the false queen. This led to a polarization among the demon hunting teams that had not signed contracts with the material merchants, especially those who had received burial compensation, who began to speak well of the Su family. Some were intimidated into signing contracts with the Su family's material merchants, while those who continued to resist were few and far between, unable to contend with the Su family. At this point, Fan Guanxi spat in disdain, exclaiming, "The Su family is truly shameless." Consequently, nearly 90 of the demon hunting teams in Qinglong Xianxing signed contracts with the material merchants, further squeezing the survival space for the Sang family. Turning to Qin Fan, Fan Guanxi remarked, "Some time ago, Sun Guangda and others visited 3 times, wishing to meet you." Sun Guangda's team was still at odds with the Su family. Qin Fan sipped his tea and replied, "The Su family has truly taken power to an extreme. Master, shall we begin preparations for your foundation-laying banquet?" Fan Guanxi inquired. "We'll discuss it later," Qin Fan replied. After Fan Guanxi exited, Qin Fan sent a message to Su Hongyue, informing her of Wang Pengzi's invitation for their family to attend Ji Zibing's foundation banquet in Qiu. Su Hongyue responded, "We can go." She would arrive in Qinglong Xianxing in 2 months, and during this period, Qin Fan would not encounter her mother, making it safer for him. "All right, I will go and return early," he assured her. "You can stay a bit longer," she suggested. "All right, my dear, I plan to hold the foundation banquet after your return," Qin Fan confirmed. "Good, we need to prepare a special foundation gift for you." Meanwhile, on Qin Xianyer's side, Shi Shaofan looked at the object Qin Xianyer had pulled from her storage ring, momentarily taken aback. Before sternly asking, "Qin Xianyer, what are you doing? Your father is still alive. Why have you carved a statue of him?" The statue was remarkably lifelike. Qin Xianyer chuckled and explained, "Mother, this isn't a statue. It's a lifelike doll made from special materials, crafted to resemble father precisely. It's a gift for you." Leaning closer, she whispered about the doll's remarkable uses. Shi Shaofan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she chastised, "You rebellious girl. Always fiddling with these bizarre things instead of focusing on your training. How disgraceful. Get out." Qin Xianyer laughed. "Mother, don't be so old-fashioned. Keep up with the times. Besides, father often retreats for decades, or even centuries. Don't you feel lonely during his absence? Don't you need something to ease your worries?" Before she could finish, Shi Shaofan threw her out, exclaiming, "Get out. I can't believe I raised such a daughter." Qin Xianyer managed to stabilize herself in midair and, seeing that the doll had not been thrown out, smiled before amplifying her voice to reach Shi Shaofan's courtyard. "Mother, I was wrong. I won't bring gifts next time." With that, she floated away cheerfully. Shi Shaofan looked at the Qinjushan doll beside her, swept it into her storage ring, feeling helpless. This girl was becoming increasingly outrageous, daring to come up with such a gift for her. It was likely intended for Qin Fan and the quintuplets. The gift had been accepted. The next day, Zhong Nanyang learned of Qin Fan's return and brought Du Man and their infant daughter to visit him. Upon seeing Qin Fan, he was immediately taken aback. "Congratulations, Dao friend Qin, on your foundation establishment," Du Man exclaimed in surprise. "Congratulations, benefactor, on your successful foundation establishment." She then told her daughter, "Wang Quan, your uncle Qin has succeeded in establishing his foundation. Let us make a gesture of congratulations for him." Du Man clasped her daughter's tiny hands together. The little one, only 10 days old, gazed curiously at Qin Fan with her large eyes. Qin Fan smiled and teased her before inviting Zhong Nanyang and Du Man to sit down for tea. Zhong Nanyang asked when the foundation banquet would be held. Qin Fan replied, "In 2 months I will send you the invitation once the date is confirmed." Zhong Nanyang smiled and agreed. He then informed Qin Fan about the demon hunting teams, stating that he and Sun Guangda's team had not signed contracts with the material merchants. Due to the incident with the false queen of hell, along with the Qinglong Xianxing law enforcement starting patrols outside the Gula mountain range, there had been no incidents of banditry recently. Zhong Nanyang had also led a team to hunt down some demon beasts, and with the materials from Sun Guangda's group, they had amassed over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Inquiring if Qin Fan would be interested in purchasing them, Qin Fan affirmed he would take them. Zhong Nanyang proposed, "Dao friend Qin, with your financial resources, you could actually establish a demon beast materials merchant." Qin Fan replied, "I want to establish a merchant for now. Having just stepped into foundation establishment, And although he had Su Hongyue, a late-stage golden core cultivator, backing him, he still needed to care for the children. He did not wish to become embroiled in the conflicts between the Su and Sang families. Moonlight Pavilion was developing well on its own. Zhong Nanyang then sought advice on parenting, with Du Man listening attentively. As new parents, they were inexperienced in many matters, and Qin Fan was more than willing to share his insights. Shortly after Zhong Nanyang and his wife left, Su Tianshi arrived with servants and gifts. "Dao friend Qin, I heard you have returned. I came to pay my respects today," Su Tianshi said with a smile as he entered the courtyard. He gestured to his servant, who promptly presented the gifts to Fan Guanshi. Su Tianshi continued, "A small token of appreciation, not worthy of regard." Qin Fan's gaze fell on Su Tianshi's previously severed right arm. Su Tianshi chuckled, raising his arm. "Fortunately, my martial uncle severed it at a good spot. With quality ointment, I was able to reattach it. Dao friend Qin, we were strangers before. I had no idea Moonlight Pavilion belonged to you. Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have dared to embarrass myself at the Sunlight Pavilion." Qin Fan offered a faint smile. Not taking Su Tianshi's words to heart, Su Tianshi began to subtly inquire about Qin Fan's master and which sect he belonged to. Upon learning that Qin Fan was a rogue cultivator, Su Tianshi immediately extended an enthusiastic invitation. "Dao friend Qin, would you consider serving as a guest elder in our Su family? The benefits are certainly better than those offered to other guest elders. Besides, our Su family boasts exquisite beauties for you to choose from." At that moment, Qin Fan entered, altering the ambience. She glanced at Su Tianshi, her gaze landing on his reattached arm, then coolly turned away. Approaching Qin Fan to take the teapot before exiting, Su Tianshi inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Although the woman who entered was stunning, she was merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. So why did the atmosphere fall silent upon her arrival? Furthermore, when she looked at his severed arm, he felt an uncontrollable tremor and instinctively wanted to hide his arm behind his back. It was only after she left that he regained his composure, quickly adjusting his demeanor to ask Qin Fan, "Dao friend Qin, who was that fairy just now?" "Just a friend," Qin Fan replied. He had not anticipated such a timely entrance. Su Tianshi's mention of the Su family's beautiful women coincided perfectly with Qin Fan's arrival. He remembered how that which had killed Qin Fan outside Qingzhou Square, justifying her actions by claiming Qin Fan was with two beautiful women. He had no interest in the Su family's beauties, but he could not let Qin Fan misunderstand. Though he had just established his foundation, he was still not a match for Qin Fan. A golden core cultivator, he firmly stated to Su Tianshi, "My apologies, Dao friend Su, but I prefer a life of freedom and have no interest in being constrained. Furthermore, I already have a partner and am not interested in other women." He was aware that even if Qin Fan was not present in the living room, she could hear their exchange through her spiritual sense. Originally indifferent to the Su family's offer, upon Qin Fan's return, he felt his righteous demeanor surge. Adopting an upright, gentlemanly image, Su Tianshi intended to continue persuading him. But Qin Fan raised his hand. "Dao friend Su, I have other matters to attend to today." Su Tianshi was taken aback by Qin Fan's abrupt dismissal. Internally furious, he maintained a pleasant smile, exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Fan, and then departed with his servants as they entered the carriage. His companion Su Mingfang muttered angrily, "This Qin Fan is too ungrateful. You extended a hand, and he had the audacity to refuse. If it weren't for his master's reputation, a mere early-stage foundation cultivator with mid-grade spiritual roots wouldn't be worthy of our Su family's guest elder position. Our guest elders are all at least late-stage foundation cultivators. He just established his foundation and already acts so high and mighty. And that woman, merely at the early stage of foundation establishment, entered the hall without greeting you, took the teapot, and left without a word, showing not an ounce of humility. Such audacity! Does she think her beauty gives her the right to act so presumptuously?" Su Tianshi waved his hand to silence him. Previously, he had received word that Qin Fan was only a 9th-layer Qi practitioner, but to his astonishment, Qin Fan had now successfully established his foundation. However, given Qin Fan's mid-grade spiritual root talent, it was reasonable to assume that mid-stage foundation establishment was the limit for him. Logically, he should take advantage of his current position to align with a stable and powerful partner, such as serving as a guest elder in their Su family. Was there someone more formidable than their Su family who had invited Qin Fan? Suddenly, he recalled the chilling woman from earlier. Perhaps she was not merely Qin Fan's friend, but rather a beauty sent by another family to win him over. He had never heard of any family possessing such an exquisite early-stage foundation female cultivator. Meanwhile, Qin Fan was packing his belongings in preparation for his journey to Qiligu. He placed the seahorse he had signed a spirit pet contract with into his spirit beast pouch and was about to summon Xiaobai. As he scanned the ground with his spiritual sense, he noticed something down. He murmured softly. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a white jade centipede, as large as a python, emerged from the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. The white jade centipede stood upright, its head held high, emitting a hissing sound that reverberated through the surrounding air, creating ripples of sound waves. The first-tier spirit chickens, ducks, and cows that had not yet been placed in the spirit beast pouch were immediately cowed. Trembling on the ground, I in the baby carriage, Daba was momentarily stunned before excitedly cooing and reaching out his chubby little hands toward the imposing white jade centipede. The centipede, which had initially appeared regal and proud to showcase itself before its master, immediately shrank into a miniature form, no larger than a small snake, and crawled on a Qin Fan's arm, standing upright to seek praise. Qin Fan chuckled and patted its small head, saying, "Not bad. You've advanced to a first-tier superior level. Keep cultivating, and I'll give you a foundation pill when the time comes, so you can break through to the second tier." He wondered if demon beasts could also benefit from foundation pills to advance, as he had 2 superior foundation pills on hand, that if Xiaobai truly needed one to break through, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. After all, it was his contracted spirit beast, raised with his longevity method from a young age, and he could suppress it even if it advanced to the second tier. Xiaobai's eyes lit up, nuzzling against Qin Fan and issuing a series of delighted sounds. Qin Fan then stored it in the spirit beast pouch, leaving the spirit birds, fish, and vegetables under the care of Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu, as he had learned in Qinglong Xiancheng that the cultivation realm possessed various methods not inferior to modern high-tech means for promoting the rapid growth of spirit creatures, such as using high-tech spirit feeding pills and fertilizers. For instance, there have been cases where children with innate spiritual roots, after consuming excessive amounts of high-tech spiritual vegetables and poultry, ultimately experienced a degradation of their spiritual roots, resulting in a toxic buildup that rendered them incapable of cultivation. There was also an incident where a batch of spiritual cattle caused issues, leading to infants who consumed milk from these cattle developing hydrocephalus and subsequently dying young. Thus, it is far safer to consume homegrown spiritual vegetables, personally raised spiritual poultry, and spiritual fish. In a few months, the little ones will begin to eat solid food, necessitating the consumption of spiritual vegetables, poultry, and fish, which must be free from pollution, harm, and high technology. As we ventured out from the Qinglong Immortal City, I produced the flying vessel that Su Hongyue had left for me before her departure. It was an immense, luxurious craft that immediately attracted the gaze of those nearby. However, upon sensing the foundational power radiating from me, they quickly averted their eyes in fear. I boarded the vessel with the little ones, which was spacious enough to resemble a large yacht, featuring 2 levels. Once aboard, I consulted a map and directed the vessel towards the Autumn Leaf Valley. Subsequently, I retrieved the humanoid puppets and items from my storage bag. The 4 attendants, Li Chun, Yu Shui, Jingjia, and Chun Fun, were tasked with entertaining the babies and organizing the items. Now that the little ones were over 3 months old, they were awake longer and had more toys to play with. In addition to needing to practice crawling, I had prepared a storage bag specifically for their necessities, excluding diapers and formula. With the assistance of the humanoid puppets, my hands were liberated. These puppets were crafted from first-grade spiritual wood, serving as excellent helpers for daily chores. In terms of combat, however, puppets made from the bones of magical beasts proved to be far superior. Conveniently, the materials sent by Zhong Nanyang included 3 complete first-grade magical wolf skeletons, which I planned to utilize for crafting. My skills in puppet creation had now advanced to the first-grade upper tier. I had frequently made small toys for the babies, such as fish that would swim with a gentle tap and various styles of Ultraman and flower fairies. Merely the collection of toys could fill a large cabinet, a testament to my indulgence in my children. One night, Su Tianshi and Su Mingfang exited the Miaoyin workshop, only to be enveloped by a black net, swiftly whisking them into a dark alley. Their cries echoed like that of slaughtered pigs, yet the sound was quickly muffled by a soundproof barrier. Outside the alley, the streets were bustling with life. Inside, the 2 were mercilessly beaten, powerless to defend themselves. After enduring the assault for what felt like an eternity, Su Tianshi cried out in terror, "My right arm! It hurts so badly. Please spare me." Su Mingfang fared even worse. His face was burned beyond recognition by a corrosive liquid, and his vocal cords were severed, leaving him to emit only hoarse whimpers. His chest was suddenly pierced by a sharp weapon, and his insides were cruelly extracted. Turning to dust in mid-air eye in despair, he clutched his pants, weeping blood tears in agony. Soon after, all pressure was lifted, and the soundproof barrier was removed. Su Tianchu's agonized cries drew the attention of passers-by. While Su Mingfang lay unconscious nearby, oh heavens, isn't that the young master of the Su family? How could he lose an arm within the city? Just recently, his arm had been severed by a false Dan master from his family, and now it was gone entirely. The nature of his injury hinted at a toxic affliction, suggesting that without a miraculous remedy, he might never restore his limb. The figure lying beside him must be his servant, identifiable by the unique attire of the Su family's retainers. Goodness, his face is utterly destroyed. How terrifying. Don't look. Not just his face. Look, there's a gaping hole in his chest, exposing his intestines. What on earth happened to him? My word, hasn't the inner city always been safe? There hasn't been a brawl or robbery in over a century. How could the young master of the Su family and his servant suffer such fates? Is there a high-level demonic cultivator lurking in the inner city? How else could they dare to target the Su family? In an instant, the cultivators within the Qinglong immortal city were engulfed in fear and unease, prompting the city's law enforcement and the Su family's elders to spring into action. Among them, Chun Xinyuan stood in the crowd, coldly scoffing, a severed arm before this king, and they wish to mend it? Do they dare to presume too highly of me? Do they think my beauty grants them privilege? Attempting to win over Qin Fan with a mere 2 taels of meat? Ridiculous. The following day, I basked in the sunlight at the bow of the vessel with the little ones when a streak of light suddenly approached. A stunning beauty dressed in the attire of the Dunhuang flying celestial gracefully descended upon a flying sword, gliding alongside my vessel. Ya, 5 treasure, spotting her, cooed in delight and reached out with her tiny, delicate hand. I recognized her and opened the vessel's protective barrier, allowing the enchanting beauty to alight on the deck. Retracting her sword, Chun Xinyuan, do you seek my assistance? I inquired. Before departing Qinglong Immortal City, I had sent a message to Chun Xinyuan, informing her of my plan to leave with the babies for a time. Since she had previously cared for them, I felt it necessary to show respect. Yaya has asked me to escort you to Autumn Leaf Valley, she replied with a warm smile as she approached the baby carriage and expertly lifted 5 treasure. Planting a kiss on her cheek. 5 treasure, do you miss your godmother? Ya, 5 treasure leaned forward, planting a slobbery kiss on Chun Xinyuan's face, eliciting laughter from her as she beamed. Why, dear 5 treasure, you are growing ever more adorable. The other 4 babies chimed in with their own soft protests, eager for Chun Xinyuan's embrace. 3 days swiftly passed, and our vessel soared above the treacherous hilly terrain. The region spanned across the southern domain and central continent, marked by sparse human habitation and the presence of magical beasts, including 3rd-tier and even 4th-tier and 5th-tier demon lords. The 3rd-tier beasts corresponded with golden core cultivators, while the 4th tier matched the Nascent Soul True Lords, and the 5th tier aligned with the Transformation God True Venerables. Our journey to Autumn Leaf Valley would take us past a zone dominated by a 3rd-tier demon lord, but we would skirt its territory without entering. Nonetheless, every cultivator navigating this route exercised extreme caution, as numerous cultivators had met their demise here after encountering predatory flying beasts. The vessel gifted to me by Su Langyue was inscribed with a 3rd-tier superior defensive array, which was sufficient against typical 2nd-tier and ordinary 3rd-tier flying beasts. However, for added safety, she insisted that Chun Xinyuan accompany us. At this moment, Chun Xinyuan had also settled the babies into the cabin and affixed several 3rd-tier protective talismans before returning to the deck with a serious expression. Suddenly, from a distant forest, flames erupted into the sky, revealing a colossal ape towering like a mountain, wielding a massive rod that it brought crashing down, leveling the terrain and sending birds and beasts fleeing in terror. Although the distance rendered the shockwaves minimal by the time they reached us, I was still left in awe. What level of beast was that? So terrifying. Even from afar, it instilled a sense of dread. Certainly a 4th-tier beast. Just as I voiced my thoughts, the gigantic ape was engulfed in a fiery attack of deep crimson flames, ignited by an unseen force, and it crashed to the ground. Why, astonishment grew. What kind of beast could conjure such flames? I saw no other beasts around. Could it have been our human cultivators? Qin Xianyuan observed the distinctive flames and the small, hovering above the fallen giant ape, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. Without a word, she infused her energy into the vessel, hastening our departure from the area, and only once the battle scene was out of sight did she finally speak. That was a confrontation between a cultivator and a fourth-tier giant ape. The one who injured the ape was Ye's mother. I was taken aback. Previously, I had learned from my neighbor, Ji Pangang, that the Nascent Soul ancestor of the Lan Yue Sect had single-handedly vanquished a rogue Nascent Soul cultivator. A fact later confirmed by Su Hongyue, who revealed that this formidable ancestor was her mother. This was the very enchanting woman I had encountered at the entrance of the Qinji Pavilion in Qingzhou Square. When Ji Pangang recounted the battle, I had felt a shiver down my spine. Witnessing the overwhelming power of a nascent soul cultivator in action was a spectacle that could make the very heavens tremble. Each clash of such titans could cause screens to shake, and inferior televisions might even display snow or black out. Now, having witnessed the grandeur of this confrontation from afar, my heart raced. Instantly, the joy of my foundational success faded. In the days following my achievement, many had come to pay their respects, and I had allowed myself to feel a bit too proud. I must remain humble and cautious. My future mother-in-law is exceptionally powerful. If she were to disapprove of me as her daughter's suitor, she could easily end my life with a mere flick of her wrist. I must strive for greater cultivation. No arrogance, no recklessness. 10 days later, we arrived at Autumn Leaf Valley. This was my first visit, though my original self had ventured here at the age of 12 alongside Wang Pengzi, who had sought to introduce me to the valley. However, the elder responsible for receiving new disciples coldly rejected me upon discovering my inferior spiritual root. While I had assumed the identity of my original self, I retained all of their memories, including the details of that visit 5 years prior. Autumn Leaf Valley, renowned as a major sect in the southern domain, was indeed a place of cultivation far beyond the Qinglong immortal city and the surrounding noble families. The entire sect was enveloped in a grand, intricate array, within which a multitude of buildings thrived, featuring magnificent halls, pavilions, and intricately carved structures. Occasionally, disciples could be seen gliding through the air on flying instruments shaped like maple leaves, while elegant cranes soared above, carrying women clad in white robes of exceptional beauty. The women of the cultivation world are renowned for their beauty, with few unattractive among them. The cultivation process purges impurities from the body, and with the aid of rejuvenating elixirs, many women well into their hundreds appear no older than 18. At this moment, in the reception hall of Autumn Leaf Valley, a male disciple dressed in the sect's outer disciple uniform received a message talisman from Wang Pengzi. The content read, "Brother Duan, my friend Qin Fan will be arriving today. Please inform me when he does." Duan Wanzhao glanced briefly at the message, added Qin Fan's name to the list of visitors for the day, and returned to his tasks. Just then, a male cultivator arrived